Chapter 74. The Celestial will bestows sweet rain. The heart of the sword is illuminated. The sword moves in accordance with the heart's desires. With the heart guiding the sword, one is no longer confined to a singular technique or form. A mere thought can transform into a sword intent capable of cleaving through all things in the world. The clarity of the sword's heart represents an exceedingly profound realm within the path of the sword. The enhancement of combat prowess is beyond imagination. My current combat strength allows me to effortlessly slay cultivators in the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, comparable to those in the late stage. Lin Feng murmured, his eyes sparkling with a steadfast and sharp radiance. He possesses confidence in ascending to higher echelons within the sword path. Lin Feng returned to the Celestial Talents Academy, immersed in his cultivation. Many insights gleaned from the cosmic yellow bell remain undigested. When he emerges from seclusion, he will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. The great martial realm once again fell into tranquility. Within the opulent palace chamber, Chen Fan was also absorbed in comprehending the chaotic primordial infinite technique. Vast and ethereal insights surged into Chen Fan's mind, deepening his understanding of the chaotic primordial infinite technique. He was merely a breath away from fully grasping the second level. Once fully comprehended, he would be able to break through the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, gaining even greater power. Countless boundless resources transformed into an endless tide of rich spiritual energy, flooding into Chen Fan's body. Ever since he consumed the primordial spirit fruit rewarded by the system, he has been able to perceive myriad laws and the power of rules, elevating his comprehension to an unimaginable level. Chen Fan's strength has been growing daily, never once faltering. However, due to the profound nature of the chaotic level technique, the chaotic primordial infinite technique, the realm he cultivates is exceptionally profound, necessitating cultivation resources and insights that are 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold more than others. Others may break through the pinnacle of the Emperor realm by mastering a complete law of power, along with insights from their cultivated techniques and comparable resources, thereby surpassing the Emperor realm. In contrast, Chen Fan requires resources and insights from others that are 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold greater to break through the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Of course, should Chen Fan casually breach a realm, the terrifying surge in his combat strength would be unimaginably immense. In a hurried passage of another week, a vast and boundless aura suddenly enveloped the entire great martial realm. Countless cultivators sensed this terrifying and immense aura, promptly gazing into the void. In the void, a figure as colossal as a mountain and adorned with ominous black scales stood outside Martial Fortune City. An endless and overwhelming imperial might continuously emanated from that colossal form, causing the surrounding earth and mountains to tremble. Even the white clouds above were furiously gathering. They coalesced in the void to form a sea of clouds, radiating brilliant white light. Is that the black dog of the Emperor Lord? Is it on the verge of breaking through to the Emperor realm? Upon witnessing the minuscule black dog magnified countless times, exuding a terrifying aura, the crowd instantly opened their eyes wide, gazing into the void with expressions filled with incredulity. Even a mere dog at the Emperor's side can attain the realm of the earthly sovereign. We, as mere mortals, are truly hindering the progress of the great marshal. The onlookers were both shaken and resigned. If a dog could achieve the status of an emperor, just how formidable must the great marshal be? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, an air of elegance ascended to its zenith, breaking through to the true realm of the emperor. In an instant, resplendent and multicolored celestial lights radiated through the void, while endless ethereal mists coalesced, showering down an abundance of spiritual rain. This divine rain was imbued with rich spiritual energy and the essence of the heavens and earth. This is heavenly spiritual rain. We must swiftly harness this divine downpour for our cultivation. It will immensely aid our advancement. One of the warriors, aghast, spoke up, prompting everyone in the great martial imperial city to hastily venture outdoors, sitting cross-legged upon the ground to revel in the torrential downpour of spiritual energy. In an instant, the entire great martial imperial city was enveloped in a deluge. However, This spiritual rain differed from ordinary rainfall. Upon striking the ground, it instantly transformed into a dense spiritual essence mingled with the vital energies of heaven and earth, permeating the void. This spiritual rain continued for a full 10 minutes. Haha, I have broken through to the Saint King realm. I am now worthy of donning the radiant armor, and shall possess the power of a quasi-emperor. I have reached the pinnacle of the Saint realm. Soon, I shall transcend to the Saint King realm. Countless individuals within the imperial city underwent breakthroughs in their current standings amidst this spiritual downpour. The number of powerful beings surged dramatically. All gazed gratefully at the colossal figure in the sky, aware that this celestial rain was a gift from the Black Dog's ascension to the Emperor realm. Yet what they did not anticipate was that the figure entering their line of sight was no longer the ordinary Black Dog, but rather a creature with a dragon's head and a deer's body. Surrounded by the essence of wind and thunder, its magnificent golden light illuminating the dark, inky scales of its armor, gleaming brilliantly. That is, how could it be the Black Dog? That unmistakably resembles the legendary auspicious beast, the xianxiaaudiobooks. Countless gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the great martial imperial city, as everyone wore expressions of profound shock. They had never imagined that the unassuming Black Dog beside the Emperor was, in fact, the fabled auspicious beast, the xianxiaaudiobooks. Hearing the acclaim and astonishment from the crowd, the Black Dog proudly lifted its head. It had consumed a drop of xianxiaaudiobooks blood, propelling its cultivation directly from the Saint King realm to the Emperor realm. Henceforth, none would dare refer to it as the little Black Dog. "Xiaosa, come to me." Just as it reveled in the awe and astonishment of the crowd, an exceedingly indifferent voice abruptly echoed, a voice unmistakably belonging to Chen Fan. "Yes, master." Woof woof. Instantly, Xiaosa shrank to its normal size and transformed into a streak of light, entering the great martial imperial palace. After another 10 days, a searing and terrifying aura suddenly surged from the great martial imperial city. Subsequently, an endless inferno ignited within the void, as if seeking to incinerate the very heavens. Xianxiafan's figure materialized in the void, transforming into a fiery empress, seated in the air, her aura soaring and swelling. Within mere breaths, Xianxiafan's presence seemed to transcend the limits of heaven and earth, her vast and blazing imperial might manifesting as waves of scalding heat sweeping across the realm. "I have finally broken through to the Emperor realm." Feeling the boundless power within her, a smile graced Xianxiafan's delicate face. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, she sensed that her overall combat prowess was now comparable to that of a late-stage emperor. Of course, the crucial enhancement in her strength stemmed from mastering the imperial art of the 10,000 methods Fire Lotus to perfection, enabling her to rival the late-stage emperor in combat. The crowd was once again left in utter shock. During this period, nearly every day saw cultivators achieving breakthroughs, and the term thriving scarcely sufficed to describe the current state of the great martial. Unbeknownst to everyone, within the Celestial Academy, a figure's cultivation had quietly ascended once more, breaking through to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. Chapter 75. The Commencement of the Ascension Ceremony. Within the tranquil confines of the Celestial Talents Academy, in a serene meditation chamber, a radiant, youthful figure sat cross-legged on the ground. The air around her resonated with the gentle sound of flowing streams, yet amidst this tranquility, an undercurrent of terrifying annihilation could be felt. This figure was none other than Nangong Wanner, who had been in seclusion for nearly 20 days. The imperial techniques were profoundly intricate and shrouded in mystery. Although she had expended considerable time, her combat prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Nangong Wanner slowly opened her beautiful eyes, filled with unparalleled excitement and astonishment. She had completely transitioned to the Divine Sound Burial Emperor technique, a method vastly superior to any she had previously practiced. While her energy expenditure had not led to an increase in her cultivation level, remaining at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, her fighting capacity had skyrocketed beyond mere description. It had doubled, at the very least, if not increased tenfold. In other words, at the same mid-stage of the Emperor realm, she could now contend with 10 versions of her former self, who had practiced the 7 laws of sound sex techniques. It was utterly unbelievable. Regrettably, the celestial yellow clock was only effective for cultivators below the Emperor realm. Otherwise, breaking through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm would have been entirely within her grasp. Naturally, Nangong Wanner was aware of Lin Feng's breakthrough into the Emperor realm. She herself had spent nearly 5 years transitioning from quasi-emperor to emperor. In contrast, Lin Feng had accomplished this in merely a few hours. However, she consoled herself with the thought that all that energy was within her body, if refined slowly. It could indeed lead her to the peak of the emperor realm. Nangong Wanner murmured softly and re-entered her meditative state. During the time when all the formidable warriors of the great martial empire were immersed in their own seclusion, reports of victories echoed frequently, detailing the swift progress in conquering the myriad regions of the northern frontier. At this moment, the Celestial Talents Outer Academy was officially established. Once the entire northern frontier was secured, the academy would commence operations, welcoming countless prodigies, equipped with the most superior techniques, imperial arts, and cultivation resources. Alongside the most esteemed mentors, time flew by, and only a week remained until Chen Fan would announce the ascension ceremony. The ancient figure returned to the great martial empire, reporting to the emperor that he had successfully captured all 3 first-class imperial realms, ensuring that the vast territories of the northern frontier now belonged to the great martial empire. With all factions revering their supremacy, countless cultivation resources had been categorized and stored in the national treasury for the warriors of the great martial empire to utilize. The ancient figure knelt respectfully before Chen Fan, proclaiming in a resonant voice, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He had understood that the emperor's ambition extended far beyond merely acquiring first-class imperial realms. The entire northern frontier was vast and boundless, encompassing thousands of domains. Such a grand expanse would undoubtedly elevate the great martial empire to the status of a truly transcendent imperial power. Well done, Chen Fan replied, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he nodded. The great martial empire was now fully prepared and undeniably qualified for ascension to a genuine transcendent force. In the nearly 3 months that had passed, almost everyone had achieved breakthroughs. Figures such as the Flame Emperor and the Ancient One had reached the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. Others, including Wan Xiang, Fu Hai, and Shi Tian, had already surpassed the Emperor realm. Currently, the great martial empire boasted approximately 50 Emperor realm experts, all equipped with the Burial Emperor armor, meaning that each of these 50 possessed at least the combat power of the late stage of the Emperor realm. Of course, Lin Feng, having grasped the insights from the celestial yellow clock and achieved clarity of sword intent, had advanced to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm just yesterday, wielding a formidable prowess nearly comparable to that of a peak emperor. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, Zhang Fanju's cultivation speed had not only maintained but increased. And after merely a month in the Boundless Fire domain, he too had ascended to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. Nangong Wanner had reached the late stage of the Emperor realm, wielding a supreme imperial weapon. Even peak Emperor realm experts would find her a formidable opponent. Though not particularly adept in the art of combat, she possessed an overwhelming force. With the 100 billion Northern Army having received high-tier cultivation resources like the Nirvana Pill and Spiritual Law Pill, along with the enhancements from the Celestial Yellow Clock, the number of Saint Realm cultivators had approached a modest target of nearly 100 million. The number of Saint King Realm cultivators had also reached 500,000. And donning the Radiant Armor, their combined might equated to that of 500,000 quasi-emperors. Additionally, the leaders of the 2 major legions, Shui Ren and Wang Hao, stood on equal footing, both having reached the peak of quasi-emperor, mere moments away from breaking into the Emperor realm. Clad in the Burial God armor, they possessed the strength to contend with mid-stage emperors. Coupled with the Imperial Dragon Joint Assault formation, the Northern Army had grown immensely powerful, capable of standing its ground against several peak Emperor realm experts. With such formidable strength and foundation, the great martial empire, with Chen Fan at its helm, had far surpassed any first-class imperial power. With him present, the ascension to a transcendent imperial force was unquestionable. After all, in these 3 months, he had not been idle. He had devoted considerable time to fully comprehend the second level of the Chaos Hongming Infinite technique, successfully breaking through to the peak of the Emperor realm, achieving an unimaginable level of combat prowess. As for the exact extent of his strength, Chen Fan himself could not fathom just how formidable he had become. It was time to prepare for the ascension ceremony, ensuring that the venue was adequately spacious, as many would likely attend, making for a lively event. 3 days hence, the great martial empire will achieve transcendent imperial status. Although it may appear on par with the other 8 transcendent imperial powers, with me here, the great martial empire will forever reign supreme over them, Chen Fan stated calmly. Indeed, the Ancient One responded, then withdrew. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. This day marked the proclamation of the great martial sacred dynasty's ascension to a transcendent imperial dynasty. Above the imperial capital, an array of multicolored auspicious clouds converged, radiating a divine brilliance that illuminated the grand and resplendent Martial Fortune City, a sight of utmost luxury and grandeur. Beyond Martial Fortune City, the 100 billion Northern Army stood in perfect formation. 100 million Saint Realm cultivators exuding an overwhelming presence that swept across the heavens and the earth. 50,000 cultivators clad in radiant armor emanated an intensely fierce aura, resembling a legion of ferocious beasts, terrifying and formidable. Leading them were over 100 quasi-emperor cultivators, donned in dark burial emperor armor, exuding an aura of boundless terror akin to primordial behemoths, striking fear into the hearts of the faint-hearted with a mere glance. On the city walls, more than 50 Emperor Realm experts stood solemnly in place. Above the walls hovered a majestic figure, surrounded by the essence of wind and thunder, its ebony scales shimmering with a dazzling light, elegantly poised in the void like a true celestial beast, prompting all who gazed upon it to feel their insignificance profoundly. As dawn broke, an extraordinarily vast imperial worship arrived in the Ling Tian domain. Chapter 76. The Astonishment of the Crowd. Is this the place where that esteemed figure resides? It feels rather remote, doesn't it? Indeed. Yet how could we mere mortals fathom the presence of a being at the peak of the Emperor's realm? Moreover, I can already sense the auras of countless formidable warriors. Aboard the warship was the Qingtian Emperor sect, one of the 8 transcendent imperial powers, which had also compelled the 7 other transcendent powers to furnish 5 billion spirit law pills. Silence, commanded a peak Emperor Realm expert in a cold tone. Upon your arrival, you must speak little. Any misstep could bring calamity upon the entire Qingtian Empire. At this moment, the towering figure of the ancient Qingtian Emperor slowly opened his eyes, revealing an abyss of depth and an air of dominance. The Broken Army Emperor's art had aided him immensely over the past 3 months, nearly equating to 100,000 years of secluded cultivation. Although the path to becoming an emperor still appeared distant, almost unfathomably so, he at least glimpsed a path upward, a faint glimmer of hope. Without understanding the methods of the Emperor's realm, one could never grasp the sheer terror of that esteemed figure. As the ancient Qingtian Emperor contemplated this, a flicker of fear passed through his eyes. Being a powerful ancient emperor, he had not experienced fear for countless years. Yet, merely recalling the terrifying scenes of that day sent shivers down his spine. A fellow ancient emperor was slain with 3 strikes. How could he not be terrified? The immense imperial warship traversed the void, arriving 1,000,000 miles outside of Weiyun City. Upon reaching the designated distance, the Qingtian Emperor commanded the ship to be stowed away and to continue flying. This was their utmost respect for that esteemed figure. The Qingtian Emperor sect had brought over 100 members, predominantly powerful warriors of the Emperor realm. The congregation of so many emperors, even without consciously exuding their overwhelming imperial might, was indeed formidable. However, even 100 Emperor realm experts could not withstand a single strike from that esteemed figure. The speed of the Emperor realm was astonishing, allowing them to arrive outside Weiyun City in the blink of an eye. Upon arrival, they were left dumbfounded by the sight before them. Firstly, the originally mere Saint King realm cultivators were emanating an aura that reached the quasi-emperor realm, and they appeared even more ferocious than ordinary quasi-emperor cultivators. Most importantly, this was not just one individual, but nearly 500,000. Was it due to the enhancement of their armors? The armor could elevate a cultivator's combat power by an entire tier, which was simply astounding. The ancient Qingtian Emperor, a being of immense power, displayed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Yet, the moment he focused on the massive shadow atop the city wall and discerned its true form, his pupils constricted in shock. A Qilin. What did he behold? The legendary auspicious beast, the Qilin, a true celestial beast. To think he would witness one here shattered his entire worldview. He had genuinely seen a celestial beast. The others present shared the same reaction as the ancient Qingtian Emperor, utterly astonished. Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, a graceful figure floated gracefully toward them. It was Nangong Waner. As a disciple of the 7 Rime Emperor sect, she was quite familiar with the various transcendent imperial powers. Thus, the task of welcoming these powers fell to her. Welcome, esteemed friends from the Qingtian Emperor sect, to the ceremony celebrating our ascendance to a transcendent imperial dynasty in the great martial sacred dynasty. Please, follow me to your seats. After speaking, Nangong Waner guided everyone through the gates of Weiyun City to the banquet table. The Qingtian Emperor sect offers 100 million years of heavenly silkworm gold thread, 10 million years of blazing fire emperor grass, and 50 billion top-tier spirit law pills. A series of declarations echoed, and characters materialized in the void, visible to all who attended. Following this, all the powerful members of the Qingtian Emperor sect took their seats. However, although the expressions of many Qingtian Emperor sect experts remained largely unchanged, Their hearts surged with tumultuous waves of disbelief and astonishment. It was simply unfathomable. The former imperial daughter of the Seven Rime Emperor sect, who had been at the initial stage of the Emperor realm just over 3 months ago, had now advanced to the late stage. Most importantly, they sensed a hint of fear emanating from her. A peak Emperor realm expert whispered in horror, "Incredible." Others shared his astonishment, their faces reflecting shock. After reaching the Emperor realm, each advancement to a minor tier demanded an immense amount of high-tier resources and time. Yet, within just over 3 months, Nangong Wanner had achieved a breakthrough to the true late Emperor realm. It was astonishing beyond belief. The great martial sacred dynasty was undoubtedly not as simple as it seemed. Of course, one could sense this merely from the proud Mo Qilin standing guard. No transcendent imperial power could afford to have a celestial beast like the Mo Qilin as their sentinel. The ancient Qingtian emperor was equally shaken. While others noted Nangong Wanner's rapid cultivation, he perceived the deeply profound aura surrounding her, indicative of an exceptionally advanced cultivation method, certainly the methods of the emperor's realm. The great martial sacred dynasty was truly awe-inspiring. The ancient Qingtian emperor grew increasingly curious about the identity of that esteemed figure. Even an emperor realm expert would not possess such a plethora of emperor realm techniques, nor would they have a celestial beast like the Mo Qilin as their guard. The Chaoang Emperor sect offers an Emperor-grade 5 elements jade, a 10 million year soul-condensing jade, and 50 billion spirit law pills. A resounding voice proclaimed. And numerous characters appeared in the void. That old rascal from the Qingtian sect is truly generous. Fortunately, I brought a tad more treasures than necessary. The Chaoang Emperor, upon seeing the gifts presented by the Qingtian Emperor sect, could not help but smile. For the great martial sacred dynasty to ascend to an imperial dynasty, how could these transcendent powers not express their sentiments? Moreover, they sought to forge a good relationship with the great martial emperor, which necessitated substantial gifts to signify their sincerity. Subsequently, the Shi family, the Changyuan Emperor dynasty, and the Seven Rime Emperor sect followed suit. All were seasoned veterans. None of the gifts presented by the ancient Emperor realm experts fell below the value of those from the Qingtian Emperor sect. If anything, their worth was slightly higher. Humph. A bunch of old foxes. I should have arrived later, thought the Qingtian Emperor, feeling a twinge of anger. This made it seem as if he was the most miserly among them. In the blink of an eye, the 7 transcendent imperial powers had gathered. Throughout this time, the leaders of numerous factions had entered Wuyun City and taken their seats. They were the most excited, as no one had anticipated that the great martial sacred dynasty's ascension to an imperial dynasty would attract such formidable figures from the central celestial domain. What about the Xianling Emperor sect? Have they really given up on themselves? Or do they believe that because the great martial emperor has not dispatched forces against the Xianling Emperor sect, they can escape disaster? The formidable figures of the transcendent imperial forces gazed upon the bustling atmosphere within Wuyun City, yet their eyes failed to catch sight of the Xianling Emperor sect, leaving them in a state of perplexity. Ah, look, a throng of dark figures. Could it be the Xianling Emperor sect? Chapter 77. Not enough. Upon hearing this utterance, all present turned their gaze towards the void. It is worth noting that the majority of the leaders and powerful beings from the northern territories were unaware of the recent events transpiring in the central heavenly domain. However, the 7 eminent transcendent imperial forces were all too well informed of the calamities that had befallen the Xianling Emperor sect, where the great martial emperor had slain an ancient emperor-level powerhouse and nearly 30 emperor-level cultivators, alongside a peerless prodigy and renowned beauty, Wu Linglong. The demise of such a multitude of powerful beings inflicted a significant blow upon the Xianling Emperor sect. Consequently, many ancient emperors believed the sect was left with 2 options: either submit and offer sincere apologies, allowing the great martial emperor to decide their fate, which might afford them a slender chance at survival, or engage in a desperate struggle to the bitter end. Yet, as they beheld the dense mass of 500 to 600 figures, each an emperor-level powerhouse, they speculated whether they had come to confront the great martial emperor in a decisive battle. The ancient emperors whispered among themselves, silently reassuring one another to ensure that upon their return, they would convey a stern warning. Regardless of the circumstances, no disciple or elder was to provoke the great martial dynasty. The great martial dynasty was utterly terrifying. Despite the small number of emperor-level powerhouses, merely 50, they emanated an aura and war armor that hinted at formidable imperial artifacts. It was clear to them that the great martial dynasty possessed resources beyond their wildest imaginings, perhaps even imperial techniques. As the crowd speculated, the dark mass of approaching cultivators had already reached the outskirts of Wuyun City. A veritable legion of 600 emperor-level powerhouses, even without consciously exuding their aura, could stir the very heavens and earth. Leading them was a true ancient emperor-level powerhouse, recognized by the ancient emperors present, Xianling's ancestor. A figure of peak ancient emperor cultivation, powerful, yet now appeared as a frail mortal in his 70s or 80s, bearing the marks of age more acutely than before. Devoid of the commanding presence typical of ancient emperors, the 600 emperor-level powerhouses, alongside the Xianling ancestor, were taken aback upon witnessing the great martial dynasty's qilin and the array of formidable armies and armor, realizing that such assets were beyond the reach of the Xianling emperor sect. This sight cemented their belief that the great martial emperor was indeed a being of imperial stature, wielding methods that transcended their comprehension. Great martial emperor I, the Xianling ancestor, have brought 600 elders from within the sect to seek your forgiveness today. It is my failure in guiding my disciples that has led to your wrath, and your actions in slaying them are entirely justified. We have come today to implore your mercy, the Xianling ancestor's aged voice echoed through the heavens, marked with profound sincerity. Following this declaration, with a resounding thud, the frail figure of the Xianling ancestor knelt before the great martial emperor. In unison, the 600 emperor-level powerhouses fell to their knees, beseeching forgiveness from the great martial emperor. Their voices, filled with earnestness and determination, reverberated through the air. Great martial emperor, this is a token of our respect, a gift of earthly soil and 100 billion spirit pills. Observing the silence from within the great martial emperor's domain, the Xianling ancestor spoke once more, his tone imbued with sincerity. All present widened their eyes in astonishment. An ancient emperor-level powerhouse had knelt, leading 600 emperor-level powerhouses in a bid for forgiveness, truly a desperate act. The onlookers were both shocked and understanding. In the face of an imperial being, only such humility could yield a chance for survival. Earthly soil? Atop the golden throne, Chen Fan's eyes gleamed with delight upon hearing these words. Earthly soil was a vital material needed for forging the cauldron of creation. While not a celestial material, it was exceedingly rare, described in the cauldron's text as a treasure of the world, born from the essence of heaven and earth. Typically, only one piece of earthly soil could be found in a world, and acquiring it was no simple feat. It required serendipity. Otherwise, Chen Fan would have dispatched someone to retrieve it long ago. Earthly soil was one of the essential materials for crafting the cauldron of creation. Surprised that such a precious item was in the possession of the Xianling ancestor, who now offered it willingly, Chen Fan's figure abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood aloft in the skies above the great martial emperor's realm, his gaze coldly fixed upon the gathered members of the Xianling emperor sect. As Chen Fan materialized, the individuals of the Xianling sect buried their heads deeper, their bodies trembling, uncertain of what fate awaited them. We beseech the emperor's forgiveness for the Xianling emperor sect, the Xianling ancestor implored, tears streaming down his aged face, raising the earthly soil higher. He understood that life and death hung precariously on the whims of this young man. Even as an ancient emperor, he could not dictate his own fate, only awaiting the decree of destiny. Earthly soil? A fine gift indeed. With a casual wave, Chen Fan summoned the earthly soil from the Xianling ancestor's grasp into his own. As soon as it touched his hand, an overwhelming essence of the earth surged forth, flooding his senses with profound insights. Yet, the earthly soil and 100 billion spirit pills were still insufficient to quell the fury within his heart. Chen Fan stowed the earthly soil, his indifferent gaze once more fixed upon the Xianling ancestor. In truth, he felt no particular animosity towards the other members of the Xianling emperor sect, nor did he harbor thoughts of exterminating them all. Instead, he contemplated that after elevating the great martial dynasty to imperial status, he would dispatch forces to dissolve the Xianling emperor sect, integrating its emperor-level powerhouses and numerous talented disciples into the great martial dynasty, thereby rapidly enhancing its foundations and truly establishing it as a transcendent imperial force. However, he had not anticipated that the Xianling ancestor would come with so many emperor-level powerhouses to offer an apology, bringing with him the earthly soil. Much to Chen Fan's delight. Yet still, it was not enough. The Xianling ancestor and the emperor-level powerhouses of the Xianling sect stood frozen in place. Chapter 78. The Secret Realm of Time and Space. A sudden chill gripped the hearts of the many formidable warriors from the Xianling imperial sect, their faces paling in an instant. Could it be that the great martial emperor truly intended to execute them all? Despite having previously been devoid of any spiritual pills, they had managed to gather an astonishing 100 billion spiritual pills. Yet, unexpectedly, this sum proved insufficient. Great Emperor, what must we do to earn your forgiveness? Upon hearing this, the venerable ancestor of Xianling immediately prostrated himself, his forehead striking the ground as he respectfully raised his gaze towards Chen Fan. He had long suspected that it would not be so simple for the great martial emperor to pardon them, and thus he was not overly astonished. Instead, he inquired earnestly. In truth, it is quite simple. If you consent to become my slaves, you may yet survive. Should you refuse, death awaits you, Chen Fan declared, his gaze towards the crowd devoid of any warmth. With over 600 powerful beings at the Emperor realm, he was confident that the great martial emperor could cultivate more in due time. However, these 600 were already at his disposal, slaves. The moment Chen Fan uttered these words, the members of the Xianling imperial sect fell into momentary shock. The venerable ancestor was the first to regain his composure, immediately exclaiming, "Great Emperor, we are willing to serve as your slaves. From this day forth, your commands shall be our utmost priority." He understood that this was their only chance at survival. To forsake it would be to embrace certain death. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, expressing their eagerness to submit without further hesitation. Meanwhile, within the great martial emperor's domain, the leaders and strong warriors of all factions collectively gasped in astonishment. Taken aback by the emperor's ability to so effortlessly acquire 600 formidable warriors of the emperor realm, alongside a peak ancient emperor as slaves, all with merely a few words, coupled with the various resources of the great martial dynasty, even without direct intervention from the great martial emperor, the rise to a transcendent imperial force was inevitable. Dispel any lingering doubts from your minds. Should you harbor even a hint of treachery, I shall execute you without a shred of mercy. However, should you demonstrate exemplary conduct, the bestowal of the emperor's law may not be out of reach. Chen Fan spoke with a calm demeanor. What? The potential for reward should we perform well? Such a prospect is truly enticing. The emperor's law itself was an invaluable treasure, and it was hard to believe that the great martial emperor would genuinely grant such a boon to slaves. Upon hearing Chen Fan's declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the hearts of all present. The members of the Xianling imperial sect were momentarily taken aback, only to be overcome with overwhelming joy. Thank you, Master. We are now open to your guidance. The emperor's law was an exalted entity. If their master were to truly bestow it upon them, perhaps they could aspire to the emperor realm themselves in the future. After all, the ultimate goal of every cultivator was to attain the status of an emperor, standing timelessly amidst the currents of eternity. In an instant, Chen Fan's spiritual essence transformed into over 600 delicate strands, intertwining with the bodies of the gathered individuals, lying in wait beside their heart meridians. Should any display even a hint of rebellion, he would be capable of eliminating them in an instant, no matter where they might be. Master, the members of the Xianling imperial sect felt the presence of Chen Fan's spiritual essence beside their heart meridians and immediately bowed deeply in respect once more. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be considered part of the great martial family. Please, take your seats. Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged. For others, the acquisition of 600 Emperor Realm warriors and a peak ancient emperor as slaves might evoke uncontainable excitement, but to him, it was merely an embellishment to an already grand tapestry. Now that all esteemed friends have gathered, the great martial dynasty acknowledges your sincerity. Therefore, I hereby declare that the great martial sacred dynasty shall officially ascend to the status of a transcendent imperial dynasty. His resonant voice echoed across the vast northern realms, reaching the ears of countless beings throughout the myriad domains. From this day forth, the great martial sacred dynasty shall be elevated to the great martial imperial dynasty, becoming the most powerful, terrifying, and profoundly rooted force within the entirety of the Taizong realm. The emperor shall endure for eternity, invincible among all. The proclamation stirred a chorus of jubilant roars from countless beings, who bore witness to the birth of a force surpassing the 8 transcendent imperial powers of the central heavenly domain. No, from this day forth, those 8 transcendent imperial powers would now be reduced to 7, as the Xianling imperial sect had announced its dissolution. All talented disciples would henceforth become warriors of the great martial, honing their skills. The multitude of formidable beings present could not help but reflect on the emergence of the great martial imperial dynasty, a force that would overshadow all others. Beep. Congratulations to the host. The great martial imperial dynasty has become the most powerful imperial dynasty in the Taizong realm, a transcendent imperial dynasty. Rewards are being dispensed. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 supreme emperor weapons. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 immortal emperor weapons. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 time-space secret realm. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 enlightenment card. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 supreme monarch summoning card and 10 monarch summoning cards. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 level 3 imperial dynasty construction card. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 ancient spirit emperor Dan formula. Time-space secret realm possesses the power to reverse time with a ratio of 101 to the external world. Enlightenment card. usable beneath the ancient emperor realm. It grants one opportunity for enlightenment. Supreme Monarch Summoning Card, capable of summoning beings from the peak of the emperor realm to the peak of the ancient emperor realm. Imperial Dynasty Construction Card, facilitates the establishment of an imperial dynasty, aligning it with its current status. Ancient Spirit Emperor Dan Formula, upon successful refinement. It aids cultivators in advancing to the ancient emperor realm with an 80% probability. As Chen Fan's voice faded, the system's notifications rang in his mind. A series of melodious chimes echoing continuously, a delightful sound indeed. Standing suspended in the void, Chen Fan allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. The rewards from the system were indeed unimaginably generous this time. Most astonishing was the time-space secret realm, which could reverse time and adjust the temporal ratio with the external world. This singular capability was utterly terrifying. It is important to note that the laws of time and the path of time are among the most mysterious and profound of all paths. Even Chen Fan himself had yet to comprehend the laws of time. The system truly was remarkable. With the time-space secret realm, the great martial imperial dynasty would possess an unparalleled artifact for cultivating prodigies. While you may spend a decade in cultivation, I could cultivate for a century within that same span, with identical talents. While you may still be in the 8th stage of transcending the mundane, I would have already reached the 7th stage of the extraordinary. Chapter 79, The God Burial Secret Realm. The ascension ceremony concluded swiftly, and from this day forth, the great martial sacred dynasty had become one of the most powerful transcendent imperial forces in the entire Taitsong realm. The leaders and strong warriors of numerous factions departed, and from this day forward, a formidable entity that could not be trifled with emerged in the hearts of all. This was none other than the great martial imperial dynasty. They are well aware that the sole master of the emperor's realm in the Taitsong realm resides within the great martial empire. In the forthcoming days, the entire northern territory shall flourish and thrive due to the existence of the great martial empire. Before long, the north will likely evolve into a dominion even more formidable than the central celestial domain. However, not all have departed. Among them are the ancient sovereigns from the 7 transcendent imperial powers. Within the opulent and majestic Golden Luan Hall, a multitude of powerful figures congregate. These formidable beings being the ancient sovereigns of the 7 transcendent imperial powers. Their visit to Chen Fan is, of course, for matters of greater significance. You speak of a mysterious and immensely terrifying burial realm in our Taitsong realm, which may very well harbor a gateway to other worlds. Chen Fan inquired with evident perplexity. He had not previously heard of this burial realm, nor was he aware of its contents. Yet, the notion that it might contain a portal to other worlds piqued his interest. Although he currently stands at the pinnacle of the emperor level, his combat prowess rivals that of the legendary emperor's realm. In this world, the emperor's realm is indeed invincible, and the great martial empire is destined to surpass all factions in the near future, reigning supreme over the entire Taitsong realm. At that juncture, it shall become imperative to seek out other worlds, or perhaps even grander realms that possess more powerful beings and higher-tier cultivation resources. Otherwise, the great martial empire shall find itself forever stagnated, and the dream of becoming the strongest across the heavens would remain but a fantasy. Moreover, Chen Fan harbors a premonition that before long, once the great martial empire fully matures and rises to dominate the entire Taitsong realm, there will undoubtedly be missions pertaining to other worlds or other vast territories. Most crucially, Chen Fan is convinced that beyond the Taitsong realm lie realms of even greater vastness and power. Thus, the emergence of a realm seemingly leading to other worlds has certainly aroused his curiosity. Indeed, the burial realm is a profoundly enigmatic existence, opening only once every million years, permitting only those above the emperor level to enter. Within that burial realm resides a race that claims to be descendants of the gods, their appearance closely resembling that of the human race in the Taitsong realm. However, the intelligence of these so-called descendants of the gods is notably lacking, though their combat strength is formidable. The 8 transcendent imperial powers have ventured into this realm on numerous occasions. Each time it opens, we dispatch powerful individuals to seek opportunities within the burial realm, which is replete with countless rare treasures, and even the legacy of emperors. The Breaking Army Emperor's Manual was acquired by our Chaohong Emperor sect during the last opening, 1,000,000 years ago. The reason we suspect that the burial realm may contain a passage to other worlds is due to our findings over several entries into the realm. Almost every time, we uncover broken weapons and the bones of human beings. Upon examination, these weapons, while similar in appearance and power to our imperial weapons, exhibit an entirely different forging technique, one that none of the Taitsong realm's artisans have ever encountered. Furthermore, the human bones have been confirmed not to belong to disciples of any of our 8 factions. From this, we strongly suspect that prior to our entry into the burial realm, or perhaps even after, individuals from other worlds, much like ourselves, have entered the realm in search of opportunities, Chao Hong, the ancient emperor, stated gravely. The reason for discussing the burial realm in front of Chen Fan is that it will soon open in just 1 year's time. At that moment, the 8 families will unite their powerful individuals to ensure a measure of safety. The descendants of the gods view these outsiders as invaders and harbor a deep-seated hatred towards them. Whenever they encounter the descendants of the gods, they attack with wild ferocity, even consuming their flesh as sustenance. Due to their immense power, entering this realm necessitates close cooperation among factions, with each capable of providing immediate support. Nevertheless, even under such precautions, the dangers remain considerable. It is worth noting that several tens of millions of years ago, an ancient sovereign perished within the burial realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. For the situation described by Chao Hong, the ancient emperor, suggests that there may indeed be a portal to other worlds within the burial realm. If that is the case, it seems imperative to explore this burial realm. Only by uncovering the passage to other worlds can the great martial empire foster better development and eventually ascend to become the strongest across the heavens. In fact, Chen Fan had previously ventured into the starry skies in search of other realms. The vast and boundless cosmos appears unattainable to mortals, and similarly, it remains infinite for those at the emperor and ancient emperor levels. Despite his formidable combat prowess and physique, Chen Fan traversed countless stars without discovering any traces of cultivation worlds. This led him to relinquish the notion of seeking other worlds, as it is likely that the distances between realms are unfathomably vast, such that even those in the ancient emperor and emperor realms cannot traverse the cosmos to reach them. When does the burial realm specifically open? Chen Fan directed his gaze toward Chao Hong, the ancient emperor. While others may be unaware, Chen Fan could keenly sense that this old fellow has made some progress in his study of the emperor's techniques, the Breaking Army Emperor's Manual. Over the course of 1,000,000 years, his combat prowess stands as the most formidable among the 7 ancient emperors present. However, even so, he is not overwhelmingly powerful. If he had truly gained significant insights, Chao Hong, the ancient emperor, would not resort to auctioning off the emperor's techniques. Would it not be better to keep it for himself? Feeling Chen Fan's penetrating gaze upon him, Chao Hong, the ancient emperor, spoke somewhat uneasily. There remains 1 year, 1 month, and 3 days until the opening. The burial realm will commence in the extreme northern expanse of the Northern Territory, within the Wild Domain. Very well. Our great martial empire shall also venture into the burial realm. I trust there are no objections? Chen Fan declared resolutely, having made up his mind. The great martial empire must embark upon this journey into the burial realm. As the 7th chapter unfolds, the myriad powerful beings from the 7 transcendent imperial powers in the central celestial domain have departed, commencing their preparations for the burial realm. While all individuals above the emperor level may enter the burial realm, the dangers remain significantly heightened for those in the early to mid stages of the emperor level compared to their more advanced counterparts. Thus, the unspoken rule dictates that the majority of those dispatched are either in the late stages of the emperor level or at the pinnacle of the emperor level. Essentially, only those achieving the late stages of the emperor level possess a reasonable measure of self-preservation within the burial realm. Naturally, Chen Fan need not concern himself with this matter. Not only will he personally lead the expedition to the burial realm, but the presence of the burial god armor alone will significantly enhance the strength of many emperor-level experts. Furthermore, aside from the formidable emperors he enslaved and the powerful beings of the ancient emperor realm, all others cultivate the 5 Xian emperor technique and the methods personally bestowed upon them by him, which are indeed the authentic laws of the emperor. Those who practice these imperial laws inherently possess combat prowess that far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. Putting that aside for now, let us first utilize all the substantial rewards granted by the system. Chen Fan murmured softly, his gaze fixated on the system's backpack, where he beheld over 10 summoning cards as rewards. The strongest king summoning card, capable of summoning peak ancient emperor realm experts, appeared exceedingly promising. If I could summon a peak ancient emperor realm powerhouse, it would complete my ambitions for the Great Wu. System, utilize all summoning cards for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using 10 king summoning cards, acquiring a peak emperor 10. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using 1 strongest king summoning card, achieving a golden outcome, and obtaining a peak ancient emperor realm expert, the Shura ancient emperor. As the system's 2 notifications echoed, the void suddenly became alive with thunderous roars and gathering dark clouds, enveloping the entire sky, reminiscent of the onset of doomsday, instilling fear and trepidation. However, the denizens of the Great Wu Empire seem to have grown accustomed to such phenomena. Surely, this heralds the return of our empire's powerful beings. 11 exceptionally strong auras emerged, each appearing more formidable than the last, prompting fervent discussions among the multitude of cultivators. Notably, the most astonished were the Xianling Patriarch of the Xianling Emperor sect and several other Emperor realm powerhouses. 10 peak emperors and 1 peak ancient emperor. How many powerful beings does the master truly command? The Xianling Patriarch had believed himself to be the sole ancient emperor under the master's command, but it seemed he had overestimated his position. The 11 powerful figures vanished into the ether, only to reappear moments later within the Great Wu Imperial Palace. We pay our respects to the emperor. May the emperor reign eternally, instilling awe across the heavens. At ease, Chen Fan spoke lightly, his gaze then settling upon the Shura ancient emperor. From now on, you shall serve as the vice dean of the Celestial Talents Academy, responsible for the selection and cultivation of formidable prodigies. The Shura ancient emperor, having comprehended the principles of the Shura laws and achieved mastery through battle, possessed unparalleled experience and combat skills, as well as supreme techniques. With the absence of warfare, this is an opportune moment to elevate the challenges faced by the prodigies in the Celestial Talents Academy. The rest of you shall assist the Shura ancient emperor in becoming mentors at the Celestial Talents Academy. Yes, the Shura ancient emperor and the others responded without the slightest hesitation. Very well, you may proceed. Subsequently, the Shura ancient emperor, accompanied by 10 peak emperor realm experts, made their way to the Celestial Talents Academy. At this moment, the academy had commenced the recruitment of prodigies throughout the northern region. Only the most exceptional talents would be granted entry, allowing them to benefit from abundant cultivation resources and the guidance of powerful mentors. Moreover, upon reaching the quasi-emperor realm, every student admitted to the academy would have one opportunity to comprehend the Tao before the celestial yellow clock. Each individual within the Celestial Talents Academy was already aware of the terrifying power of the celestial yellow clock. Thus, the academy's prodigies cultivated with fervor, striving to attain the quasi-emperor realm as swiftly as possible. Within the Golden Lawn Palace, Chen Fan, having summoned 10 peak emperors and 1 peak ancient emperor, felt quite pleased as he turned his gaze towards the most enigmatic and enticing reward. That was the temporal secret realm. Materialized the temporal secret realm. In an instant, Chen Fan found himself within a magnificent and opulent hall. Whispering softly, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully materializing the temporal secret realm." Note: due to the low world level where the host resides, the number of entrants cannot exceed 1,000. Surpassing this limit may compromise the quality of the temporal secret realm, as the current world's spatial barriers are insufficient to withstand it, potentially causing severe temporal turbulence. The world level is too low? It seems my suspicions were correct. There must be other worlds, stronger, larger, and more vast. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by these words, before a smile graced his lips. 1,000 individuals would suffice, as only the top-tier geniuses would be designated to cultivate in this realm. Murmuring softly, Chen Fan's figure swiftly entered the temporal secret realm. Inside, the blue sky and white clouds adorned the landscape, with lush green grass and an abundance of spiritual energy, creating an environment for cultivation that was almost comparable to their imperial capital. It was an exceedingly pleasant setting for cultivation. One could faintly sense the flow of temporal laws. Even the grand Tao of time, circulating within, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Chen Fan marveled softly, contemplating that a realm capable of altering the flow of time would be beyond the reach of even the most extraordinary emperors. Let us give it a try. I shall use that insight card here. The system had also bestowed upon him an insight card capable of aiding cultivators above the emperor realm in comprehending the Tao. Conveniently, 10 days within this realm equated to 1 day in the outside world, allowing for a slight conservation of time. System, utilize the insight card for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the insight card. You will enter the state of Tao comprehension in 10 seconds. Please ensure the host is in a safe and undisturbed environment. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chen Fan felt as though, in an instant, his consciousness had entered an immensely profound space, where boundless insights flooded forth, culminating in the perfection of the reincarnation sword technique. The 10,000 swords returning to the origin was perfected. The divine ability of Heaven's Grave was perfected. In a short span, all of Chen Fan's supreme techniques and divine abilities reached a state of completion, enabling him to unleash the overwhelming might of top-tier imperial techniques and divine powers. Once these were perfected, Chen Fan focused entirely on comprehending the chaotic primordial infinite technique. Although he had gained some insights into the third layer of the primordial infinite technique during this time, the current state was undoubtedly the most favorable and efficient for grasping the chaotic primordial creation technique. A torrent of vast and boundless insights surged into Chen Fan's mind. Time passed without his notice, and suddenly, a resounding boom echoed. The chaotic primordial infinite technique officially ascended to the third layer, corresponding to the ancient emperor, unparalleled emperor, and celestial being of the mortal realm. Chapter 81, The City of Void. An endless and vast whirlpool of spiritual energy formed, directly pouring into Chen Fan's body, causing his aura to surge explosively. He transitioned from the peak of the Emperor realm directly into the true ancient Emperor realm. The ancient Emperor, a being of ancient supremacy, transcends the limitations of lifespan, and the rules of the world can scarcely bind them. Thus, they are referred to as ancient Emperor realm powerhouses. How formidable is my combat power? Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the vast ocean of power coursing through him, a glimmer of joy flickering in his gaze. With all imperial techniques and divine abilities having reached perfection, coupled with his profound foundation and comprehension of numerous laws, along with the existence of the supreme emperor weapon, the human sovereign sword, Chen Fan could scarcely fathom just how incredibly powerful he had become. Comparable to an emperor? Surpassing an emperor? Chen Fan himself was uncertain. Congratulations to the emperor for achieving yet another breakthrough. Your imperial might is unmatched. The entire populace of the great martial empire felt the terrifying aura that had just manifested, and they immediately tilted their heads in excitement towards the direction of the great martial emperor's palace. Their sovereign, a powerful being at the emperor's realm, had achieved yet another breakthrough, elevating his strength to an even greater level. This signified an enhancement of the overall might of their great martial empire. Excellent. Our emperor has once again made a breakthrough. It is time for our imperial capital to undergo a transformation. Suddenly, Chen Fan's figure appeared high above the great martial capital. Although the capital spanned an impressive expanse of 100,000 miles, it had begun to feel congested due to the ever-increasing population. Fortunately, the system had rewarded him with a level 3 imperial construction card, which, upon utilization, would certainly accommodate a greater number of cultivators. Upon hearing this, countless cultivators in the great martial capital wore expressions of eager anticipation. They understood that their emperor possessed an extraordinary power capable of transforming the entire capital in an instant, resulting in a luxurious, exquisitely crafted environment with remarkably rational architecture. System, activate the level 3 imperial construction card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the level 3 imperial construction card. The great martial capital is currently undergoing transformation. Chen Fan murmured to himself. And in that instant, the system's voice resonated in his mind. At the moment the system's announcement concluded, an unimaginable force, akin to divine radiance, enveloped the entire martial fortune city. The towering and majestic city walls instantly extended towards the distant horizon, resembling a colossal earth dragon that stretched infinitely. Palatial edifices sprang forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, rising from the vast expanse of the grand city, exuding an aura of magnificence and opulence. In no time, a super-colossal city, nearly 10 million miles in circumference, emerged, akin to an ancient behemoth resting upon the vast earth, radiating an air of boundless age and grandeur. This super-city, sprawling over 10 million miles, dwarfed even the cities of the 7 transcendent powers of the central heavenly domain, which were but a fraction of its size. It had become the most magnificent and luxurious city in the entire Taizong realm. Yet, just as everyone believed the emperor's transformation of the great martial capital was complete, another surge of power emerged from the void, followed by countless white clouds enveloping martial fortune city. Shortly thereafter, an endless cascade of brilliant golden light burst forth from the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the entire void in a golden hue, appearing extraordinarily resplendent. What is that? The cultivators within the imperial capital gazed in awe at the strange phenomena unfolding in the void, their faces reflecting confusion and astonishment. It appeared to be a continuous expanse of lavish palaces, radiating dazzling golden light. Was it a city? The voices of astonishment erupted once more among the numerous cultivators. They were bewildered by the emergence of such a magnificent and grand city within the boundless white clouds. Chen Fan himself was taken aback by the spectacle before him. Was this a city conjured by the system from the void? Standing amidst the ethereal space, he beheld the continuous palatial structures, opulent buildings, and exquisite city walls. Although not as vast as the grand city below, it far surpassed it in luxury and refinement, with details that were significantly superior. It was evident that this was indeed the palace of the great martial emperor. A smile graced Chen Fan's face as the white clouds gradually dissipated, revealing the true visage of the ethereal city to everyone's sight. Suspended in the air, the city emanated a divine array of colorful radiance, adorned with palaces of unparalleled luxury. while wisps of white clouds drifted by, rendering it akin to a celestial realm. How extraordinary! The emperors might knows no bounds. The juxtaposition of the ethereal city above and the terrestrial city below created an unparalleled grandeur that set a new standard for the entire Taizong realm. The celestial jade capital in the sky, the 12 towers and 5 cities. How marvelous, how splendid. As the cultivators gazed at the magnificent ethereal city glowing with a spectrum of colors amidst the misty clouds, they could not help but express their exhilaration. They all understood that this ethereal city would become their great martial capital, the most prestigious incarnation of it. Naturally, the place they inhabited had also undergone a remarkable reconstruction, as if crafted by the finest architects in the entire Taizong realm. From this day forth, our great martial capital shall consist of 2 cities, the terrestrial city and the ethereal city. The ethereal city shall henceforth be known as the palace of the great martial emperor. Chen Fan's voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. By the command of our emperor. By the command of our emperor. All the cultivators, upon seeing Chen Fan's figure, immediately knelt in reverence and spoke with deference. The transformation of the great martial capital was complete. Now, the capital could accommodate an even greater number of individuals without concern for overcrowding. Chen Fan's figure vanished from where he stood, only to reappear in a palatial hall of utmost luxury within the ethereal city. This was to be his royal chamber. He also received one final reward, the ancient spirit Emperor Dan recipe. Seated cross-legged, Chen Fan produced an ancient roll of parchment made from cowhide. This elixir could enhance a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the ancient emperor realm by a staggering 80%. If it were to circulate in the Taizong realm, it would undoubtedly leave many powers astounded. It is known that ancient emperor-level cultivators are exceedingly rare, even among transcendent imperial forces, with perhaps only 1 or 2 existing. With this elixir in hand, the emergence of ancient emperor-level cultivators would become a reality for the great martial empire. Contemplating this, Chen Fan summoned the ancient emperor. Ancient emperor, arrange for the search of these materials throughout the entire Taizong realm. Acquire them all, regardless of cost. Remember, procure as many as are available. Chapter 82, Supreme Bone. Sure how. Of course, Chen Fan was aware that acquiring the precious materials required for the ancient spirit Emperor Dan, which could elevate the chances of ascending to the ancient emperor realm by 80%, would be no simple task. However, the Taizong realm had existed for countless years, having once birthed powerful beings at the emperor's realm, so it was reasonable to expect the existence of materials capable of crafting this ancient spirit Emperor Dan. Understood. The ancient emperor departed, and Chen Fan turned his focus inward, allowing the principles of the chaos primordial infinite art to unfurl in his mind, beginning his profound comprehension. His mastery of the chaos primordial infinite art had already reached the 3rd level, having transcended the ancient emperor realm. Should he delve deeply enough into this art, his cultivation could swiftly ascend to the true emperor's realm. As for the earthly soil, it would be placed alongside the 9 heavens' profound gold, to be utilized when forging the Mother Chi cauldron of transformation. Both materials were essential primary components for the creation of the cauldron. Time passed swiftly, and a year had already elapsed. During this year, the overall strength of the great martial empire had surged beyond imagination. Particularly notable was the presence of over 1,000 top-tier prodigies selected from the outer courtyard, who had been cultivating within the time-space secret realm for a full decade. The prodigious individuals who have devoted themselves to cultivation over the course of these 1,000 days are honing their skills in the 5 Xian Emperor's art, a path that can lead to the realm of the emperor. Their cultivation resources are abundant beyond measure. The Vice Dean, an ancient emperor, along with the fearsome Shura ancient emperor and numerous esteemed mentors of the pinnacle level, will personally guide them. Most importantly, during this period, they will venture into the temporal secret realm and the 33-tiered trial tower to temper their abilities and enhance their combat prowess. Over the span of 10 years, the majority of these exceptional talents have made significant advancements. For instance, those who entered the temporal secret realm with cultivation still at the 8th stage of transcendence have now ascended to the Great Sage or even the Saint King realm. Achieving such a leap from the 8th stage of transcendence to either the Great Sage or Saint King realm in just 1 year is beyond the capability of any faction's prodigy. Although it took a full decade for these individuals to truly realize their potential in the realm of reality, nearly a year has elapsed. Furthermore, only those who reach the quasi-emperor realm will approach the heavenly yellow bell to comprehend the Tao, ensuring maximum benefit. Of course, it is not solely these prodigies who have progressed. Other cultivators and soldiers have also made considerable strides within this year. The Northern Legion, for instance, has fully equipped its vast army with both Mingguang armor and Burial God armor within this time frame. 90,000 Saint Kings adorned in Mingguang armor are comparable to quasi-emperor level warriors. 100 sets of burial god armor, along with 100 quasi-emperor level combatants, equate to the might of true emperor-level strength. Among the most exceptional individuals of the great martial empire, Lin Feng has frequently ventured into the temporal secret realm. The 33-tiered trial tower and the 10,000 sword tomb for cultivation, and his prowess has now transcended the mid-level of the emperor realm, rivaling peak emperor strength without relying on the undying emperor weapon. Should he wield the undying emperor weapon, he would be an unrivaled presence within the emperor realm. Zhang Fanju, since Lin Feng and Nangong Wanner entered the Prodigy Academy, has experienced meteoric growth, matching Lin Feng in the early emperor realm. With combat strength akin to that of a peak emperor, capable of vanquishing peak emperors while wielding the undying emperor weapon. Nangong Wanner stands as the first student in the entire Great Martial Prodigy Academy to reach the pinnacle of the emperor realm, not merely an ordinary peak, but one who has grasped the path of the ancient emperors, her combat prowess reaching unfathomable heights. Such are the prodigies who have cultivated within the secret realm for a decade. Chen Fan's figure emerged within the temporal secret realm. Observing the assembly before him, he murmured. The eye of heaven swept across all the prodigies, ultimately resting upon a seemingly youthful boy of merely 10 years. The boy's gaze was resolute, clearly indicative of a diligent cultivator. Ah, naturally supreme bone. No, it appears to be flawed, Chen Fan murmured, his eyes glimmering with brilliance as information about the boy materialized before him. The next moment, even Chen Fan found himself momentarily stunned. Name, Xiao. Race, human. Talent, naturally supreme bone, flawed, capable of rebirth. Cultivation, pinnacle great sage. Past experience. Born into the Xiao family of the desolate realm, his birth heralded an extraordinary phenomenon. Possessing a naturally supreme bone, which later attracted the envy of his elder brother, resulting in the removal of his supreme bone, carelessly discarded in the Taizong realm. To think he hails from another world. This further substantiates the existence of other realms, Chen Fan murmured, a flicker of brilliance crossing his eyes as he regarded Xiao's information. Not only does it confirm the reality of other worlds, but it also implies that the desolate realm may vastly surpass their Taizong realm. The inhabitants of the Taizong realm remain utterly oblivious to the existence of other worlds, akin to a hermetically sealed mountain. Yet, the individuals from the desolate Xiao family can effortlessly traverse to the Taizong realm, discarding Xiao here. The disparity in strength is undeniably formidable. However, Chen Fan need not harbor excessive fear, for he has grown incredibly powerful. Even against a true emperor, Chen Fan is confident in his ability to prevail. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on these prodigies? They have been selected from the myriad domains of the Northern Territory, each possessing exceptionally potent cultivation talents, whether from Lingji, Dongsu, or elsewhere. Now, over 1,000 of them have reached at least the Great Sage realm. The Xianxia ancient emperor suddenly appeared before Chen Fan, providing a succinct introduction. A year ago, the emperor commanded the selection of 1,000 prodigies for rigorous training, and after spending a decade within this temporal secret realm, these individuals have undoubtedly maximized their innate cultivation talents, each surpassing the other in speed of advancement. Quite impressive, Chen Fan replied, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded. Just as he intended to inquire about Xiao's character and virtues, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! A prodigy possessing a supreme bone has been detected. If the host recruits him into the Prodigy Academy for intensive training, the host will receive the title of Keen Eye for Talent, along with substantial rewards. Keen Eye for Talent? Is this not akin to an open book examination? Rewards for such a simple task? How considerate of you to devise such a reason for bestowing rewards upon me, Chen Fan remarked with a wry smile, finding the system's generosity rather overwhelming. Xiao, come here. The voice of the Xianxia ancient emperor rang out. Upon hearing this, Xiao promptly approached the Xianxia ancient emperor and respectfully spoke. Dean, you called for me? Indeed. This esteemed figure beside me is the great martial emperor whom you have never encountered before, the Xianxia ancient emperor said, his expression softening as he regarded the diminutive Xiao. Among the many prodigies, his diligence and fortitude stand out. Even the ruthless Xianxia ancient emperor holds admiration for such a talent. Most significantly, Xiao, at merely 11 years of age, has already attained the pinnacle of the Great Sage realm. With proper cultivation, he undoubtedly has the potential to challenge the ancient emperor realm in the future. Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Xiao's voice escalated, and he turned to kneel. Disciple Xiao pays respects to the emperor. A sense of trepidation washed over him, for he had just arrived and had not had the chance to pay his respects to the emperor. Could he not feel anxious about this? After enduring countless hardships to reach his current level, he now stands on the precipice of accessing boundless resources. If he were to jeopardize everything due to this oversight, the regret would be insufferable. Very well, rise. I instructed the vice dean to summon you for a specific purpose. Your talent is commendable, and you may enter the Prodigy Academy, where you will gain access to unimaginable cultivation resources and connect with the core of the great martial empire. Do you wish to enter the Prodigy Academy for training? Chen Fan's gaze, devoid of emotion, was fixed upon Xiahao as he spoke in a measured tone. The Prodigy Academy? Upon hearing this, Xiaohao's eyes sparkled with boundless joy. Having spent a little over a year in the great martial emperor's dynasty, I have certainly heard tales of a remarkable place known as the Celestial Prodigy Academy. The illustrious prodigies from the three main Celestial Prodigy Academies have once ventured into the Outer Academy to impart their wisdom, their combat prowess reaching unparalleled heights. It is said that these prodigies include 2 disciples in the middle stages of the Emperor realm and 1 disciple at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. It is almost unfathomable to consider that they have achieved such heights in their cultivation, especially as disciples of the Celestial Prodigy Academy. However, it is common knowledge that those who enter the Celestial Prodigy Academy are bestowed with extraordinary resources and opportunities that set them apart from others. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Xiahao resolutely decided to seize this opportunity, believing that it would expedite his breakthrough into the Emperor realm, fulfilling his grandmother's wishes, and empowering him to grant her many more years of life with his formidable emperor might. I am willing to enter the Celestial Prodigy Academy for cultivation. Thank you for your grace, Emperor. Xiahao expressed fervently, bowing once more to Chen Fan, his tone a mix of excitement and sincerity. Very well. Then follow me to the Celestial Prodigy Academy. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, his mind already captivated by the mechanical voice echoing in his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a celestial talent possessing the Supreme Bone. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique, Supreme Infinite Scriptures. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine ability, Celestial Calamity Light. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Supreme Imperial Weapon, Celestial Divine Halberd. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Feather Battle Armor. A flurry of notifications resounded, and a smile graced Chen Fan's lips. Although the variety of rewards was limited, each appeared exceedingly impressive. For instance, the Imperial Feather Battle Armor, once donned, could withstand attacks even from formidable Emperor Realm experts, and it possessed an aesthetic appeal as well. Thus, Chen Fan resolved to wear this armor himself. After all, he had yet to encounter a true Emperor Realm expert. In the event of a surprise attack or any unique strategies employed by an adversary, the Imperial Feather Battle Armor would prove invaluable. Let us depart for the Celestial Prodigy Academy at once, Chen Fan declared, waving his hand, causing Xiahao and himself to vanish from their location. They reappeared within the confines of the Celestial Prodigy Academy in the Void City. Inside the Inner Academy, there were only 3 individuals, each an undeniable prodigy, making their presence in the Void City entirely justifiable. You shall cultivate here. This is the Supreme Infinite Scriptures, far more suited to you than the 5 Mysteries Emperor Scripture in your possession. Upon successfully transitioning your cultivation, I expect you to swiftly advance into the Emperor Realm. For the God Burial Secret Realm shall soon emerge. As a peerless prodigy of the Celestial Prodigy Academy, you must attend, Chen Fan stated calmly, as if the leap from the Great Saint Realm to the Emperor Realm were merely a trifling distance. Yes, I shall strive with all my might. Xiahao nodded, determination written across his face. His heart was aflame with the desire to ascend to the Emperor Realm. Otherwise, he would be the lowest in cultivation within the Celestial Prodigy Academy. Excellent, young one. I hold great expectations for you. Cultivating the Supreme Infinite Scriptures will greatly aid in the rebirth of your Supreme Bone. Go and meet your 3 senior sisters and brothers, and return to the Time and Space Secret Realm for your training. There, you may yet have the chance to break through to the Emperor Realm in this brief span of months. With that, Chen Fan vanished from sight, appearing elsewhere in the next instant. After a year of seclusion, he had gleaned considerable insights into the chaotic primordial boundless sutra. Now, he was even more formidable and terrifying than before. Hence, Chen Fan opted to relax and observe the current state of the great martial emperor's dynasty. Since taking control of the entire northern region, with its vast lands and boundless cultivation resources, the great martial emperor's dynasty had been flourishing, supplying its cultivators with ample means for advancement. The strength of the dynasty continued to grow exponentially. Other transcendent imperial forces were undoubtedly monitoring the developments in the northern region. Yet they were merely spectators, daunted by the prospect of dire consequences should they entertain any nefarious intentions. Before long, Chen Fan completed his rounds, concluding that the great martial emperor's dynasty had reached an unprecedented level of strength. Even in his absence, it could genuinely attain the status of a transcendent imperial force. Subsequently, He returned to his palace hall to resume his studies on the third level of cultivation. After meeting his 3 senior siblings in the Celestial Prodigy Academy, Xianxiao returned to the time and space secret realm, where, under the influence of a tenfold time flow, he soon completed his transition. Upon achieving this transition, a radiant and extraordinary light emanated from Xianxiao, stirring immense curiosity. "I truly possess the Supreme Bone," he exclaimed joyfully. The Supreme Bone is a terrifying talent mentioned within the Supreme Infinite Scriptures. Those endowed with the Supreme Bone are inherently supreme beings. However, the descriptions in the Supreme Infinite Scriptures do not pertain to the Supremes of the Taitsong realm. The Supreme Bone is among the most elite talents in existence, allowing for an astonishingly rapid cultivation speed, enabling one to reach the Emperor realm in a remarkably short time. According to the Supreme Infinite Scriptures, some places regard supreme beings as the powerful figures of the Emperor realm. This implies that upon mastering the Supreme Infinite Scriptures, Xianxiao's cultivation speed would accelerate significantly until he reached the Emperor realm. Does this mean I truly have hope to participate in the God Burial Secret Realm and seek opportunities? Xianxiao mused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he hastily began to stabilize the aura he had just cultivated. Initially, he had practiced the 5 Mysteries Emperor Scripture, which, while an Emperor-level method, was not as tailored to him as the Supreme Infinite Scriptures. Following the transition, he had merely regressed by a minor tier, from the peak of the Great Saint Realm to the latter stage of the Great Saint Realm. However, his combat prowess had surged considerably. Xianxiao now felt that he was several times stronger than his former self. "Let me continue my cultivation and experience the power of the Supreme Bone." After successfully transitioning to the Supreme Infinite Scriptures, the Supreme Bone had fully restored itself. Unbeknownst to Xianxiao, his Supreme Bone had been incomplete prior to practicing the Supreme Infinite Scriptures. It was only after this training that it truly regained its integrity. Immersed in a state of cultivation within the time and space secret realm, Xianxiao enjoyed unrestricted access to high-grade cultivation resources. Coupled with the astonishing cultivation speed afforded by the Supreme Bone, he successfully broke through to the peak of the Great Saint Realm within just 10 days. In the subsequent 30 days, he ascended to the Saint King Realm, achieving this remarkable feat at the tender age of 11. With his current talents, he could easily surpass all the prodigies in the Taitsong realm. Even the daughters and sons of other transcendent imperial forces could not reach the Saint King Realm at such a young age. The sensation of the Sacred King is undeniably potent. Now, 30 days have elapsed within this mystical realm, while merely 3 days have passed in the outside world. With over 2 months remaining until the opening of the Tomb of Gods, the passage of time within this temporal secret realm equates to nearly 600 days, or close to 2 years. "I am confident that I shall attain the realm of the Quasi-Emperor." With a soft murmur, Xianxiao opened his mouth and tilted his head back, swallowing a spirit law pill, thus commencing his journey of self-cultivation anew. Time slipped away swiftly, and another 100 days passed. As the days progressed, Xianxiao's cultivation advanced seamlessly, culminating in a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Sacred King realm. Today marks the moment of his imminent ascension to the Quasi-Emperor level. There was no grandiose sound of triumph nor a convoluted journey of advancement. It transpired quietly. On this day, he achieved the Quasi-Emperor realm. "I have reached the Quasi-Emperor realm. I am now ready to seek enlightenment before the celestial and terrestrial yellow bell. However, I shall continue my cultivation, for there remains a considerable span of time before the Tomb of Gods opens. I shall emerge only when I have ascended to the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor level." Slowly, Xianxiao opened his eyes, which radiated with fierce light. Before gently closing them once more, he was aware of the celestial and terrestrial yellow bell, an entity capable of guiding cultivators into the legendary state of enlightenment. Warriors of the Great Wu dynasty typically rushed to the celestial and terrestrial yellow bell to attain enlightenment as soon as they reached the harmonization realm, for their potential was comparatively limited. If they were to squander extensive time within the foundational realms of harmonization and supreme, returning to the celestial and terrestrial yellow bell for enlightenment would be a misallocation of their efforts. In their youth, they aspired to break through to higher realms, gaining ample lifespan to comprehend and cultivate. Xianxiao, however, was different. He believed that his cultivation progressed as effortlessly as eating and drinking. Thus, enlightenment was no longer accessible to those at the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor realm and above. Therefore, it was imperative to seek enlightenment upon reaching this pinnacle, lest one miss an unimaginable opportunity. In the Great Wu Empire, anyone eligible to stand before the celestial and terrestrial yellow bell would never be foolish enough to forego such an opportunity, for to do so would be tantamount to relinquishing their future. Time flew by, and another 300 days passed. By now, over a month had elapsed in the outside world, with merely 20 days remaining until the Tomb of Gods opened. as the tomb was situated in the northern territory. The people of the Great Wu Empire need not be overly anxious. They were all in the north and would arrive swiftly. Pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. I can emerge now. Seated in the temporal secret realm, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes, unleashing two brilliant rays of light, exuding a profound imperial aura. He had indeed reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, standing just a step away from breaking through to the true emperor realm. It was time to seek enlightenment at the celestial and terrestrial yellow bell. In an instant, Xianxia vanished from his location, reappearing within the hall of yellow and celestial. Before the celestial and terrestrial yellow bell, which could immerse cultivators in a state of profound understanding. At that moment, another was engaged in enlightenment before the bell, nearing its conclusion. Soon, Xianxia stood before the celestial and terrestrial yellow bell, calming his mind. In an instant, he felt his consciousness transported to a wondrous space, where countless insights flooded his mind. Xianxia sensed the vast, ethereal understanding and promptly entered a state of comprehension. Before long, he succeeded in cultivating the supreme beginning scripture to the 15th level, thereby brushing against the threshold of the emperor realm, ready to break through at any moment. However, as Xianxia prepared to propel himself to the pinnacle of the 15th level, he suddenly noticed that his supreme bone was dissipating. This revelation caused his eyes to widen in alarm. What was happening? Why was my supreme bone vanishing? In a state of panic, Xianxia found a fragment of memory surfacing within his mind, as though projected on a high-definition screen. A newborn infant, encircled by numerous figures, had its body breached, and a shard of radiant, extraordinary bone was extracted. Xianxia recognized it with utmost clarity. That infant was indeed himself. On his body was a scar that could not be healed even upon reaching the quasi-emperor realm, precisely mirroring the position of the infant's scar. My supreme bone has been taken, but who are they? In an instant, Xianxia's mind spiraled into chaos, repeatedly echoing these two questions. Time passed, and the supreme bone within him completely vanished, replaced by a warm current that surged into his mind. As Xianxia's gaze gradually cleared, his eyes widened in astonishment. The celestial hand? In Chapter 85, the secret realm is about to open. Although the supreme bone was gone, a divine power, the celestial hand, emerged within his consciousness. Through his newfound understanding, Xianxia realized that this celestial hand was an absolutely top-tier divine ability, enhancing any imperial technique wielded through it to varying degrees. This enhancement would yield at least a multiplicative increase in power. Once he familiarized himself with the celestial hand, any imperial technique he executed would be exponentially amplified. This was indeed the true celestial hand. Xianxia's heart raced with exhilaration. He had thought his supreme bone lost, yet it had bestowed upon him a tremendous surprise. This celestial hand could amplify his combat prowess. If it were to enhance his strength 3 to 5-fold, wouldn't he become invincible among his peers? Once his clarity was fully restored, Xianxia sensed that the time for enlightenment had concluded. His consciousness withdrew from that extraordinary space, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his location, reappearing outside the imperial capital. A tremendous imperial aura surged around him, causing the winds to shift dramatically. His presence swelled rapidly, soon reaching an extraordinary peak. Boom! The majestic might of an emperor emanated from the small figure of Xianxia. Remarkably, he had successfully broken through to the emperor realm. Grandmother, I have finally done it. Xianxia's heart brimmed with excitement. After taking a few deep breaths, he vanished once again. He had achieved the emperor realm and fulfilled his grandmother's long-standing wish, but her time was running short. He must return home. With the cultivation of an emperor, he traversed vast distances in mere moments. In just a few breaths, Xianxia arrived in a small town. He landed and pushed open the door to his simple, serene courtyard, his grandmother's training grounds. Grandmother has passed. Do not seek her. The note left in the house read, now that you have returned home. It signifies your breakthrough to the emperor realm, granting you the means for self-preservation. One day in the future, we shall meet again. Grandmother, I believe we shall meet again. A sense of astonishment flickered within Xianxia, yet sorrow eluded him. For he was acutely aware that his grandmother was no ordinary individual. Her longevity belied her seemingly advanced age. He held on to the conviction that one day, they would reunite. Xianxia carefully tucked the letter into his storage ring. Alongside the supreme bone, his grandmother's essence, the hand of the celestial, and that fragment of memory, he understood that his lineage was far more intricate than it appeared, and a myriad of enigmas awaited his discovery. Soon, Xianxia returned to the Great Wu imperial capital, where he selected a supreme imperial technique from the scripture pavilion and resumed his cultivation within the temporal secret realm. Mastering this top-tier imperial art would undoubtedly amplify his combat prowess exponentially. Are you all prepared? Chen Fan inquired, gazing at the 4 prodigies from the Celestial Academy before him. Indeed, the Emperor is ready, Fan and the others nodded, their excitement palpable. Very well, let us depart. With a casual wave of his hand, an imperial-grade warship materialized, suspended in the air above the Great Wu imperial capital. The five stepped onto the vessel, which transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the void. Standing on the deck, Chen Fan surveyed the vast expanse of land beneath him, his heart filled with wonder. The terrain they traversed belonged to their Great Wu dynasty, sprawling, boundless, and rich in resources. Countless beings thrived within, residing, surviving, and cultivating. These entities were the denizens of the Great Wu dynasty. Behind Chen Fan stood the four most exceptional prodigies of the dynasty. This time, he had not permitted many to accompany them to the burial god's secret realm. The resources he bestowed upon the others were already monumental opportunities. There was no need for them to risk their lives for further fortunes. All remained stationed within the Great Wu dynasty, safeguarding their homeland, with two ancient emperors and numerous formidable figures clad in burial god armor. No one in the entire Taizong realm could pose a threat to the Great Wu dynasty. The four prodigies, however, were a different matter. Each of them could be deemed a child of destiny, true paragons of excellence, especially since he had endowed them with techniques and imperial arts ideally suited to their strengths. It was essential for them to venture forth and seek adventure. In the future, they would bear the weight of half the sky for the Great Wu dynasty. At present, their cultivation levels and combat abilities were already substantial. For instance, Fan, who had initially entered the Great Wu dynasty, had progressed to the late stage of the Emperor realm through her training in the temporal secret realm in the boundless fire domain, armed with an immortal imperial weapon. Even peak Emperor realm adversaries were no match for her. As for Lin Feng, his prowess had transcended to the late Emperor stage. His sword technique, having attained mastery in both the upper and lower scrolls, had reached a state of clarity where the sword's essence resonated with the very air around him, rendering him virtually invincible beneath the ancient emperors. He was affectionately dubbed the Sword of Great Wu by his compatriots. Nangong Wanner had delved deeper into the path of the ancient emperors, having completely mastered the laws of melody and gained profound insights into the Tao of sound. Her combat strength now approached the ancient emperor level. Lastly, the youngest among them, merely 11 years of age, had already achieved the initial stage of the emperor realm. His supreme bone had transformed into the divine hand of heaven, endowing him with formidable strength. Clad in burial emperor armor, he could hold his ground even against peak emperor realm experts. The potential of these four prodigies was boundless, necessitating their expedition into the burial god's secret realm. In the wilderness domain, amidst a vast and desolate plain, lay a seemingly bottomless pit. Above it hovered 7 warships, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura. In front of the vessels, a group of cultivators radiating a terrifying presence engaged in conversation. "Fellow Taoists, please hold on. I believe the Great Wu dynasty will arrive shortly," spoke Emperor Xiaohong, his voice deliberate. Behind him stood 50 formidable individuals, among whom nearly 30 were peak Emperor realm experts, a sight to behold. "There's no rush, no rush. We shall await the esteemed emperor. We would never dare to keep him waiting," remarked the Sure family patriarch with a smile. The others nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiment. The thought of making the emperor wait was unsettling for them. They lacked such audacity. "As we proceed into the burial god's secret realm, I hope everyone will treat each other amicably and strive to uncover opportunities. You are aware that the breaking army emperor art was discovered within this realm. Hence it is likely we shall encounter techniques of the emperor and perhaps even treasures that could aid in our ascension," Xiaohong continued. "Regarding the descendants of the gods, it is best that we avoid conflict whenever possible." At the mention of the godly descendants, a grave expression crossed Xiaohong's face as he spoke slowly. Chapter 86, The Wild Gate, Spirit Thunderwood. Upon hearing his words, the assembly nodded in unison. The descendants of the gods, as the natives of the burial god's secret realm, were few in number but had dwelled there for countless years. They had access to abundant cultivation resources, rendering each descendant a formidable being. Unless there was a compelling reason, they truly wished to avoid encounters with these descendants. Ideally, they would uncover a few relics and obtain valuable insights regarding the emperor, which would be an immense fortune. Of course, the ancient emperors, the venerable figures among them, sought entry into the burial god's secret realm to explore potential breakthroughs to the emperor level, methods, or treasures. The peak emperor realm experts and the sons and daughters of emperors accompanying them sought opportunities to discover resources that could elevate them to the ancient emperor status. As discussions unfolded, a colossal warship suddenly appeared above the pit. 5 figures gracefully emerged from the vessel, stepping onto the void. "The emperor has arrived. Greetings, esteemed emperor." Upon catching sight of the 5 figures, the crowd swiftly turned to welcome Chen Fan and his companions, bowing respectfully. The emperor represented the most powerful entity in the entire Taizong realm. Even though they were leaders of various transcendent imperial forces, they had to bow in submission to a true emperor. No one dared to defy the emperor's words. Thus, in their hearts, Chen Fan was akin to a superior, deserving of their utmost respect. Fellow Taoists, no need for excessive formalities. Is the burial god's secret realm indeed located within this pit? Chen Fan inquired, a mild smile gracing his lips as he addressed the crowd. The ancient emperors and transcendent forces were no longer his primary focus. His goal now was to discover a path beyond the Taitsong realm, to expand the dominion of the great Wu dynasty across the myriad worlds. Indeed, Master Emperor, we require approximately another hour before the Tomb of Gods will be unveiled. Let us proceed to await by the portal. Very well. Under the leadership of numerous ancient emperors, nearly 300 figures entered the vast pit without a hint of hesitation. The boundless abyss, for the many powerful beings of the Emperor realm and Ancient Emperor realm, was traversed in mere breaths, leading them to the bottom. Contrary to their expectations, the depths were not shrouded in darkness. A magnificent white portal radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the entire pit as brightly as day. This portal had existed for an unknown duration, and none could ascertain who had erected it. The Emperor of Morning, Xiaohong, took the initiative to introduce, "What knowledge do you possess regarding the Tomb of Gods? Please elaborate for me." "Certainly." The ancient emperors responded in unison. They began to relay their knowledge and the inherited accounts regarding the secrets of the Tomb of Gods. Simultaneously, beyond the portal, within the Tomb of Gods, a cadre of cultivators clad in exquisitely ornate attire, exuding a terrifying and overwhelming imperial might, raced through the realm. "Are you certain that we discovered a fragment of the Spirit Thunder Wood at the site of the Divine Fall?" An elder, radiating an aura of unfathomable dread, inquired of his companions. "Indeed, Ancestor, during our last expedition, I personally led the team to this forsaken transitional realm and procured a segment of Spirit Thunder Wood from the descendants of the Divine at the site of the Divine Fall." A middle-aged man at the pinnacle of the ancient Emperor realm affirmed without hesitation. "Excellent. Our primary aim this time is to acquire that Spirit Thunder Wood." Upon hearing this, the elder, referred to as Ancestor, smiled. "Truly, the heavens favor our wild sect. If we can obtain more than 100 pounds of Spirit Thunder Wood, I shall have the opportunity to invite a master craftsman to forge a supreme imperial weapon tailored specifically for me. With such a weapon in my possession, my combat prowess will surpass that of any other half-step emperor, and our wild sect shall undoubtedly dominate the entirety of the Mo Yuan continent. Other factions, such as the Sacred Martial Sect, the Purple Cloud Sect, and the Dragon Ascendant's Palace, will all be relegated to following in our wake." The ancestor of the wild sect murmured, his aged eyes sparkling with brilliance. As the ancestor, he stood at the half-step Emperor realm, just a step away from fully ascending to the Emperor realm. Soon, he would become invincible within the half-step realm, with a supreme imperial weapon. Even the combined forces of the other three major factions in the Mo Yuan continent would not stand a chance against him. Most importantly, once he established dominance over the entire Mo Yuan continent, their wild sect would gain access to boundless resources. His grandson, Shi, would also have the opportunity to enter the Qinyu continent and the Qinyu Heavenly Palace for cultivation through the wild sect's recommendation. It is well known that the Qinyu Heavenly Palace is the foremost training institution in the entire Empire of Lan. With his grandson's dual pupils and supreme bone, it would not take long for him to break through to the ancient Emperor realm, and in the future, he would undoubtedly become a true emperor. There even existed a glimmer of hope for him to challenge the legendary realm of the unparalleled emperor. When that time arrives, the status of their wild sect would soar to unprecedented heights. He might even be able to leverage Shi Yi's strength to aid in his own breakthrough to the true Emperor realm. The Emperor realm is extraordinarily powerful. Not only could he dominate a single state, but he could also reign over 10 states. Currently, Shi Yi had already ascended to the great Emperor realm at the tender age of 12, a true prodigy. This time, Shi Yi accompanied him to gain experience and insight. The urgency stemmed from the fact that there were still 10 years until the Qinyu Heavenly Palace would reopen its doors to recruit disciples. Missing that prime opportunity for cultivation would be a significant loss. Therefore, he must acquire sufficient Spirit Thunder Wood to forge a genuine supreme imperial weapon and seize control over a state. Only a faction that held dominion over a state could hope to recommend a disciple for trials at the Qinyu Heavenly Palace. His decision to lead the expedition to this abandoned transitional realm was largely motivated by the desire to secure a recommendation for a disciple. Contemplating his extraordinary grandson, the ancestor of the wild sect cast a glance at the crowd, focusing on the proud and imposing Shi Yi. The Tomb of Gods is finally about to open. The white portal suddenly emitted an even more resplendent radiance as it began to slowly open. Chapter 87, The Divine Fall. As the portal fully opened, a slightly translucent barrier, exuding a hint of mysterious light, appeared before the gathered crowd. Master Emperor, the tomb of gods has been unveiled. We may enter. Xiaohong, the emperor, spoke with palpable excitement. Recalling the immense benefits they had reaped from the last venture into the tomb, where they had acquired the emperor's law, the breaking army emperor art. They had gained tremendous advantages for the Xiaohong emperor sect. What treasures might await them this time? Would it allow the Xiaohong emperor sect to attain another leap in strength? Let us proceed. Chen Fan nodded and spoke softly. He then led the group, stepping through the portal. The translucent barrier offered no resistance, allowing them to enter seamlessly. After a brief moment of disorientation lasting 2 to 3 seconds, a vast, desolate world unfolded before their eyes. Beneath their feet lay a crimson earth, while above them hung a blood-red crescent moon. The air was permeated with a faint metallic scent of blood. The group was not overly astonished, for they had ventured into this realm many times before. Familiarity dulled the novelty. However, those who had never entered before, the many young emperors and the 4 individuals following Chen Fan, displayed expressions of surprise and curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. We are currently at the periphery of the Tomb of Gods. Most of the materials, treasures, and relics here have been thoroughly scavenged. To find truly valuable treasures or opportunities, we must venture deeper. Xiaohong, the emperor, proposed, let us split up to broaden our search area. This way, we can better allocate any opportunities we discover. In previous endeavors, they had searched within a specific area, but not in a singular direction. If any issues arose, they could swiftly converge to provide support. However, this time, with the Master Emperor also present, it was essential to communicate clearly. Very well, let us proceed separately, Chen Fan replied calmly. This decision aligned perfectly with his intentions. The objectives of these ancient emperors diverged from his own. What they sought was inconsequential to him. With that, the crowd dispersed, racing in various directions. Let us also take our leave. Chen Fan first scanned the god burial secret realm with his spiritual awareness, discovering that even with his current early-stage ancient emperor realm, his spiritual perception, which extended over 100 billion miles, could not fathom the vastness of the entire god burial secret realm. With this realization, Chen Fan surmised that this realm was indeed boundless, akin to an immense continent. Yes, my lord, the others nodded in unison. Subsequently, 5 figures transformed into a streak of light, darting deeper into the god burial secret realm. However, mere moments after traversing several 100 billion miles, Lin Feng suddenly halted. Sensing something, he gazed downward into a dense forest. My lord, I perceive a faint trace of sword intent. I wish to investigate. Very well, Chen Fan replied, sensing it briefly before a smile graced his lips. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng shot forth like a sharpened blade, racing towards the ominous, dense forest. Before long, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a colossal creature, resembling a giant lizard, unfurled its massive wings and soared into the void. Almost instantaneously, a dazzlingly sharp sword light flashed, cleaving the monstrous beast in twain, while torrents of crimson blood cascaded, staining the entire desolate forest in a vivid scarlet hue. Not long after, Lin Feng ascended back to the heights, cradling a jade box in his hands. Inside lay a small blade of grass, entirely crimson, and a look of joy adorned his face. The blood sword grass, infused with a hint of blood sword intent. Consuming it will not only enhance physical strength, but, more importantly, allow one to comprehend the blood sword intent. The blood sword intent embodies the essence of slaughter, wielding immense power. Lin Feng elucidated with evident delight. With his understanding of sword principles, consuming this blood sword grass would undoubtedly amplify his physical prowess and enable him to fully grasp the blood sword intent, thus elevating his combat capabilities to formidable heights. Indeed, it appears this place harbors some treasures, Chen Fan remarked with a slight smile. The others cast envious glances at Lin Feng, recognizing that slaying a creature of the early emperor realm had granted him a priceless boon for sword practitioners. Following this, the 5 resumed their journey into the depths of the god burial secret realm. They felt no need to maintain a distance from the transcendent imperial forces nor to rely on one another. Their strength was sufficient. However, their fortunes took a downturn as they ventured further. Jiang Fanju, Nangong Waner, and Sure Hao all failed to uncover significant resources or rare treasures. Chen Fan had not embarked on this journey aimlessly. He was driven by purpose. The land of divine fall, situated at the far eastern reaches of the god burial secret realm. Rumor had it that within that realm lay the greatest opportunities. Albeit it was also the most perilous area, as it was predominantly inhabited by those who claimed descent from the gods. A moment of carelessness could lead them to encounter the descendants of the divine. However, Chen Fan was not merely drawn by the allure of opportunities. He had learned from those transcendent imperial factions that the land of divine fall harbored the remnants of many other practitioners. This suggested the possibility of pathways to other worlds existing there. Thus, Chen Fan intended to investigate this area first. As for the descendants of the divine, should they remain compliant, he would not take issue with them. But if they were to provoke him, they would find themselves at the receiving end of his formidable might. Ahead lay the land of divine fall, amidst the vast and wild mountain ranges, where the extermination of the divine descendants would yield the coveted spirit thunderwood. It was highly probable that the stronghold of the divine descendants resided within those very mountains. The leader of the wild sect gazed at the increasingly blood-red terrain ahead and spoke with a measured tone. He was not surprised by the crimson hue of the land. He understood that this realm had once been the site of a cataclysmic war during the Middle Ages, resulting in the demise of countless powerful beings, including many of the Emperor realm. The blood-red land before them was a testament to the blood of innumerable strong warriors spilled across its vast expanse over countless years. The adversaries of that war were a unique race, those who claimed to be gods. Chapter 88. The Four-Winged Divine Clan. Very well, our destination is the Tsangmang mountain range. The elder of the wild sect nodded, his ancient gaze flashing with renewed vigor. While he was not overly familiar with this transitional realm, he had long since secluded himself to break through to the Emperor realm. However, his potential had been exhausted, and he ultimately could not transcend the shackles of the Emperor realm. Moreover, the emergence of a prodigious talent possessing both supreme bones and dual pupils, his grandson Shi, had prompted him to emerge from seclusion to personally guide Shi, aspiring to cultivate him into the first Emperor realm of their wild sect and the Xianxia Wild Gate. In a brief moment, the elder led the members of the wild sect to the Tsangmang mountain range. Yet, as they approached, a dozen figures suddenly halted in midair. These figures were elongated and graceful, each adorned with a pair of pristine white wings, exuding an overwhelming aura. Descendants of the divine. Upon sighting these figures, the leader of the wild sect immediately donned a serious expression, channeling his spiritual energy as a formidable aura erupted from him. The others of the wild sect also radiated a terrifying might. This time, they had brought 10 ancient Emperor realm experts, among them 3 in the late stages. And the elder himself was a half-step Emperor realm powerhouse. Otherwise, they would not dare to directly provoke the divine descendants. Though these divine descendants appeared ethereal and delicate, their tempers were notoriously fierce, and their combat prowess was formidable, worthy of caution. Especially the one leading them, a four-winged divine descendant, was comparable to a peak ancient Emperor realm practitioner. Despicable humans. Once again, without our divine clan's consent, you dare to intrude upon our sacred land. You are courting death. The leader of the four-winged divine clan suddenly contorted his beautiful visage into a grotesque snarl. With a powerful flap of his 4 pristine wings, countless glimmering blades of light surged toward the members of the wild sect. Seeing this, the elder of the wild sect's countenance darkened as he bellowed. You have no respect for yourselves, yet you dare to claim to be a divine clan and seek to annihilate us? Have you lost your sight? Boom. The elder vanished from his position, reappearing in the next instant, landing a powerful strike upon the face of the four-winged divine descendant. The latter was sent flying like a kite, with its string severed. Not good. The humans possess a half-step Emperor realm powerhouse within our divine land. As two-winged divine beings beheld this scene, an expression of profound terror enveloped their countenances, followed by a heart-rending roar directed towards the heavens. In an instant, thousands of divine beings, radiating resplendent white light, surged forth from the vast mountain ranges, launching an assault upon the arid gate. Responding to the command, the Lord of the Arid Gate bellowed, summoning all the formidable warriors of the Arid Gate to confront these divine entities. Thus, the grand battle commenced, the void reverberating, and the earth fracturing. The dazzling imperial techniques intertwined with the divine beings' luminous assaults, illuminating the previously dim sky as if it were broad daylight. The two-winged divine beings epitomized the might of the Emperor realm, while the four-winged divine beings represented the ancient Emperor realm's power. Although the descendants of the gods boasted over 54-winged divine beings, creating a significant numerical disparity, they possessed an ancestor on the brink of Emperor Sovereign, whose prowess rendered him a colossus among the four-winged divine beings. Like a tiger among sheep, none stood a chance against him. Simultaneously, 5 figures stepped into the land of divine demise. Is this truly the land of divine demise? The sanguine hue of blood on the ground deepened, a sight both shocking and haunting, leaving one to ponder how many formidable beings had perished here. Upon entering this cursed land, the youngest among them, Shi, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. No, the void trembles. There are powerful beings battling deep within the land of divine demise. Suddenly, a glimmer ignited in the beautiful eyes of Nangong Wanner. as if she sensed a surge in her own cultivation. The presence of other races, distinctly not beastly, hinted at the likelihood of encountering those descendants of the gods. Jiang Fanju's delicate visage darkened with gravity, for she had heard tales of the formidable strength of the divine beings. From the fierce clashes resonating in the air, she detected an overwhelming aura of terror. Let us proceed. There is no need for speculation. I, too, seek the so-called descendants of the gods for certain matters, Chen Fan remarked with a faint smile, his figure vanishing in an instant. The others, witnessing this, hastily followed suit. With an absolute powerhouse like the Emperor Lord at their side, they felt no fear whatsoever. Die for me. Above the arid mountains, thousands of descendants of the gods clashed with over 100 figures from the arid gate. Amidst the battlefield, a youth who appeared no older than 10 unleashed an inexhaustible terror from his gaze. Each strike he unleashed felled a two-winged divine being, his strength reaching an unparalleled zenith. Even the more formidable two-winged divine beings could not withstand more than 10 exchanges against this prodigious youth, who was none other than Shi, a pinnacle talent of the Emperor realm from the arid gate. His renown extended throughout the entire Mo Yuan continent, for he was the foremost prodigy of the Mo Yuan continent, destined to dominate all peers of his era. Shi's performance evoked admiration among all present from the arid gate, marveling at their strongest prodigy in history. At the tender age of 12, he had already reached the late stages of the Emperor realm, possessing both dual pupils and supreme bones. They believed that one day, Shi would undoubtedly transcend to the Emperor's sovereign realm. The ancestor of the arid gate moved among the ranks of the divine descendants, each strike resulting in the demise of a four-winged divine being. The power of a half-step Emperor's sovereign far surpassed that of the four-winged divine beings. Only the six-winged divine beings could contend with them, yet such beings would not linger in this desolate place. It is known that six-winged divine beings are comparable to true Emperor sovereigns, and no Emperor sovereign would reside in this shattered realm. Crucially, the laws of heaven and earth here had been fractured, rendering it incapable of birthing six-winged divine beings. Thus, the ancestor of the arid gate harbored no concerns. The battle intensified, reaching a fevered climax. The descendants of the gods were nearing their limit, with a single ancestor from the arid gate having already slain a significant portion of them. At this juncture, the divine beings found themselves in a dire predicament. Are these truly the descendants of the gods? One observed, noting their strikingly handsome appearance. Yet their ferocity in battle was undeniable. Suddenly, from a considerable distance beyond the arid mountains, Shi exclaimed with excitement, "Look at that!" In stark contrast, the attention of the others gravitated towards the cultivators of the human race, while Chen Fan's gaze fixated on them. Activating the Eye of Heaven's path, the information of one individual materialized before him. Name, Shi. Race, human. Aptitude, dual pupils, supreme bones. Cultivation, late Emperor realm. Past experiences, born into the most powerful family in the arid realm, the Shi family. Both parents were peak ancient Emperor realm experts. Shortly after his birth, his mother implanted the supreme bone within Shi's body, leading to an unrestrained rise in his cultivation, breaking through to the late Emperor realm at just 12 years of age. And he is from the arid realm. It seems he is also Shi's nemesis. Upon perusing the child's information, Chen Fan's expression shifted into one of peculiar amusement. How fortuitous. I have indeed encountered Shi, who reaped the greatest benefits after extracting Shi's supreme bone. What a cliché plot. Hold on, let me examine further. His gaze shifted to the most valiant cultivator among them. In the next moment, the information of the somewhat aged figure, who was engaged in the most intense battle against the divine beings, appeared before Chen Fan's eyes. Name, Shi Huang. Race, human. Aptitude, excellent. Cultivation, half-step Emperor sovereign. Past experiences, a prodigy from the Shi family in the arid realm, he cultivated to the Emperor realm before venturing to the spirit realm. He eventually established the arid gate in Mo Yuan continent, one of the four major powers, and currently serves as the ancestor of the arid gate. The spirit realm. Could it be a realm even more powerful than the Taicong realm? A flicker of excitement danced in Chen Fan's eyes. The individuals before him were not of this world, but rather from the spirit realm, beings of another world. They must possess knowledge of the passages to other worlds. To stumble upon beings from another world is serendipitous indeed. Chen Fan had initially contemplated traversing the god-burial mystic realm in search of a passage to other worlds should he fail to obtain one from the divine beings. As he and his companions pondered, the battle gradually subsided. The descendants of the gods had suffered grievous losses, their ranks dwindling significantly, regardless of their might. Comparable to ancient Emperor realm four-winged angels, they were no match for a half-step Emperor sovereign. Previously, half-step Emperor sovereigns had not ventured here, which had contributed to the overwhelming strength of the divine beings. Now, With the presence of a half-step Emperor Sovereign, even the most formidable forces must yield. Tell me, from where did you acquire the spirit Thunderwood? Reveal it, and I shall spare you a complete corpse. The ancestral figure of the Hongman, at the pinnacle of the half-step Emperor realm, unleashed a colossal hand of spiritual energy, ensnaring a four-winged deity within its grasp, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Spirit Thunderwood? The four-winged deity appeared momentarily taken aback, a visage rife with confusion as it regarded the Hongman ancestor. Indeed, this is it. The ancestor casually produced a small fragment of Spirit Thunderwood, waving it before the four-winged deity's face as he spoke. You dare covet the divine wood of my race. We shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Upon sighting the fragment, the four-winged deity's expression morphed into one of fervent agitation, its handsome features contorted with a sinister glare. Your clan's divine wood? Surely, it must be located within your clan's stronghold. A smile crept onto the Hongman ancestor's face, as he surmised with near certainty the location of this coveted treasure. With a resounding crash, a hand imbued with immense power struck the deity's cranium. A being comparable to the ancient Emperor realm, the four-winged deity's aura vanished instantaneously, its vitality extinguished. Despite the deity's head remaining seemingly intact, its insides had turned to mush, signifying its demise. The spirit Thunderwood? Chen Fan's eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance. This wood was one of the essential materials for forging the chaotic Mother Chi cauldron. The cauldron required the terrifying flames produced by burning spirit Thunderwood for successful creation. He had dispatched individuals to search within the Taitsong realm, but had found no trace of such wood. To encounter it here was entirely unexpected, and now that he would not let it slip away. In the next moment, Chen Fan's figure vanished from sight. At this juncture, the divine race had suffered casualties and injuries, with a few cunning individuals seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to flee. Follow me to the divine race's stronghold. The spirit Thunderwood must lie within, commanded the Hongman ancestor to his followers. The so-called descendants of the divine in this transitional realm represented a top-tier race amidst the myriad beings of the spirit realm, possessing formidable combat capabilities and unparalleled beauty. Were they in the spirit realm, even a half-step emperor would think twice before provoking the divine race, for their power far surpassed that of the present divine beings. Here, these divine beings were but mere trifles. Indeed, exclaimed the many members of the Hongman, excitement palpable in their voices. Despite having lost more than 20 emperor-level powerhouses, this conflict had culminated in a resounding victory for the Hongman. They had slain nearly 300 to 400 divine beings, including more than 10 four-winged deities akin to ancient emperors, while the remainder had scattered in all directions. Their numbers were insufficient to pursue the fleeing foes, thus they allowed the divine beings to escape. However, just as the Hongman ancestor prepared to lead his followers towards the divine race's lair, 5 figures suddenly barred their path. A diminutive figure stepped forth, revealing the 5 individuals to be Chen Fan and his companions. Chen Fan had just divulged all the information he possessed regarding Shihao's origins. At Shihao's behest, he sought to clarify the matter of his lineage, particularly given the remarkable coincidence of their encounter and the emperor's use of transcendent might to glean insights into his past. As Shihao stepped forward, the Hongman ancestor and Shihao's pupils contracted sharply, their gazes radiating twin beams of confusion. Especially for the Hongman ancestor, Shihao. His mind was engulfed in bewilderment. He sensed the bloodline aura of the Shi family emanating from the youth before him, and most importantly, the youth bore a striking resemblance to Shi. What a remarkable coincidence. You are. Shihao began slowly. I am Shihao, born in the wasteland, later discarded in another world after my supreme bone was extracted. His voice was devoid of emotion, yet it pierced through Shihao and Shi's hearts like a sharpened blade. Shihao. Wasn't that the child of the Shi family who had perished at birth? On that fateful day, an extraordinary phenomenon had graced the wasteland, bathing it in resplendent light, heralding the birth of Shihao. However, upon returning home, he found only a lifeless infant, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Not long after, Shi awakened the supreme bone and subsequently the Zhongyang, drawing all attention towards him and causing the memory of the child born on that radiant day to fade. Until now, hearing the name Shihao jolted him into a painful realization. The supreme bone had been extracted. Shihao murmured in disbelief, grappling with the revelation. Shihao's supreme bone had been taken, while Shi possessed both the supreme bone and the dong. In that moment, Shihao comprehended that the dazzling brilliance that had graced the wasteland was indeed the extraordinary talent of Shihao, who had been deprived of his supreme bone and left to perish. As this thought surged through him, an unimaginable wave of anguish washed over Shihao, and his gaze softened as it fell upon Shihao. It is not as you think. At that time, I was unaware of the child. You have suffered over these years. A profound sorrow flickered in Shi Huang's murky eyes. He, Shi Huang, had led the Shi family to become the most prominent clan in the wasteland through unparalleled talent and indomitable spirit. Despite their diminished numbers, they remained united. He had never anticipated such a tragic turn of events. Shi stood frozen in place, his heart tumultuous. The child who was supposed to have perished had returned. He could scarcely fathom how a dead person could come back to life. Seeing Shi Huang's expression of grief, Shi Hao remained impassive, his heart devoid of any stirrings. As the leader of the Shi family, he bore a shared responsibility. Shi Hao turned his gaze toward Shi, speaking softly, regardless of the circumstances. Today I shall reclaim what belongs to me. As he spoke, an overwhelming imperial might surged around him, manifesting the terrifying aura characteristic of an early-stage emperor. Reclaim? Do you believe that possessing the Shi bloodline grants you the right to speak so brazenly? Let me tell you, the supreme bone is my awakened gift. You wish to take it? Not a chance. Shi, a paragon of excellence and an object of admiration, could not abide by the provocation of a mere upstart. His formidable aura, characteristic of a late-stage emperor, erupted, suppressing Shi Hao's imposing imperial presence. At merely 12 years of age, Shi wielded late-stage emperor prowess. Along with the Zhongtong and Supreme Bone, two supreme gifts. He held his own pride. Not just anyone could dare to challenge him in this manner. Shi Hao, you mustn't. Regardless of the veracity of your claims, the die has been cast, and the immutable truth remains. Should you choose to return now, united with your brother, the future of our Shi family will surely witness the emergence of at least two formidable beings at the Emperor's realm. Observing this, Shi Huang hastily interjected, urging caution. The Huang family has already given birth to an unparalleled prodigy, destined to reach the Emperor's domain. Now, with another candidate emerging, despite the loss of his supreme bone, an 11-year-old at the initial stage of the Emperor realm is hardly inferior to the 12-year-old Shi. Moreover, his aura is robust, suggesting he has cultivated profound techniques, undoubtedly having encountered great fortuitous circumstances elsewhere. Otherwise, without the supreme bone and the endless resources for cultivation, achieving the initial stage of the Emperor realm would be inconceivable. Upon hearing Shi Huang's words, others chimed in, affirming, the ancestor speaks true. In time, both Shi Hao and Shi will break through to the Emperor realm. Not only in the Huang realm or Mo Yuan state, but throughout the entire Dilan ancient kingdom, they will be deemed formidable. Indeed, you have already recovered, as brothers. If you could set aside past grievances, a splendid future awaits. Truly, while you may advance swiftly in the early stages on your own, eventually, even the most gifted require resources. Consider where you would procure such resources. Returning to the Huang Gate would grant you access to its abundant offerings. The final remark came from the Gate Master of the Huang Gate, a member of the Shi family and a prodigious talent who, upon achieving the pinnacle of the ancient Emperor realm, took on the leadership of the Huang Gate, overseeing most matters therein. The atmosphere brimmed with excitement. For if the two brothers could reconcile, the Huang Gate would boast two emperors, elevating their status, resources, and assets significantly. All considerations were for the greater good. The opportunity for the Shi family's ascendance was at hand. Shi Huang earnestly continued. In his view, surviving was not a significant matter. As long as the Shi family thrived, he would have no regrets, even in death. After this heartfelt plea, Shi Hao remained silent, while Chen Fan, Nangong Waner, Jiang Fanju, and Lin Feng all wore frowns. Having been born and stripped of their supreme bone, then discarded, now they were urged to overlook past grievances for the collective good. Was this not a blatant moral coercion? Ha! What a fine call to set aside past grievances. What a splendid emphasis on the greater good. Suddenly, the small Shi Hao erupted into laughter. His eyes filled with disappointment. This Shi family, I shall undoubtedly pay a visit. All who have wronged me shall pay the price. Upon uttering these words, every cultivator in the Huang Gate furrowed their brows, particularly Shi Huang, the elder of the Huang Gate, whose expression twisted into a nod of concern. Conversely, Nangong Shui and her companions relaxed. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. He was pleased with Shi Hao's response. If today he were to forgive them, such prodigies were unnecessary. We do not require soft-hearted individuals in the great martial emperor dynasty. What are you laughing at? Do you think my perspective is flawed? It is about cultivating you into true beings of the emperor realm. Furthermore, when Shi enters the Qingyu Heavenly Palace, I will find a way to get you in as well, allowing you to enjoy the high-tier cultivation resources there and ultimately achieve the emperor realm. Shi Huang spoke once more, convinced that his words posed no issue. This was an opportunity to attain the emperor realm. He could not fathom why Shi Hao reacted so strongly. Say no more. Come and face me in battle. I demand the return of what is rightfully mine. Shi Hao suddenly soared into the air, activating the god burial armor, emanating an even more overwhelming imperial might. Should you continue to disobey, if we cannot battle today, come back with me. I believe that once you see the cultivation resources I offer, you will relinquish all past grievances. A cold voice resounded. Suddenly, Shi Huang's aged visage turned icy, and an immense, terrifying imperial might was unleashed, followed by a colossal hand that seemed capable of piercing the heavens, reaching for Shi Hao. Observing this, Shi Yi's eyes glimmered with a ruthless glint. Should he bring Shi Hao back, in time, the latter would undoubtedly threaten his position. Setting aside other concerns, he would have to share the cultivation resources. However, he was not overly worried. Once Shi Hao entered the Shi family and the Huang Gate, he had methods to make him wish he were dead. Old codger, you shall not prevail, Shi Hao exclaimed upon witnessing the terrifying hand, his expression shifting dramatically. He had never anticipated that the elder of the Huang Gate would personally intervene, disrupting matters between him and Shi Yi. He swiftly retreated. However, that was the hand of a half-step Emperor realm powerhouse. No matter how gifted he was, he could not evade such an attack. The other members of the Huang Gate exchanged knowing glances, believing that Shi Hao had grown wild during his time outside, and once he was brought home, he would be adequately disciplined. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child. Yet, just as the crowd's gaze fixated on Shi Hao, who appeared on the verge of being captured, an exceedingly cold voice suddenly resonated through the void. What audacity! Who dares to lay hands on a member of the great martial emperor dynasty? Chen Fan's figure had appeared between Shi Hao and the enormous hand, a smile gracing his face as he slowly extended a finger to meet the colossal palm of the half-step emperor realm. With a thunderous clap, a resounding boom reverberated throughout the expanse, shaking the crimson sky, and even tearing open a vast rift in certain areas. Impossible! Shi Huang and all the cultivators of the Huang Gate widened their eyes in disbelief. The hand that had seemed capable of shattering the heavens was effortlessly reduced to nothingness beneath the single finger of the white-clad youth, as if it had never existed at all. You of the great martial dynasty, you too wish to act? Here's a taste of punishment. Chen Fan's voice was calm as a surge of spiritual energy, imbued with unimaginable terror, lashed out toward Shi Huang. Sensing the formidable intent behind the spiritual energy whip, Shi Huang's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, he turned to flee, feeling an ominous aura emanating from that seemingly ordinary spiritual energy whip. Yet, the speed of the whip surpassed Shi Huang's expectations. Before he could react, the powerful whip struck his face, an unimaginable pain causing his legs to buckle, nearly collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, waves of dread surged within him, accompanied by a hint of death's breath. How could this be? A profound and unfathomable terror manifested upon Shi Huang's countenance. He could scarcely fathom that a mere thread of spiritual energy could so effortlessly strike the visage of a superlative powerhouse, one who stood at the precipice of the emperor's realm, without any semblance of retaliation. Could it be that he was confronting a true emperor-level expert? The very thought caused Shi Huang's eyes to widen in sheer astonishment, his gaze filled with dread. A genuine emperor-level being. Only a true master of the emperor's realm possessed the capability to casually cast aside a half-step emperor-level warrior such as himself. At this juncture, the others present were equally struck by awe, their previous mockery towards Chen Fan receding, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and trepidation. Let this serve as a lesson to you. Should you dare to meddle in any matters concerning Shi Hao again, the next encounter may not be so benign. Chen Fan's voice resonated with chilling calmness. Shi Huang's expression shifted to one of palpable fear, his body trembling as he bowed his head submissively. Yes, esteemed emperor. A sigh of relief escaped Shi Huang's heart. The unknown emperor-level expert before him, should he choose to eliminate him, would find the task no more challenging than slaying livestock. Thus, the fact that this emperor had chosen to impart a lesson rather than strike him down indicated that his life was spared for the time being. Should he persist in his interference with Shi Hao's affairs, neither he nor the Shi family within the Wanwan could guarantee their safety. He dared not utter another word. Shi Hao gazed upon the imposing figure, determination etched upon his features. He would never forgive the Shi family for compelling him to return, nor would he allow himself to be counted among them again. All he needed was the opportunity to settle the score when the time came. I am here, Emperor. Shi Hao declared respectfully, his hands clasped in deference. If I lose this battle and fail to reclaim what is rightfully mine, I shall no longer have a place in the Great Wu Empire. Chen Fan's voice was as cold as ice. Indeed, Emperor. No one shall seize what rightfully belongs to me. An aura of unfathomable imperial might envelop Shi Hao, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. At this moment, Shi Yi was utterly overwhelmed with fear. He had never anticipated the existence of a true emperor-level expert behind Shi Hao. What was he to do? He could sense the protective instinct emanating from the other party. Even if he emerged victorious in this confrontation, escaping this transitional realm would be impossible. Yi's mind was in turmoil when Hao suddenly appeared before him, his burial armor fully activated, exuding an aura as powerful as a late-stage emperor. Supreme Fist. Hao bellowed, activating the Heavenly Hand technique and wielding the Ultimate Emperor technique, the Supreme Fist, which surged with unimaginable power as it descended upon Yi. The earth shook, and the void erupted with sound, the overwhelming imperial might altering the very fabric of the atmosphere. What is this? Yi felt the sheer magnitude of the impending blow, shock coursing through his veins. The aura was akin to that of a peak emperor-level master. It was crucial to note that Hao was merely an early-stage emperor, a mere 11-year-old cultivator. How could he possess such terrifying combat prowess? In that moment, a wave of inexplicable jealousy surged within him, his eyes reddening as two beams of crimson light shot forth, fueled by his envy. Why what? How can a worthless being without the supreme bone possess such formidable strength? The jealousy within Yi reached its zenith, erupting forth. The two beams of crimson light, imbued with boundless terrifying power, streaked through the void, illuminating the heavens as they raced towards Hao's overwhelming fist. Those present recognized the dreadful crimson light as the fabled eye technique. Chapter 92, Master of the Demonic Soul, One Sword to Annihilate. With a resounding boom, the aftermath of their clash sent waves of energy spiraling outward, stirring clouds of ash. The massive fist shadow of the Supreme Fist was penetrated by two gaping holes. Its force significantly diminished. Yet, the two beams of crimson light, teeming with unfathomable might, vanished without a trace. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi's eyes widened once more at the sight. That was the bloodthirsty eye technique, immensely powerful beyond measure, and no cultivator of the same tier could withstand it. You. His words were cut short as Hao's colossal fist traversed the void, crashing down upon Yi. Boom. Just as Yi managed to conjure a few spiritual barriers, the fist collided with him. An overwhelming force surged within, ravaging his body, muscles, organs, and even a portion of his blood were obliterated by that unfathomable power. Though, for an emperor-level warrior, such losses could eventually be restored during recovery. The current situation left Yi, once hailed as the pinnacle of prodigies, grievously wounded. He had never envisioned that he would so easily succumb to Hao's might. The supreme bone, I shall personally extract it. Hao's figure materialized before Yi, intent on excavating the supreme bone before delivering the final blow. He would not waver in his resolve. Yi's attempt to seize his possessions and deny it was a grievous error. You desire the supreme bone. Dream on. As Hao approached, Yi revealed a peculiar smile. Master of the demonic soul, kill him for me. Rest assured, a little brat with peak emperor-level strength is no challenge at all. In an instant, a shadowy figure emerged before the crowd, crossing the space in the blink of an eye, revealing a sinister grin. Kid, don't blame me. Blame yourself for seeking death. As the words fell, countless terrifying claws shot towards Hao's head. The master of the demonic soul held unwavering confidence. With this strike, Hao's spirit would be obliterated, allowing him to feast upon the soul of an emperor-level being. At that moment, a glimmer of exhilaration sparkled in Yi's eyes. Indeed, he had consented to the request of the demonic soul palace, joining their ranks. The price was the master of the demonic soul, an emperor-level entity, intervening on his behalf and escorting him back to the palace. This emperor-level figure had lingered in his service for some time, with the objective of inviting him, a cultivator gifted with unmatched talent, to join the demonic soul palace. He had previously vacillated, neither accepting nor outright rejecting the invitation. Yet just now, he felt he no longer needed to contemplate the decision. For now, the only person capable of saving his life is from the Hall of Soul Demons. The emergence of that shadow was something no one present had anticipated, not even Chen Fan. The soul of the Emperor's realm was different, not akin to an ordinary soul. As Chen Fan murmured, the Emperor's sword had already manifested in his grasp. In the next moment, a resplendent golden sword intent surged towards the black shadow from behind. The shadow, sensing the overwhelming aura behind it, was instantly taken aback, retracting its outstretched black claws. Its form abruptly vanished from the original spot, only to reappear beside the stone figure, its gaze fixated on Chen Fan's hand, shock etched across its grotesque black visage. That was an imperial weapon. It contained boundless righteous energy. A tempest of astonishment surged within the heart of the soul demon lord. He never imagined that the opponent would wield such profound righteous energy. It is well known that righteous energy poses a significant restraint against their kind. Had he not escaped swiftly, he might have met his demise in this accursed place. Quite clever. I mentioned that anyone meddling in Hao's affairs would pay a price. Since you have intervened, you must indeed face the consequences. A faint smile graced Chen Fan's lips as he, under the astonished gazes of all, swung his sword once more. This time, the golden sword light was even more dazzling, its speed unparalleled, traversing space and directly cleaving towards the Soul Demon Lord's crown. No, how could this be? You cannot kill me. I am the Soul Demon Lord of the Hall of Soul Demons, where we are protected by the red dust. The Soul Demon Lord felt the piercing sharpness of the sword intent and screamed in terror. Yet, before he could finish his plea, the brilliant golden light enveloped his entire being. The sword intent flickered. The black shadow vanished from existence. An entity of imperial power had simply ceased to be. Gasp. Observing this scene, Shi Huang inhaled sharply, his face a mask of terror. The aura of that shadow was far more powerful than his own. It was undoubtedly an existence of imperial stature, yet it was effortlessly slain by the white-clad youth before him. This was utterly terrifying. Just how formidable is this white-clad youth? No, how could this be? At that moment, Shi was filled with disbelief, an ocean of despair swelling within him. He never imagined that the Soul Demon Lord, who often boasted of his terrifying prowess and was usually invincible against those of the Emperor's realm, could simply vanish. That was a formidable being of the Emperor's realm. How could he die so easily? Is the opponent truly a peerless cultivator at the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm? Shi Hao, proceed. The voice of Chen Fan rang out, cold to the extreme. Shi Hao snapped back from his shock. Yes. Despite being drenched in a cold sweat from fear, Shi Hao quickly regained his composure. However, his hatred for Shi intensified. Today, he would undoubtedly slay him. The battle commenced in an instant. Shi, already at a disadvantage against the Supreme Primordial Sutra, was clad in the Burial Emperor armor and wielding an immortal imperial weapon. From the very beginning, he found himself in absolute peril. Before long, Shi Hao seized an opportunity, executing the Heavenly Hand combined with the Supreme Imperial Technique, the Supreme Fist, amplifying his attack nearly twofold. Shi's corporeal form was obliterated on the spot, a piece of bone resembling white jade falling to the ground. My supreme bone. It has finally returned. Shi Hao laughed joyously, sweeping up the white jade-like supreme bone into his hands. The supreme bone felt as though it had encountered a long-lost kin, evoking a sense of intimacy and familiarity in Shi Hao. We were meant to be one. Thank you for enduring all these years. Shi Hao murmured softly, as the supreme bone transformed into a streak of white light and entered his body. Chapter 93, The Six-Winged Divine Clan. Shi had always been the most exceptional prodigy in the entire wilderness realm since childhood. Later, he became the most renowned prodigy in the Mo Yuan continent. Such a peerless genius had fallen in this confined space. At that moment, everyone from the wilderness gate watched in anguish, yet they dared not voice any dissent. It must be noted that the powerful being of the Emperor's realm behind Shi Hao could slay the Soul Demon Lord with a single sword. They knew that the Soul Demon Lord was an extraordinary practitioner from the Hall of Soul Demons, a being of great strength, despite merely appearing as a shadow, possessing the true battle power of an emperor. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was not merely this. The Hall of Soul Demons was one of the most mysterious forces in the entire spirit realm. While they lacked extensive knowledge about the Hall, the tales they had heard sufficed to reveal its might. Yet now, the Hall of Soul Demons felt incredibly distant and enigmatic, with no relation to them. The white-clad youth before them was their greatest fear. Indeed, well done. Chen Fan suddenly appeared beside Shi Hao, patting him on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Shi Hao's performance had been commendable. Although aided by the Burial Emperor armor, he had faced an exceptionally gifted opponent endowed with dual pupils and supreme bone, and a cultivator at the late stage of the Emperor realm, showcasing formidable strength. The victory was largely attributable to Shi Hao himself. Thank you, Emperor Lord, for your support. Shi Hao immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully expressing his gratitude, his heart brimming with emotion. Shi Hao had not anticipated that he would discover his true lineage so swiftly, nor reclaim his supreme bone. All of this was granted by the Emperor Lord. Without him, he would never have reached this point. Whether he could break through to the quasi-emperor realm remained uncertain. There is no need for such formalities. Let us proceed together to seek the spirit Thunderwood. Chen Fan's voice was calm. The respectful Shi Huang and the others were taken aback. This esteemed Emperor Lord intended to seek the spirit Thunderwood? They too sought the spirit Thunderwood. Furthermore, they had painstakingly vanquished all the divine clans and driven them away. Emperor Lord, what about them? Upon hearing this, Shi Hao first nodded, then cast a cold gaze upon Shi Huang and the others, laughing. What do you wish for them? They shall do as you desire. If you wish for them dead, I shall strike them down with a single palm. Chen Fan, hearing this, revealed a smile that was both enigmatic and amused. Emperor Lord, allow them to leave. I wish to personally return to the Shi family in the wilderness realm to reclaim all that is owed to me. Shi Hao spoke slowly, his gaze once more fixed on Shi Huang. Very well, let it be as you say. Chen Fan nodded. I have one more matter. Answer me truthfully. What has become of my parents? At last, Shi posed the question that had lingered in his heart, one he had long hesitated to ask. Your parents? Upon hearing this, Shi was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly responded, although your parents are not the overseers of the family. They both possess the cultivation of the great emperor realm. As of now, they are well and unharmed. I believe they would be overjoyed to know you are still alive. Upon hearing this, Shi let out a long sigh of relief. As long as his parents were safe and sound in this world, that was the most reassuring answer. You shall leave one person behind to await our return. I require your guidance to the spirit realm. Chen Fan's voice resonated once more. Yes, esteemed emperor. Shi replied without hesitation, promptly designating a peak great emperor cultivator as their guide. As the five of them departed, Shi gazed at their receding figures, feeling as if he had aged countless years in that instant. The strongest prodigy, Shi, had fallen. Their family had provoked such a formidable cultivator. If they mishandled this situation, they could very well face annihilation. He abandoned the pursuit of the spirit Thunderwood, intending to return to the Shi family in the desolate realm to thoroughly understand the matter and contemplate how to provide an appropriate response. With Shi and the others gone, only one peak great emperor remained as a guide. Upon reaching the mountain below, Chen Fan and his companions swiftly discovered a massive tree, over 10 meters tall, with a girth sufficient for 5 people to encircle. The tree emanated a faint aura of wind and thunder, occasionally crackling with electric sparks. Chen Fan was astonished at the sight of this vibrant spirit thunderwood. He had expected such a precious resource to be small, never imagining it would be so robust. Indeed, this will be stored in my storage ring for later transplantation in our Da Wu Empire, ensuring a continuous supply of spirit thunderwood, Chen Fan mused with a smile. The value of spirit thunderwood is exceedingly high, not only as a premium material for refining weapons, but also enhancing the cultivation speed of those who practice the thunder path. However, for Chen Fan, it was merely fuel for crafting the primal chaos mother chi cauldron. After trimming the entire spirit thunderwood, it would be more than sufficient. Moreover, the bounty did not end there. This was the ancestral land of the divine race, the indigenous inhabitants of this realm, who had accumulated countless treasures over the years. Thus, they had gathered a plethora of rare materials beneficial to all 4 prominent prodigies. Just as Chen Fan and the others planned to depart after their search, a magnificent and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from beneath the mountains, causing the entire range to tremble. What is happening? Chen Fan led his companions back into the void, and soon they beheld an extraordinarily handsome divine man, his 6 pristine wings gently flapping behind him, though the 2 lowest appeared ethereal, as if they were barely there. Who dares to come to the abode of my divine kin and act with such impudence? The strikingly beautiful man hovered in midair, his face contorted with uncontainable rage. As an ancestor of the divine race, he had merely slumbered for a time, yet upon awakening, he found their sanctum in disarray. Most alarmingly, he discovered that their sacred tree had vanished as well. I can smell the essence of our sacred tree upon you. You covet our divine wood and have slain my kin. You are truly courting death. The exquisitely handsome man immediately spotted Chen Fan and his companions, and his fury flared anew. With a slight flutter of his 6 wings, an overwhelming torrent of white light surged toward Chen Fan and the others. Chapter 94, Funeral of the Half-Step Emperor. And there exists a half-step emperor among the divine race. Chen Fan marveled softly at the sight of the 3rd pair of semi-ethereal wings, while simultaneously unleashing a stream of spiritual energy. In an instant, the blinding white light dissipated, and the spiritual energy, akin to a soaring dragon, swiftly approached the divine man. With a sharp crack, the half-step emperor was instantly obliterated, leaving behind a mist of blood that stained the surrounding trees and mountains. Though his combat prowess was slightly superior to that of an ordinary half-step emperor, it was still woefully inadequate. Chen Fan casually conjured a storage ring into his hand, which belonged to the half-step emperor ancestor of the divine race. Upon probing its contents, he was greeted with an abundance of rare materials, precious ores, and refining resources. A smile of pleasant surprise graced Chen Fan's face as he discovered a new material suitable for crafting the primal chaos mother chi cauldron. It is known that the primal chaos mother chi cauldron is an immortal artifact, necessitating materials of the highest caliber. Even the top-tier emperor-grade spirit thunderwood was merely fuel for the fire. Only those exceedingly rare treasures or genuine immortal materials would suffice. Among them was a piece of secret silver crystal jade, a true divine fuel, and one of the primary materials for crafting the primal chaos mother chi cauldron. What a delightful windfall, Chen Fan thought with satisfaction. If only a few more clever individuals appeared, he would nearly have all the materials he required. He was already halfway through gathering the necessary components for the primal chaos mother chi cauldron, needing only 3 more to commence the crafting process. Chen Fan held no concerns about acquiring the final three materials, as both the Taitsong realm and this intermediary realm could yield those exceedingly precious resources. In the vast and terrifying spirit realm, he was certain he would be able to collect all the materials needed for the primal chaos Mother Chi cauldron. Just as Chen Fan was about to signal for everyone to leave, a sorrowful and melodious sound resonated throughout the heavens and earth. A graceful figure suddenly appeared before them, her delicate fingers plucking the strings of a zither. "Ah, how intriguing," Chen Fan remarked, his eyes widening in surprise. He had assumed that only humans could perform funeral rites. To his astonishment, it seemed that even the divine race could conduct such ceremonies. A funeral? The others were immediately filled with confusion. Why would they hold a funeral for the divine race, their enemies, and even for humans? You do not comprehend. This is a unique divine ability of Nangong Waner. Soon, you shall understand. Chen Fan replied with a knowing smile. Hearing this, the three companions fixated their curious gazes once more on Nangong Waner. The mournful notes of her zither fell like gentle rain upon the earth, resounding continuously. As the music drew to a close, Nangong Waner abruptly closed her eyes. Stowing her zither, a subtle shift in her aura began to take place. Lin Feng, Jiang Fanju, and Sure Hao were momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment at the scene before them. Is she on the brink of breaking through to the ancient emperor realm? They could distinctly perceive that Nangong Waner was emanating an aura that far exceeded that of a peak emperor-level expert. They were also aware that her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm, and that her impending breakthrough could only lead her to one realm, that of the ancient emperor. Was it merely the burial of a half-step emperor-level divine being that enabled such a breakthrough? Could there be some correlation? The trio gazed with wide eyes, continuously speculating. Ultimately, they concluded that the divine ability mentioned by the emperor must indeed be related to the burial. Perhaps the demise of a powerful being would confer immense benefits upon Nangong Waner. Goodness, this divine ability is utterly terrifying. If this is the case, following the emperor would ensure a worry-free path to cultivation, they mused, envy evident on their faces. Although all three were among the most exceptional prodigies of the Taitsong realm, possessing battle prowess far surpassing their respective levels, they found themselves at a disadvantage when confronted with such a transcendent divine ability. Alas, it seems we must double our efforts in our training from now on, Lin Feng sighed. Beside him, Jiang Fanju had already procured several fruits brimming with potent fire energy, top-tier emperor fruits, from the recent raid of the divine clan's stronghold. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to consume them. Let us fully engage, she thought. As the eldest sister of the Grand Martial Academy, it would be utterly embarrassing to fall behind in cultivation. Thus, I must soar to new heights. Chen Fan observed this scene with a peculiar smile. For a considerable time, the other prodigies would have ample motivation and strength to cultivate. Before long, Nangong Waner's aura surged to an unprecedented peak, akin to a dam bursting. In an instant, her energy erupted forth, releasing a formidable and terrifying ancient emperor aura. The surrounding spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal vortex, continuously funneling into her being. After what felt like an eternity, the vortex of spiritual energy dissipated, and tranquility returned to the cosmos. Nangong Waner slowly opened her enchanting eyes, which now held a profound and mysterious depth, as if stars were revolving within them. The aura she exuded was unmistakably that of a powerful ancient emperor. I have finally transcended to the realm of the ancient emperor. The residual energy will allow me to rapidly advance to the mid-stage of the ancient emperor realm. A radiant smile graced her delicate features. The burial of a half-step emperor-level divine being was something she had never anticipated accomplishing so swiftly. It was simply exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the first prodigy of the Grand Martial Academy to break through to the ancient emperor realm. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 King S summoning cards and 5 Glory King S summoning cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact path inheritance, capable of refining immortal artifacts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 cultivation enhancement card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 Supreme Emperor weapons. A series of mechanical notifications resounded in Chen Fan's mind. A culmination of days of effort and cultivation had finally borne fruit. Upon hearing the mechanical voices echoing in his consciousness, Chen Fan too wore a brilliant smile. And a cultivation enhancement card? This is truly a windfall. Chapter 95, The Dragon Soaring Palace. Thank you for your guidance, Emperor. Nangong Waner beamed as she approached Chen Fan, her voice sweet and melodious. Without the Emperor's presence, it would have been inconceivable for her to bury a half-step Emperor-level powerhouse. In the past, such an achievement would have been unimaginable. Ha ha ha, you are all my prodigies of the Grand Martial Academy. Nurturing you is only natural. Chen Fan laughed heartily. then turned his gaze toward the void, softly stating, "Come forth and guide me to the passage through which you entered." "Yes, esteemed Emperor." A peak Emperor realm expert abruptly materialized, speaking with palpable trepidation. In the presence of one capable of slaying an emperor, he, a mere peak Emperor, was acutely aware that a moment's carelessness could lead to his obliteration. "Very well, let us proceed." Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement, though his demeanor remained composed. The others, too, felt a wave of exhilaration. From a young age, they had believed that the vast expanse of the Taitsong realm, teeming with countless beings, was the entirety of their existence. This notion persisted until their ascension to the Emperor realm, but now they were suddenly informed of other worlds, with their formidable inhabitants seemingly surpassing those of the Taitsong realm. The prospect of a broader universe was utterly astonishing. Nevertheless, they had essentially reached the pinnacle of the Taitsong realm and felt an undeniable urge to witness the prodigies of the outside world. Under the guidance of the peak Emperor realm expert from the Wild Gate, Chen Fan and his companions vanished from the Godfall region. They had heard from the Wild Gate expert that this so-called Godfall region, as well as the Burial of Gods, served as a transit realm, a conduit for powerful beings and cultivators from surrounding small worlds en route to the spirit realm. Once a bustling hub, it had fallen into desolation following a cataclysmic battle with the Divine Clan, resulting in the Godfall region becoming a site of significant divine casualties. Before long, Chen Fan and his companions traversed a vast expanse of blood-red earth, during which they acquired numerous rare treasures. Notably, Chen Fan, utilizing his extraordinary perceptive abilities, discovered a profound crystal vein. The value of these profound crystals was exceedingly high, containing an abundance of spiritual energy sufficient for cultivators at the Emperor realm and beyond. This alone signified immense worth. Chen Fan wasted no time in extracting the vein, wielding the human Emperor's sword to swiftly gather the entire profound crystal vein into his possession, totaling approximately 130 million superior profound crystals. Most importantly, the peak Emperor realm expert from the Wild Gate revealed that these profound crystals were recognized as currency in the spirit realm. Possessing 130 million superior profound crystals could easily classify one as a wealthy magnate in the entire Mayuan continent. Chen Fan was astonished. He had not anticipated such fortunate circumstances. Even before entering the spirit realm, he had already amassed a staggering 130 million profound crystals. Truly remarkable. Not long after, the group found themselves in a desolate mountain range, and with a flicker of their forms, they descended to a depth of several 100,000 meters beneath the mountains. They stepped into a vast and brilliantly illuminated space. At the far end of this grand and radiant expanse stood a mysterious portal, exuding an enigmatic aura. However, the moment they entered this space, hundreds of gazes simultaneously fell upon Chen Fan and his companions, filled with astonishment and hostility. "Who are these people you've brought from the Archaic Gate? They are not cultivators from the four great powers of Mo Yuan Prefecture. You are violating the rules." Suddenly, a figure clad in a white robe, adorned with a black dragon coiled upon it, and emanating a terrifying aura of an early-stage ancient emperor, slowly approached Chen Fan and his group. "Do you not know that the teleportation array to this transitional realm can only be utilized by the elite of our four great powers? What is your intent in bringing these unknown cultivators here?" Upon hearing these words, the peak ancient emperor from the Archaic Gate slightly changed his expression. He had never expected to encounter someone from the Dragon Palace here. The Dragon Palace is one of the four great powers of Mo Yuan Prefecture and is typically at odds with the Archaic Gate. There have been numerous frictions between the two factions, both vying for supremacy in Mo Yuan Prefecture, yet neither has managed to gain a definitive upper hand. This time, with the Archaic Gate having an ancestor recently emerged from seclusion, the Dragon Palace had been making efforts to avoid encounters with them in the transitional realm. Now, seeing a lone member of the Archaic Gate, it was only natural for them to provoke him, as they witnessed the other's silence. All the cultivators from the Dragon Palace turned their mocking and derisive gazes toward Chen Fan and his companions. Today promised to be entertaining. If you remain silent, it is tantamount to your admission of guilt. According to the rules, a price must be paid. You few will accompany me to the Dragon Palace." The ancient emperor from the Dragon Palace's gaze gleamed ominously, but before proceeding, he demanded, "First, hand over your storage rings." As he spoke, an overwhelming imperial might surged forth from him, pressing down upon the crowd. The other members of the Dragon Palace also released their terrifying imperial auras. In this grand space, there were no less than 10 ancient emperors present, and the oppressive imperial might filled the atmosphere. Among the 5 unfamiliar individuals before them, there was only one early-stage ancient emperor woman, strikingly beautiful, alongside a late-stage ancient emperor woman, whose figure was alluring and whose features were exquisite. The other 2 were young men, one of whom was merely a child. After acquiring their storage rings, they intended to take the two stunning beauties back to the Dragon Palace to present to the old palace master, who had a particular fondness for such youthful and beautiful women with profound cultivation. Perhaps they would even earn some rewards in the process. However, before the overwhelming imperial might could descend upon Chen Fan and his group, a chilling aura of death suddenly enveloped the heart of the Dragon Palace's ancient emperor. In an instant, that ancient emperor's eyes widened in terror. He could not comprehend the source of this terrifying sensation. Die. The wealth within my storage ring could easily purchase your life. Chen Fan's indifferent voice suddenly echoed, followed by a flash of crimson light. The once arrogant ancient emperor had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a few drops of blood scattered on the ground. Chapter 96. Slavery. In a heartbeat, the vast space fell into utter silence. All members of the Dragon Palace stared at the remaining bloodstains and a single storage ring on the ground, rendered utterly dumbfounded. An early-stage ancient emperor had been slain in an instant, and there was not even a trace left of his body. Even a peak ancient emperor could not achieve such a feat. A wave of unease swept through the hearts of all present from the Dragon Palace. Leading the group was a peak ancient emperor, who fought to suppress his own trepidation as he spoke slowly. Esteemed one, why such a ruthless hand? Do you not know that the Dragon Palace is one of the 4 great powers of Mo Yuan Prefecture, with a half-step emperor-level ancestor in our ranks? He is the Grand Elder leading this expedition into the transitional realm, having come here early to await the activation of the teleportation array to return to the spirit realm. Yet, none could have anticipated encountering such a terrifying powerhouse here. We may need to summon our half-step emperor ancestor to quell this situation. You attempted to rob my storage ring. Why should I spare you? Chen Fan replied, revealing a faint smile as he casually collected the storage ring lying on the ground, then fixed his indifferent gaze upon the peak ancient emperor. It was as if the one who had just perished was not an early-stage ancient emperor, but merely a fleeting insect, a mere ant. Do you wish to stand up for him? No, I do not. The moment Chen Fan maintained his nonchalant demeanor, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Palace felt a surge of tumultuous waves within him, hastily retreating 2 steps. He had already invoked the name of their half-step emperor ancestor. Yet the other party remained so composed. This suggested that the adversary might also be a half-step emperor-level powerhouse, capable of disregarding his threat. If a half-step emperor-level cultivator were to target them specifically, it could spell doom for everyone present, even for a peak ancient emperor. If you do not wish to comply, then hand over your storage rings. Of course, you may choose not to, but your fate will mirror that of the recently vanished ancient emperor, utterly dissipated into the void. Chen Fan's voice rang out with chilling indifference once more as he surveyed the 100-odd figures before him. All were unmistakably cultivators from the Dragon Palace. Since the Dragon Palace sought his storage rings, they should not blame Chen Fan for returning the favor in kind. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the Dragon Palace cultivators changed dramatically. The notion of losing their storage rings, repositories of years of accumulated wealth and treasures, was far more unbearable than losing their lives. That is impossible, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Palace retorted, anger flashing across his face. As the Grand Elder, he possessed countless valuable items. The demand for his storage ring was infuriating. That is not an option. Upon hearing these words, the other cultivators immediately unleashed their terrifying aura. The numerous cultivators of the Dragon Palace gathered together, channeling their spiritual energy, ready to unleash their most potent attacks at any moment. Haha, just a moment ago, you sought my storage ring with that same demeanor. Yet now you show such fear. Enough of the games. All of you, lie down obediently. I will take your storage rings myself. Chen Fan barked, and an overwhelming, terrifying pressure erupted from him. Chen Fan's aura had transcended the realm of ordinary emperor-level cultivators. The practitioners of the Longting Palace before him were devoid of even a single half-step emperor, let alone an emperor. Faced with the terrifying pressure that surpassed that of an emperor, in an instant, everyone fell to the ground, feeling as if a mountain were pressing down upon them, rendering them breathless. An overwhelming tide of fear surged into the hearts of all. The presence of an emperor was an absolute force reserved for those at the emperor level. We have provoked an emperor-level powerhouse. Our Longting Palace is doomed. We are certain to perish. As they sensed the dreadful imperial might, the members of Longting Palace instantly realized one crucial truth. They seemed to have offended a true emperor-level figure who had merely concealed his cultivation. We were wrong. We must surrender our storage rings. I am willing to relinquish my storage ring. The individuals within Longting Palace were not naive. In the face of an emperor-level strength, even their esteemed ancestors would obediently hand over their storage rings. Otherwise, they would not even comprehend how they met their end. Wealth can be regained, but a life lost is irretrievable. Ha ha ha, had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently from the start. Death is inevitable, but we cannot escape our living punishment. You shall all open your hearts and become my slaves for 1,000,000 years. Should you wish to leave after that time, I shall grant you your freedom." The overwhelming imperial might surrounding Chen Fan pressed down upon the crowd once more, causing those who were unwilling to adopt a submissive posture to have their spines shattered by the sheer force of his presence. "Become a slave?" Hiss. Upon hearing this proclamation, a collective gasp echoed throughout the space among the Longting Palace cultivators. "There is no way we would ever become your slaves, even in death." An early-stage ancient emperor cultivator roared in fury upon hearing Chen Fan's words, attempting to rise against the terrifying imperial might. "Comply with your request." Boom. Another early-stage ancient emperor cultivator vanished from existence, leaving behind only traces of blood and a storage ring quietly resting on the ground. In an instant, the grand space fell into a profound silence as over 100 figures stood in shock. When the first early-stage ancient emperor fell, they still felt as if they were dreaming, not fully grasping the peril posed by Chen Fan. The second ancient emperor met the same fate, making it abundantly clear to all that the man clad in white before them possessed the means to crush them all. This realization flooded them with boundless regret. But now, it was too late to voice their thoughts. If they wished to avoid a true death, they had no choice but to accept his terms. "I agree. I am willing to be your slave. This is the storage ring of a slave, containing my lifetime of treasured wealth." After a lengthy silence, the Grand Elder of Longting Palace was the first to acquiesce to Chen Fan's demands. Was it not merely 1,000,000 years along with the storage ring? Endure it, and it shall pass. Far better than losing one's life. Seeing this, the others hastily nodded in agreement, fearing that they would be next to fall. Chapter 97. Journey to the Spirit Realm. With no other options, the crowd promptly surrendered their storage rings to Chen Fan. Subsequently, they opened their hearts and became his slaves. From this moment on, they were no longer members of Longting Palace, but rather slaves to Chen Fan. At this moment, the peak emperor of the Desolate Gate was utterly bewildered. Not only had he effortlessly slain 2 ancient emperors, but he had also enslaved everyone from the talented disciples to the Grand Elder of Longting Palace. Such emperor-level powerhouses are indeed terrifying. Chen Fan waved his hand, transferring all the wealth from the storage rings into a single ring. Excluding the rare treasures, various ores, and precious materials, the amount of xianxia alone exceeded 70 million. Coupled with the previous 130 million, Chen Fan now possessed a total of 200 million xianxia within his storage ring. This is what is meant by planning ahead. Even before entering the spirit realm, he had already amassed a small fortune of the universally accepted currency. Chen Fan mused to himself, then turned his gaze to the multitude of slaves still prostrated before him. "Rise now. From this day forth, you shall be my slaves." Chen Fan, should you dare to show any signs of rebellion, your countless years of cultivation and your very lives shall be forfeit. Yes. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly responded. Not only were they devoid of any rebellious thoughts, but the desire to resist had completely vanished. To do so would be tantamount to seeking death. "How long until the teleportation array is activated?" Chen Fan inquired. Replying to the master, "It will take approximately half an hour before the teleportation array can be used again. We must wait a while due to other forces having utilized it before us," the Grand Elder of Longting Palace said, ingratiatingly. "Very well." Chen Fan nodded. Half an hour was not a lengthy wait. Suddenly, the guqin of Nangong Waner appeared in her hands, and a mournful melody filled the air. The Longting Palace cultivators, though perplexed, dared not gaze upon the enchanting figure of Nangong Waner. They were oblivious to why she chose to play such a sorrowful dirge at this moment. Shortly after Nangong Waner finished her performance, the teleportation array was ready for use once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan stepped into the array, followed closely by the throng behind him. A wave of dizziness washed over them, and as their vision cleared, a brilliant light enveloped them. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy assailed their senses. Even for those who did not cultivate, it rushed into their bodies with fervor. The density of the spiritual energy was astonishing, arguably surpassing tenfold that of the best cultivation sanctuaries in the great martial empire. Chen Fan exclaimed in admiration as he savored the rich spiritual energy while surveying his surroundings. Azure skies, white clouds, verdant fields, and majestic mountains. There were not many significant differences from the Taitsong realm. However, 2 notable features stood out. First, the concentration of spiritual energy was far denser and of superior quality compared to that of even the finest cultivation grounds in the Taitsong realm. Second, the rules governing this world appeared to be somewhat weighty, firm, and grand. In the Taitsong realm, upon reaching the ancient emperor realm, one often experienced a sense of liberation from the constraints of rules, a feeling of being able to act freely, where a mere thought could transcend spatial limitations and achieve unimaginable speeds. The ancient emperor realm in the Taitsong realm was, in essence, unfathomable. However, within the spirit realm, the dense rules, laws, and powers of the great Tao imposed a restraint that diminished that sense of freedom. Yet, there was an advantage. The laws in great Tao here were clearer and more distinct. In this ethereal realm, cultivation is anticipated to swiftly elevate one to the ancient emperor domain. The spirit world is a vast expanse, infinitely more powerful than the lesser realms, with myriad formidable laws. Within the spirit world, those of the ancient emperor realm do not wield the same terrifying destructive power as they do in the lesser realms. However, ancient emperor realm practitioners in the Mianzhou still rank among the elite sections. The venerable elder at the peak of the ancient emperor realm, noticing the bewildered expressions of Chen Fan and the other four, hastily began to elucidate. Indeed, a spark of brilliance ignited in Chen Fan's eyes. This spirit world was the very stage upon which the great martial emperor dynasty could truly flourish. Its strength is formidable. Master, the nearest location is Yangzhou's most prosperous area, Liancheng. The elder continued, Liancheng is grand and magnificent, controlled by four major forces, the Wanling, Lingdong, Xingzong, and Zhishaozong. Yet, these factions pose little threat to you, Master, for their strongest members are merely half-step Emperor Realm practitioners. The elder, aware that the Master was not a native of this spirit world, seized the opportunity to serve as an attentive guide, hoping to earn the Master's favor. We are deep within the Red Maple Mountains. We must traverse these mountains to behold the vast expanse of Liancheng. Very well, Chen Fan nodded, allowing him to lead the way. He then retrieved an ancient tome detailing the spirit world, acquired from the storage rings of the practitioners from Thong. The spirit world, a boundless realm, is home to countless beings and spans 3,000 major states. The Lianzhou, though relatively weak among them, is categorized as a one-star state. Yet, despite its classification, Lianzhou's vast territory is teeming with powerful entities and diverse races, rivaling the entirety of the Tatsangjet. Chen Fan marveled at the splendor of this boundless world. Reflecting on his own cultivation at the ancient Emperor Realm, which should surpass that of the Emperor Realm, although he was uncertain of the exact measure of his strength. Nonetheless, he understood that in this vast spirit world, across the 3,000 states, he was by no means invincible. He must strive diligently. As soon as the thought settled in his mind, a mechanical voice resonated within him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on arriving in the vast world, thereby securing a territory belonging to the great martial emperor dynasty, and you will receive rewards. Progression task, dominate a state. With a powerful practitioner of the emperor realm under your command, and establish a one-star holy court to receive rewards. Another task reward, how splendid. This aligned perfectly with my inner aspirations. It is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. Not only have I accomplished my objectives, but I also stand to gain additional rewards. Chapter 98. The Bewilderment of the Young Master of Lulong. A multitude of figures, all-powerful emperors, traversed the expansive spirit world, where the laws and powers exerted considerable pressure. Nevertheless, emperors are emperors. Even if their speed was not as swift as in other realms, they moved with remarkable swiftness. In mere minutes, they emerged from the endless Red Maple Mountains. As they exited, a colossal and majestic city came into view, akin to the imperial capital of the great martial emperor dynasty. This was merely the most prosperous city of a one-star state. Cities in other states would undoubtedly dwarf Feng. Without hesitation, Chen Fan led the group directly toward Lingheng, a suitable location to establish a temporary base for the great martial emperor dynasty. Yet, Chen Fan's ambitions extended beyond a single one-star state. He aspired to have the great martial dynasty reign supreme across the entire spirit world and its 3,000 states. Before long, they arrived at the grandiose gates of Liancheng. Imposing and magnificent, where countless practitioners queued to enter, as the city served as the largest trading hub in Lianzhou. However, Chen Fan and his entourage were exempt from waiting in line. The guards at the city gate dared not require them to queue or pay an entrance fee. Given their affiliations with Tongtongong and Gongwan, once inside Liancheng, they were met with a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. The wide streets were teeming with practitioners of the Emperor Realm, with occasional glimpses of ancient Emperor Realm figures. In contrast to the Taichengjie, where emperors were considered top-tier experts, here they were merely regarded as mid-level practitioners. Only those who reached the ancient Emperor Realm could attain a certain status. The group, primarily composed of Tongtongong members, was given ample space by the practitioners and beings on the streets, as Zhong was one of the dominant forces in Meng, Nangongwen and Zhang Fenju, embodying the essence of femininity. Attracted glances despite their varying levels of cultivation, one at the ancient Emperor Realm and the other at the late stage of the Emperor Realm, unable to escape the allure of the exquisite garments adorning the stalls lining the streets. As they leisurely strolled, Chen Fan contemplated how to seize this city, pondering which faction to target first. just as he was deep in thought. A sharp voice echoed from a grand, classical palace. You lecher, have you looked in the mirror lately? Do you understand the trouble your words might bring? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan and his companions swiftly crossed into the opulent palace, which specialized in the trade of imperial weapons and adornments. Each ornament was akin to an imperial weapon, invaluable and sought after, especially by female practitioners who desired to showcase their wealth and enhance their combat prowess. Amidst the throng of women, Chen Fan's gaze immediately fell upon Zhang Fu and Yi, who were confronted by a gaudy man at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, casting an invasive gaze upon them. Behind this flamboyant figure stood an early-stage ancient emperor realm practitioner. I propose you both serve me. In return, I shall assist you in breaking through to the ancient emperor realm and reward you with an ancient spirit pill sufficient to elevate your cultivation to the mid-ancient emperor stage. The ostentatious man declared loudly, seemingly unfazed by the stares of onlookers. He was none other than the young master of Long, the son of the palace lord, and grandson of the ancestral figure of Long Long. The Frichigura was also one of their enterprises. He summoned 2 enchanting ladies to keep him company. Is that too much to ask? What a lecherous scoundrel. Who would even care for your pitiful self? Had I not recently arrived and wished to avoid trouble with the imperial lord, I would have personally arranged your funeral by now. Nangong Wanner, who seldom lost her temper, found it impossible to restrain herself in the presence of this insufferable man. She longed to draw her zither and play a funeral dirge for him on the spot. Young mistress, the grand elder of Longting Palace, standing beside Chen Fan, instinctively spoke upon seeing the foppish man. The grand elder has arrived. Quick, someone is preparing to send me off to the afterlife. I am truly terrified. The foppish man displayed a glimmer of delight upon seeing the grand elder, his demeanor becoming even more arrogant. The grand elder of Longting Palace? Upon hearing the foppish man's words, the 2 women were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged peculiar smiles. What are you laughing at? You still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. The foppish man, puzzled by their sudden mirth, barked a rebuke. That is our grand elder of Longting Palace. Possessing the peak cultivation of an ancient emperor, and behind him stand hundreds of ancient emperor powerhouses and formidable figures of the great emperor realm. As the young master of Longting Palace, do you truly believe you can leave this place today? The young master of Longting Palace spoke with immense pride. The grand elder has arrived just in time. He must have acquired something valuable from the transitional realm to present to the Jade Pavilion. With nearly 10 ancient emperors and dozens, if not hundreds, of great emperor realm cultivators appearing suddenly, the 2 ladies will surely come crying into my embrace. With this thought, excitement coursed through the young master of Longting Palace. He practiced the Long Yang technique, which required a continuous infusion of feminine essence to balance the overwhelming yang energy within him, thereby enhancing his own cultivation. The presence of these 2 stunning women, each possessing a distinctly different aura, stirred within him an uncontrollable desire. How audacious of you, little imp, to covet the master's people. A thunderous voice suddenly erupted within the palace, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. Had it not been reinforced by formations, it would have collapsed. As the voice resonated, a sharp clap echoed through the air. The young master, who had been so full of himself and eager to gallop forth, found himself slammed to the ground by the grand elder, his form embedded into the earth. Grand elder, how could you? The young master of Longting Palace's eyes brimmed with disbelief. The grand elder of Longting Palace had managed to embed him into the ground with a single slap, leaving his internal organs severely injured. This was no jest. The grand elder did not respond to the young master, but turned his gaze toward Chen Fan, respectfully inquiring, Master, how should we deal with this scoundrel? Seeing this, Chen Fan smiled slightly. He understood precisely which faction to address first. Chapter 99, The Furious Lord of Longting Palace. Upon hearing the grand elder's words, all the cultivators within the Jade Pavilion displayed expressions of shock. Master, how to deal with him? They could scarcely believe their eyes and ears. These were words that should never have come from the grand elder of Longting Palace. Moreover, having reduced the young master to this state indicated a betrayal of the Longting Palace itself. Jihong, how dare you treat me this way? You are as good as dead. You are absolutely doomed. The young master of Longting Palace finally regained his composure, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and bellowed angrily, Father, save me. Father, help me. His cries echoed throughout the entire Mayuan city. Within Longting Palace, a cultivator exuding an aura of terrifying might stood within the resplendent hall. Initially expressionless, his countenance shifted upon hearing that voice. Is that Jia? Jia is calling for help. Right here in Mayuan City. The Lord of Longting Palace exclaimed in shock, his figure vanishing in an instant. He could not fathom who possessed the audacity to target his son within Mayuan City, but he was certain that such a person was doomed. Silence. Jihong struck the young master of Longting Palace across the face once more. After finally managing to rise from the pit, the young master found himself toppled back into it again. Beside him, the initial stage ancient emperor guard stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, unable to move to protect the young master. Let him continue to cry. We might as well settle everything today. Chen Fan's voice rang out coolly. From him, no one sensed even a trace of fear. Longting Palace boasted a half-step imperial sovereign powerhouse. Even if he seldom emerged, his presence commanded absolute intimidation. Yet, this young man before them displayed no sign of trepidation nor any intention to flee, as if he were merely awaiting the arrival of Longting Palace's people. Onlookers murmured among themselves, discussing the unfolding drama. In their eyes, Longting Palace had grown to be an insurmountable force. Although the white-clad youth had hundreds of figures standing behind him, this was still the stronghold of Longting Palace within Moyuan City. Just as the crowd exchanged a few words, a figure of terrifying might suddenly appeared within the ancient palace, immediately spotting Jir, who lay in the pit with a head swollen like a pig's, along with the Grand Elder and others. The Lord of Longting Palace furrowed his brow. With the Grand Elder present, how had Jir ended up in such a state? Grand Elder, what on earth has transpired? Why is Jir in this condition? Have we apprehended the assailant? Upon hearing the Lord of Longting Palace's inquiry, all the cultivators present fell silent, daunted into inaction. Lord, the assailant is me, Jihong revealed openly, unleashing the terrifying aura of a peak ancient emperor that swept through the vast, ancient palace. You dare? The Lord of Longting Palace was momentarily taken aback. Then fury ignited within him. How dare you lay hands on my son? Upon hearing Jihong's declaration, the Lord of Longting Palace's expression shifted, revealing the depths of his rage. He realized he had provoked someone he should not have, for had it not been for him, Jihong would have long since met his end. In response to the Lord of Longting Palace's furious roar, Jihong replied coolly, What can I not provoke? I am the Lord of Longting Palace, a cultivator at the peak of the ancient emperor realm. Who can I not provoke? I see you wish to make your son the young master of Longting Palace, and therefore seek to eliminate my son. Let me inform you. You have entangled yourself in a significant matter. Boom. The Lord of Longting Palace was consumed by rage, utterly disbelieving Jihong's words. Instantly, dragon-shaped phantoms emerged around him, roaring as if they could devour Jihong in the next moment. I am not the one in trouble. It is Longting Palace that has found itself in a significant predicament. Jihong spoke softly, then turned to Chen Fan behind him, bowing respectfully as he stated. The Lord of the Dragon Ascension Palace possesses cultivation at the pinnacle of the ancient emperor realm, with overall combat prowess surpassing mine. Master, you may dispose of him at your discretion. Jihong understood well that whoever came from the Dragon Ascension Palace would likely be unable to avoid the looming threat of annihilation. Ha ha ha, Jihong, you old rascal. What profound schemes you harbor, playing petty tricks before me, calling him master? A cultivator at the early stage of the ancient emperor realm as your master? Who do you think you're fooling? The Lord of the Dragon Ascension Palace was incredulous, dismissing the notion that a mere early-stage ancient emperor cultivator could be Jihong's superior. Seeing this, Jihong merely shook his head, choosing silence. Soon, you may come to believe it. In truth, there was little to be concerned about. The fate of the one who had provoked his son had long been sealed. Chen Fan revealed a faint smile, stepping forward. However, the moment his foot touched the ground, a dull thud resonated from the pit, and in an instant, all presence vanished, leaving only a storage ring and splattered traces of blood. What do you amount to? My son wished to toy with you. The Lord of the Dragon Ascension Palace was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his face. His son had vanished. With only the storage ring remaining in the pit, his son's aura completely dissipated, erased from this realm. No. A wave of unbridled fury surged across the Lord of the Dragon Ascension Palace's face, his eyes ablaze with rage. He howled towards the heavens, summoning an unparalleled immortal weapon into his grasp. Boundless spiritual energy surged forth, the Dragon Ascension blade radiating a brilliance so dazzling it was beyond comprehension, embodying overwhelming destructive power. Boom. Ignoring the surroundings, the Lord of the Dragon Ascension Palace was consumed by a singular thought, vengeance for his son. A peak ancient emperor powerhouse wielding a supreme immortal weapon could unleash unimaginable force, even within the extraordinarily stable confines of this world. Should such a strike land, merely the residual energy would ensnare the cultivators within a 100-mile radius. Those of lesser cultivation within the Emerald Pavilion might meet their doom on the spot. Others retreated in terror, astonished that events had escalated so drastically. A crisp slap echoed, and in that instant, the terrifying momentum dissipated. If you wish to accompany your son, then go. Chapter 100. The Annihilation of the Dragon Ascension Palace. Chen Fan's voice emerged cold and chilling, reminiscent of the depths of a hellish abyss. Witnessing the scene before them, an overwhelming dread filled the hearts of all present. The once imposing figure of the Lord of the Dragon Ascension Palace, surrounded by dragon shadows, now lay embedded in the earth, his aura diminished to the brink of death. It was known that the Lord of the Dragon Ascension Palace was a peak ancient emperor, someone of immense power, capable of overshadowing the entirety of Mo Yuan City. Yet, he had been grievously wounded by a cultivator who appeared to be merely at the early stage of the ancient emperor realm. This was truly terrifying. He must be a super powerhouse at the half-step emperor level. Only such a being could possess such formidable strength. As this realization struck, the crowd instinctively recoiled. Fear etched on their faces. Father, Father, save me. The weak voice of the Lord of the Dragon Ascension Palace echoed, filled with regret beyond measure. He had never imagined encountering someone masquerading as a weakling, a genuine half-step emperor. Now, only one could save him. The ancestral elder of the Dragon Ascension Palace, his father. No sooner had the Lord of the Dragon Ascension Palace's plea escaped his lips than an overwhelming figure, exuding an immense aura, appeared before the gathered crowd. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing the condition of the Lord of the Dragon Ascension Palace, unleashed a terrifying surge of energy characteristic of a half-step emperor, instilling fear in all present. Who did this? A tide of fury enveloped the ancestral elder of the Dragon Ascension Palace, igniting a blaze of wrath. Clearly, he was enraged. The arrival of the ancestral elder drew the attention of other powerful factions in Mo Yuan City, including the leaders of the Sacred Martial Sect and the Xiao sect. The old coot of the Dragon Ascension Palace has emerged from seclusion. This matter is clearly significant. Yet, they speculated that with the elder's intervention, the situation would soon reach resolution. Within the palace, Chen Fan, upon observing the emergence of the half-step emperor, offered a faint smile and stepped forward once more, declaring, "It was I who did it. You seek death?" The ancestral elder of the Dragon Ascension Palace reacted instantly, launching a massive hand towards Chen Fan. At such close range, anyone would be obliterated by his grip. With a fiery temper, Chen Fan met the grasp of the half-step emperor with a smile, extending a single finger, unleashing a stream of spiritual energy. Swish! The massive hand was pierced as if it were mere tofu, blood splattering forth. Yet, the spiritual energy did not wane, continuing its trajectory like an arrow aimed at the head of the ancestral elder of the Dragon Ascension Palace. Impossible. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. A small shield materialized above his head, a defensive supreme immortal weapon caliber, remarkably formidable. However, under the onslaught of Chen Fan's arrow-like spiritual energy, it offered no resistance, piercing through and striking the elder's brow. "You are a true emperor," bloodied and filled with disbelief. The ancestral elder's aura began to wane. Boundless vitality drained from the wound, and he found himself incapable of using his internal energy to mend his injuries. "I shall send you on your way together. None shall bear blame. Your fates were destined to unfold thus." Chen Fan's voice was chillingly indifferent as he slowly extended his hand once more. Boom! The entire palace collapsed, dust settling in the aftermath. The Lord of the Dragon Ascension Palace and the ancestral elder vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the two storage rings still floating in the air, one might have thought they had never existed. A mournful melody resonated once more. The faces of all present, including those throughout Mo Yuan City, were etched with profound shock and terror. A half-step emperor, a peak ancient realm cultivator, the venerable ancestor of the dragon-treading palace, and the palace master, two formidable figures of immense power, have inexplicably vanished from existence. Their presence has dissipated entirely. Such an occurrence typically signifies one grim reality, that they have perished without a trace. A tumultuous storm of emotions surged within the hearts of the numerous formidable beings of Mo Yuan City. The venerable ancestor of the dragon-treading palace, a half-step emperor, has fallen with such alarming ease. The strength of the adversary is self-evident. It must be a true emperor. The realization struck all present, leaving their legs weak with trepidation. How could the dragon-treading palace have provoked an entity of emperor caliber? It appears that the dragon-treading palace is destined for annihilation. "Come, Jihong. Lead me to the dragon-treading palace," Chen Fan commanded, as he summoned a storage ring into his hand. "Yes, master," Jihong replied, soaring into the air and guiding Chen Fan and the others towards the northern part of the city. Mo Yuan City sprawled infinitely, with the dragon-treading palace located in the northern district. The young man in white behind the grand elder of the dragon-treading palace is undoubtedly that emperor-level powerhouse, presumably en route to the palace. The dragon-treading palace is truly on the brink of destruction. Quickly, inform the sect to prepare lavish tributes. Perhaps this emperor-level cultivator may choose to remain. The many powerful figures felt a mix of astonishment and dread, a foreboding sensation taking root in their minds. Should this unknown emperor truly decide to stay within Mo Yuan City, the heavens of Mo Yuan Prefecture would surely shift. Submission or demise. Everyone from the Dragon Treading Palace. You have 10 breaths to contemplate your decision. Otherwise, you shall all default to death. Chen Fan's domineering voice reverberated throughout the Dragon Treading Palace, which occupied nearly a third of the northern city, adorned with countless resplendent palaces. It resembled a medium-sized city, exuding an unmistakable grandeur. Submission. The entire assembly of cultivators from the Dragon Treading Palace, whether elders or disciples, fell to their knees, their faces ashen as they uttered the words. The Dragon Treading Palace boasted 1 million cultivators, the majority being disciples of varying ranks, emperors, quasi-emperors, and saint kings, with over 20 ancient emperors among them. All these formidable beings chose to submit. Even the ancient emperors succumbed to Chen Fan's mental influence. In time, when the Grand Wu Empire is established, these cultivators will serve as its soldiers. Thus, all the assets, wealth, and territories of the Dragon Treading Palace now belong to Chen Fan. From this day forth, the Dragon Treading Palace is no more, and I hereby establish the Grand Wu Empire. Chapter 101. Conquering Mo Yuan City, building the new Grand Wu. Chen Fan's proclamation echoed throughout Mo Yuan City, sending tremors through the hearts of all the power holders and the 4 major sects, the Holy Martial Sect and the Xiao sect. The worst-case scenario had indeed transpired. An emperor-level powerhouse had taken residence in Mo Yuan City, and it was inconceivable that they would be content with merely the northern district. They were compelled to make a choice, especially the members of the Desolate sect, who were in a state of panic. Their ancestor and sect master were absent, leaving no one to steer the course. Both had returned to the Desolate realm via the teleportation array, citing urgent matters to attend to. The other ancestors of the Holy Martial Sect and the Xiao sect awakened, urgently convening to strategize a response. Within a lavish palace, Chen Fan sat upon the throne, surveying the assembled crowd below. From now on, we shall be known as the Grand Wu Empire. However, all operations will continue as usual, and all resources and wealth acquired must be submitted to me. Yes, Your Majesty. The multitude dared not voice any dissent. The words of an emperor-level powerhouse were absolute. As the crowd dispersed, a voice resonated in Chen Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of establishing a foothold in the spirit realm. Acquiring a territory of your own, rewards are being dispensed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a level 4 Empire Construction Card X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a cross-dimensional teleportation array X1. The system's voice chimed again. A level 4 construction card? A cross-dimensional teleportation array? Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with elation. Truly, fortune favors the bold. With a level 4 super construction card, transforming Mo Yuan City into the imperial capital of the Grand Wu Empire would be effortless. Moreover, the cross-dimensional teleportation array was non-existent in the Taicang realm. To reach the spirit realm, one had to traverse a transfer realm, which opened only once every million years for a mere month. Relocating the Grand Wu Empire from the Taicang realm here would be exceedingly cumbersome. However, with this cross-dimensional array, constructing one in the Grand Wu capital and another in Mo Yuan City would grant them the ability to travel to the Taicang realm at will, an unparalleled convenience. First, he would subdue the 4 major sects, securing a bounty of rewards before overhauling the entirety of Mo Yuan City. From henceforth, Mo Yuan City would serve as the foundational ground for the Grand Wu Empire's conquest of the 3,000 divine states. Murmuring to himself, Chen Fan's figure vanished from sight, reappearing above Mo Yuan City. Mo Yuan City was divided into 5 districts: East, West, South, North, and Central. The Central District was jointly governed by the 4 major sects, housing their various industries and serving as a bustling marketplace for all cultivators within the vast expanse of Mo Yuan Prefecture. The East District was home to the Desolate sect. The West District belonged to the Holy Martial Sect, and the South District was occupied by the Xiao sect. Contemplating briefly, Chen Fan unleashed a terrifying spiritual sense that enveloped the entirety of Mo Yuan City. Every powerful being and faction within the city fell under his perception. In the next instant, Chen Fan materialized in the West District, within the Holy Martial Sect. Where is the Holy Martial Ancestor? His detached voice echoed as the Holy Martial Ancestor appeared before him, terror etched across his face. Lord, spare us. We of the Holy Martial Sect have committed no wrongs. Please show mercy. Did I indicate my intent to harm you? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, retorting, I am here to inform you that the Holy Martial Sect is to be disbanded, and all will become part of the Grand Wu Empire, including yourself. Should you refuse, I will be compelled to take action. Agreed. We of the Holy Martial Sect consent. The Holy Martial Ancestor, having anticipated this outcome, offered no hesitation in his response. Huh. You possess a modicum of wisdom. Soon enough, you shall realize how astute your decision was. Prepare yourselves. I will send someone to your holy martial sect to oversee the transfer of all wealth and cultivation resources. With that, Chen Fan vanished from sight. To claim Mo Yuan Prefecture as the domain of the Grand Wu Empire, subjugating these for major sects was paramount. Next, Chen Fan made his way to the Xiao sect, an all-female sect adorned in purple garments, resembling ethereal purple maidens, exuding an enchanting allure. A row of figures stood there, as if they had anticipated Chen Fan's arrival. Ready to greet him, the esteemed leader of the Xiao sect, Jin Wan, pays her respects to the emperor. A graceful silhouette appeared before Chen Fan, bowing respectfully in his presence. Ah, the leader of the Xiao sect? Where is your esteemed ancestor? The ancestor is aware of your coming and is preparing a gift for you. She is yet to return, Jin Wan explained with utmost reverence. A hint of awe gracing her exquisite features. An emperor-level expert had never before graced their Mo Yuan city. Such a formidable presence could easily obliterate the entire Mo Yuan prefecture, necessitating her profound respect and veneration. Is that so? How thoughtful of you, Chen Fan replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Since your ancestor is not present, allow me to inform you. Your Xiao sect has two choices. You may either vacate Mo Yuan prefecture entirely or dissolve your sect and pledge allegiance to my Wu Empire. Which option do you prefer? Chen Fan's gaze rested upon Jin Wan's countenance, a smile gracing his lips. Respected Emperor, prior to her quest for gifts, our ancestor instructed us that we shall dissolve the Xiao sect and become subjects of the Wu Empire. Furthermore, our ancestor mentioned that we, the Xiao sect, excel in herb gathering and alchemy. Thus we can contribute to the Wu Empire. Jin Wan spoke slowly. Interesting, Chen Fan mused. I am eager to meet your ancestor. His curiosity was piqued once more. The ancestor of the Xiao sect must possess remarkable foresight to anticipate such matters. He wondered what kind of gift was being prepared for him. Upon departing from the Xiao sect, Chen Fan made his way to the East City, the location of the Huang Men. With the absence of both the Huang Men's ancestor and its leader, Chen Fan proceeded to notify all members of the Huang Men directly. Upon the return of their ancestor, there would be no dissent. The four major forces had thus succumbed to Chen Fan with remarkable ease. At his command, the three forces would announce their dissolution and integrate into the Wu Empire. System, utilize a level 4 Empire construction card. Chen Fan stood suspended in the void, silently making his request. Ding. Congratulations, the host has used a level 4 construction card. Construction is underway, please wait. As the system's voice faded, the vast Mo Yuan city began to expand once more. A grander and more luxurious metropolis gradually emerging before everyone's eyes. Chapter 102, Cross-Boundary Teleportation Array. An overwhelming power enveloped the skies above Mo Yuan city, and the astonishing transformations taking place astonished all the cultivators within the city. They were bewildered by the inexplicable changes unfolding before them. The familiar Mo Yuan city was gradually becoming unrecognizable, shining brighter, towering majestically, and exuding greater opulence than ever before. Thunderous roars echoed as a magnificent city, reminiscent of a primordial beast, loomed over the boundless earth. A mere glance was enough to leave anyone awestruck by the sheer grandeur of this formidable metropolis. However, just when everyone believed that the vast and luxurious new Mo Yuan city had ceased its metamorphosis, a colossal and terrifying force suddenly descended from the heavens above. Palatial structures of immense grandeur materialized in the void like mushrooms after a rain. The city of the void had reemerged, surpassing the earlier city of the void established in the Taicang realm in both scale and splendor. Chen Fan could even sense the exceptionally rich spiritual energy emanating from within this new city of the void, equipped with a gathering formation capable of attracting the essence of heaven and earth. It was known that the spiritual energy in Mo Yuan city was already unparalleled, unmatched by any city in the Taicang realm. Yet, the concentration of spiritual energy in the city of the void was over 100 times that of the outside world, and it was even purer. Excellent. This is truly the capital of my Wu Empire, Chen Fan remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Soon after, the overwhelming power dissipated, revealing a city of the void and a magnificent terrestrial city standing proudly upon the vast earth. Within Mo Yuan city, whether among the members of the three major forces or the ordinary cultivators, everyone was left speechless in awe. Was this the power of an emperor? It was utterly terrifying. Thanks to the emperor, our homes have expanded several-fold. Countless cultivators excitedly discussed. As the excitement and astonishment regarding the dramatic changes in Mo Yuan city rippled through the crowd, a gentle voice resonated in the ears of all the cultivators once again. From this day forth, Mo Yuan city shall be officially renamed Wu Yun City. the capital of Wu Empire. As Chen Fan's proclamation echoed, a tidal wave of emotions surged through the hearts of countless cultivators. The absence of any opposition from the other three major forces indicated their tacit approval or perhaps their choice to submit. Henceforth, Wu Yun City would stand as the capital of the Wu Empire, with the entirety of Mo Yuan Prefecture under its dominion. Congratulations to the Emperor for mastering Mo Yuan Prefecture. Congratulations to the Emperor for mastering Mo Yuan Prefecture. The voices of countless individuals resounded throughout Wu Yun City. In truth, everyone felt immensely exhilarated. The unification of Mo Yuan Prefecture, combined with the presence of an emperor-level powerhouse, had elevated Mo Yuan Prefecture to the status of a two-star prefecture. In the realm of spiritual domains, a two-star prefecture was no longer at the bottom of the hierarchy. In a month's time, we shall hold the ascension ceremony for the Holy Court, and Wu Empire will officially attain the status of a transcendent, holy court governing a whole prefecture. The Holy Court is a title that transcends the imperial dynasty. Any force bearing the title of Holy Court or Holy Sect is a superlative entity boasting emperor-level experts. Presently, the Wu Empire was already qualified to attain the status of a Holy Court. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fan appeared in a vacant area within the City of the Void. System, materialize a cross-boundary teleportation array. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully materialized a cross-boundary teleportation array. You need to select another world to manifest a cross-boundary teleportation array for bidirectional transport. As the system's voice concluded, an intricate and profound wave of energy surged forth, and a cross-boundary teleportation array spanning nearly 10 miles appeared before Chen Fan's eyes. Upon returning to the Tidesong realm, he would be able to achieve bidirectional teleportation. Gazing at the immense cross-boundary teleportation array, a smile graced Chen Fan's face. Returning to the Tidesong realm was imperative. However, before doing so, he would first utilize the rewards from the system. Subsequently, Chen Fan's gaze shifted to the system's backpack, where he still possessed the summoning cards from his previous rewards. System, use all the summoning cards. Chen Fan silently commanded. Subsequently, a mechanical voice resonated once more in his mind, announcing, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing 10 king summoning cards, thereby acquiring 10 peak-level emperors. Another chime followed, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using 5 glory king summoning cards, obtaining 5 peak-level ancient emperors. As the system's voice faded, more than 10 figures traversed the void, arriving above the martial fortune city and directly entering the City of Void. The presence of 5 peak-level ancient emperors and 10 peak-level emperors was indeed commendable. Chen Fan gazed upon the figures before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Peak-level ancient emperors were considered the most elite warriors even among the 4 major powers of Mo Yuan Prefecture. Summoning 5 of them at once significantly bolstered the strength of the great martial empire. He promptly assigned a dozen individuals to oversee the affairs of Mo Yuan Prefecture. The vast expanse of Mo Yuan Prefecture, rich in resources and treasures, needed to be firmly under the control of the great martial empire to continuously contribute boundless wealth. Yes, Your Majesty. The crowd dispersed. Chen Fan returned to his opulent palace, his gaze once again resting upon the cultivation enhancement cards. System, deploy the cultivation enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the cultivation enhancement card. With a resounding boom, in an instant, Chen Fan's cultivation soared from the early stage of Ancient Emperor to the mid-stage. His power surged once more, and he nodded in satisfaction, feeling the immense strength within him. In this spirit realm, the number of formidable beings was staggering. In a mere 1-star continent, there existed entities on the brink of emperorhood. 2-star and 3-star continents, and even 5-star continents, housed incredibly terrifying powers. Hence, Chen Fan understood the urgency of enhancing the might of the great martial empire to secure a foothold in this vast and perilous spirit realm. There was also the matter of the weaponry inheritance, which he could explore when the opportunity arose. Chen Fan murmured to himself, and his figure vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, the 4 celestial prodigies remained behind to cultivate in the City of Void, where the air was thick with spiritual energy, and the abundance of cultivation resources made it an ideal place for seclusion. After arriving in the spirit realm, Jiang Fanju, Lin Feng, and Sure Hao realized just how formidable this world truly was. Thus, they chose to seize every moment to enhance their strength. Naturally, among them, it was still Nangong Wanner who advanced the fastest. Chapter 103, Returning to Tidesong. Nangong Wanner had just sent off a half-step emperor of the Dragon Soaring Palace and a peak-level ancient emperor, accumulating a significant amount of energy that would expedite her current cultivation breakthrough. Hence, she did not dare to waste a moment and seized every opportunity to train. In the transitory realm, Chen Fan's figure reappeared, as he needed to pass through this realm to return to the Taitsong realm. After a brief flight, he encountered many from the 7 transcendent Emperor-level forces who had yet to depart. Your Excellency, we finally found you. The burial god mysterious realm is about to close. We must hurry to the Taitsong realm. The leaders of the Chaohong Emperor and others exclaimed in a flurry upon spotting Chen Fan. Wait, Your Excellency, where are the 4 celestial prodigies of Dawu? They inquired, puzzled to see Chen Fan alone. They have ventured into the spirit realm. Chen Fan replied, wearing a faint smile. We discovered an entrance to other worlds, a realm far more vast than Taitsong, teeming with countless powerful beings. He added, aware that the individuals before him were also curious about others in different worlds. Since he had disclosed this knowledge, he saw no harm in sharing further. In truth, he had another motive for returning. He sought to incorporate the 7 transcendent forces, the only entities in Taitsong that eluded his control, into the great martial empire. Establishing a sacred court in Taitsong and securing eternal dominance over the entire realm. What? Other worlds? Boundless and filled with powerful beings? The leaders of the 7 transcendent Emperor-level forces gasped in disbelief at Chen Fan's words, their expressions laden with astonishment. Indeed, within this burial god mysterious realm, there lies an entrance leading to the spirit realm. Chen Fan nodded, a peculiar smile gracing his features. However, the burial god mysterious realm is on the verge of closing. If you wish to venture to the spirit realm, you will be unable to return to the Taitsong realm through that passage. What? The initial excitement of the crowd turned to silence upon hearing the impossibility of returning. They had too many matters left unresolved in Taitsong and were venturing into unfamiliar territory, fraught with peril and uncertainty. Not to mention, the daunting task of seeking out methods to ascend to emperorhood in that realm was no small feat then. Your Excellency, what are the prodigies of Dawu? Chaohong Emperor hesitated, rephrasing his inquiry. Are you not worried they might not thrive there? They are merely at the emperor level, he continued. That is of no concern. I have already secured a domain in that realm, even more expansive than Taitsong, intending to establish the great martial sacred court. They are currently engaged in secluded cultivation there. Upon hearing this, the ancient emperor-level powers of the 7 transcendent forces couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A domain more extensive than Taitsong. They marveled at how the emperor had managed to claim such a vast territory within just a few days in the burial god mysterious realm. It was truly impressive. Chen Fan then presented them with a choice. I will establish the great martial sacred court in Taitsong. If you are willing to submit, you shall share in the glory and misfortune of Dawu. However, should you choose not to submit, we shall revisit this matter later. He regarded the ancient emperor-level powers with a knowing smile. At this, the ancient emperors felt a chill run through them, instantly realizing the implications of his words. They understood that the emperor intended to develop in the more extensive and perilous spirit realm, seeking to eliminate any potential threats from Taitsong, the origin of Dawu. The only remaining concern for Dawu and Taitsong was undoubtedly the 7 transcendent emperor-level forces. A wave of helplessness washed over them as they realized there was truly only one option: submission. After contemplating their predicament, the ancient emperor powers found no viable alternatives and could only acquiesce. The emperor had already secured endless territories in the far more vast and terrifying spirit realm. Besides, aligning with him might even offer a path to ascend to true emperorhood in the future. The benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. We are willing to guide our sect to become a member of the sacred court. The venerable figures, including the ancient Emperor Chaohong, respectfully bowed to Chen Fan and spoke. Very well, I trust that you will come to cherish this decision in the future, Chen Fan responded. Now, let us return to the Taitsong realm. With that, his figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Shortly thereafter, numerous silhouettes reappeared within the Taitsong realm. The rules are feeble, and the concentration of spiritual energy is sparse. No wonder it is so arduous to give birth to a being of the Emperor's realm, Chen Fan remarked as he appeared in the Taitsong realm, meticulously absorbing the atmosphere. He sighed, noting the stark disparity in both the quantity and quality of spiritual energy compared to the spirit realm. Upon your return, prepare diligently. In a few days, the Grand Martial Sacred Court will officially be established, reigning supreme over the Taitsong realm. Chen Fan's voice resonated as he vanished once more. Henceforth, we are all one family, united in our loyalty to the Grand Martial Sacred Court. Perhaps this time, our decision is indeed the right one. Within the spirit realm, there must be methods and resources to transcend the Emperor's realm, the numerous ancient Emperor-level experts murmured before disappearing in an instant. Return and prepare all matters, they instructed. As the exit of the God Burial Mystic Realm lay within the northern wilderness, Chen Fan swiftly arrived at the Grand Martial Imperial capital, Wuyuan City. We await the Emperor's return to the palace. Upon Chen Fan's arrival in Wuyuan City, countless cultivators knelt and bowed, respectfully addressing him. "Please, rise," Chen Fan gestured, surveying the cultivation levels of the Grand Marshal Imperial Court's populace. The progress has been remarkably swift. Over 5 million from the Northern Army have achieved the quasi-emperor realm, while the leaders of both the Northern Army and the Imperial Guards have surpassed the mid-level of the Great Emperor realm. Coupled with the Burial Emperor armor and formidable Imperial techniques, their combat prowess now rivals that of the pinnacle of the Great Emperor realm. In conjunction with 5 million quasi-emperor soldiers, their might has surged exponentially. In 3 days, our Grand Marshal shall become the unparalleled Grand Marshal Sacred Court of the entire Taizong realm. While there may be many transcendent imperial forces, only one sacred court shall exist, and that is the Grand Marshal Sacred Court. Chapter 104. The Purple Sky Bloodline, Immortal of the Mortal Realm. System. Manifest a cross-realm teleportation array for me, Chen Fan murmured as he returned to the palace and found an open space. Instantly, the area shimmered with boundless profound meanings. Before long, a colossal teleportation array materialized before Chen Fan. With a wave of his hand, thousands of mysterious crystals entered the array. He stepped forth into the teleportation circle. Boom. Boundless fluctuations of spatial rules surged forth as Chen Fan's figure vanished within the array. After several breaths, he reappeared in the spirit realm's Mo Yuan prefecture. Emerging from a corner of the city of Void, overlooking the vast metropolis, a smile graced his lips. With the cross-realm teleportation array before him, they could return to the Taizong realm at any moment or traverse from the Taizong realm to the spirit realm with ease. How convenient. 3 days later, Chen Fan returned to the Grand Marshal Imperial capital of the Taizong realm. On this day, the cultivators from 7 transcendent imperial forces, under the guidance of ancient emperor-level experts, arrived in the Northern Realm, ascending above countless beings and forces across the Taizong realm. Henceforth, it shall be the Grand Marshal Sacred Court. Beneath the heavens, all lands belong to the king. All living beings in the Taizong realm are now subjects of the Grand Marshal Sacred Court. A Sacred Court-S Academy for Talents shall be established, with ancient emperor-level experts serving as mentors and pinnacle Great Emperor realm cultivators as assistant instructors, recruiting the talents of the world, regardless of who it may be. As long as one's talent and character meet the criteria, they may enter the Sacred Court Academy for Talents to cultivate. A Taizong Talents ranking shall be established, overseen by ancient emperor experts. Anyone who secures a spot in the top 10 of the Taizong Talents ranking shall be permitted to enter the spirit realm for cultivation, striving for ascendance to even loftier realms. An exorcist division shall be established to deal with any demonic entities that disturb the world, met with relentless execution. With imperial edicts being issued, a tremendous uproar swept through the entire Taizong realm. Countless talented disciples rubbed their fists in anticipation, eager to showcase their prowess and become part of the talents ranking. Chen Fan undertook these measures to sift through the geniuses for the Grand Marshal Sacred Court in the spirit realm, solidifying the entirety of the Taizong realm and ensuring its true advancement towards a brighter future. After completing these tasks, Chen Fan led numerous ancient emperor-level experts to the spirit realm to familiarize themselves with the operations, enabling them to traverse both realms freely using the cross-realm teleportation array without hindrance, much like the likes of Huanggu and Fu Hai, whose cultivation had already broken through to the mid-level of the Great Emperor realm. While this was quite high within the Taizong realm, it remained insufficient in the spirit realm's Mo Yuan prefecture. Therefore, these seasoned veterans would temporarily remain in the Taizong realm to cultivate, provided with an abundance of high-level resources alongside various cultivation secret realms within Wuyun City, including time-space secret realms, ensuring their cultivation speed would not lag. In no time, they would successfully break through to even higher realms. In the spirit realm, Mo Yuan prefecture, a month swiftly passed, marking today as the day of transformation for Mo Yuan prefecture. The 4 major forces that once dominated the entirety of Mo Yuan prefecture had become relics of the past. Just days prior, 3 major forces simultaneously announced their dissolution: the Purple Sky Sect, the Holy Martial Sect, and the Wild Gate, now becoming part of the Grand Marshal Sacred Court. The ancestor of the Wild Gate and its leader returned just days ago, and after understanding the circumstances, they made the decision to join the Grand Marshal Sacred Court. Within the sect, all disciples became ordinary heavenly soldiers of the Grand Marshal Sacred Court, with the primary task of maintaining the integrity of their domain. Those at the Great Emperor and Ancient Emperor levels served as officials overseeing various areas of Mo Yuan prefecture. On this day, 3 half-step Emperor-level experts, along with numerous other powerful figures, gathered in the City of Earth for the formal commencement of the Grand Marshal Sacred Court ceremony. Emperor Lord, my daughter has a gift for you. Just before the ceremony began, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown, possessing unparalleled beauty and a graceful figure, slowly approached Chen Fan, raising a white jade box with delicate hands. Upon seeing the enchanting figure before him, a flicker of curiosity crossed Chen Fan's eyes. How old are you to have achieved half-step emperor-level cultivation? He pondered, quite puzzled. He recognized that the woman was the ancestor of the Purple Sky sect, on the brink of the quasi-emperor realm. However, he had not paid much heed to the vibrant life force radiating from her, indicative of her youth. If she were akin to the ancestor of the Wild Gate, Shi Huang, or the Holy Martial ancestor, even with formidable cultivation, their vitality would starkly contrast with that of a younger individual. The woman in purple appeared momentarily taken aback before flashing a charming smile. In response to the esteemed Emperor Lord, I am known as Xianxia, and I have just completed 1,000 years of cultivation. The Purple Sky sect was established by me 200 years ago, hence I appear quite youthful as its ancestor. Ah, I see. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Chen Fan nodded in surprise. To reach half-step emperor level in merely a millennium is an astonishing feat of aptitude. Even the most formidable beings at the ancient emperor realm have dedicated countless millennia, sometimes even exceeding 1,000,000 years, to attain their esteemed status. Achieving the threshold of a half-step emperor in merely a millennium is truly an extraordinary feat, indicative of a genuine prodigy. Contemplating this, Chen Fan promptly activated the Eye of Heaven, keenly intrigued by the ancestral figure before him, known as Xianxia, and her astonishingly swift cultivation pace. Name, Fan Xianxia. Race, human. Cultivation level, half-step emperor. Innate talent, Purple Cloud bloodline. The Purple Cloud bloodline is one of the most potent bloodlines in existence. Upon reaching a certain level of purity, one can revert to ancestral powers and master the celestial path of the Purple Cloud, achieving the status of a mundane immortal. Background: originally a princess of the 5-star Holy Court, Fan Xianxia fell victim to the jealousy of the Holy Empress, who orchestrated the murder of her mother and subsequently conspired to imprison her through the court's leader. However, Xianxia discerned the entirety of the treachery and escaped from the 5-star Holy Court, establishing the Purple Cloud sect in the humble realm of Mo Yuan, with aspirations to one day lead her sect against the 5-star Holy Court and avenge her mother by slaying her murderer. The Purple Cloud bloodline has the potential to attain the realm of the mundane immortal. Upon perusing Xianxia's fundamental information, Chen Fan was momentarily rendered speechless. No wonder her cultivation speed is so remarkable. She is indeed a superlative talent destined for greatness. It is well known that emperor-level beings possess immense power, capable of manipulating the fates of countless lives. Yet, few can fathom the existence of even more formidable entities beyond the emperor, known as the Supreme Emperors. Each Supreme Emperor is a paragon of strength, often awarded titles by the heavens, their might far surpassing that of ordinary emperors. Beyond the Supreme Emperors lies yet another realm, the Immortal Realm, also referred to as the Mundane Immortal Realm. Esteemed Emperor, this is but a small token of my regard, Xianxia spoke softly, revealing a jade box containing a fragment of star silver, a rare material she had fortuitously acquired, uncertain of its worth, yet wishing to express her sentiments. Star silver, a treasure she had covertly extracted from the 5-star Holy Court, was reputed to be an ancient, top-tier material. She presented this gift to the emperor before her, as she intended to depart from this place, anticipating the arrival of pursuers. With the star silver in hand, the emperor would spare her companions from hardship. Chapter 105, Star Silver. Star Silver? Upon hearing those two words, Chen Fan waved his hand, taking the star silver into his grasp and examining it closely. A flicker of delight crossing his gaze. Star silver. It is precisely one of the materials required to forge the primordial Mother Chi cauldron. He had not anticipated finding it so fortuitously. He had assumed it would take much longer to procure such a rare treasure, one that was exceedingly difficult to locate even across the vast expanse of the 3,000 continents. Xianxia had certainly surprised him. Very well, you are indeed impressive. At such a tender age, possessing the prowess of a half-step emperor, you would be a splendid addition to my great martial holy court, Chen Fan remarked, rising to stand before Xianxia with a gentle smile. To be candid, if possible, I too wish to join the illustrious holy court you have established alongside my companions. However, should I join your holy court, it would be a force of annihilation, and I could never bear to implicate you, esteemed emperor. Xianxia candidly expressed her thoughts before the emperor, though she refrained from elaborating excessively. Once the ceremony for the ascension of the great martial holy court is successfully concluded, I shall need to depart. A bittersweet smile graced Xianxia's face. Recently, she had sensed impending danger. It was likely that the pursuers from the 5-star Holy Court were closing in on her. She needed to venture further afield, for her current cultivation as a half-step emperor rendered her no match for the formidable adversaries of the 5-star Holy Court. Is it because of the 5-star Holy Court? Chen Fan reassured her, a faint smile adorning his visage. Emperor Yu. Upon hearing Chen Fan utter the name of the five-star holy court, Xixia's eyes widened in astonishment as she followed his gaze toward the void. Boom! A series of thunderous roars echoed through the skies as six formidable figures abruptly materialized amidst the clouds, exuding an aura so terrifying it was akin to that of true deities, casting their gaze upon the realm below. In the next instant, these six dreadfully powerful figures appeared above Wu Yun City, their overwhelming presence casting a shadow over the entire expanse, enveloping the city in an ominous haze. All the strong individuals within Wu Yun City, upon glimpsing the six figures above, felt their hearts race, their pupils constricting in unison, terror washing over them. Notably, the ancestor of the Desolate Sect and the ancestor of the Holy Martial Sect, both half-step emperors, were equally stricken with fear, instinctively exclaiming, "5 half-step emperors and 1 true emperor." They were taken aback. When had emperor-level beings become so prevalent in the world? And it seemed their intentions were far from benign. Perhaps they were adversaries of the great martial emperor, aware of the impending ascension of the great martial holy court and deliberately seeking to cause disruption. However, in the next moment, it became clear to all present whom the 6 formidable entities sought. "Princess Xianxia, do you still wish to flee? Today, you shall find no escape." The leading emperor-level figure locked his gaze onto Xianxia, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he declared, "At long last, we have located Princess Xianxia. Once we present her head to the Holy Empress, we shall be rewarded with vast treasures. Yuan Lu Emperor, do you truly wish to slay me? You are but a pack of hounds." Xixia's heart sank upon seeing the 6 figures, a surge of fury igniting within her. "Despicable wretches! You have slain my mother and driven me to this point. Your hearts are truly vile. Haha, if you wish to call me a hound, I shall accept it. Yet this is a direct order from your father, who has disowned you as his daughter. I have come here to claim your head." The cultivator known as Yuan Lu Emperor, undeterred by her insult, revealed a radiant smile, his gaze brazenly sweeping over Xianxia. Princess Xianxia, revered as the greatest prodigy of the 5-star holy court and celebrated as its most exquisite beauty, was now poised to fall into his grasp. He intended to savor every moment before severing her head to present to the leader of the 5-star holy court. "Huh, you repugnant fiend, even in death. I shall never allow you to succeed." Xianxia, bewildered and enraged by his audacious gaze, suddenly manifested a silvery longbow in her hand, drawing it to its full moon shape. In an instant, an arrow imbued with starlight coalesced, hurtling toward the Yuan Lu Emperor with lethal intent, like a streak of flowing light. It was enveloped by an unfathomable terror, arriving before the sovereign of Yuan Lu in an instant. The supreme imperial weapon, the Xianyu Bao, indeed rested in your grasp. "Ha ha, today I have struck a tremendous fortune." The sovereign of Yuan Lu laughed heartily, and in a blink, unleashed a punch that struck the arrow. The arrow, imbued with endless starlight, instantly disintegrated into a myriad of twinkling specks, vanishing from sight. The power of a sovereign is truly formidable. A hint of despair flickered across the delicate features of Xianxia. She had believed that with the supreme imperial weapon, she could inflict even the slightest harm upon the sovereign of Yuan Lu, granting her a moment's respite to flee. Yet, to her dismay, no injury was inflicted at all, nor could she even approach his form. "Come to me." The sovereign of Yuan Lu revealed a wildly arrogant smile, his figure vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Xianxia the next moment. Inhaling the fragrance that was so close, the sovereign of Yuan Lu felt a surge of excitement. The fairest maiden of the Fanchans was within his grasp. As for the other cultivators in the city, he regarded them with utter disdain. They were mere ants, the strongest among them barely at the half-step sovereign realm. Should anyone dare to make a move, the only path they could take would be to the grave. However, the others, as expected, were paralyzed in shock before the sovereign's might, bereft of any thoughts of rescue or stepping in for Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia found herself locked in the overwhelming aura of the sovereign, unable to escape, her beautiful eyes instinctively darting towards Chen Fan beside her. In the entire martial fortune city, only one person possessed sovereign power, the master of the great martial sacred court. Sigh, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. How could I have taken the starry secret silver you gifted me? Chen Fan sighed softly, his figure flashing as he appeared before Xianxia. As the sovereign of Yuan Lu reached out with his hand, Chen Fan retaliated with a slap. Chapter 106, Suppressing the Sovereign with One Hand. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the martial fortune city. Then, everyone beheld a figure being sent flying away at a speed surpassing that of its arrival, soaring into the high void, barely managing to stabilize itself. Is there a powerful being present? The sovereign of Yuan Lu felt a sharp pain on his face, his pupils constricting in shock, waves of turmoil surging within him. Other cultivators, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in utter astonishment, exclaiming, "What did I just see?" The sovereign was actually slapped away by that master. This is utterly outrageous. The sovereign's combat prowess was unrivaled. How could an ordinary sovereign-level cultivator stand against him? It was simply too powerful, too astonishing. The might of the sovereign was beyond imagination, and even among sovereigns, the disparity in strength was immense. The entire martial fortune city erupted in excitement. They had never witnessed such a pure and unadorned clash between two sovereign-level beings. Xixia's enchanting face reflected her shock, her beautiful eyes wide open. She understood that the master of the great martial emperor was a true sovereign-level powerhouse, capable of contending with the sovereign of Yuanlu. Yet, she had not anticipated such a vast chasm in their abilities. You dare intrude upon my great martial sacred court, intent on slaying my people. What punishment do you deserve? Chen Fan's voice, cold and detached, resounded like a sound emanating from the depths of the underworld, instilling boundless dread in the hearts of those who heard it. Before his words had fully dissipated, Chen Fan's figure had already appeared in the void, a stream of spiritual energy shooting forth instantaneously. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sounds of whips echoed as 5 half-step sovereign-level cultivators, caught unawares, had no time to react before being reduced to 5 clouds of blood, dissipating into the ether. Gasp. As all beheld this scene, they collectively inhaled sharply. 5 half-step sovereigns had fallen just like that. It was utterly terrifying. Do you know who we are? How dare you wantonly slaughter the disciples of the Fanchans? The sovereign of Yuanlu roared in a rage, his anger igniting as he witnessed his subordinates transformed into blood mist. We are the 5-star sacred court, a force of terrifying magnitude. How dare you provoke us? Your fate is sealed, and it is annihilation. The sovereign of Yuanlu realized that he could no longer control the situation. He had to return and report to the lord of the sacred court about these events, as well as the circumstances regarding Princess Xianxia. He believed that upon truthful reporting, they would certainly dispatch mightier beings to crush the great martial sacred court. Thus, before departing, he had to utter a dire warning. 5-star sacred court. Upon hearing these 4 words, the inhabitants of Martial Fortune City were once again rendered speechless. The 5-star sacred court. It was known that within a 2-star sacred court, there was inevitably a sovereign-level powerhouse. In a 3-star sacred court, there would be at least 2 sovereign-level cultivators, or at the very least, 1 in the mid-stage sovereign realm. A 4-star sacred court was even more fearsome. It required the presence of over 10 sovereign-level beings, including formidable late-stage sovereigns, and needed to encompass a 4-star continent to be deemed a 4-star sacred court. The most terrifying of all was the 5-star sacred court, the highest echelon of sacred courts, where the number of sovereign-level powerhouses was inconceivable. But one requirement remained: the presence of a peerless sovereign with a title from heaven and earth, a being of unfathomable might. Currently, the Great Martial Sacred Court could at most be considered a 2-star sacred court. The gap to the 5-star sacred court was unfathomably vast. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within everyone's hearts. To provoke the 5-star sacred court was a grave misstep, no matter how formidable the master of the Great Martial Sacred Court might be. Could he possibly rival the strength of the 5-star sacred court? The Fanchans? They had never heard of such a name. Yet, none of this mattered. Soon, it would have no bearing on you. A cold smile graced Chen Fan's lips as the human emperor's sword suddenly appeared in his hand, his figure vanishing into the void. Humph, even if your combat prowess is formidable, I have mastered the ancient imperial technique, blood escape. You shall never catch up to me. The sovereign of Yuanlu scoffed, biting his tongue fiercely, blood surging forth as a shadow of blood materialized around him. In the next moment, he prepared to vanish from sight. Escape? Where do you think you can flee? Chen Fan's figure had already appeared before the sovereign of Yuanlu, a radiant and terrifying sword intent cleaving towards the endless blood shadow. Tear. Before the sovereign of Yuanlu could even make his escape, his blood shadow was severed in twain by the brilliant sword intent, an ocean of crimson blood gushing forth. How can this be? For the first time, fear manifested on the face of the sovereign of Yuanlu. He had activated blood escape, yet his body was still cleaved in two. It was simply unfathomable. However, what awaited him was not an answer, but dozens of radiant and terrifying sword intents. Swish, swish, swish. The once severed body was instantly transformed into a gruesome pulp. In a swift motion, Chen Fan unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, striking the flesh with a devastating lash. The remnants disintegrated into a crimson mist, dissipating into the ether. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood frozen in disbelief, their mouths agape, eyes wide with terror. The Emperor. That was a genuine powerhouse of the Emperor realm, and just like that, in a mere few moves, it was gone. A formidable emperor had perished so easily, the crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. When did it become so effortless to eliminate a true emperor? Yet, the most astonished of all was Xianxia. She gazed blankly at the lingering blood mist in the sky, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. She fully understood the sheer might of an emperor-level expert within the 5-star Holy Court. They were unlike other cultivators. Others might ascend to the emperor realm through chance or exceptional talent, each employing varied methods. However, those who emerged from the 5-star Holy Court and the Fantian Holy Court practiced the most supreme techniques, honing ancient imperial arts. Yet, in the face of the Great Wu Emperor, they were effortlessly annihilated in mere moments. Could it be that the Great Wu Emperor was a peak powerhouse of the emperor realm? All who infringe upon my Great Wu shall meet but one fate, death. Regardless of who they are merely the appetizers for my Great Wu today. With that, Chen Fan's voice rang out once more now. The ceremony for the ascension of the Great Wu dynasty to the Holy Court officially commences. Chapter 107, Recruitment of Xianxia. The ascension ceremony of the Great Wu dynasty proceeded undeterred by the unexpected arrival of 6 powerful figures, as if they had never appeared. From this day forth, the Great Wu dynasty officially ascends to the Great Wu Holy Court, ruling over the entire Mo Yuan continent, which shall regard the Great Wu Holy Court with reverence. A resounding proclamation echoed, igniting excitement among countless beings of the Great Wu Holy Court. Within a resplendent palace in the city of Void, nearly all the formidable figures of the Great Wu Holy Court had gathered, including those from the Huangmin, the Xingwu sect, and the powerful cultivators under Chen Fan's command. Altogether, the number of ancient Emperor Realm experts exceeded 100, with peak Emperor Realm powerhouses surpassing 500. Other realm cultivators had largely become members of the Holy Court's Guard, numbering over 10,000, with more than 10,000 at the Emperor Realm, an overwhelming force. The Holy Court's Guard patrolled the entire city of Wuyun, ever vigilant in safeguarding its security. In addition, there were 3 half-step Emperor Realm ancestors, the ancestral figures of Huangmin, Shihuang, and Xingwu sect. From this day forth, you have all shed your former identities. You are now solely subjects of the Great Wu Holy Court. Yes, the crowd roared in unison, their excitement palpable. Ever since they learned of Chen Fan's strength, they dared not harbor any dissenting thoughts. He was simply too powerful, so formidable that no one would even dare entertain any notions of rebellion. Now, disperse and fulfill your duties to ensure the smooth operation of the entire Mo Yuan continent, providing countless resources for cultivation to the Great Wu Holy Court. Chen Fan waved his hand, and at his command, the throng turned to depart. Only Xianxia remained, rooted in place, motionless. Once the crowd had dispersed, she addressed Chen Fan with utmost respect. My Lord Emperor, your might today is unparalleled, reaching the pinnacle of power. However, I fear I have drawn trouble upon the Great Wu dynasty. Xianxia's delicate face was etched with seriousness. Oh, what trouble have you stirred? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and inquired. My Lord Emperor, the 5-star Holy Court and the Fantian Holy Court are far from as simple as they appear. You must understand that even within the vast northern spirit realm, encompassing nearly 500 to 600 domains, the Fantian Holy Court stands among the mightiest factions. Among the many 5-star Holy Courts in the northern spirit realm, their power ranks among the top. Xianxia spoke slowly, her tone grave. As the daughter of the Fantian Holy Court's leader, she was acutely aware of their formidable strength, which transcended the mere presence of 1 or 2 Emperor Realm experts. Indeed, I am already aware of this. Do you wish to convey something further? Chen Fan smiled and replied, Are you not afraid, my Lord Emperor? My father, the leader of the Fantian Holy Court, possesses strength that surpasses all emperors, ancient emperors, and even the absolute realm of the emperor. My Lord Emperor has slain an Emperor Realm expert from the Fantian Holy Court, which has undoubtedly invited catastrophe. I fear if I linger here, it may spell doom for the Great Wu. Xianxia's heart was heavy with helplessness. Being pursued by those sent by her father, she felt trapped. As a cultivator she had only met for a brief moment, had dispatched 6 powerful foes, dragging her into an enormous predicament. Are you suggesting that you wish to leave here to divert your father's attention? Chen Fan inquired nonchalantly. Yes. Only in this way might they believe I am responsible for the deaths, and I could face the consequences alone, Xianxia responded earnestly. Ha! How naive, Chen Fan laughed heartily, rising from his seat to stand before Xianxia, speaking each word with deliberation. Do you know how many witnesses there were when I vanquished those 6 experts from the Fantian Holy Court? As soon as Chen Fan spoke, Xianxia's complexion turned pale. Indeed, the number of cultivators who witnessed the event was countless, for it had occurred just before the commencement of the ascension ceremony, and all the notable powers in the Mo Yuan continent were present, their eyes fixed upon the spectacle. There was no way to conceal this incident. What should we do? I have implicated the Great Wu Holy Court. Given the Fantian Holy Court's nature, they will undoubtedly seek to annihilate every cultivator of the Great Wu Holy Court. Despair washed over Xianxia as she realized the gravity of the situation. Her greatest aversion in life was to harm the innocent and drag others into her troubles. Now, she felt poised to lead the entire Great Wu Holy Court to ruin along with her, causing her heart great unrest. What shall we do? We face our foes with resolve and shield ourselves from the tide. Chen Fan smiled. However, I do not think leaving here is your best option. If you wish to avoid implicating us and still seek vengeance for your dear mother, I believe formally joining the Great Wu Holy Court would offer you hope. Chen Fan's voice resonated, leaving Xianxia momentarily stunned. My Lord Emperor, how do you? Do not concern yourself with how I came to know this. If you seek vengeance, I can assist you in achieving it. In my eyes, you remain an unrefined gem, destined to radiate with boundless brilliance in the future. Should you insist on departing, I shall not hinder you. Regardless, the Fantian Holy Court and the Great Wu Holy Court already harbor enmity. Battles are inevitable in the future. Chen Fan interrupted Xianxia's words casually. Xianxia stood in a daze for a moment, her heart suddenly flooded with profound emotion. Unbeknownst to her, the multitude of words spoken by Chen Fan had the singular purpose of assuring her to stay without fear of any other matters. Together, they would stand against the celestial court of the Vantian and aid her. Since the Lord Emperor had spoken thus, it would be prudent for Xianxia to comply. After pondering for a moment, she spoke. Given the current circumstances, the great martial Saint Court and the celestial court of the Vantian were already embroiled in enmity, with no possibility of reconciliation. If she were to depart alone, she would merely become a scapegoat for the great martial Saint Court. By remaining, she could join forces with the great martial Saint Court to resist the celestial court of the Vantian, hoping for a day when she could avenge her mother. Moreover, the current master of the great martial Saint Court possessed formidable strength, capable of easily slaying those at the Emperor's realm. Surely, they would be able to endure for quite some time. I am willing to become a member of the great martial Saint Court, to bring a glimmer of hope to our martial legacy. Xianxia knelt before Chen Fan with a thud, respectfully voicing her commitment. As her words fell, the familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a prodigy with the bloodline of the purple sky. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Chapter 108. Purple Radiance Divine Celestial Art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique. Purple Radiance Divine Celestial Art can be cultivated to the immortal realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the alchemical inheritance, capable of refining pills up to the 18th grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 cultivation enhancement card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 Glory King Summon cards and 1 Black Gold King Summon card. A cascade of mechanical notifications reverberated in Chen Fan's mind, prompting a smile to grace his lips as he gazed upon the kneeling Xianxia. No need for excessive formalities. From this day forth, you are a member of the Great Martial Saint Court. Anyone who dares to harm you shall find themselves at odds with us, Chen Fan declared, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable aura of authority. Thank you, Lord Emperor, Xianxia replied as she rose, bowing respectfully once more. She had never anticipated such unwavering support from the Emperor. Did you not mention that the practitioners of your Purple Sky sect excel in alchemy? Chen Fan inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Indeed, I had the privilege of studying under an alchemical master for a time and possess some knowledge. I have also instructed my fellow sisters in the art of alchemy. Xianxia nodded in affirmation. Very well. You shall henceforth serve as the head of the Great Martial Alchemy Pavilion. This is a portion of the alchemical inheritance. If you can master it, you will at least be able to refine pills of the 17th grade. Chen Fan casually tossed an ancient tome and several jade slips to Xianxia. These were the rewards from the system's alchemical inheritance. However, Chen Fan decided to withhold the final inheritance that allowed for the refinement of 18th grade pills, opting to take things step by step, considering Xianxia had only just joined the Great Martial Saint Court to be capable of refining 17th grade pills. A profound sense of astonishment and delight flickered in Xianxia's beautiful eyes. It was known that even alchemical masters could only refine pills of the 16th grade. Should she truly succeed in producing 17th grade pills, her achievements would surpass those of alchemical masters, earning her the title of Alchemy Emperor. Until now, she had only been able to refine 15th grade pills, suitable merely for ancient emperors. 16th grade pills were typically utilized by those at the emperor's realm for cultivation and healing. 17th grade pills were even more formidable, beneficial to peerless emperor-level experts. As for the final tier, the 18th grade pills, those were truly immortal elixirs, beyond her current reach. Your task from now on will be to delve into alchemy while continuing your training, instructing your sisters of the Purple Sky sect to refine pills. Cultivating a cadre of high-level alchemists for the Great Martial Saint Court, Chen Fan encouraged with a smile. Of course, Lord Emperor. I assure you that I will fulfill this mission, Xianxia replied, her heart brimming with excitement. To possess the capacity to offer a 17th grade alchemical inheritance, could this be a mere 2-star Saint Court, as it appeared on the surface? Furthermore, the court's master was immensely powerful, exhibiting no fear even in the face of 5-star courts, brimming instead with confidence. This could hardly be considered an ordinary 2-star Saint Court. Also, take this technique. The Purple Radiance Divine Celestial Art, and cultivate it. You possess the Purple Sky bloodline, one of the most powerful bloodlines in existence. And this art is perfectly suited to your constitution. With diligent practice, you should be able to break through to the true Emperor's realm in no time. Chen Fan added casually. Xixia's delicate face was awash with shock, her heart swirling with tumultuous emotions. The Purple Radiance Divine Celestial Art. I possess the Purple Sky bloodline? I could break through to the Emperor's realm in no time? Each piece of news sent waves of astonishment through her. She had always known of her impressive talent for cultivation, yet she was unaware of her Purple Sky bloodline. Today, the Lord Emperor had confirmed her lineage and even prepared a technique tailored to it. It was simply beyond belief. Devote yourself to your training and do not disappoint my expectations of you, Chen Fan said earnestly before vanishing from sight. Xixia's extraordinary talent, now intertwined with the divine, marked her as a true prodigy. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xianxia returned to a palace within the city of Earth, clutching the alchemical inheritance and cultivation technique. Setting the alchemical inheritance aside for the moment, she resolved to first master the Purple Radiance Divine Celestial Art before delving into the alchemical texts. With that, she entered into seclusion. Simultaneously, the Great Martial Saint Court began to function normally. The Great Martial Saint Court within the Taitsong realm maintained close ties with the courts of the spirit realm. The powerful figures within the court could utilize the teleportation array to return to the Taitsong realm or travel to the spirit realm at will. With the resources provided from the spirit realm, the strength of the Great Martial Court surged to an alarming degree. Of course, part of these resources came from the vast and bountiful Muyuan Prefecture. Another portion was acquired from the storage rings of the 5 semi-emperor level experts and 1 true emperor level expert. The high-grade profound crystals in Chen Fan's possession, combined with the previous 200 million, had astonishingly exceeded 500 million. Various top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures flowed into the hands of the numerous powerful figures within the Great Martial Saint Court, enhancing its strength. However, no matter how abundant the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Nangong Wan'er cared not for them, as the death of the 5 semi-emperor level experts and 1 true emperor level expert had nearly overwhelmed her. She now prayed that the Lord Emperor would refrain from slaying more powerful foes for the time being, lest she truly burst from the excess. In the North Spirit Realm, 600 vast domains sprawled infinitely, akin to the stars in the heavens. Countless powerful races and formidable beings coexist within the vast and boundless realms of the 600 great domains. At the heart of these domains lies the breathtaking domain, renowned as one of the most prestigious regions in the entire northern spirit world, flourishing in grandeur and prosperity beyond compare. This splendor is largely attributed to the existence of the sacred court that governs the entirety of the breathtaking domain, the 5-star sacred court, also known as the breathtaking sacred court. It is the might of the breathtaking sacred court that begets the domain's opulence and thriving nature. Amidst the ethereal expanse, perched upon clouds, stands an opulent palace. Seated upon a throne is a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of boundless power, with eyes that shimmer like rotating stars, adorned in a black and gold dragon robe. Upon his lap sits a stunningly beautiful woman, her figure slender and graceful, her skin as smooth as congealed fat. My lord, are you aware that that little vixen Xianxia has escaped again? In her pursuit, 5 half-step emperor-level warriors and 1 early-stage emperor-level powerhouse have all perished, whispered the alluring woman, leaning close to the ear of the middle-aged man. Chapter 109. Summoning the Emperor's Tribulation. Oh, is that so? The man momentarily paused, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Where is the cold dragon emperor? I am here, replied a towering figure who suddenly materialized in the hall, emanating an aura of terrifying might, revealing himself to be a late-stage emperor-level powerhouse. Gather some men and seek out Xianxia. If found, eliminate her on the spot and bring back her head as proof of your achievement. Your subordinate obeys, the cold dragon responded respectfully, clasping his fists. By the way, General Cold Dragon, the location of the fallen Yuan Lu Emperor is in Muyuan Prefecture, around Muyuan City. You may wish to investigate there for Xixia's whereabouts. The enchanting woman suggested softly. Understood. The cold dragon bowed respectfully to the enchanting woman before vanishing from sight. This time, success is assured. The cold dragon emperor is a late-stage emperor-level powerhouse, Even if Xianxia has gained some skills over the years, she will never escape the grasp of our breathtaking sacred court. The breathtaking sacred lord gazed at the enchanting woman with an expression filled with fondness. Thank you, my lord. As long as that little vixen Xianxia remains alive, I will never find peace. Ling Fei spoke slowly. Xianxia possesses extraordinary talent and is the daughter of the woman she killed. To truly find peace, it is essential to eradicate her completely. In the city of Void, Chen Fan sat within the Grand Palace, his gaze fixed upon the system's inventory. The first items that caught his attention were the summoning cards. Black Gold Monarch Summoning Card, capable of summoning powerhouses from the early Ancient Emperor realm to the early Emperor realm. Indeed, I can summon Emperor-level powerhouses. Chen Fan thought to himself. Our great martial sacred court is in dire need of Emperor-level practitioners to safeguard it. Let it be done. System, utilize all summoning cards. In his mind, a notification rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully using 10 Glory Monarch summoning cards, gaining 10 peak Ancient Emperor-level powerhouses. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully using 1 Black Gold Monarch summoning card, gaining the Emperor-level powerhouse, Tianyuan Emperor. As the system's voice faded, more than 10 figures, each radiating an aura of unfathomable terror, emerged from the void, descending upon the city of Void. All the great warriors of the great martial sacred court were astounded by this sight, especially the half-step Emperor-level Shi Huang and the holy martial ancestor, who felt the overwhelming presence of one figure among the 11, far surpassing their own strength. Our great martial sacred court is not merely what it appears. At that moment, Shi Huang comprehended that what they had perceived was merely the surface. The true strength of the great martial sacred court was incomprehensibly vast. Greetings, Emperor. Please rise. You may depart now, Tianyuan Emperor. Be vigilant for any unknown powerhouses visiting Moyuan Prefecture. If there are any, report immediately, Chen Fan instructed. Fully aware that the breathtaking sacred court would soon take action, dispatching even more formidable practitioners in search of Xianxia. With an Emperor-level powerhouse now among them, the great martial sacred court had acquired 2 such beings. Chen Fan was confident that it would not be long before even more Emperor-level powerhouses emerged within their ranks. Next, Chen Fan's attention shifted to the cultivation enhancement cards. System, use the cultivation enhancement card, he commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully using 1 cultivation enhancement card. As the system's voice echoed, Chen Fan's aura surged dramatically, propelling him from mid-Ancient Emperor realm to late Ancient Emperor realm. I can only say that I am now terrifyingly powerful, Chen Fan remarked, feeling the overwhelming force coursing through him and smiling with newfound confidence against the 5-star sacred court. Having completed these tasks, Chen Fan once again immersed himself in comprehending the 3rd level of the Chaos Primordial Infinite technique. The Chaos level technique is unfathomably potent, containing myriad mysteries that require an immense investment of time to grasp. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the great martial sacred court remained tranquil, with no significant events occurring. It had firmly established itself on the right path. On that particular afternoon, a sudden and all-encompassing darkness enveloped the heavens and the earth, casting an apocalyptic shadow over Martial Fate City and the vast surrounding territories. Thunderous roars echoed relentlessly in the sky, shaking the very souls of countless individuals. All gazes turned skyward, filled with awe and trepidation. Chen Fan, awakening from his contemplation, looked into the void, witnessing the scene reminiscent of the end times, and a smile crept upon his face. Yes, it is Xianxia's presence. Today, our great martial court shall gain another Emperor-level powerhouse. Truly, the Xianxia bloodline is remarkable. I thought it would take at least 2 or 3 months to break through to the Emperor realm, yet it has only been a month, and she has already succeeded. Chen Fan mused. Once more, the sky reverberated with terrifying thunder and blinding lightning. Torrential black rain poured down, as if the end of the world had indeed arrived. Suddenly, a violet figure appeared in the void outside Martial Fate City, standing beneath the ominous black clouds, her violet skirt billowing in the wind. Her beautiful eyes gazing up at the ominous clouds above, a look of gravity etched upon her face. The Emperor's tribulation has finally arrived. The Emperor realm transcends all beings, and any who wish to ascend must first endure the Emperor's tribulation and emerge unscathed to truly break into the Emperor realm. Xianxia now faced the final hurdle in her ascent to the Emperor realm, the Emperor's tribulation. In the desolate realm of the lower city, the expressions of the semi-emperor level cultivators, including the venerable Saint Martial ancestor, were filled with astonishment as they beheld the unfolding scene. Had the newcomer, having only joined the Grand Martial Sanctuary for just over a month, truly transcended to the realm of the true emperor? While they too had acquired the methods of the emperor, the path from semi-emperor to invoking the Emperor's tribulation was a long and arduous journey. They could scarcely believe that Xianxia had so swiftly summoned the arrival of the Emperor's tribulation, as all eyes widened in shock toward the vast void. A brilliant bolt of heavenly lightning cleaved through the sky, surging forth from the endlessly terrifying black clouds, aimed directly at Xianxia. This formidable lightning, imbued with an inexhaustible force of annihilation, seemed intent on obliterating all existence. "Come forth, let me experience the might of the Emperor's tribulation," Xianxia cried out, her voice resonating with determination as a dense and vibrant purple radiance enveloped her and an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Chapter 110, The Emperor's Tribulation of 2-9. After cultivating the purple radiance divine heavens technique, her spiritual energy had multiplied in density by hundreds of times. Never before had she realized that a single technique could yield such profound cultivation. Even among those at the semi-emperor level, she felt capable of effortlessly suppressing a multitude of her peers. Now, as she stood on the brink of breaking through to the emperor realm, she sensed an instinctive premonition that her combat prowess would far surpass that of an early-stage emperor, perhaps even rivaling that of a mid-stage emperor powerhouse. With a thunderous crash, the cataclysmic bolt of tribulation lightning struck against the defensive emperor weapon she had conjured. Xianxia staggered back 3 steps, the dazzling lightning dissipating into nothingness. With her formidable cultivation, coupled with the supreme immortal armor and the exquisite moon god bow, she was confident that confronting the 9 bolts of tribulation lightning would pose no significant challenge. Having successfully withstood a terrifying bolt of heavenly tribulation, Xianxia gained a clearer understanding of its power. She brimmed with confidence, believing that with her equipment and profound cultivation, she could indeed navigate through this 9-fold Emperor's tribulation. Typically, an Emperor's tribulation comprises 9 bolts. However, as successive bolts of lightning surged toward her without granting her a moment's respite, Xianxia remained unfazed, skillfully employing defensive techniques to counter the horrific onslaught. The entire process of her tribulation appeared effortless. Witnessing this spectacle, onlookers gasped in astonishment. The ease with which Xianxia confronted the Emperor's tribulation was a testament to her profound cultivation and deep-rooted foundation. At that moment, the 9th bolt of tribulation lightning shimmered with a hint of purple light, descending upon Xianxia in an instant. Moon God bow. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination as she let out a low cry, drawing the bow to its full moon. An arrow radiating silver starlight, imbued with boundless terrifying power, surged forth to meet the devastating bolt of lightning. With a resounding clash, the 2 forces collided in the void, producing a tremendous roar. In that instant, both the annihilating bolt of tribulation lightning and the shimmering arrow vanished into thin air. As the 9th bolt of lightning concluded, Xianxia beamed with a radiant smile, never anticipating such an effortless approach to transcending the Emperor realm. Within the entire martial destiny city, everyone was utterly stunned, their hearts overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of her accomplishment. The Emperor's tribulation, known for its terror, had been navigated by Xianxia with remarkable ease. Just as they believed the tribulation had come to an end, a deafening rumble echoed through the heavens, reverberating throughout the land. "Oh no, there's more lightning." Xianxia's countenance turned serious as she enveloped herself in an infinite purple radiance. To her astonishment, she had not anticipated the continuation of the tribulation. Traditionally, the Emperor's tribulation consisted of 9 bolts. Could it be that? Suddenly, Xianxia recalled an ancient text she had perused, which stated that those with prodigious talents could invoke the 2-9 Emperor's tribulation. The power of the 2-9 was far more terrifying than the ordinary 9 bolts. Only the most extraordinary prodigies of the world could potentially bring forth such a tribulation. Realizing that her cultivation of the purple radiance divine heavens technique had elevated her talent to this level, she felt a surge of excitement regarding her path of vengeance. As the 10th bolt of tribulation lightning descended once more, though a tinge of anxiety flickered in her heart, exhilaration prevailed. To summon the 2-9 Emperor's tribulation indicated that her talent was at least on par with the truly formidable beings throughout the vast history of the spirit realm. These mighty individuals had all undergone the 2-9 tribulation to achieve their current status. With another arrow loosed, she barely managed to extinguish the 10th bolt alongside it. The true challenge was about to commence. Xianxia's gaze grew resolute as she retrieved a medicinal gourd, filling her mouth with several elixirs as a precaution. Thunder roared as the 11th, 12th, and 13th bolts of lightning fell, each one more formidable than the last, and Xianxia strained to withstand their might. Then came the 14th bolt, colossal as a mountain, crashing down upon her. In that moment, all her defenses and counterattacks crumbled into nothingness. Xianxia's delicate form was propelled toward the earth like a cannonball. What a fearsome bolt! With all her strength, she managed to stabilize herself before hitting the ground. looking skyward with unwavering determination in her eyes. She had to overcome the 29 Emperor's tribulation. Vengeance awaited her, and she would ensure that the wicked woman paid dearly. Just then, the 15th bolt of lightning descended in an instant, shattering the defenses of her supreme immortal armor. The 16th bolt followed closely, sending Xianxia crashing into the earth, creating a massive crater. Severely injured, she struggled to emerge from the depths of that abyss. Yet, just as she clawed her way out, the 17th bolt struck with ferocity. A glimmer of relentless determination sparked anew in her beautiful eyes. She had to endure this 29 Emperor's tribulation. She owed it to her masteress' faith in her. With a blinding flash of lightning, Xianxia lay motionless upon the ground, her breath nearly extinguished. All who beheld this scene felt a pang of heartache. Wasn't he at merely 9 bolts? How had it escalated to 17? Stand up. The dark clouds have not yet dissipated. More lightning may still be brewing. Everyone rallied around Xianxia, urging her to rise. Amidst it all, Chen Fan remained impassive, his expression unchanged, as silence enveloped him. A genius possessing the bloodline of Xianxia cannot be so feeble. Boom. The 18th bolt of tribulation thunder, having been brewed for an extended period, descended once more, seemingly with unwavering confidence that it would obliterate the woman before it. However, just as the thunder approached Xianxia, an endless and resplendent purple radiance erupted from her, exuding an ancient and profound aura. In an instant, Xianxia's beautiful eyes flung open, and the dazzling purple light coalesced into a formidable purple barrier, enveloping her entirely. At that moment, the 18th bolt of tribulation thunder crashed down, shattering the thick purple shield layer by layer, yet its terrifying power diminished significantly. Ultimately, as the purple barrier dissipated, the 18th bolt of thunder vanished as well. The heavenly thunder had fully awakened my Xianxiao bloodline, granting me the divine abilities of my lineage. The Xianxiao Xianling Shield. Chapter 111. Xianxiao's Combat Power. The Xianxiao Xianling Shield. As Xianxiao murmured, the endless black clouds above dissipated, revealing a clear sky once more, as if the apocalyptic scene had never occurred. Following this, boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed a colossal vortex, pouring into Xianxiao's being. Her aura began to surge dramatically. A terrifying and vast presence, unique to the realm of Emperor, surged throughout the void. Everyone witnessing this spectacle widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. They had all assumed that Xianxiao could not survive this abnormal Emperor tribulation, with each subsequent bolt of thunder growing more formidable. Yet, no one anticipated that she would indeed overcome this fearsome Emperor tribulation. They gazed at Xianxiao, her appearance slightly disheveled. But they could distinctly sense that Xianxiao was no longer the same. She had ascended to a level of immense power, her terrifying aura causing them to tremble uncontrollably. It was overwhelmingly powerful, undeniably overwhelming. As time flowed, the once chaotic gathering of terrifying spiritual energy gradually calmed. Xianxiao's aura stabilized at the early stage of the Emperor realm. She expressed her gratitude to the Emperor, thanking him for this fortuitous opportunity. The first thing she did after stabilizing her aura was to soar into the void and respectfully bow to Chen Fan, unable to contain her excitement as she spoke. She could sense that having transcended the second 9 heavens tribulation and awakened her bloodline abilities, she was far stronger than she had anticipated, even capable of contending with late-stage Emperor realm cultivators. Indeed, this is what you deserve. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Purple Wind Wings, is bestowed upon you. Coupled with the Moon God Palace in your possession, I believe you will be exceedingly formidable among the ranks of emperors. Chen Fan suddenly appeared in the void, waving his hand as a palm-sized purple wing fluttered towards Xianxiao. The Purple Wind Wings? Xianxiao's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with joy. Her combat prowess now rivaled that of late-stage Emperor realm cultivators, yet her speed had been a shortcoming. There was no need to mention her defense, with her bloodline abilities. It surpassed even that of defense-oriented extreme Tao Emperor weapons. With the Moon God Palace providing immense offensive power, the addition of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Purple Wind Wings, significantly compensated for her combat deficiencies. Xianxiao reached out to receive the Purple Wind Wings, her spiritual force surging into it. In an instant, she established a connection. The next moment, the palm-sized Purple Wind Wings vanished from her hand, and a pair of wings radiating a hazy purple light unfurled behind her. Gently flapping, she could feel that with these wings, her speed had increased exponentially. They would undoubtedly serve as a lethal weapon for both offense and escape. Thank you for your gracious bestowal, my Lord Emperor. Xianxiao's heart surged with excitement. She had never imagined that within such a short span, she would accomplish what she had intended to achieve in a millennium to 5,000 years. Very well. I trust everyone has seen that any cultivator capable of breaking through to the Emperor realm may select a suitable extreme Dao Emperor weapon from me to enhance their combat power. Chen Fan chuckled, then proclaimed loudly, break through to the Emperor realm? Suddenly, I feel as though I am capable. The prospect of acquiring an extreme Dao Emperor weapon was indeed extraordinarily generous. The crowd erupted once more in exuberance, only gradually quieting down after a considerable time. However, just as the crowd was preparing to cultivate fervently, eager to reach the Emperor realm, a magnificent and terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the city of martial fortune. The crowd sensed this familiar presence and collectively gasped. It was the prodigy of the great martial sacred court, Nangong Waner, who had transcended to the pinnacle of the ancient Emperor realm. Wait, wasn't she just at the early stage of the ancient Emperor realm? How could she have broken through to the pinnacle in such a short time? Is this genuine cultivation? The crowd erupted once again in excitement. Two more powerful beings from the Emperor realm, or even a high-tier emperor, and I could break through to half-step emperor. At that point, contending with true emperors should be feasible. Nangong Waner, within the cultivation chamber, suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a radiant smile. At less than a century of age, achieving the pinnacle of the ancient emperor realm was a feat even the top talents of the spirit realm could scarcely accomplish. The consecutive breakthroughs of two powerful figures from the great martial sacred court ignited the fighting spirit of many within the court, plunging them into fervent cultivation. 2 days later, Jiang Fanju broke through to the ancient emperor realm, returning to the Taicang realm and entering the endless fire domain. She intended to utilize the endless fire domain to rapidly elevate her cultivation. Another day passed, and Lin Feng broke through to the ancient emperor realm. His combat strength comparable to that of a true late-stage ancient emperor, even capable of contending with those at the pinnacle. Sure Hao achieved a breakthrough to the peak of the emperor realm, possessing true ancient emperor combat power. The day I break through to the ancient emperor realm will be the day I venture into the desolate realm. While Sure Hao is currently affiliated with the great martial sacred court, the Sure family is not. He could easily lead a powerful ally to trample the entire desolate realm. However, he would not do so. He intends to reclaim everything that belongs to him. Ever since the supreme bone returned to his body, his cultivation speed had accelerated dramatically. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the ancient emperor realm. The great martial sacred court then experienced a period of tranquility, but soon after, a terrifying aura thundered over the entire city of martial fortune. The lord of this sacred court grants you 10 breaths of time to come forth and meet me. Otherwise, this city shall face my annihilation. Over a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the void outside the city of martial fortune, speaking imperiously. Who dares to make a ruckus outside my city of martial fortune? The figure of the heavenly source emperor suddenly appeared atop the city walls. He had long since discovered the presence of over a dozen unfamiliar formidable warriors entering the Mo Yuan prefecture. Initially, he thought they were merely passing through. But to his astonishment, they were indeed coming for the grand martial sacred court. How audacious for a mere early-stage emperor to claim the title of sacred court lord. Speak quickly. Did you conspire to slay an early-stage emperor from our Brahma heaven sacred court, along with 5 half-step emperor realm cultivators? The cold dragon emperor emanated an overwhelming aura of terror, his voice icy as he spoke. Based on the locations of those powerful beings' demise, it was right outside this martial fortune city. So it was the Brahma heaven sacred court seeking vengeance. Those individuals were indeed dispatched by our grand martial sacred court. But they had it coming. The heavenly source emperor replied coldly. Chapter 112, The Cold Dragon Emperor's Scheme. What? You possess such audacity. Do you not know what level the Brahma heaven sacred court represents, daring to slay one of our own? Upon hearing the heavenly source emperor's response, a layer of frost materialized on the cold dragon emperor's face. He could not fathom what courage the heavenly source emperor possessed to brazenly provoke him. Indeed, your audacity is considerable. Should you remain obstinate, I shall send you to your demise. Although the heavenly source emperor was merely an early-stage cultivator, within the territory of the grand martial sacred court, he harbored no fear even against peak-stage emperor cultivators. Thus, you seek your own death. By killing one of my Brahma heaven sacred court, you intend to initiate a war with us. Perhaps even the princess of purple clouds is among you in the grand martial sacred court. The cold dragon emperor bellowed, and a long blade radiating endless coldness appeared in his hand, which he swung fiercely. A blade of ice, stretching over 1,000 zhang, surged towards martial fortune city. The cold dragon emperor was filled with confidence. Being a late-stage emperor cultivator, he believed that even if an early-stage emperor were to defend the city, should they endure his strike, both the defender and the city would be cleaved in two. The heavenly source emperor remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Yet a glimmer of chilling intent flickered in his eyes. Should they strike against our grand martial sacred court, the outcome is singular, death. Just as the thousand-zhong blade imbued with terrifying coldness was about to descend upon the heavenly source emperor, a clear, cold voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Cold Dragon Emperor, should you dare to assault my grand martial sacred court, this day next year shall mark your death anniversary. Before the words faded, a silver arrow, exuding a razor-sharp aura, seemingly traversed the fabric of space itself, instantly colliding with the dreadful blade intent. With a sharp crack, the lengthy, icy blade dissipated into countless shards, vanishing into the void. Although the silver arrow transformed into an ethereal shadow, it sped toward the Cold Dragon Emperor at an alarming rate. What? A profound astonishment flooded the Cold Dragon Emperor's gaze as he swiftly swung his blade once more, obliterating the silver arrow. Who dares? Show yourself, he bellowed, forcing down his inner shock. Aren't you here to find me? Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared atop the city walls, garbed in purple, her stunning visage as frigid as millennia-old frost. This purple figure was none other than the fully established early-stage emperor, Princess of Purple Clouds. The moment she materialized, an array of powerful figures emerged behind her. 2 half-step Emperor Realm cultivators, nearly 50 peak ancient Emperor Realm warriors, along with several hundred ancient Emperor cultivators, stood resplendent behind the princess, their auras unreservedly unleashed. The coldness in their eyes was palpable. They were the most elite of the Grand Martial Empire, with the weakest amongst them being ancient Emperor cultivators. It's you? The Cold Dragon Emperor exclaimed in shock as he recognized the enchanting figure. That silver arrow had indeed been shot by Princess of Purple Clouds. Was she not a half-step emperor? How could she so effortlessly fend off his late-stage emperor strike? Indeed, it is I, the one sought after by your Brahma Heaven's sacred court. The Princess of Purple Clouds radiated with violet brilliance, her moon god bow drawn to its full moon. Her beautiful eyes filled with cold determination. She was aware that the Brahma Heaven's sacred court would dispatch powerful foes. Yet she never anticipated they would send a late-stage emperor cultivator. Fortunately, she had already transcended to emperor status, awakening the purple cloud bloodline, and through her recent contemplations, her battle prowess had nearly surpassed that of a late-stage emperor. Therefore, she felt no fear in confronting the Cold Dragon Emperor. Upon hearing her words, the Cold Dragon Emperor inhaled sharply, astounded. What fortuitous opportunity had the Princess of Purple Clouds encountered to possess late-stage emperor strength in such a short time? It was utterly inconceivable. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and a grotesquely exaggerated smile spread across his face. Princess of Purple Clouds, you misunderstand. The Sacred Lord sent me to bring you back, to advocate on your behalf. The Sacred Lord knows of your grievances and has promised that when you return, everything will be handled as you wish. He admits to his own confusion. Princess of Purple Clouds, after all, the Sacred Lord is your father. And for a 5-star sacred court leader to utter such words, to humble himself, is truly rare. The Cold Dragon Emperor spoke with feigned casualness, aware that the Princess of Purple Clouds had always been sentimental and innocent. Hearing his fabrications, she would surely soften, perhaps even following him without a fight. I can assure you, Princess of Purple Clouds, and it is not just I who knows. The 10 half-step Emperor Realm cultivators beside me have all heard this. The Cold Dragon Emperor subtly conveyed a message to his companions, urging them to cooperate. Indeed, Princess of Purple Clouds, the Sacred Lord expressed his longing for you, wishing to see how you have fared lately. Yes, Princess of Purple Clouds, we can attest to this. Return with us, for your father truly misses you. The 10 half-step Emperor Realm cultivators feigned sincerity, their expressions earnest. Were one unaware of the circumstances, many might perceive the princess as a mere mischievous young girl. Ha! Do you take me for a fool? Speaking of that so-called Sacred Lord, are you not afraid of death? The cold voice of Nangong Wanner rang out once more, followed by the sound of something piercing the air. A silver arrow, seemingly transcending space, rapidly reached the front of a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator, striking him directly in the head, causing it to explode like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Breathless and lifeless, in an instant, a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator had completely perished, years of cultivation reduced to naught. Even the Cold Dragon Emperor was left momentarily dazed, unable to react to the sudden demise of a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator. Princess of Purple Clouds, what have you done? A flicker of anger glinted in Han Long's eyes, yet he spoke with a tone of perplexity. He was acutely aware that the current Princess Xianxia possessed combat prowess equivalent to the peak of the Emperor Realm, rivaling his own strength. Engaging her head-on seemed implausible. He would have to resort to cunning instead. He firmly believed that his silver tongue could persuade Princess Xianxia. Chapter 113, Slaying Han Long, the Battle of the Holy Court. Feigning ignorance? I shall see just how long you can maintain this charade. An infinite chill surged within Xixia's beautiful eyes as she once again drew back the full moon of the Moon God Palace, unleashing a silver arrow that shot forth in an instant. Attempting to deceive her in this manner would only lead to one inevitable outcome: death. Her heart had long since perished when she witnessed her mother's demise in the holy court of Fontaine. The current Xixia was no longer the naive girl from the holy court. Whoosh! The arrow reached Han Long, the emperor, in the blink of an eye. He hastily raised his long blade to defend himself. Bang! Han Long staggered back thousands of miles, his eyes wide with astonishment. Princess Xixia's strength truly exceeded his own. He could scarcely fathom how a Xixia at the initial stage of the Emperor realm could wield such formidable power. In light of this, I shall no longer indulge you. Await your annihilation, great martial holy court. Everyone, follow me. Han Long understood that remaining here would yield no benefit. He must return to report the matter to the Holy Master. Surely, the Holy Master would dispatch even more powerful cultivators to obliterate the entire great martial holy court. Yet, just as Han Long's words fell, a series of dull thuds echoed, followed by 9 clouds of blood mist staining the heavens. The 9 half-step Emperor realm cultivators had been obliterated by Xixia's arrow. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you believe the great martial holy court is inconsequential? Unbeknownst to him, Xiixia had already positioned herself above Han Long, her wings radiating a hazy purple glow as they gracefully flapped. With the moon god bow in hand, she drew back once more to its full moon. Before Han Long could react, a dazzling silver arrow surged towards him. Bang! The piercing sound of metal clashing resounded, and Han Long was propelled back thousands of miles, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. How astonishingly swift! The velocity of an initial stage Emperor realm cultivator outpaced his own flight. This was simply unfathomable. And there's more. The starlit brilliance enveloped the sky. Xixia's form appeared in every direction around Han Long, as if she existed simultaneously in multiple places, unleashing over 10 arrows that streaked toward him. Whoosh! 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 Arrows aglow with brilliant starlight swiftly surrounded all avenues of escape for Han Long. He had nowhere to flee. Boom! 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 More than 10 arrows, infused with terrifying power, struck Han Long with tremendous force. A wail that echoed through the heavens erupted. In an instant, Han Long transformed into a veritable pincushion, his body drenched in crimson blood, reduced to a pitiful state. Xixia, you cannot kill me. Ha ha ha, you cannot kill me. Yet, you shall ultimately be slain by your own father's hand, and countless lives in the great martial holy court will perish because of you. Han Long let out a long howl, then ignited a yellow talisman in his hand. His form abruptly vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind. A teleportation talisman. Upon witnessing this scene, Xixia's eyes widened in alarm, her heart racing with urgency. If that Han Long truly escaped, it would surely summon even stronger forces. Perhaps even an entire army, to crush the great martial holy court. Over 5 trillion miles away from the great martial holy court, a disheveled figure suddenly appeared, blood still trickling down its form. Fortunately, I still possess a major teleportation talisman. Otherwise, today would have ended in disaster. Great martial holy court, just wait. Upon returning to the holy court of Fontaine, I shall certainly report to the Holy Master and ensure the annihilation of your great martial holy court. A sinister smile crept onto Han Long's face as he swiftly made his way towards the Fontaine domain. You wish to obliterate my great martial holy court? Then today, I shall take your life. Suddenly, a cold snort reverberated through the heavens, and a figure clad in white appeared before Han Long, gazing at him with an enigmatic smile. You are Han Long. The Emperor's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating several hundred miles to create distance from the figure in white. I am the Lord of the great martial holy court, the very force you intend to extinguish. Chen Fan smiled faintly. You are the Lord of the great martial holy court? What of Xixia? Han Long gasped in horror, realizing that Xixia had already grown terrifyingly powerful, reducing him to this state. How could she not be the Lord of the great martial holy court? Enough. You know enough already. Allow me to send you on your way. Chen Fan grinned, an unimaginable aura of terror enveloping Han Long in an instant. A resplendent sword light erupted, even more brilliant than the sun hanging high in the sky. No, Han Long's body bristled with fear, despair flashing in his eyes. As a late-stage Emperor realm cultivator, he sensed the overwhelming aura of death within that blinding sword light. Han Long frantically unleashed his internal energy, channeling it into his defensive Emperor artifact in a desperate attempt to withstand the strike. However, such hopes were utterly naive. Chen Fan, having reached the late stage of the ancient Emperor realm, possessed combat prowess beyond comprehension. Despite merely wielding the ordinary human sovereign sword, it was beyond the capability of a late-stage Emperor realm cultivator to withstand. Bang! The defensive artifact shattered, and Han Long's body was cleaved into nothingness, leaving only a massive head behind. Not yet dead, but nearly so. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan casually pointed, and with a resounding explosion, the enormous head burst apart like a watermelon. A late-stage Emperor Realm cultivator had completely perished here. Following this, the Battle of the Holy Court would commence. Chen Fan collected the storage ring and the Supreme Emperor weapon long blade, his gaze drifting toward the void with a smile. A late-stage Emperor Realm cultivator is a considerable loss, even for a 5-star Holy Court. Of course, the most significant aspect is that we have struck a blow to their pride. They will undoubtedly seek retribution for this affront. Yet, Chen Fan understood that only through enduring the storm could the great martial Holy Court truly grow, since it is inevitable that our actions will be exposed, and it will be known that these individuals were slain by the great martial Holy Court. We might as well boldly declare war against the 5-star Holy Court and the Holy Court of Fontaine. We shall march forward, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who obstructs the path of the Grand Martial Sanctuary shall be mercilessly slain. He firmly believes that it will not be long before the Grand Martial Sanctuary ascends to become a new 5-star sanctuary. Chapter 114, System Rewards, Azure Feather Celestial Palace. Chen Fan returned to the city of martial fortune. At this moment, the esteemed Purple Mist Emperor and the Heavenly Source Emperor, along with other formidable figures of the Grand Martial Realm, wore furrowed brows as they deliberated on future strategies. Particularly, the Purple Mist Emperor's delicate visage was marred by a grave expression. By allowing the Cold Dragon Emperor to escape today, she had once again placed the Grand Martial Sanctuary on the precipice of disaster. Regret washed over her. She had never anticipated that the opponent possessed a great teleportation talisman. As the crowd wore expressions of despair, a figure suddenly materialized in the skies above the city of martial fortune. Bow before the Emperor. Upon recognizing Chen Fan, everyone immediately offered their respects, exclaiming in unison, "No need for formalities. Do not wear such sorrowful expressions. The Cold Dragon Emperor has already been vanquished." Chen Fan's calm voice resonated. The gathered crowd initially stood in stunned silence, only to subsequently display expressions of exhilaration. The Emperor is mighty. The Emperor is invincible. Beside them, the Purple Mist Emperor's face also lit up with excitement and shock. She was astounded that the Emperor had managed to slay the Cold Dragon Emperor, who had already activated the teleportation talisman. This was truly remarkable. There was no longer a need for concern. However, having eliminated so many of the opponent's formidable figures, she believed that the Celestial Heaven Sanctuary would soon declare war against them. Therefore, she resolved that the Grand Martial Sanctuary would proactively initiate the Sanctuary War, sweeping through the surrounding sanctuaries and sects, expanding their territory, and enhancing the cultivation of their martial warriors as they advanced towards the Celestial Heaven Sanctuary. Although Chen Fan's voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of all the cultivators. Initiate the Sanctuary War? Strike preemptively? Upon hearing the Emperor's declaration, everyone's eyes widened. That was a 5-star sanctuary, teeming with countless strong individuals. Was it not akin to delivering oneself on a silver platter? The crowd did not doubt the Emperor's strength, but rather their own. It was rather inconceivable. However, I have never engaged in battles without assurance. Simply follow my commands, and even against a 5-star sanctuary, we shall be capable of toppling them. Chen Fan's voice once more echoed, imbued with an overwhelming sense of dominance. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their voices ringing out. Although they harbored some doubts, they would never question the Emperor's decisions. In their hearts, the Emperor was akin to a deity. Subsequently, a series of orders were disseminated. Currently, there were only 2 powerful figures at the Emperor level, the Purple Mist Emperor and the Heavenly Source Emperor. The Heavenly Source Emperor wielded an extreme Dao Imperial weapon, boasting immense combat prowess, while the Purple Mist Emperor possessed 2 extreme Dao Imperial weapons, rendering her even more formidable. Together, they led 30 peak ancient emperors to the 3 great continents neighboring the Mo Yuan continent. These 3 continents were merely lowly 1-star continents, with the strongest among them boasting only 1 emperor-level stronghold. The purpose of the Purple Mist Emperor and the Heavenly Source Emperor's visit was to negotiate with these forces, offering them the choice to either become a subordinate force of the Grand Martial Sanctuary or face immediate obliteration. In addition to this, Chen Fan summoned the Northern Guard and the Imperial Guards to the Spirit Realm. The combat strength of these 2 armies was not to be underestimated. Their leaders had already broken through to the late Emperor realm, and combined with the Frenzied Dragon Assault Array, their power equaled that of hundreds of ancient emperors. If the Frenzied Dragon Assault Array were executed in a limited area, it would be equivalent to the combat strength of tens of thousands of Emperor realm cultivators. Moreover, under Chen Fan's orders, the Weapon Pavilion and Alchemy Pavilion had begun crafting a variety of elixirs and imperial weapons at full throttle. Simultaneously, the four great prodigies emerged from their seclusion. Zhang Fanju stepped out from the endless fire domain, having reached the mid-ancient emperor realm, and was bestowed with an extreme Dao imperial weapon, the Zhongyan ruler, boasting combat strength comparable to that of a peak ancient emperor. Lin Feng emerged from his retreat. At mid-ancient emperor realm, his combat prowess terrifyingly formidable. Chen Fan gifted him an imperial sword, the slaying emperor sword, also an extreme Dao imperial weapon. Lin Hao, having just exited his seclusion, was at the early ancient emperor realm and was bestowed an extreme Dao imperial weapon, the heavenly scale ancient halberd. With power rivaling that of a late ancient emperor, Nangong Wanner had just returned from beyond the vast expanse, the very place where the cold dragon emperor had fallen, and was on the verge of breaking into the half-step emperor realm, with a brief period of seclusion to refine the energies she had accumulated. Her breakthrough to the half-step emperor realm was all but assured. There was even a possibility of her advancing to the emperor realm. The four of them held fort at the Northern Guard. As the Northern Guard advanced alongside the two emperor-level figures, they gradually took control of the forces that had either negotiated or refused to negotiate, necessitating their eradication. Thus, the Grand Martial Sanctuary embarked on a frenzied campaign of conquest. In just over a month, they successfully subdued all the forces, territories, and resources of the three great continents. An endless tide of resources flowed into the Grand Martial Sanctuary, resulting in a rapid surge in the cultivation levels of all its members. The Sky Monitoring Guard, composed of numerous peak ancient emperors, began to traverse the newly subjugated territories, overseeing all affairs. Chen Fan sat within the palace of the City of Void, when the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on seizing the territories of four continents, expanding the Grand Martial Sanctuary's domain, and gaining a semblance of renown in the spirit realm. Significantly enhancing our influence in the spirit realm. System rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 20 extreme Dao imperial weapons. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 500 supreme immortal imperial weapons. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving 100 glory monarch summoning cards and 10 black gold monarch summoning cards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1 army cultivation enhancement card, which can elevate the cultivation of all martialists in the Grand Martial Army by 1 tier. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 100. 000 Emperor's Burial Armors. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100 Ancient Emperor Armors. A series of system notifications resounded in Chen Fan's mind, prompting a smile to grace his lips. Such conquests were in pursuit of a wave of system rewards. Only through this could the Grand Martial Sanctuary genuinely possess the strength to contend with the 5-star sanctuary. Indeed, the system delivered as anticipated. The rewards this time were extraordinarily bountiful, significantly bolstering the entire Grand Martial Sanctuary. However, just as Chen Fan was preparing to utilize all the summoning cards, a voice filled with urgency resonated from outside the hall. Reporting to the Emperor, a powerful figure from the Azure Feather Celestial Palace wishes to see you. Azure Feather Celestial Palace? At the mention of this, Chen Fan rose abruptly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. What could have brought them here? The Azure Feather Celestial Palace was indeed a formidable 5-star sect, rivaling even the Celestial Heaven Sanctuary in strength. Chapter 115, The Divine Dragon Prodigy Ranking. Within the Golden Throne Hall, an elder in the late Emperor realm stood amidst the Grand Chamber. Chen Fan sat in the prominent position, gazing calmly at the elderly man before him, and inquired, "Your esteemed presence at the Qingyu Heavenly Palace illuminates our humble Dawu. A cultivator at the late stage of the Emperor realm is essentially among the most formidable beings in existence. The arrival of such a powerful entity would compel even a 4-star holy court to extend their utmost respect. The Dawu Saint Lord is too kind." The elder replied with a warm smile. "I have come to Dawu for a singular purpose." "Oh, what could possibly warrant your personal visit, esteemed friend?" Chen Fan asked, a hint of curiosity gracing his expression. "It is this. Originally, the Dawu Holy Court was not included in our invitation, but due to your recent actions, your reputation has spread across the 100 states surrounding us. Thus, I have come to invite you to send forth your Dawu prodigies to participate in the ranking competition hosted by our Qingyu Heavenly Palace in collaboration with other 5-star powers. Any prodigy beneath the Emperor realm that meets the criteria may partake. Should the prodigies sent by the Dawu Lord rank within the top 100 of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy list, they shall not only receive substantial rewards, such as rare heavenly materials and precious ores, even celestial materials, but they will also enhance the national and sect fortune of Dawu significantly. For a nascent power like Dawu, established for but a brief time in the spirit realm, such fortune is invaluable. The Emperor Realm Elder from Qingyu Heavenly Palace sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Chen Fan. Furthermore, upon his arrival, he had witnessed two Emperor Realm powerhouses from Dawu engaged in combat with an Emperor Realm beast, one of whom, a female emperor, exuded a prowess that surpassed even his own. This white-robed young man before him was undoubtedly the true master of the Dawu Holy Court. It was evident that his strength eclipsed that of the female emperor. The elder harbored doubts that Chen Fan might indeed be a peak emperor of a terrifying lineage, possessing unparalleled combat capabilities. Hence, he felt compelled to elaborate in such detail. Celestial materials and fortune rewards, you say? Chen Fan remarked, his surprise palpable. He had not anticipated the inclusion of celestial materials alongside national fortune. His creation Mother Qi cauldron required merely 2 or 3 more materials to commence its refining process. Yet, he had been relentlessly directing his subordinates to seek out such materials, yielding little fruit. Even within the newly acquired 3 continents, no celestial materials had been discovered. What celestial materials are included among those rewards? Chen Fan directly inquired. If any of them were materials he required, there would be no question. He would certainly dispatch someone to partake in this ascent of the dragon competition. However, should they not contain what he sought, he would refrain from expending effort on such endeavors, even without the heavenly decree. As the number of Dawu's powerful cultivators continued to grow, and their territories expanded within the spirit realm, their national fortune would inevitably flourish. Moreover, once they subdued the 5-star holy courts, including the Fan Tian Holy Court, they would ascend to the pinnacle of the northern spirit realm, further solidifying their national fortune. The Dawu Emperor indeed has clear objectives, the elder mused. Celestial materials are exceedingly rare, despite the combined efforts of all forces within the northern spirit realm. Only 3 types of celestial materials had been procured, each included among the top 3 rewards of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy list. By regulation, this information could not be disclosed. Yet it was permissible to share with the Dawu Saint Lord. The elder sensed Chen Fan's thoughts with his inquiry. Among the rewards for first place lies the Mother Qi Spirit Jade, which contains an exceptionally rare force of heaven and earth, capable of refining one's spiritual power and accelerating cultivation speed when worn. The second reward encompasses a celestial material known as Crimson Stone, recognized as a true celestial material. It is well known that the apex of ancient imperial-grade materials precedes true celestial materials, and this Crimson Stone could be utilized in the crafting of genuine celestial artifacts. Naturally, we lack the ability to forge true celestial artifacts, yet a genuine celestial material is a rare find. It will undoubtedly be of use to future unrivaled prodigies. The third reward is a fragment of a former celestial dragon's reverse scale. Although it bears no extraordinary qualities, it is among the finest materials for crafting celestial artifacts. The elder from Qingyu Heavenly Palace elaborated. In truth, the various forces within the northern spirit realm have invested considerable resources to cultivate its prodigies, not for trivial reasons, but because this realm is the weakest among the 5 regions of the spirit realm, often trampled by stronger powers from other regions. Thus, they have expended immense effort to revive the Sacred Dragon Prodigy list, aiming to cultivate talents for the northern spirit realm while simultaneously reaping the fortune rewards that enhance their sect and holy court's prosperity. Moreover, a distinctive characteristic of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy list is that should this year's prodigies prove numerous and exceptional, the backing forces will receive even greater fortune rewards upon their ascension to the list. Therefore, prior to each Sacred Dragon Prodigy competition, invitations are extended to various forces to send forth their prodigies. Mother Qi Spirit Jade and Crimson Stone? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's interest was piqued. When does the Sacred Dragon Prodigy list commence? I shall ensure that my Dawu prodigies are dispatched to witness the prowess of the many talents within the northern spirit realm. The event is set for 1 month hence. I hope the Dawu Holy Court achieves an admirable ranking, since the Dawu Saint Lord has graciously agreed. My task is complete. I shall take my leave now, the elder from Qingyu Heavenly Palace responded, and with that, his figure vanished, transforming into a streak of light as he departed from Wuyun City. Mother Qi Spirit Jade and Crimson Stone are indeed the celestial materials needed for the crafting of the creation Mother Qi cauldron. To think they would appear in a prodigy competition, what divine providence! A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Fan's eyes as he murmured softly. Should he obtain these 2 celestial materials, he could finally prepare to forge the creation Mother Qi cauldron, a genuine artifact to suppress the fortune of the Holy Court for millennia. As for who to send, it would undoubtedly be the 4 great prodigies of the Dawu Holy Court. Chapter 116, The Slaughtering Heaven Legion. On Fan Tian Continent, within the Fan Tian Holy Court, a grand prodigy competition had recently commenced, aimed at selecting sufficiently strong talents to participate in the Sacred Dragon Prodigy list. However, another event overshadowed this competition. One of the 4 commanders of the Fantian Holy Court, known as Slaughtering Heaven, led 1,000,000 holy soldiers out of the military camp. Countless citizens of the Holy Court erupted in cheers, for they understood that the Slaughtering Heaven Legion was poised to obliterate all obstacles in their path. At the pinnacle of the sacred realm of Brahma, atop a towering spire, the Supreme Brahma Lord stood alongside the exquisitely alluring Ling Fei. Gazing into the distance at the retreating figures of the Celestial Execution Legion, a flicker of exhilaration danced in their eyes. "My lord, it appears that the Grand Martial Sacred Court has grown weary of existence, daring to slay such a multitude of our formidable warriors and to shelter that insufferable wretch," Ling Fei remarked, her disdain for Xianxia evident in her expression. To her, Xianxia resembled an indomitable cockroach, impervious to their numerous elite assassins who had failed to claim her head. This time, she was resolute in retrieving Xianxia's head. "Indeed, our Brahma Sacred Court has remained dormant for years, and many in the northern spirit realm have seemingly forgotten our might. This time, we shall make it known to all that any force that trifles with the Brahma Sacred Court will pay a grievous price," the Supreme Lord declared, a glint of ferocity flashing in his gaze. The Emperor of the Frost Dragon, whom he had dispatched, possessed peak Emperor-level strength and had been effortlessly slain, indicating that the Grand Martial Sacred Court's Lord must be at least at peak Emperor level, if not beyond. To ensure absolute success in completely obliterating the Grand Martial Sacred Court and instilling dread in countless forces throughout the Northern Spirit Realm once more, the Celestial Execution Legion also concealed a commander, the Blood Sky Commander, whose prowess matched that of the Celestial Execution Commander, both at the pinnacle of Emperor level. Coupled with 10 Emperor Generals of late Emperor-level strength, the annihilation of the Grand Martial Sacred Court was assured. Ling Fei, Xiaoqi has now also broken through to the peak of the ancient Emperor realm. He may participate in the upcoming Sacred Dragon Talents rankings, and I shall bestow upon him items to enhance his combat prowess. Securing a top 3 position should not pose a challenge, and it will serve as a valuable experience for him. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile illuminated Ling Fei's exquisite visage. "Thank you, my lord. Your kindness knows no bounds." The 7th prince of the Brahma Sacred Court, her son, displayed the highest talent among all princes and was the most outstanding in cultivation. With the Supreme Lord's support, he would undoubtedly achieve a commendable position in the Sacred Dragon Talents rankings. Consequently, not only would the Brahma Sacred Court benefit from national fortune, but as Xiaoqi's biological mother, she would also reap rewards from the heavenly fortune. Now at the peak of late Emperor level, she was on the brink of transcending into the pinnacle of Emperor level. She believed this was undoubtedly her opportunity for breakthrough. The Celestial Execution Legion, 1,000,000 strong, resembled divine warriors, each adorned in gleaming armor. Even the least powerful soldiers boasted strength at the quasi-emperor level, while over 300,000 among them were at the emperor level. Naturally, the legion also included a substantial number of ancient emperor-level experts, who merely held the rank of a 1,000-man commander within this formidable force. This illustrates the immense strength of the Celestial Execution Legion dispatched by the Brahma Sacred Court. Celestial Execution, how confident are you in the complete annihilation of the so-called Grand Martial Sacred Court? A towering figure clad in blood-red armor inquired with a sinister smile. Confidence? It is absolute. A mere Grand Martial Sacred Court dares to survive beneath the iron hooves of my Celestial Execution Legion? That is simply inconceivable, declared the Celestial Execution Emperor, donned in black armor, his face radiating confidence. Ha ha ha, Celestial Execution, your confidence remains unwavering. Yet, you speak truthfully, with my involvement. The destruction of the Grand Martial Sacred Court will be but a trivial task. Even if they possess peak Emperor-level strength, our combined might will surely vanquish them. The beauties and resources within that sacred court shall be ours. After years of restraint, it is time to indulge ourselves, the Blood Sky Emperor remarked, revealing a lascivious grin. His proclivities were few. First, he reveled in slaughter, relishing the thrill of bloodshed. Second, he desired women of noble status, already wed within the sacred courts and imperial dynasties. This expedition against the Grand Martial Sacred Court would provide him ample opportunity for gratification. Indeed, the Supreme Lord has instructed us to advance at a slower pace, allowing more forces to witness the might of the Brahma Sacred Court. Otherwise, I would have relished the chance to unleash carnage upon the Grand Martial Sacred Court immediately, the Celestial Execution Emperor eagerly expressed. Prior to their departure from the Sacred Court, the Supreme Lord had specifically advised him to slow their march, radiating the most ferocious aura of the Celestial Execution Legion, ensuring all understood that the Brahma Sacred Court was not to be trifled with. They were to tremble under the sanctity of their might, marching deliberately without haste, for time was of no consequence. The 1,000,000-strong Celestial Execution Legion exuded a terrifying aura that shook the heavens. Wherever they passed, countless powerful figures from various forces were left in awe, their hearts filled with dread. A single legion could obliterate their forces countless times over. The Brahma Sacred Court's strength was indeed formidable. With over 10 Emperor-level cultivators and hundreds of ancient Emperor-level experts within this legion, it was nearly comparable to a typical 4-star Sacred Court. Before long, the entire Northern Spirit Realm was abuzz with news. The Brahma Sacred Court, one of the mightiest forces in the realm, had mobilized a formidable legion, traversing the vast lands to obliterate a force known as the Grand Martial Sacred Court. It had been ages since a 5-star force had taken the initiative to wage war, and this news quickly became the topic of conversation across the 600 domains of the Northern Spirit Realm. Everyone was keenly aware of the Celestial Execution Legion's whereabouts. Naturally, the Grand Martial Sacred Court received word of this development. Numerous scattered experts began to converge outside Martial Fortune City, their imposing presence striking fear into the heavens. With not a hint of trepidation towards the 5-star Sacred Court, only immense confidence. Suddenly, the wind stirred and the heavens shifted. A multitude of figures appeared in the void, emanating powerful auras, over 100 in total. Upon witnessing this scene, all present grew vigilant, their auras surging as they fixed their gazes on the unexpected visitors. It was known that among the 100 figures, 100 were peak ancient Emperor cultivators, while 10 radiated the overwhelming power of the Emperor level. However, in the next moment, shock washed over the faces of the gathered crowd. The over 100 formidable figures knelt in the void before the City of the Void, paying their respects. We bow before the Supreme Lord, wishing him invincibility in the world. Upon uttering these words, it became clear to all that these peak ancient Emperor cultivators and the 10 immensely powerful Emperor-level figures were all subordinates of their great leader. There's no need for such formalities. You may all return. Chen Fan's voice resonated from the City of the Void, and then several hundred Emperor weapons, radiating a spectrum of colors, suddenly appeared before everyone. Wow, they are all Emperor weapons, all of them powerful Emperor weapons. Exceptional immortal Emperor weapons, and even true supreme Emperor weapons. How could there be so many? As numerous soldiers and cultivators of the Great Martial Sacred Court gazed wide-eyed at the hundreds of Imperial weapons radiating splendid hues in the void, involuntary gasps of astonishment escaped their lips. It is well known that even the pinnacle cultivators of the ancient Emperor realm seldom possess a single piece of exquisite immortal Imperial weaponry, let alone the rarest of the extreme Dao Imperial weapons. The sudden appearance of such a multitude was nothing short of astonishing. Those who have reached the ancient Emperor realm may select an exquisite immortal Imperial weapon at will, while those at the Emperor Zun realm are entitled to choose a genuine extreme Dao Imperial weapon as their own. Chen Fan's indifferent voice rang out once more, as if these Imperial weapons were as common as cabbage, distributed without discretion. Yet, the most astonished were the members of the Artifact Pavilion. The pinnacle artificers of the pavilion could barely forge inferior immortal Imperial weapons, let alone superior immortal Imperial weapons, much less exquisite immortal Imperial weapons. One could only wonder where the Holy Master had acquired such lavish resources, displaying unparalleled extravagance. Could it be that the Holy Master is also a master artificer, capable of effortlessly crafting extreme Dao Imperial weapons? What was more, these extreme Dao Imperial weapons appeared to be of the finest quality. Gratitude surged within the hearts of all ancient Emperor and Emperor Zun cultivators witnessing this scene. Soon, under the guidance of an Emperor Zun expert, all eligible cultivators began to select their weapons, with over 100 pinnacle ancient Emperor cultivators now present. The total number of ancient Emperor experts in the Great Martial Sacred Court surged towards 300, half of whom were at the pinnacle stage. If they wielded exquisite immortal Imperial weapons, their combat prowess would be formidable indeed. Before long, everyone had chosen the exquisite immortal Imperial weapons and extreme Dao Imperial weapons that suited them best. Equipped with these divine armaments, the ferocity of the cultivators' auras surged dramatically, making it evident that their combat strength was far from ordinary. A multitude of pinnacle ancient Emperor cultivators and 10 Emperor Zun cultivators descended, standing at the forefront of the soldiers. The combined presence of over 100 billion cultivators unleashed an aura so potent that it threatened to tear the heavens asunder. Furthermore, there were the burial Emperor armors. Chen Fan's figure suddenly appeared before the multitude of soldiers, casually tossing a storage ring into the air. Instantly, countless burial Emperor armors manifested in the void, nearly obscuring the sky. The North Guardian Army and the Imperial Guard were left aghast at this sight. A staggering 100,000 burial Emperor armors. Each of these armors could elevate a cultivator at the initial stage of the Emperor realm to possess the combat power of one at the late stage of the Emperor realm. The presence of 100,000 burial Emperor armors indicated the emergence of 100,000 late-stage Emperor realm warriors. What an astonishing concept! Even in this spirit realm, late-stage Emperor realm cultivators are formidable beings, capable of ruling over an entire dynasty. Yet here, they were merely one among the ranks of soldiers. The 100,000 burial Emperor armors would be allocated among the North Guardian Army and the Imperial Guard to those who had attained the quasi-Emperor realm and the initial stage of the Emperor realm. Chen Fan then waved his hand, and the 100,000 burial Emperor armors returned to the storage ring. Yes, the commanders of the two armies, their hearts aflame with trepidation and excitement, stepped forward to receive the storage ring. With these armors, the strength of the North Guardian Army and the Imperial Guard would be significantly enhanced. Now, all soldiers below the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, heed my command. Sit upon the ground, breathe deeply, and focus your minds. I grant you a gift before the battle commences. Chen Fan suddenly appeared before the multitude of soldiers. A gift? The soldiers of the North Guardian Army and the Imperial Guard paused momentarily, but then, following Chen Fan's command, they all sat down, focusing their minds with great intensity. The other cultivators not part of the military looked on with perplexity, unsure of Chen Fan's intentions. However, they understood that a gift from the Holy Master could only be something extraordinary. Even the four great prodigies, including the Purple Cloud Emperor, wore expressions of curiosity, speculating what kind of gift would be bestowed upon the soldiers. Noticing the crowd's confusion, Chen Fan offered a slight smile and inwardly declared, "System. Activate the Army Cultivation Enhancement card." Beep. Congratulations, host, for using an Army Cultivation Enhancement card. It has been detected that the Great Martial Army, North Guardian Army, Imperial Guard, and the three major legions contain cultivators below the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. All their cultivations will be elevated by one level. Rewards are being distributed, please wait. As the system's voice faded, an unimaginable power enveloped all soldiers in an instant. Waves of breakthrough energy radiated from each individual. Cultivators at the pinnacle of the Great Sage Realm directly ascended to the Sage King Realm. Those at the late stage of the Sage King Realm broke through to the pinnacle of the Sage King Realm, while the pinnacle Sage Kings ascended to the Quasi-Emperor Realm. And those at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor Realm broke through to the Emperor Realm. The air was alive with the sound of countless breakthroughs, shaking the very heavens and shifting the winds. Witnessing this spectacle, onlookers were left utterly speechless. This was indeed a gift. Everyone's cultivation had successfully risen by one level. In disbelief, they struggled to fathom the enormity of this event, their worldviews shattered. Even the most seasoned among them, the Purple Cloud Emperor, who had emerged from the five-star Holy Court, could scarcely believe such a phenomenon could occur. In the blink of an eye, over 100 billion cultivators transcended their current levels, achieving new heights. The commanders of the two armies, who were at the late stage of the Emperor realm, experienced an even more exaggerated transformation, ascending directly to the late stage of the ancient Emperor realm. They had broken through an entire tier. As the soul of their respective armies, they rose a full level while others merely advanced by one. Chapter 118, The Eve of War. The simultaneous breakthroughs of over 100 billion cultivators imparted a profound lesson to all present. Most remarkable were the commanders of the two armies, who soared from the late stage of the Emperor realm to the late stage of the ancient Emperor realm, achieving not just a level up, but a whole tier. Who could claim to have experienced such an extraordinary breakthrough? Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, the boundless spiritual energy of the heavens began to gradually stabilize. However, the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy had noticeably diminished. At this moment, all members of the North Guardian Army and the Imperial Guard remained in a state of disbelief, especially the commanders of the two armies, who, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through their veins, found it hard to accept as reality. Yet, they knew that all of this was undeniably true. Their cultivations had indeed risen to the late stage of the ancient Emperor realm, granting them terrifying strength. Thank you, Holy Master, for your blessings. As realization dawned, everyone immediately prostrated themselves upon the ground, their voices ringing out in fervent gratitude. This gift from the Holy Master was beyond measure in its significance to them. No matter, as the trump card legion of the Great Martial Sacred Court, our previous strength was indeed a bit lacking, but now it appears quite formidable. Chen Fan smiled and nodded, his figure once again retreating into the void. Gazing upon the gathered multitude, "Dear comrades, there is no need to feel any pressure in the face of the five-star Holy Court. It is merely a small legion of the slaughtering heaven army. Our Emperor-level warriors number more than 12, while those at the pinnacle of the ancient Emperor realm exceed 150. The combat power of our great emperors surpasses 10,000, not to mention countless other formidable beings. We shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in this battle." As soon as Chen Fan's words fell, the air outside Wuyun City erupted with the fervent shouts of all present. Victory for Dawu! Victory for Dawu! Victory for Dawu! The scene they had just witnessed filled everyone with confidence. They felt no fear, not even against a legion of the unstarred Holy Court, let alone the entire army of the Brahma Holy Court. Soon, all returned to their cultivation or practiced their imperial weaponry, striving to perfect their states before the arrival of the slaughtering heaven army. Within the Golden Throne Hall, the upper echelons of Daowu had gathered. Leaders of the two armies, along with the adept conquerors like Huanggu and Fu Hai, were present, alongside numerous emperor-level figures and the four great prodigies. Here, I possess a type of armor, ancient emperor armor. Chen Fan waved his hand, and over 100 sets of ancient emperor armor materialized before their eyes, exuding an aura of profound dominance. Only those of the ancient emperor realm may don this armor, and once worn, it doubles one's combat power, Chen Fan explained nonchalantly. The eyes of all present widened in astonishment. The combat power of ancient emperor-level warriors was already unfathomably vast, possessing immense destructive force. To think that with a mere enhancement, they could become invincible within their realm was a staggering notion. Indeed, not only does it amplify one's power by a factor of 2, but its defensive capabilities are comparable to those of top-tier immortal imperial weapons. Once donned, none below half-step emperor level can harm you, Chen Fan continued, distributing dozens of sets of the ancient emperor armor among the crowd. Figures like Huanggu and Fu Hai had long since broken through to the ancient emperor realm, and with this armor, their power became fearsome. The four great prodigies also took their respective sets, discarding their previous burial emperor armor, which was no longer suitable for them. The least among them, Shi Hao, had successfully attained the ancient emperor realm just yesterday. This ancient emperor armor would surely ignite their combat prowess. With the ancient emperor armor, Shi Hao's strength now equaled that of a peak ancient emperor, while Jiang Fanju and Lin Feng gained the capacity to slay peak ancient emperors. As for Nangong Waner, she was on the cusp of half-step emperor level, and annihilating such foes should pose no challenge. At that moment, the Xianxia emperor felt a renewed sense of astonishment, though it was not as overwhelming as before. She understood at last why the Holy Master exuded such confidence in the face of the five-star Holy Court. His methods were indeed extraordinary. Well then, all preparations are in place. Let us brace ourselves for the impending great battle. The leader of the slaughtering heaven army shall be entrusted to you, Xianxia Emperor. Can you manage this task? Chen Fan's gaze settled on Xianxia, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I vow to fulfill the task, Xianxia replied decisively. Since cultivating the Xianxiao divine art, her progress had been remarkable. With at least 10 days before the slaughtering heaven army reached Mo Yuan Prefecture, she had already reached the peak of the early emperor realm, mere steps away from breaking into the mid-emperor realm. Of course, 10 days might not suffice for her to transition into the mid-emperor realm. But let us not forget the powerful secret realm within Wu Yun City, the temporal spatial secret realm. Time flows differently there. 100 days spent within equates to merely 10 days in the outside world. Thus, she was confident she could break through to the mid-emperor realm. All right. Aside from the peak emperor task to you, the rest shall be entrusted to all of you. Yes, we guarantee the mission's success. Everyone responded with unwavering confidence. They dispersed, each engrossed in their respective duties. Chen Fan wore a smile. He held little concern for this battle. Reports indicated that the slaughtering heaven army comprised only a single peak emperor and 10 other emperor-level warriors, lacking even one supreme emperor. His preparations were intended to instill an unshakable belief in victory among the soldiers of the Daowu Holy Court, as well as provide the slaughtering heaven army with a training opportunity. The more pressing matter was the upcoming Sacred Dragon Prodigy rankings in a month. He needed to ensure the 4 great prodigies surpassed all others and secured all the celestial materials. Fortunately, the combat prowess of the 4 great prodigies had reached an acceptable level. They had entered the temporal spatial secret realm for cultivation, and upon their emergence, their strength would undoubtedly have increased. Chen Fan provided all high-tier heavenly materials capable of enhancing cultivation to the 4 prodigies, striving to elevate their powers. He had specifically instructed Nangong Waner to suppress her cultivation and refrain from breaking through to half-step emperor. Otherwise, she would lose her eligibility to compete. Time flew by, and 10 days passed swiftly. Xianxia had spent a full 100 days training in the temporal spatial secret realm. On this day, she emerged, radiating an overwhelming violet light, akin to a true deity, making it difficult for others to gaze upon her. Remarkably, she had broken through to the mid-emperor realm. With this advancement, coupled with her Xianxiao bloodline and 2 supreme imperial weapons, her combat prowess rivaled that of a peak emperor, even surpassing some in that realm. A radiant smile graced Xianxia's stunning visage. Ever since departing the Brahma Holy Court, she had yearned to break through the emperor realm. In an instant, she had not only achieved her goal, but had also attained power comparable to that of the peak emperors. It is noteworthy that among the strongest commanders of the 4-star Holy Court, none possessed strength beyond that of peak emperors. In an era where supreme emperors seldom revealed themselves, and immortal beings remained hidden from the world, peak emperors represented invincibility. A single individual could sweep across countless continents. With her breakthrough to the mid-emperor realm, Xixia's previous anxieties vanished entirely. Armed with the strength of a peak emperor, she was now capable of contending with the slaughtering heaven emperor. Xixia returned to a location several hundred billion miles from Dawu, where all the forces of the Dawu Holy Court were stationed, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Shortly thereafter, the four great prodigies emerged from their seclusion. During their 100 days of training, Lin Feng and Jiang Fanju had also broken through their respective realms. Reaching the late ancient emperor stage, clad in ancient emperor armor and wielding supreme imperial weapons, they could effortlessly annihilate peak ancient emperor-level cultivators and even contend with half-step emperors. Shihao's cultivation has also surged to the mid-stage of the ancient emperor realm, clad in ancient emperor armor and wielding divine powers, such as the Hand of Heaven. His combat prowess is not significantly inferior to that of Lin Feng and Jiang Fanju. Nangong Wanner, on the other hand, has yet to break through her cultivation and remains at the pinnacle of the ancient emperor realm. However, during these past 100 days, she has not emerged empty-handed. Having mastered over 3 top-tier imperial techniques, all of these techniques are designed for group combat, capable of obliterating countless lives in an instant. Just as the 4 great prodigies and the Emperor of Xianxia had recently exited their seclusion, the void began to tremble. Although no figures were visible, an overwhelming sense of murderous intent permeated the air. All present understood that the ruthless Heavenly Legion, which had marched for nearly half a month, had finally arrived. At this moment, the Heavenly Legion, comprising 1 million soldiers and nearly 30 powerful figures of the Emperor realm, along with over 100 experts of the ancient Emperor realm, radiated an aura of unparalleled might. They knew that the great martial sacred court would soon arrive, and the pressure they exerted was intended to intimidate their adversaries. Among the million troops, Lu Tian sat high upon a war chariot, exuding an endless and terrifying aura that stirred the very heavens. Countless beings trembled beneath the weight of this overwhelming imperial might, filled with an unshakable fear. They had never encountered such a formidable presence, akin to that of a true deity, instilling dread in their hearts. Yet, they were aware that this was the Lutian Legion of the Fandian Sacred Court, preparing to engage in battle with the great martial sacred court. Thus, they hastily sought refuge in safe havens. For when deities clash, mortals suffer. And while the fate of the 2 great powers remained uncertain, they understood that their own safety was at stake. Lutian, ahead lies the aura of numerous powerful beings. It must be the forces of the great martial sacred court. Shui Tian, concealing his cultivation, murmured beside Lutian's warship, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He could finally anticipate a moment of joy. Do not act hastily. The Lutian Legion bears but a single peak emperor. Should you strike first, it would undermine the prestige of the Fandian Sacred Court, Lutian cautioned suddenly. Upon hearing this, Shui Tian appeared deflated, yet he quickly regained his spirit. Once we breach the city, those towering walls will serve as a barrier, allowing you to indulge in your pleasures freely, Lutian replied with a grin. Indeed, your words ring true, Shui Tian said, invigorated once more. The 1 million holy soldiers continued their advance until an army, numbering in the billions, came into Lutian's sight. His countenance shifted slightly, disbelief flickering in his eyes, as he realized that the opposing forces possessed even more powerful individuals than his own legion. Particularly, the ancient emperor and emperor realm cultivators exceeded 300 in number. In that moment, Lutian's heart grew heavy with concern. He abruptly soared into the air, his booming voice echoing throughout the void. Great martial sacred court, you have slain the powerful of the Fandian Sacred Court. I, of the Lutian Legion, am dispatched by the Holy Lord to annihilate the entirety of the great martial sacred court. However, I possess a sense of justice. Any who surrender to the Fandian Sacred Court shall not only be spared, but will also receive generous rewards. Seeing the overwhelming numbers of the great martial sacred court, Lutian understood that a direct confrontation would lead to the loss of many lives, even with his presence. Thus, persuading them to surrender was the best course of action. To hell with you. What is the Fandian Sacred Court to us? If a fight is to be had, let it commence without your tiresome prattle. Many cultivators erupted in anger upon hearing Lutian's proclamation, undeterred by the fact that he was an Emperor realm expert. After all, his words had gravely insulted them. Seeking death? Lutian's face flushed crimson with rage. No one had dared to insult him since his ascension to the Emperor realm. Today, however, he found himself berated by a group of individuals who had yet to reach that status, igniting his fury. In an instant, his long blade cleaved through the void like a bolt of white-hot lightning, aimed directly at the great martial legion. If unimpeded, this strike could potentially slay 100 million of their ranks. How dare you lay a hand on the great martial sacred court, Lu Tian? You shall not escape today. A sharp voice rang out, followed by dozens of arrows radiating brilliant starlight, soaring to intercept the terrifying blade intent. The first arrow collided with the blade, producing a deafening sound, before both the arrow and the blade intent dissipated simultaneously. The remaining arrows, unimpeded, crossed the expanse and reached the 10 Emperor Realm experts at the forefront of the million holy soldiers. The shattering of Lu Tian's blade intent and the velocity of the arrows left the 10 Emperor Realm experts utterly unprepared. With a shudder, the arrows pierced through their bodies, eliciting cries of agony. A torrent of crimson blood gushed forth from the 10 experts, instantly staining the void red. The aura of the 10 Emperor Realm figures waned significantly, revealing that, with just the opening strike, the 10 elite of the Fondian Sacred Court had all suffered grievous injuries. The members of the Lu Tian Legion stood frozen in shock, witnessing their most powerful 10 Emperor Realm cultivators grievously wounded, each spitting blood. Lu Tian's fury ignited to unprecedented levels. Who did this? Which among you? It was I. A cold voice interrupted Lu Tian's furious roar. Suddenly, a stunning woman clad in a purple gown appeared before him. In the next moment, Lu Tian's eyes widened in horror as he instinctively exclaimed, "Princess Xianxia?" Lu Tian could hardly believe that the terrifying arrows had originated from Princess Xianxia. How could she, who was supposed to be merely a half-step emperor, possess such power? I am no longer of the Fondian Sacred Court. Your titles should change accordingly. Now, I am of the great martial sacred court, Xianxia replied, a glimmer of coldness flashing across her exquisite features. Drawing her moon god bow once more, she pulled back the string to its full crescent, releasing an arrow that shimmered with radiant starlight. An overwhelming aura, capable of parting the heavens, emanated from the silver arrow, tightening the hearts of all present. How can this be? Impossible. Lu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as the long blade in his hand exuded an aura of terror. His expression grave. There is nothing impossible. You have pursued me for so many years, and today it is time for me to collect some interest. All great martial soldiers, heed my command. Kill. Xianxia refrained from indulging them in excessive chatter, as the arrows in her grasp suddenly surged forth, enveloped in an aura of unfathomable terror, aimed directly at the Lord of the Slaughtering Heavens. Behind Xianxia, countless formidable warriors from the great martial empire instantly unleashed their meticulously prepared imperial techniques, which cascaded down like a myriad of resplendent lights, obscuring the very sun and sky, and raining down upon the Slaughtering Heavens Legion, which boasted merely 1,000,000 holy soldiers. Defend yourselves. The Lord of the Slaughtering Heavens bellowed, his voice reverberating through the chaos, as he summoned the full might of his blade. Yet, despite his rapid response, the cultivators of the Slaughtering Heavens Legion remained sluggish, caught off guard as the divine techniques blotted out the heavens. Only in a moment of panic did they begin to coalesce their defensive barriers. It had been years since they had last engaged in battle, and they had believed that their mere presence would instill paralyzing fear in their adversaries, causing their morale to crumble while they wreaked havoc. Now, however, they found themselves ambushed without a moment's notice, thrust into utter disarray. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently as a cacophony of explosions erupted, mountains crumbled, and the earth itself seemed to convulse as if the apocalypse had arrived, shrouding the realm in darkness, with neither sun nor moon visible. Amidst the chaos, anguished cries rose, and the once mighty soldiers of the Slaughtering Heavens fell, succumbing to despair. The indomitable blade intent of the Lord of the Slaughtering Heavens shattered against the radiant silver arrows, leaving Xianxia unscathed. Impossible. It cannot be. You are certainly not Princess Xianxia. How could your power have surpassed mine in just a few short years? The Lord of the Slaughtering Heavens felt a profound dread settle in his heart as he uttered these incredulous words. His previous strike had been executed with his utmost strength, devoid of any concealment, yet it was effortlessly extinguished by a single, resplendent silver arrow. Although that arrow veered from its initial trajectory, it nonetheless pierced through the ranks of the 1,000,000 holy soldiers, claiming the lives of tens of thousands, including peak ancient emperors and half-step sovereigns alike. Blood Heaven, are you truly waiting for the entire Slaughtering Heavens Legion to be annihilated before you make your move? The Lord of the Slaughtering Heavens swung his long blade with ferocity, unleashing a terrifying blade aura that sliced through the void towards Xianxia, his face flushed with rage and veins bulging. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Blood Heaven's figure suddenly materialized beside the Lord of the Slaughtering Heavens, a torrent of crimson energy swirling around him, infused with an insatiable bloodthirst and formidable power. Aimed directly at Xianxia. Initially, he had intended to bide his time, allowing the Slaughtering Heavens Legion to fall beneath his Blood Heaven Legion's might within the realm of the Celestial Court. However, Witnessing Princess Xixia's formidable prowess compelled him to act without delay. Were the slaughtering heavens to suffer injury, he alone would stand no chance against Xianxia. Two peak sovereigns. Xixia's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her delicate visage reflecting sheer disbelief. She had not anticipated that the celestial court would be so cunning as to retain such a contingency within the slaughtering heavens legion. Two peak sovereigns. Very well. Let me test the strength of the two commanders of the celestial court. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of purple radiated from her, igniting her bloodline. And the purple sky mystic shield materialized beside her, swirling around her and emanating formidable protective power. The purple sky mystic shield, a divine bloodline technique, was immensely powerful, signifying that even in the face of two peak sovereigns, she could secure an undefeated position. The three sovereigns ascended to a higher realm, commencing a battle that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Observing Xianxia facing two adversaries single-handedly, bolstered by her mid-level sovereign cultivation, ignited the fervor of all warriors within the great martial court, propelling their morale to unprecedented heights. Boom, boom, boom. Apart from Xianxia, the great martial court's 11 sovereigns, led by the heavenly source sovereign, wasted no time in choosing their opponents among the celestial court's sovereigns, engaging in fierce combat. The celestial court's sovereigns, still reeling from the recent arrow strike, found their combat capabilities drastically diminished. Upon first engagement with the heavenly source sovereign and his cohort, they were quickly overwhelmed. Additionally, 300 ancient emperors plunged into the heart of the million holy soldiers, unleashing a massacre. The disparity in strength was staggering. The slaughtering heavens legion consisted of barely 100 ancient emperors, and even fewer at their peak, resulting in a complete rout. Moreover, the North Guardian Army and the Imperial Guard, clad in the 10,000 funeral emperor armor, formed a collective assault formation, led by an ancient emperor commander. Their battle prowess soaring to levels that even exceeded that of half-step sovereigns. Even half-step sovereigns found themselves unable to withstand more than 3 strikes from the North Guardian Army. Ordinary soldiers formed smaller collective assault formations, ruthlessly slaughtering their opposing common commanders. Chapter 121. Slaying the slaughtering heavens, blood heaven stunned. The battle erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. The two armies clashed, predominantly featuring high-tier cultivators in combat. To the multitude of sentient beings observing, it was as if divine entities were engaged in a celestial conflict. Amid the sprawling armies, four figures moved with the grace of unparalleled masters, weaving through the throng of 100,000 soldiers. These were the 4 prodigies of the great martial empire. Xianxiafanju, a late-stage ancient emperor, donned ancient emperor armor, wielding power that surpassed even half-step sovereigns. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a top-tier imperial technique, the 10,000 Methods Red Lotus, obliterating a half-step sovereign and taking down thousands of holy soldiers in the process. Surrounded by raging divine flames, none below the sovereign level could rival Xianxiafanju. Lin Feng, resembling a sword immortal, donned ancient emperor armor, requiring no defense. Each sword strike he unleashed claimed the lives of countless holy soldiers. And even peak ancient emperors could not withstand his casual blows. Amidst the chaos, Xiao's celestial hand, augmented by ancient emperor armor, cleared vast areas with each punch, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Whether facing early-stage or late-stage ancient emperors, all were instantly obliterated into blood mist under the force of his enhanced strikes, instilling sheer terror. Lastly, Nangong Waner appeared the most leisurely on the battlefield, standing gracefully in the void, her delicate hands dancing across the strings of a zither, conjuring ethereal notes that manifested as phantom blades and axes, raining down upon the soldiers of the slaughtering heavens like a torrential downpour. These spectral weapons, though seemingly devoid of power, faced no resistance from peak sovereigns or ancient emperors. They fell helplessly beneath the onslaught of the descending phantom blades and axes. Should one be struck by these phantoms, the only inevitable outcome is death. The ground trembles violently, reverberating with the fierce clashes of battle below, while the conflict above shatters the void, akin to 3 true deities engaged in combat high above the heavens. Chen Fan stands amidst the city of void, keenly observing the entirety of the battlefield. He nods in satisfaction at the performance of the cultivators from the great martial sacred court. After such prolonged cultivation, the great martial warriors and prodigies have finally matured, capable of standing on their own. As Chen Fan quietly surveys the combat, the system's notification chimes once more. Ding. A new mission has been issued. Develop the great martial sacred court into a 5-star sacred court within a century to receive unparalleled rewards. At last, the mission has been released, and with it, new rewards to be claimed. A smile graces Chen Fan's face. While the great martial sacred court is indeed formidable, overwhelming their opponents, This merely represents a fraction of the power of a 5-star sacred court. Relying solely on these individuals to withstand the true might of a no-star sacred court is virtually impossible. After all, a 5-star sacred court is home to unparalleled emperors of immense strength. Continuous nurturing of powerful beings is essential. However, Chen Fan harbors no fear after conquering the celestial army. He believes the celestial sacred court will reconsider the true strength of the great martial sacred court. Soon, the entire sky is enveloped in darkness. Yet, for the multitude of cultivators, it feels as bright as day. Northgard army, charge and kill. Schwerin bellows once more, leading 100,000 cultivators clad in the morning emperor's armor to eradicate the last remaining 70 to 80,000 saints. In an instant, the battlefield below falls into silence. The mountains are strewn with corpses, and the crimson blood not only stains the earth, but also forms a tumultuous river, a scene of utter brutality. After a brief silence, countless voices erupt in jubilant cheers. Great Marshal shall prevail. Great Marshal shall prevail. Great Marshal is invincible. Great Marshal is invincible. Despite their exhaustion, the cultivators' hearts are exhilarated to the extreme. They have utterly annihilated the Ace Legion of the 5-star sacred court. How could they not be thrilled? At this moment, high in the void, the figure of Lutien is drenched in blood. Upon witnessing the slaughter of his painstakingly trained celestial army, he is seized by a fit of rage and spews forth blood. The aura of the celestial emperor instantly withers. Lutien, what are you doing? Your actions will lead to your demise. The Blood Heaven Emperor exclaims, alarmed by Lutien's state. Yet before he can finish his words, a barrage of dazzling silver arrows envelopes the celestial emperor. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows piercing flesh echoes as countless gaping wounds appear on Lutien's body. Life force gushing forth like a breached dam. His aura diminishes to a mere shadow of its former self. Dare to be distracted while battling me? Then allow me to send you away. The figure of Xianxia appears like a specter above the celestial emperor, as a colossal arrow, akin to a mountain, gathers in the void, radiating boundless terror. Mountain summoning arrow. Xianxia intones softly, and in an instant, the massive arrow descends upon the celestial emperor. Boom. The last vestiges of his defensive barrier fail to materialize, and he is crushed into a pulp beneath the weight of the immense arrow. The massive projectile rotates like a grinding stone, reducing the remnants of flesh and blood to nothingness. Breath fades, life extinguished. A peak emperor has fallen with such ease. Witnessing this, the Blood Heaven Emperor can no longer contain his panic. Ignoring his own injuries, he hastily retrieves a talisman and ignites it. He is truly terrified. He cannot fathom that Princess Xianxia possesses such formidable power. Initially, he and the Celestial Emperor could contend with her, but now that the Celestial Emperor is obliterated, he stands no chance against Xianxia alone. He even suspects that her combat prowess is perilously close to that of a half-step unparalleled being, given the circumstances. If he does not flee now, when will he? However, as the talisman burns away, the Blood Heaven Emperor realizes with dread that he has not vanished. A foreboding feeling washes over him. Has he fallen into a space that has already been sealed? To think that he could come to my great martial court in glory and then depart? Such a notion is nonsensical. According to the Lord's orders, you are to forfeit your life. A slight chill emanates from Xianxia's perfect visage as she draws another full moon with the moon god bow. Having allowed that cold dragon emperor to escape previously, she is determined not to commit the same error again. She had requested the Lord to seal this space in advance. The talisman is rendered useless in this confined space. Chapter 122, Annihilation, Departure. The Blood Heaven Emperor stands frozen, his face a mask of utter terror. He never anticipated failure, nor did he foresee being driven to use a talisman to escape. Yet now, the last opportunity for survival has also slipped away. An overwhelming despair engulfs him. Everyone has perished, everyone has vanished. Only he remains, facing the terrifying might of Xianxia. With no other means of escape, how could he withstand her fearsome assault? Regret floods the Blood Heaven Emperor's heart. Yet, as a peak emperor and the commander of 1,000,000 sacred soldiers, despite his fear of death, he will not surrender easily in this moment of despair. Though fear grips his heart, the overwhelming aura of a blood sea coalesces into countless crimson heads, surging towards Xianxia. Blood sea engulf her. The Blood Heaven Emperor bellows defiantly, seeming to mount a desperate counterattack. Too weak, Xianxia murmurs. She releases the moon god bow once more, unconcerned by her opponent's attacks. With no need for defense, the Xianling shield encircles her, effortlessly deflecting all assaults aimed at her. The Xianling shield can withstand the casual strikes of a peak emperor. Her bloodline powers are simply that formidable. Perish. The radiant silver arrow, akin to a shooting star, streaks across the sky, piercing through the endless blood sea, and descends upon the Blood Heaven Emperor's head. With a thunderous crash, his head disintegrates into a crimson mist, leaving behind a headless body standing in the void. Life begins to dissipate, and his aura wanes. However, a Peak Emperor does not succumb so easily. The Blood Sky Emperor aspired to coalesce his head with boundless power, yet in the very next moment, resplendent starlight pierced through the sea of blood, reaching the Blood Sky Emperor without any hindrance. The light penetrated his being unimpeded, and with a series of explosive sounds, his body transformed into a veritable hive, bursting forth with countless violet glimmers. These violet rays ferociously extinguished the vitality within the Blood Sky Emperor. Merely a dozen breaths later, his form erupted with a thunderous blast, vanishing entirely from the spot. Once again, a pinnacle emperor had perished. Mother, soon I shall avenge you. Tears streamed down the cheeks of Xianxia, who had slain the Blood Sky Emperor. Throughout the years she had survived in the outside world, the sole belief that sustained her was the desire to avenge her mother. Now, she finally had the opportunity. If she could vanquish a Peak Emperor, it would not be long before she herself broke through to that level. At that time, even the most extraordinary of emperors would not intimidate her. Then, vengeance would be hers. As Xianxia's tears fell, the entirety of the great martial sacred court erupted in jubilation. Both Peak Emperors had been slain by Xianxia alone, and the million-strong army of the Slaughter Heaven Legion had been utterly annihilated. This battle was a resounding victory. Countless cultivators were swept into a frenzy of excitement. The five-star sacred court, though it sounded formidable, proved rather lackluster in combat. Indeed, from now on, we can boast about having vanquished one of the elite legions of the five-star sacred court. Many reveled in immense exhilaration, indulging in their boastful chatter. For most, this battle had not been particularly arduous, even bordering on effortless, which granted them ample energy for their exuberance. All soldiers, heed my command. Clear the battlefield and collect resources. Xianxia's voice, cold and resolute, rang out once more. Yes, the soldiers bellowed in excitement. They understood that the Slaughter Heaven Legion was a true elite legion of the five-star sacred court, with each member extraordinarily affluent. The spoils of this battle would indeed be bountiful. Xianxia and the high-ranking combatants vanished from the battlefield, returning to the Void City, within the Golden Dragon Palace. Reporting to the Holy Master, the enemy Slaughter Heaven Legion, comprising 1,000,000 holy soldiers and over 10 Peak Emperors, has been completely obliterated. Not a single one remains. Xianxia and her companions knelt on one knee, their voices tinged with excitement. Initially, they had not anticipated such an effortless victory. Excellent, splendid, the Holy Master replied. This battle was commendable. We must strive even harder, for it will not be long before our great martial sacred court knocks upon the gates of the Vantian continent. We cannot allow others to come knocking at our door. Chen Fan smiled faintly, then rose abruptly, gazing at the crowd. Our immediate objective is to establish a true five-star sacred court. Xianxia, Tianyuan, you shall preside over the great martial sacred court. The Northern Guard and the Imperial Guard shall continue to expand into the outside world, at the very least securing all 10 surrounding states. Understood. We shall ensure the mission is accomplished, the others responded promptly. They recognized that to establish a five-star sacred court, a vast territory was essential. The Vantian Sacred Court occupied a domain equivalent to that of over 10 surrounding regions. Therefore, the prerequisite for achieving a five-star sacred court was to command such extensive territory. With more territory, the resources available to the great martial sacred court would increase, thus accelerating the cultivation of its warriors. As the crowd dispersed, Chen Fan remained behind with the 4 great prodigies. They were already well aware of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy rankings and were immensely intrigued and excited. This was the pinnacle competition of the entire northern spiritual realm, featuring the most extraordinary prodigies from its vast expanse. As cultivators emerging from the Taitsong realm, they were eager to witness just how formidable the prodigies of the spiritual realm truly were. Let us depart now. As Chen Fan's voice faded, a magnificent flying vessel appeared in the Void City. This vessel, a supreme artifact of immense power, integrated offensive, defensive, and flight capabilities. Despite its seemingly small exterior, the interior housed ample space, accommodating over 100 palatial chambers. This was, of course, a reward from the system. The location of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace was in Qingyu State, which also served as the venue for the Sacred Dragon Prodigy rankings. Upon boarding the vessel, it transformed into a streak of light, heading toward the Qingyu continent. In the distant center of the northern spiritual realm, the Vantian continent had just witnessed the conclusion of the prodigy competition. However, chaos erupted within the Vantian Sacred Palace as news spread. The Slaughter Heaven Legion had been entirely decimated. The Blood Sky Emperor and the Blood Heaven Emperor, both Peak Emperors, had fallen. How could this happen? How could this be? The furious voice of the Vantian Sacred Court's master echoed throughout the palace, causing it to tremble. Chapter 123. The Vanteon Sacred Master's schemes. From its inception, the Vanteon Sacred Court had never suffered such monumental losses. A mere great martial sacred court had obliterated one of their elite legions, even slaying 2 peak emperors. In the opulent hall, the Vanteon Sacred Master roared, his aura surpassing that of any emperor, surging through the grand and lavish space. Below, his ministers trembled in fear, their expressions a picture of terror. The Sacred Master had not exhibited such rage in countless years. It was utterly terrifying. It is well known that the Sacred Master holds a position among the most extraordinary of emperors, bestowed the title of Vanteon, the mightiest cultivator within the realm. When an ordinary man flies into a rage, blood spills in all directions. Yet when the Vanteon Sacred Master is enraged, it brings about devastation for all living beings. Tell me, what transpired during the battle between the Slaughter Heaven Legion and the Great Martial Sacred Court? The Vanteon Sacred Master demanded, his face contorted with fury. Of course, his wrath stemmed not solely from the obliteration of the Slaughter Heaven Legion, but also from the humiliation of it all. When he dispatched the Slaughter Heaven Legion, he had explicitly instructed them to be as ostentatious as possible. They were meant to serve as a warning to the entire northern spiritual realm, demonstrating that the might of the Vanteon Sacred Court was not to be trifled with. However, the reality was that virtually every significant force in the northern spiritual realm had learned of the Slaughter Heaven Legion's campaign against the Great Martial Sacred Court. Now, with the complete annihilation of the Slaughter Heaven Legion, they had become the greatest laughingstock in the northern spiritual realm, and the Vanteon Sacred Court itself had become a subject of ridicule. Had it not been for the desire to preserve the Vanteon Sacred Court's dignity, he would have considered personally annihilating the Great Martial Sacred Court with a single strike. Yet, such an action would irrevocably tarnish the Vanteon Sacred Court's reputation. A 5-star Sacred Court attacking an obscure one, with the Sacred Court Master, an extraordinary emperor, stepping into the fray. What glory could there possibly be in that? Reporting to the Sacred Master, an elderly man with white hair quivered as he half-bowed, looking up at the Sacred Master. Your Holiness, I have dispatched individuals to investigate thoroughly. During that battle, the enemy's formidable forces were several times greater than the Lutian Legion, with over 100 peak ancient emperors and more than 10 Emperor Zune experts. The most critical detail is that the elder appeared anxious, hesitating to speak. What is the key point? Speak. The Lord of the Brahma Heaven commanded, his expression grave. It had been noted that the number of ancient emperors and Emperor Zune experts on the side of the Lutian Legion paled in comparison to that of their adversaries. However, it must be recognized that 2 peak Emperor Zune experts are sufficient to obliterate any faction beneath the 5-star forces. Yet, both peak Emperor Zune experts perished, an incomprehensible reality. The pivotal factor is Princess Xianxia. She possesses unparalleled combat prowess, single-handedly challenging 2 peak Emperor Zune experts and slaying both, leaving no survivors. The elder sighed deeply and spoke. What? Xianxia? Upon hearing this, the Brahma Heaven Lord could no longer remain seated, rising abruptly, his shock palpable. When Xianxia fled from here, she was merely half a step into the Emperor Zune realm. How could she have easily slain my 2 peak Emperor Zune generals in such a short time? The Brahma Heaven Lord exclaimed incredulously. You must have failed to investigate properly. His heart brimmed with disbelief. This was simply impossible. Even if Xianxia possessed extraordinary talent and fortuitous opportunities, she could at most have broken through to the Emperor Zune realm. How could she stand against 2 peak Emperor Zune experts? When I first learned of this, I, like your Holiness, found it hard to believe. Yet it is indeed the truth. Numerous witnesses have seen her with their own eyes, and I have even probed their souls, confirming that it was indeed Princess Xianxia's visage. The elder, hearing the Brahma Heaven Lord's outburst, hastily bowed again and spoke tremulously. Ah, that wretched girl, how could it be? Ling Fei, standing beside the Brahma Heaven Lord, could no longer contain her astonishment at the elder's certainty. A flicker of unease surfaced within her heart. She had never imagined that the contemptible girl she had dismissed could possess the strength to slay 2 peak Emperor Zune experts. Your Holiness, that wretched girl possesses such formidable power. She poses a great threat to our Brahma Heaven. I propose we immediately dispatch stronger experts to eliminate her. Otherwise, Ling Fei turned to the Brahma Heaven Lord, panic evident in her eyes. Our Brahma Heaven will face a significant peril. She felt an overwhelming urgency, wishing fervently that the Lord would take personal action to bring down Xianxia. Silence. Suddenly, the Brahma Heaven Lord's booming voice silenced Ling Fei instantly. His countenance darkened profoundly, and after a considerable pause, he spoke slowly. The matters concerning the Great Martial Sacred Court will be set aside for now. I must personally lead our team to the Sacred Dragon Genius competition. Once this event is concluded, I shall mobilize the full might of the Sacred Court to obliterate the Great Martial Sacred Court, including Xianxia. Xianxia must be eliminated. for she is the result of my mother's union with other men within the palace. This is an indelible stain upon my legacy as the Brahma Heaven Lord. Only by eliminating xianxia can this blemish be erased. Originally, he had been unaware of this, only learning of it through Ling Fei's revelations. Otherwise, he would have remained in the dark, unwittingly doting on another's daughter. However, unbeknownst to the Brahma Heaven Lord, this entire situation had been meticulously orchestrated by Ling Fei. Nevertheless, time could not be wasted. He commanded, "Send someone to gather all information regarding the great martial sacred court. I wish to know everything about it." With a grim expression, the Brahma Heaven Lord concluded and swept away. "Understood, Your Holiness." The courtiers dispersed. After the Brahma Heaven Lord departed, he made his way to another palace. Within this palace, 11 figures emanated powerful auras, quietly awaiting his arrival. These individuals were the most gifted and powerful prodigies within the Brahma Heaven, all at the peak of the ancient emperor realm, possessing unmatched strength that overshadowed their peers. Among them, one figure stood out, clad in a black and gold python robe, exuding an imposing aura. This was the 7th prince of the Brahma Heaven, whom the Lord held in high regard. With my assistance, Little 7 will surely ascend to the top of the sacred dragon genius rankings. The boundless fortune rewards will be bestowed upon our Brahma Heaven. Perhaps our ancestor will achieve a breakthrough, and the entire northern spirit realm will belong to the Brahma Heaven. Chapter 124, 5-Star Forces, Xianxia Sect. In the void, a meticulously crafted flying vessel sped through the clouds, the vast earth rushing past below. 5 figures sat leisurely on the deck, admiring the scenery. "Your Holiness, do you truly believe we can accomplish this?" Jiang Fanju inquired curiously, glancing at Chen Fan. "If we cannot, it would be quite embarrassing, for you 4 represent the face of our great martial sacred court," Chen Fan replied with a smile. "Indeed, our great martial sacred court is so formidable that we must secure the top 4 positions," Jiang Fanju mused. "The Lord has tasked us with claiming the top 4 positions on the sacred dragon genius rankings. We are confident we can achieve it," Lin Feng declared confidently from the side. Not to mention, their cultivation methods perfectly aligned with their physiques, and the ancient emperor armor granted them double the combat power, rendering them nearly unstoppable. Their strength was comparable to that of a half-step Emperor Zun. Should they achieve further breakthroughs, easily slaying a half-step Emperor Zun would not be out of reach. As for Nangong Wanner, she was an absolute anomaly. Had she not been suppressing her cultivation, she might have already broken through to the Emperor Zun realm. Her combat prowess was the most terrifying among them, and her fighting style was utterly unpredictable, as few practiced the path of musical cultivation. Thus, any opponent facing Nangong Wanner could only begin to despair. While the 5 engaged in their leisurely conversation, a massive warship suddenly sped past their flying vessel, leaving them in its wake. "Is that the Xianxia sect's warship?" Upon noticing the enormous flag emblazoned with the words Xianxia, the group exchanged glances. "It must be. As a 5-star force, they seem to regard us as beneath their notice." Sure Hao remarked slowly. "As young individuals, nothing irks us more than being overtaken," Lin Feng jested. "The Xianxia sect, as a 5-star force, is not even using a warship of higher quality than ours. Overtaking them should not be a challenge." They were well aware that the flying vessel provided by the Lord, though small and exquisite, was indeed a true imperial-grade vessel. They simply felt that there was still some time before the sacred dragon genius competition. So they took the opportunity to leisurely traverse the world. Perhaps it would be wise to remain low-key, they concluded. "We need only to be aware ourselves. They are likely headed towards Qingyu State just like us," Sure Hao remarked softly. Upon hearing this, the group erupted into laughter, choosing to abandon the discussion. Nearby, seated leisurely in a grand armchair, Chen Fan contemplated the formidable power of the 5-star forces. Just moments prior, the warship of the Xianxia sect had been graced by the presence of at least 2 peak Emperor Venerates, along with a powerful cultivator that surpassed even the peak Emperor Venerate, a sovereign among Emperor Venerates, a peerless powerhouse. He pondered, how does my current strength measure against theirs? Could I contend with 1, or even 3, or perhaps 10? This remained a mystery to Chen Fan. Meanwhile, aboard the Xianxia warship, over a dozen prodigies stood upon the deck, exuding an air of formidable prowess. They paid little heed to the casually passing flying vessel, instead gazing ahead with a hint of solemnity. All prodigies were acutely aware that they were nearing the airspace of the Qinglin Eagles. Should any Qinglin Eagles appear, they were to eliminate them at the first opportunity. A resonant voice boomed, belonging to a middle-aged peak Emperor Venerate. Ahead lay the Qinglin mountain range, renowned throughout the northern spirit realm. It was celebrated as the foremost mountain range, vast and boundless, encompassing an area that dwarfed that of 10 continents. Within it thrived countless formidable beasts, with the Qinglin eagle among the most powerful. Each adult Qinglin eagle possessed the cultivation of an ancient emperor, while those with a lordly bloodline reached the Emperor Venerate realm, immensely powerful. Thus, as they traversed the skies inhabited by the Qinglin eagles, vigilance was paramount. However, just as the words of the peak Emperor Venerate faded, a vast shadow, darkening the horizon, came into view. In an instant, not only did the peak Emperor Venerate's eyes widen in disbelief, but even the Xianxia sect's leader, known as the Xianxia Emperor Venerate, who had been meditating within the warship, sprang to his feet. Thousands of ancient Emperor-level Qinglin eagles, hundreds at the Emperor Venerate level, and a single Emperor-level Qinglin eagle, an unparalleled sovereign among its kind, were present. What divine luck was this, to encounter all the Qinglin eagles returning to their nest? The Xianxia Emperor Venerate swiftly ascended to the deck, unleashing an overwhelming aura of the Emperor Venerate, intending to convey to the Qinglin eagles that among them stood a powerful adversary, making confrontation a fool's errand. Witnessing this spectacle, the prodigies of the Xianxia sect felt their legs weaken. They had never beheld such a terrifying sight. Each Qinglin eagle unfurled wings stretching 100 feet wide, while those of the lordly bloodline reached 500 feet. The sheer scale was awe-inspiring and terrifying. Unbeknownst to the Xianxia sect leader, these Qinglin eagles had just returned from a fierce battle with another avian race, their fury seeking an outlet, and his actions only stoked their ire. In an instant, at the sound of the Qinglin eagle king's piercing cry, countless Qinglin eagles surged toward the Xianxia warship. By the heavens, the Xianxia Emperor Venerate could not contain his wrath upon witnessing this scene. The Qinglin eagle's flight speed was astonishing. If they surrounded such a colossal warship, even he, a peak Emperor Venerate, would find it challenging to cope. It was crucial to remember that among the flock was a Qinglin eagle king, comparable to an unparalleled Emperor Venerate, a true behemoth. In one-on-one combat, he would have to tread carefully. To consider safeguarding others was mere folly. What could be done? In that moment, even the Xianxia Emperor Venerate felt a sense of helplessness. As the Qinglin eagles drew near, he suddenly caught sight of an exquisitely crafted flying vessel appearing behind them. In a flash of inspiration, he leaped from the warship, striking the Xianxia vessel with a single palm. Instantly, it hurtled backward like a meteor, crossing past the delicate flying vessel and exposing it fully to the oncoming horde of Qinglin eagles. Meanwhile, the Xianxia warship stabilized, rapidly veering aside. Seeing this, the Xianxia Emperor Venerate let out a hearty laugh, expressing gratitude to his fellow companions for shielding the Xianxia sect from the Qinglin eagles. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly send someone to honor you. Before his words could fully dissipate, he vanished from sight. Chapter 125, Slaying the Qinglin Eagle King. Left in a daze, Chen Fan and the others watched as countless Qinglin eagles swiftly encircled their flying vessel. The furious Qinglin eagles relentlessly assaulted the protective array of the ship. The array trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. The four prodigies stared pallidly at the unfolding scene. Disaster had descended upon them. The Qinglin eagles were overwhelmingly powerful, with 100 at the Emperor Venerate level and an unseeable Qinglin eagle king rivaling the might of a peerless Emperor Venerate. Surely, even a 5-star holy court would pale in comparison. Just as the four prodigies braced for the inevitable, a familiar figure suddenly appeared outside the flying vessel, confronting the multitude of Qinglin eagles alone. Reincarnation Sword Slay. A calm voice resonated, and a radiant sword chi, imbued with golden brilliance, cleaved through the throng of Qinglin eagles, tearing open a massive gap. Countless cries of anguish echoed as torrents of blood stained the sky. Hundreds of Qinglin eagles, whether of the ancient Emperor realm or the Emperor Venerate realm, plummeted to the ground like shattered kites. In that instant, all the Qinglin eagles were left in stunned silence, their eyes reflecting unbounded terror. They had never anticipated that such a fearsome human existed aboard this warship. A piercing cry erupted as the Qinglin Eagle King, adorned in golden plumage and radiating an aura of immense terror, burst through the space, lunging at Chen Fan with claws harder than even the most formidable emperor weapons. Consumed by rage at the loss of hundreds of its kin, it was intolerable for the Qinglin Eagle King, a being on par with a peerless Emperor Venerate, to witness such devastation. In this strike, it aimed to reduce the human before it to mere pulp. With such proximity, even a true peerless human Emperor Venerate would meet their end. Yet, just as the Qinglin Eagle King's iron claws were about to crush Chen Fan into oblivion, a brilliant sword chi surged forth once more, emanating an aura of unparalleled sharpness, slicing directly toward the Qinglin Eagle King's claws. The steel-clawed beast, akin to mere parchment, was swiftly severed by the sword's aura, and an endless torrent of crimson blood instantaneously stained the heavens. A piercing shriek reverberated through the void, causing numerous peaks below to collapse in its wake. Countless demonic beasts within the Qinglin mountain range trembled in fear upon hearing this sound. recognizing it as the presence of the unparalleled demon emperor, one of the sovereigns of their realm. You seek your own demise, human. The Qinglin Eagle Emperor, retreating in anguish while enduring the pain of severed claws, seethed with fury as it spoke in human tongue, unleashing a dense wave of demonic energy towards Chen Fan. Never did it anticipate that this seemingly late-stage ancient emperor practitioner possessed such formidable combat prowess. I shall not perish. Today, it is you who shall meet your end. Unfazed by the overwhelming aura of terror that enveloped the void, Chen Fan merely uttered 2 words, "Bury heaven." With his words, the entire expanse was plunged into darkness, encompassing all the Qinglin eagles within it. Soon, agonized cries erupted as one after another. The Qinglin eagles succumbed to the encroaching shadows, plummeting to the ground. The Qinglin Eagle Emperor, witnessing this horrific scene, was gripped by an overwhelming terror. In the face of this bizarre assault, it felt the chilling breath of death. It was crucial to note that he was the Qinglin Demon Emperor, wielding the power of an unparalleled emperor. To sense the presence of death meant that his adversary truly possessed the capability to slay him. In a state of panic, the Qinglin Eagle Emperor turned and flapped its massive wings, attempting to break free from the darkness and flee into the distance. It disregarded everything, kinship and lineage, only yearning for escape. For as long as it survived, there remained a glimmer of hope. Should it fall here today, the Qinglin Eagle clan would face utter annihilation. Attempt to flee? Have you consulted the sword in my hand? Chen Fan swung the Emperor's sword once more, a resplendent golden sword aura coalescing and tearing through the abyss. Aimed squarely at the Qinglin Eagle Emperor. The Bury Heaven divine ability was a wide-scale attack. And while annihilating a being of such unparalleled stature as the Qinglin Demon Emperor was no simple feat, adding a sword strike should suffice. With a swift motion, the sword's wind howled, and just as the Qinglin Eagle Emperor began to beat its wings, a golden sword aura spanning 1,000 zhang cleaved through its form. In an instant, the massive Qinglin Eagle was split asunder, its blood gushing forth, the radiant sword aura relentlessly extinguishing the Emperor's vitality. Before long, the presence of the Qinglin Eagle Emperor faded, its life extinguished. The severed body plummeted toward the mountains below, and an ocean of blood rapidly formed into a crimson river, surging forth and staining the earth. As darkness receded like a tide, the once mighty Qinglin eagles vanished from sight, leaving the sky bright and clear. The 4 prodigies gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the aftermath of the dissipating shadows, their eyes filled with profound terror. Is it truly gone? Even the unparalleled Qinglin Eagle Emperor was cleaved in 2. Over 100 Emperor-level Qinglin eagles have simply vanished. Had they not seen the ground littered with the massive corpses of the Qinglin eagles, they might have believed the creatures had simply flown away. It was a staggering revelation. Witnessing the true might of their sovereign for the first time, slaying an unparalleled emperor was akin to slicing through vegetables. What level of power did their sovereign truly possess? As they stood in awe, Chen Fan's voice called out, "You 4, hasten to collect your storage rings and process the bodies of these Qinglin eagles. Divide what needs dividing and place everything into your storage rings." As his command echoed, he descended to the ground with the Emperor's sword, commencing the task of dividing the spoils. "Yes, sovereign." The 4 prodigies responded, their eyes alight with excitement as they disembarked from their flying vessel, brandishing their blades to begin the task. It should be noted that every fallen Qinglin eagle was at least of ancient emperor rank. Such beasts, like the Qinglin eagle, were treasures in themselves. Its blood and flesh contained boundless energy, while its blood, organs, and scales could be used for medicinal purposes and to forge defensive emperor-level weapons. Each Qinglin eagle was thus immensely valuable, particularly with over 100 at the emperor level and 1 Qinglin Eagle Emperor. This treasure trove promised unimaginable wealth. Chapter 126, Roasting Meat, Breaking Through. The corpses of over 1,000 ancient Emperor Qinglin eagles, along with the bodies of over 100 Emperor-level Qinglin eagles and the bisected Qinglin Eagle Emperor, were skillfully drained of blood and meticulously dissected by the 5, organized, and placed into their storage rings. Following this, they did not return to their vessel but proceeded to the lair of the Qinglin eagles, gathering the abundant rare treasures within, before finally returning to the flying vessel. The magnitude of their haul was unprecedented. They had never anticipated such a bounty. Indeed, our sovereign is formidable. We had forgotten that these Qinglin eagles have long resided in this resource-rich forest, undoubtedly harboring countless rare treasures. The 4 prodigies engaged in animated discussion, excitedly recounting the finds from the Qinglin eagle's lair. This battle had yielded immense profit. However, they did not forget the wickedness of the Xianxia sect, who had cast them as sacrificial lambs. They vowed to hold them accountable. Despite this tremendous windfall, we cannot forget the deeds of the Xianxia sect. Were it not for our sovereign's overwhelming strength, we would have perished at the hands of those countless Qinglin eagles. Haha, Having such thoughts is commendable. In our martial sacred hall, if one does not offend me, I shall consider my mood. If one offends me, I shall undoubtedly slay you. Remember, when the great competition begins, if you encounter the prodigies of the Xianxia sect, teach them a lesson in humility. Chen Fan said with a peculiar smile. Having etched the Xianxia sect into his memory, should the opportunity arise, he would settle the score, for he was no benevolent figure, willing to tolerate such offenses. Yes, sovereign. They replied eagerly, nodding in agreement. Now, the main event approaches. Chen Fan smiled slightly, and 5 colossal chunks of flesh, each weighing thousands of pounds, levitated above the deck of the flying vessel. He then turned to Jiang Fanju, saying, Fanju, ignite the fire. Today, we feast on the roasted flesh of the unparalleled demon emperor. At this proclamation, the 4 were left dumbfounded. The meat of an unparalleled emperor-level beast contained unimaginable spiritual energy and power, a treasure beyond compare for practitioners of their ancient emperor rank. Yet now, their sovereign was brazenly offering it to them to share. Why the delay? Let the roasting commence. At once, Jiang Fanju instantly ignited a sea of flames, and before long, an unimaginable aroma of roasted meat enveloped the entire flying vessel. The 4 prodigies, upon catching a whiff of the delectable scent, could not help but swallow in anticipation. The roasted meat of a beast at the unparalleled emperor realm was a luxury that even the masters of 5-star factions had likely never experienced. All right, each of you take a piece. Let us begin, Chen Fan commanded with a wave of his hand. And 5 pieces of perfectly roasted and succulent meat materialized before the group, the rich fragrance instantly encasing them. Just a single whiff made them feel a slight enhancement in their cultivation. Unable to resist any longer, they eagerly tore off sizable chunks of meat and began devouring it voraciously. Each bite was infused with overflowing spiritual energy, making it utterly irresistible. The 2 female cultivators, disregarding their demeanor, indulged in large mouthfuls. The flesh and blood of these beasts not only bolstered the cultivators' power, but also invigorated their vitality, rendering their physiques even more formidable. This is precisely why many powerful factions routinely provide their prodigies with beast meat. However, the meat they consumed was fundamentally different from that of Chen Fan and the others, as they feasted upon the flesh of beasts at the unparalleled emperor realm. Thus, the 5 entered a pure eating frenzy, while the flying vessel continued its journey towards the Qingyu heavenly palace. 10,000 pounds each sounds impossible to consume, one might think. But for cultivators of the ancient emperor realm, even 100,000 pounds of beast meat could easily be devoured. This was because, once the meat was ingested, they could quickly convert it into spiritual power through their cultivation techniques, assimilating it into their very beings. After a full day, the 5 managed to consume their entire allocation of 10,000 pounds each. Lin Feng even displayed a hint of lingering desire for more. Master, I need to enter seclusion for 2 days to refine the spiritual energy within me, Shihao suddenly spoke up. The sheer amount of spiritual energy contained within the Emperor Realm beast meat was overwhelming, and he had yet to refine all of it. He was confident that, upon fully refining this energy, he could break through to the late stage of the ancient Emperor Realm, or even reach its pinnacle. I also need to. Lin Feng chimed in. Me too, Jiang Fanju added. Very well, all of you go and refine your energy. I shall indulge a bit more, Chen Fan nodded. The energy contained within the flesh of the unparalleled Emperor Realm beasts was indeed extraordinarily abundant. The 10,000 pounds of meat was sufficient for the 4 of them to accumulate energy and break through their cultivation levels. As for Chen Fan, due to practicing a chaotic level technique, he required significantly more energy than the others to advance. Understood. The 3 retreated to enter seclusion, leaving Nangong Wan'er and Chen Fan on the deck. Nangong Wan'er dared not eat further, as the energy within her had already reached mountainous proportions. Additionally, the power of the funeral rites had yet to be refined. After the grand competition, she knew she would experience a tremendous surge in power. However, at present, she could neither eat nor refine the energy within her. Otherwise, she would risk a breakthrough. Chen Fan, meanwhile, procured 3 or 4 more pieces of meat weighing 10,000 pounds each and began roasting them. Time flew by, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chen Fan had nearly single-handedly consumed the remaining hundreds of thousands of pounds of flesh from the unparalleled Emperor Realm Qinglin Eagle King, transforming it into boundless energy that melded into his being. Just as he savored the final bite of roasted meat, a cataclysmic aura erupted from his body. He had finally broken through to the peak of the ancient Emperor Realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling the unimaginable vast power within him, his gaze flashing with brilliance. With his current strength, should he encounter the Qinglin Eagle King again, he would not even need to draw his Emperor's sword. A mere gesture would suffice to seal the beast's fate. I wonder how my strength now compares to that of the legendary Red Dust Immortal, Chen Fan mused, as his aura began to recede like a receding tide. However, just moments after his aura diminished, two powerful presences surged forth simultaneously from the palace behind him. Two figures swiftly emerged, revealing Jiang Fanju and Lin Feng, who rushed over with excitement. Master, we have broken through to the peak of the ancient emperor realm. Chapter 127, Xianxiaaudiobooks, Ancient Exotic Species. Jiang Fanju and Lin Feng emerged from seclusion, their cultivation soaring from the late stage of the ancient emperor realm to its pinnacle, significantly enhancing both their power and confidence in claiming the top 4 positions in the upcoming competition. Sure Hao had yet to emerge, but 2 days prior, an aura had erupted from his palace, indicating that he had likely broken through to the late stage of the ancient emperor realm and was on the verge of reaching its peak. Excellent, excellent. Let us ensure that the renown of our martial sacred hall resonates throughout the entire North Spirit realm during this sacred dragon prodigy competition, Chen Fan declared. As soon as his words fell, the flying vessel streaked across the sky like a shooting star. With only 5 days remaining until the sacred dragon prodigy rankings commenced, it was time to accelerate their journey. In less than half a day's time, the flying vessel traversed vast expanses of land, arriving at Qingyu City. Qingyu City, established by the Qingyu Heavenly Palace, was a colossal metropolis spanning over 10 million miles, capable of accommodating billions of inhabitants. The city loomed like a fearsome beast upon the earth, exuding an air of grandeur, profundity, and antiquity. Countless massive warships hovered near the southern city wall, quietly lined up in an orderly fashion. These vessels represented the various factions from the North Spirit realm that had received invitations. Additionally, the competition allowed for independent cultivators to participate, who naturally arrived on their own without the need for grand warships. What a magnificent city! Though it pales in comparison to Martial Fortune City, Jiang Fanju remarked slowly. I concur, it is far inferior to Martial Fortune City. Nangong Wanner nodded in agreement. Let us enter the city. It is time. Chen Fan responded with a smile upon hearing their evaluations. It is worth noting that the Void City and Earth City were constructed by the system, and in every regard, they surpassed Qingyu City by a significant margin. Indeed, Master. The 5 exited the flying vessel, stowed it away, and approached the enormous city gates. The flying vessel was considerably smaller than the warships and could easily be stored within storage rings, thus eliminating the need to dock it. At the city gates stood dozens of ancient Emperor Realm experts, alongside 2 formidable Emperor Realm beings. The Sacred Dragon Prodigy competition was the grandest event in the North Spirit Realm, attracting countless factions, necessitating the presence of powerful guardians to maintain order. The presence of Emperor Realm experts at the gate demonstrates the Qingyu Heavenly Palace's impressive display, Lin Feng observed with a slight smile. Indeed, considering that the Qingyu Heavenly Palace stands as the most prestigious 5-star force in the Northern Spirit Realm, it is only natural that it is replete with formidable beings. After all, it would not have dispatched 2 Emperor-level powerhouses to stand guard otherwise. Even before entering Qingyu City, the 4 individuals began to engage in lively discussions. Chen Fan merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. It is quite typical for the youth to engage in such discourse, especially since these 4 companions had journeyed from the Taizong realm and were filled with curiosity about the true spirit realm. Upon entering Qingyu City, they were greeted by expansive streets, bustling vendors, and cultivators traversing the thoroughfares, all of which painted a vibrant tableau in the eyes of the 5. The venue for the competition was located in a grand plaza at the heart of Qingyu City, and Chen Fan and his companions did not linger at the city gates, but proceeded directly towards the city center. As flying was prohibited within the city, they strolled leisurely, making their way to the center. The aura of the cultivators passing by was increasingly potent. It could be said that virtually everyone they encountered was either an ancient emperor or a great emperor, with the occasional flash of an emperor-level powerhouse. Such was the spectacle of this grand event in the Northern Spirit Realm. Great emperors were commonplace, and ancient emperors were as numerous as dogs. Jiang Fanju couldn't help but express his awe, recalling that in the Taizong realm, the total number of ancient emperor-level powerhouses did not exceed 20. Yet here, they were surrounded by ancient emperors, underscoring the might of this spirit realm. While the 5 were engaged in conversation amidst the bustling streets, a sudden, melodious cry rang out from behind them. Quick, move aside. My little Mao has lost control. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan and the others swiftly turned to see an enchanting woman clad in a black leather skirt, wielding a whip, riding a gigantic caterpillar-like beast that was barreling directly toward them. Chen Fan identified the creature at first glance, a peak ancient emperor-level 6-winged golden insect. However, his attention quickly shifted to the woman in the black leather skirt, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Dodge! The woman cried out again, her eyes filled with concern as she noticed the 5 had yet to move. Little Mao, her beast companion, despite being a peak ancient emperor, possessed an incredibly strong physique. Such a violent collision could easily overwhelm any ancient emperor-level cultivator. Yet, before the woman could finish her exclamation, a resounding slap echoed throughout the city, causing countless passers-by to pause and search for the source of such a loud sound. The woman, upon hearing it, widened her eyes in disbelief. She discovered that her beast, Little Mao, was embedded in the ground like a specimen, unable to extricate itself. Xianxiaaudiobooks, witnessing her pet's unfortunate predicament, was poised to unleash her ire. But as she reconsidered, realizing it was her own failure to control Little Mao that nearly harmed others, she fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. My lady, the six-winged golden insect, being an ancient exotic species, is ferocious by nature and may not be suitable for you as a companion, Chen Fan remarked, clapping his hands with a grin. Whether it is suitable or not is not for you to decide, Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted, her pride stung. Little Mao was in its juvenile stage, and while it was still fierce, it had been under her guidance for 2 years, significantly stronger than when she first acquired it. However, there were still moments of inexplicable madness. Her mother had warned her multiple times about its temperament, suggesting it was not ideal as a pet. Yet, she remained steadfast in her belief that Little Mao could evolve into her most loyal companion. The young lady has a point, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, no need to apologize. I am unharmed. Let us continue. He turned and led the group forward. Just then, Little Mao, still in the pit, suddenly sprang up, bounding towards Chen Fan. Wait. Little Mao, come back. You cannot match him. Xianxiaaudiobooks shouted anxiously, hurrying to catch up. However, after only a few steps, she halted, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She observed Little Mao, behaving as docile as a well-trained puppy, trailing behind the young man in white, showing no signs of agitation even when he affectionately patted its head. What is happening? Doubts flooded Xianxiaaudiobooks' mind. She recalled that after 2 months of interaction, she had only managed to coax Little Mao into allowing her to pet it. And that was on days when it was in a good mood. Yet now, it had submitted so readily after a mere slap. Stop right there. Xianxiaaudiobooks' frustration ignited as she stepped in front of Chen Fan, fiercely pointing at Little Mao. You are coming home with me, you ungrateful beast. Her anger stemmed from the betrayal she felt. She had devoted so much time to Little Mao, and now it had chosen to follow a stranger. Meanwhile, her outburst had drawn the attention of numerous cultivators in the street, who began to murmur among themselves, speculating on the scene before them. It seems the city lord's daughter has encountered a dilemma. That ancient beast was subdued by a mere slap from the young man in white. One might even question its authenticity as an ancient species. I share your thoughts. Perhaps Xianxiaaudiobooks is indeed not suited for the six-winged golden insect as a companion. However, that young man appears formidable. As a peak ancient emperor, I doubt I would be his match. The crowd continued their lively commentary. Xianxiaaudiobooks, however, was oblivious to their whispers, consumed by her indignation. After her commanding shout, Little Mao remained stubbornly still, refusing to heed her command. What have you done to Little Mao? Xianxiaaudiobooks demanded, her expression turning icy as she considered the only plausible explanation for the creature's sudden obedience. My lady, do you truly believe any charm could sway an ancient exotic beast like the six-winged golden insect? Chen Fan chuckled lightly. This ancient species is simply terrified by the overwhelming aura surrounding me. It understands that with a mere flick of my finger, its fate could be sealed. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the six-winged golden insect sensed Chen Fan's superiority and aspired to become his companion. Indeed, you have a point. Xianxiaaudiobooks' voice faltered momentarily. Before recalling the previous attempts she had made, following her mother's guidance, to subdue the six-winged gold insect using various concoctions. Alas, all her endeavors had ended in failure. The six-winged gold insect consumed the potions as if they were nothing, exhibiting no discernible reaction whatsoever. Then why does it persist in following you? Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted, her frustration evident. She could not afford to lose this ancient aberration, for it was the most precious gift her mother had bestowed upon her. The six-winged gold insect, theoretically, had the potential to ascend to the realm of an unparalleled emperor. Once it matured, it would become her most loyal companion and protector. To have it whisked away by this excessively handsome young man in white would be an egregious loss. If you wish for it to accompany you, simply call it over. Chen Fan remarked with a slight smile, his tone casual. I have matters to attend to, so we shall be taking our leave. With that, Chen Fan and his companions walked past Xianxiaaudiobooks, heading towards the front. In response, Xianxiaaudiobooks clenched her teeth and stomped her foot in frustration. If she could have summoned it back, she would have done so long ago. Why would she be angry now? Humph. If you don't devise a way to return Little Mao to me, I shall follow you and not leave. Xianxiaaudiobooks abruptly turned and matched her pace with Chen Fan and his group. She refused to believe that after nurturing Little Mao for so long, it would entirely forsake her. Of course, Her audacity to speak thus stemmed from her awareness that the 5 individuals accompanying the young man in white were here to participate in the Sacred Dragon Tournament. At this juncture, they would not dare to leave the city. Should they venture out, she would not have the courage to pursue them. Moreover, her mother was preoccupied with matters concerning the Sacred Dragon rankings. Even if her mother were not busy, she could not bring herself to seek her assistance, for that would be far too humiliating. Even if her mother were to intervene and retrieve little Mao for her, it would never again be regarded as her cherished beast of companionship. Following along, Jiang Fanzhu and Nangong Wanner exchanged glances, both perceiving a flicker of amusement in each other's eyes. They were not unfamiliar with the intentions of the saint. It appeared that he had set his sights on the girl's extraordinary talent for cultivation, wishing to recruit her as a prodigy for the Grand Martial Saint Court. If you desire to follow, then do so, Chen Fan said, a smile gracing his lips. The plan had already succeeded halfway. This prodigious talent must be secured. The moment Chen Fan's gaze first fell upon Xianxiaaudiobooks, he had gleaned most of her information. Name, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Race, human. Cultivation, mid-ancient emperor realm. Talent, ice spirit body, reincarnation form. Background, once a true immortal of the world, she suffered betrayal, losing her cultivation and fading from existence. However, due to a contingency plan, she preserved a fragment of her true spirit, entering the cycle of reincarnation, and was reborn in the northern spirit realm's Qingyu Heavenly Palace. Presently, she is the 10th true disciple of Qingyu Heavenly Palace, and thanks to her exceptional talent, coupled with her mother being the esteemed elder of Qingyu Heavenly Palace and the city lord of Qingyu, she lacks for cultivation resources. In merely a millennium, she has ascended to the pinnacle of the ancient emperor realm, with her memories poised to gradually unlock as her cultivation progresses. The reincarnation of an immortal. The system has indicated the potential to recruit her into the Grand Martial Saint Court, offering rewards. Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be squandered, Chen Fan mused. Despite her status as a true disciple of Qingyu Heavenly Palace, he was determined to lure her away. Wasn't he that how Nangong Wanner had come to them in the past? Moreover, it seemed that Xianxiaaudiobooks was even easier to persuade than Nangong Wanner. Without uttering many words, she had already begun to trail behind them. As Chen Fan's words faded, the 5 of them proceeded as if Xianxiaaudiobooks were non-existent, meandering through the area. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks followed closely behind little Mao, unable to forge any amicable bond with it, regardless of her efforts. In that instant, her heart felt as desolate as the depths of autumn, heavy with sorrow. Chapter 129, Beast Arena. Chen Fan led the group to the heart of the city, casually selecting a luxurious inn to settle down in. With 3 days remaining until the Sacred Dragon Tournament, they needed only to await its commencement. Naturally, Xianxiaaudiobooks had arranged for a splendid room in the adjacent quarters, entering in a huff. She had to find a way to reclaim little Mao, otherwise, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Before long, Chen Fan and his companions were ready, accompanied by little Mao, now shrunk to the size of a small dog. As they made their way into the streets, they had learned of an amusement within Qingyu City that Lin Feng and Hao were eager to explore. Thus, the group decided to venture there together. After all, their cultivation levels had all reached a peak state. Even Hao, the one with the lowest cultivation, had attained the pinnacle of the late ancient emperor realm, merely a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the peak. Seizing the opportunity, Hao also aimed to expedite his cultivation through combat. Ever vigilant of Chen Fan's actions, Xianxiaaudiobooks noticed them leaving and promptly followed suit. However, upon witnessing little Mao's newfound adorable appearance, her irritation flared once more. During their time together, she had been entirely unaware that little Mao had mastered the art of transformation, capable of freely adjusting its size. After only a short time with the young man in white, it had adopted this charming form. She nearly spat out, lick-spittle. Nevertheless, to avoid embarrassment, she resolved to maintain a cordial demeanor with little Mao. Earlier, while they were still in their rooms, she had dispatched someone to procure little Mao's favorite delicacy, a meat pill crafted from the flesh and blood of a half-step emperor realm beast. This was little Mao's most cherished treat. Little Mao, I have meat pills for you. How about 10 of them at once? Hurry over to me. Xianxiaaudiobooks called softly, her heart brimming with hope as she watched little Mao perched on the white-clad young man's leg. She believed that these meat pills would surely win back little Mao's affection. Indeed, upon hearing the words meat pill, little Mao hesitated for a brief moment. However, in the next instant, a chunk of blood-soaked meat, towering as high as a person, appeared before it. Slurp. Little Mao's mouth opened wide, devouring the entire piece of flesh in an instant, thoroughly satisfied as it resumed following Chen Fan onward, completely dismissing the notion of the meat pills. As it walked a few steps, little Mao glanced back at Xianxiaaudiobooks, its eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. What? The blood of a peak emperor realm beast? Xianxiaaudiobooks stood there in stunned disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity. A piece of flesh from a peak Emperor realm beast, just like that, had been fed to little Mao. How extravagant. It was worth noting that the flesh of Emperor realm beasts was among the most elite cultivation resources in Qingyu Heavenly Palace. Even though she is a core disciple of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace and her mother is an unparalleled Emperor-level powerhouse, the flesh of a peak Emperor beast is still exceedingly precious to her. She seldom has the opportunity to indulge in it. So how could there be any left for Xiao Mao? Furthermore, she is quite certain that the piece of flesh in question indeed belongs to a peak Emperor beast. She has tasted it before and has sensed its aura more than once. There is no doubt about it. Who are these individuals that they can afford such extravagance? Particularly that young man in white. Despite merely being at the late stage of the ancient Emperor realm, he seems to be the focal point of the five. He easily subdued Xiao Mao. Witnessing Chen Fan's lavish display of power, Jiang Qianxia couldn't help but grow curious about the identity of the young man in white. Soon, a message reached the powerful figure in charge of information registration in Qingyu City, prompting an urgent investigation. Jiang Qianxia followed closely behind the group, unwilling to abandon Xiao Mao, despite the latter's behavior towards her. As she walked, it suddenly dawned on her that perhaps she was the one acting like a lovesick fool. A wave of melancholy washed over her heart. Had she known, she wouldn't have ventured out with Xiao Mao today. Where are they headed? To the beast fighting arena? Jiang Qianxia observed Chen Fan and the others making their way toward the massive arena, a hint of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. What could their purpose be at the arena? Were they planning to gain experience by attending a match? Contemplating this, she decided to follow them. The beast fighting arena is a property of their Qingyu Heavenly Palace, generating substantial wealth each year. Even outside the Sacred Dragon Young Hero competition, Qingyu City remains lively due to the arena's influence. The arena, as its name suggests, is a place for battles, between beasts and beasts, half-beasts and beasts, and of course, between humans and beasts, as well as clashes among various other races. In essence, it serves as a stage for the affluent to revel in bloodshed and excitement, with some individuals even striking it rich overnight, acquiring countless mysterious crystals. Such reasons attract cultivators from all surrounding continents to seek thrills and chase dreams of sudden wealth. Typically, Jiang Qianxia would not visit such a place, yet now she felt compelled to enter. Is this truly the beast fighting arena? The stench of blood is overwhelming. After paying 1,000 mystery crystals each for admission, the five entered the arena. As they stepped into the grand hall, the pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. How could the beast fighting arena not be drenched in blood? Let us go and familiarize ourselves with the rules. Under the guidance of a female attendant, Chen Fan and the others ventured into the inner sanctum of the arena. They chanced upon a fierce battle between two peak Emperor beasts, surely just an appetizer. Lin Feng, seated comfortably, remarked casually as he watched the bloodshed unfold before them. He had heard that even Emperor-level humans and beasts could appear in this arena. The current spectacle was merely an opening act. The two women watched with wide eyes, captivated by the brutal clash between the two Emperor-level beasts. They were seated in rows of floating chairs arranged in a circle, with virtually every seat occupied. The audience numbered over 1 million. In the center lay a vast expanse, enveloped by arrays of magic. Chapter 130, Half-Beast. In that vast arena, the beasts were locked in combat. At this moment, both beasts, their eyes a fiery red, fought fiercely. Blood stained the ground, and without hesitation, they tore into each other's flesh, devouring it to replenish their strength. The battle appeared utterly savage, inciting cheers from the surrounding cultivators, those here for the thrill or those who had placed bets. Just as the crowd grew bored watching the ongoing clash, a striking figure suddenly took a seat next to Chen Fan. This was none other than Xiao Mao, the small creature resembling a puppy. Indeed, Chen Fan had also paid 1,000 mystery crystals for Xiao Mao's admission, granting the little beast its own seat. The stunning figure had taken her place beside Xiao Mao, with just a small gap separating her from Chen Fan. What must I do to have Xiao Mao return to me? Jiang Qianxia, seizing the moment, inquired, recognizing that if the man before her remained silent, she would never retrieve Xiao Mao. The little creature would surely not follow her either. Me? I never asked it to follow me. It chose to do so of its own volition. I can't even shake it off if I wanted to, Chen Fan replied, turning to Jiang Qianxia with a faint smile. He had not anticipated that this once immortal would willingly trail him for so long over a mere ancient anomaly. Quite an amusing character she was. It seemed she had not regained any of her memories. Impossible. You must have told it to follow you, otherwise. How could it possibly pay me any mind? Jiang Qianxia retorted. Very well, your word is law, Chen Fan said, returning his gaze to the tumultuous arena below. Jiang Qianxia found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to reply. She too turned her attention back to the arena, pondering how she might entice the man beside her to voluntarily return Xiaomao. Just then, a victor emerged from the ongoing battle. The fire cloud lizard had triumphed, swallowing its opponent whole. A wave of excitement erupted from the audience, while others sighed in disappointment. Some had won their bets on the fire cloud lizard, reaping substantial rewards, while others faced significant losses. In this arena, it was a matter of crystals. Upon witnessing this, Xianxia's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. She turned to Chen Fan and, with a playful tone, proposed, "How about a wager? If I win, you return Xiaomao to me. If you win, I shall grant you 10 million top-grade mystery crystals." A sly glint flickered in her eyes. 10 million top-grade mystery crystals? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Xianxia's unexpected wealth. It was astonishing to hear such a sum from her lips. One must understand that the exchange rate for top-grade to high-grade mystery crystals is 110. 10 million top-grade crystals equate to 100 million high-grade crystals. A truly extravagant offer. What are the terms of the bet? Chen Fan inquired with a slight smile. As the next round was about to commence, we wagered on who would emerge victorious. Should we guess correctly, it would be deemed a triumph. Xianxia revealed a radiant smile, her heart devoid of any worry. For she knew that with but a single transmission, she would gain access to the intricate details of every beast and half-beast present, including their past performances. At that moment, determining the victor would be an exceedingly simple task. Have you thought this through? 10 million premium mystic crystals. Do not attempt to renege should you lose. Chen Fan remarked with a slight smile. I would never default on a debt. Behold, within this storage ring lies 100 million premium mystic crystals. Ample enough for you to wager 10 times. Xianxia promptly handed Chen Fan a storage ring for him to inspect. She feared he might doubt her and refused to engage in the bet. This was a matter she was nearly certain of and an optimal opportunity to reclaim Xiaomao. Very well, I accept your wager. Chen Fan grinned, without a moment's hesitation. A modest target of premium mystic crystals was too tempting to pass up. When it comes to discerning the essence of beings, who could rival his heavenly eye? The four bystanders, upon overhearing the wager between Xianxia and the Saint Lord, could hardly suppress their amusement. Xianxia seemed somewhat overconfident. After all, the Saint Lord was a formidable being capable of effortlessly slaying unmatched emperors. His vision was exceptionally keen, and he possessed the ability to deduce the past of others. With such terrifying powers, no one could hope to outwit the Saint Lord in a wager. Anyone who could interpret another's history would surely have the upper hand in any gamble. Nonetheless, the four suppressed their laughter, for they understood that in the near future, regardless of who this woman was or what her background entailed, she would inevitably be captivated by the Saint Lord's charisma and join the Grand Martial Sanctuary, becoming their little junior sister. Then it's settled, Xianxia said, her beautiful face once again lighting up with a smile upon hearing Chen Fan's swift agreement. This was a sure win. Before the contestants could take the stage, Xianxia had already acquired the full information on both participants and had gleaned some insights. Mere breaths later, two figures suddenly emerged from the small gates at the bottom, standing on the ground, facing each other from a distance. A half-beast? A dog-headed man. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the figure with a human body and a canine head, marveling at the complexity of this world. However, the dog-headed man's cultivation was substantial at the initial stage of the ancient emperor realm. His opponent was a Gale leopard of the same realm. The duel between a beast and a half-beast instantly drew the attention of numerous cultivators, who began placing their bets. In the void, the odds were already set. The half-beast and the Gale leopard were at a ratio of 1:15. Let the lady choose first. Chen Fan smiled at Xianxia. Upon hearing this, Xianxia did not hesitate, directly selecting the half-beast as the victor. In the past month, the half-beast had achieved 5 victories and only 1 defeat, while the Gale leopard had 2 wins and 2 losses. Based on these statistics, the half-beast's chances of victory appeared quite favorable. I choose the half-beast. What about you? Xianxia asked, her confidence evident in her smile. Yes, I too choose the half-beast, the dog-headed man. What? You also chose the half-beast? This cannot be. You're just copying me. Xianxia exclaimed, bewildered. I never said you couldn't choose after I did. Chen Fan grinned, turning his gaze to the odds in the void, casually extracting an object resembling a jade slip. He promptly inscribed, half-beast, wagered 10 million premium mystic crystals. Upon witnessing this, Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with indignation. He actually wagered 10 million premium mystic crystals? Should he guess correctly, he would earn at least 15 million. I can't believe I might become his money-making machine. However, how did he know her guess was correct? Xianxia felt as though she had been used as a pawn, silently cursing within her mind, yet she found herself powerless to act. As a disciple of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace, she was prohibited from participating in bets at the beast fighting arena. Steady yourself. Perhaps he genuinely believes the half-beast will win. Maybe next time, his choice won't align with mine. Jiang Qianxue forcibly calmed her rising frustration, attempting to console herself. Her gaze returned to the arena, where the half-beast and the Gale leopard commenced battle. From the outset, the half-beast dog-headed man displayed extraordinary prowess, swiftly overpowering the Gale leopard. In no time, he struck the Gale leopard to the ground, leaving it unable to rise, its breath dwindling as it spewed forth blood like a fountain. The half-beast, meanwhile, had only sustained minor injuries. Ultimately, the half-beast was declared the victor. Chen Fan profited immensely, raking in 5 million premium mystic crystals. At that moment, Jiang Qianxue felt utterly helpless. Even before the match had truly begun, the man in white had amassed 15 million premium mystic crystals. This was far too effortless a profit. Soon after, the half-beast and the Gale leopard exited the arena. The half-beast dog-headed man chose not to continue fighting, for the previous battle had exhausted much of his stamina. If he persisted, he risked severe repercussions. Before long, 2 new figures stepped into the beast fighting arena. This time, they were not beasts or half-beasts, but 2 humans. One of the figures was strikingly handsome, with pristine white wings adorning his back. Could it be that a being from the divine race had appeared? Chen Fan observed the divine figure with surprise. He had encountered the divine race during his time in the transitional realm and had even slain a half-step emperor-level member of their kind. However, upon entering the spirit realm, he had not sensed any presence of the divine race until now. He had come to learn that the divine race was not native to the northern spirit realm, but rather from the western spirit realm. As for why they had come to the northern spirit realm and found themselves trapped in this arena, Chen Fan could not fathom. The other figure was a human, a cultivator at the late stage of the ancient emperor realm. The onlookers, upon witnessing the appearance of the divine race, were filled with astonishment. They too had encountered members of the divine race, hence their incredulity. Certainly, many spectators in the beast fighting arena were not particularly astonished, having previously witnessed the emergence of the divine race. For instance, Jiang Qianxue, seated beside Chen Fan, regarded the divine beings with a calm demeanor, her expression devoid of any surprise. The combat prowess of the divine race is renowned to surpass that of the ordinary human cultivators, based on the information at hand. It is believed that this divine entity possesses strength that lies between the late and peak stages of the ancient emperor realm. Judging by the past performances, the divine race appeared to have an overwhelming advantage. Thus, the choice was clear, the divine race. After weighing her options in her mind, Jiang Qianxue's beautiful eyes fell once more upon Chen Fan. This time, you may choose first, she said, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Observing this, Chen Fan smiled slightly and replied, I think I shall choose the divine race. They seem quite formidable. With a playful glint in his eyes, he looked at Jiang Qianxue. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianxue felt a tightness in her throat, her irritation flaring anew. Why did their choices always align? Was it merely coincidence? Though vexed, she dared not select recklessly. Ultimately, she too opted for the divine race, recognizing that a hasty decision could cost her 1 million premium mystic crystals. Chen Fan, unfazed, casually wagered another 1 million premium mystic crystals on the divine race. The odds for this bet were set at 12-1 in favor of the human race. Should the humans triumph, the payout would be doubled. However, if the divine race won, Chen Fan would still make a modest profit. Nonetheless, for someone like Chen Fan, wagering 1 million mystic crystals was still a significant gain. Soon, the battle commenced between the divine race and the humans. Initially, the conflict appeared evenly matched, with both sides fiercely contesting each other. However, as the fight progressed, the divine race's power surged abruptly, and with a single strike, they obliterated the body and head of a human cultivator at the late stage of the ancient emperor realm, reducing him to a cloud of blood mist. In the blink of an eye, a white light enveloped the scene, causing the blood mist to vanish, thwarting the fallen cultivator's desperate hope for resurrection through his blood. Thus, he met his demise in the beast fighting arena. A roar erupted from the crowd. Some cheered while others wept. Jiang Qianxue furrowed her brows at the sight. The death of the human cultivator at the late stage of the ancient emperor realm was shocking to her, though she had heard of the frequent fatalities in this arena. Witnessing it firsthand was a different matter altogether. The fallen cultivator should not have succumbed to the divine race. But with their breakthrough to the peak of the ancient emperor realm, their overwhelming strength proved fatal. Chen Fan's calm voice reached Jiang Qianxue's ears. They've broken through to the peak of the ancient emperor realm? Jiang Qianxue turned her gaze to the divine race. Sensing their aura and confirming it indeed rivaled that of a peak ancient emperor, the 4 wings behind the divine being appeared almost solidified to perfection. Understanding dawned upon her, and she dismissed further thoughts on the matter. Everyone who entered the beast fighting arena must have anticipated such outcomes. Chen Fan profited an additional 5 million mystic crystals, bringing his total to over 20 million from these two confrontations. His remarkable gains had drawn the attention of the cultivators within the beast fighting arena. In a lavish chamber within the arena, an Emperor Realm cultivator reported respectfully to a peak Emperor Realm master. Number 9527 has amassed 20 million premium mystic crystals in merely 2 rounds. What should we do? 1 million premium mystic crystals wagered on each fight? The peak Emperor Realm master looked quizzically into the arena upon hearing his subordinate's report. The next moment, he spotted the white-clad youth in seat 9527, followed closely by Xianxia's figure. Is this Xianxia's idea? Not long ago, I provided her with the information of the combatants for today. It must be her suggestion. Although Xianxia's actions might infringe upon the arena's regulations, her mother was one of the most formidable Supreme Emperor Realm Masters in the Qingyu Heavenly Palace, essentially placing the entire palace under the influence of a few senior elders. Moreover, the stakes involved were but a trivial sum of mystic crystals. Let this matter be. Send a challenger against that divine race, he decided, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The audience's enthusiasm had been ignited, and they would dispatch a mere cannon fodder to enhance the divine race's invincible aura, ultimately reaping substantial rewards. Soon after, another cultivator at the peak of the ancient Emperor Realm, a half-demon, emerged in the arena. The divine race opted to remain in the fray rather than retreat. Having just ascended to the peak of the ancient Emperor Realm, he was confident that typical ancient Emperor cultivators would pose no threat to him, making it an opportune moment to amass victories. A half-demon at the peak of the ancient Emperor Realm? This is my first time witnessing such a matchup against the divine race. It could be intriguing. Yet, judging by the divine race's demonstrated combat prowess, it was evident that the half-demon, even at the same level, was at a considerable disadvantage. The disparity in strength was not to be underestimated. As the audience observed the half-demon's entrance, they began to discuss amongst themselves, leading to their betting decisions, with the consensus leaning heavily towards the divine race's victory. Most placed their wagers accordingly. Chen Fan, witnessing the unfolding scene, did not deviate from the crowd's choice, opting for the divine race's triumph. Xianxia followed suit, and even the 4 prominent prodigies decided to support the divine race. It was a clear opportunity for profit. They were eager to join in the excitement. Once again, the two chose the same path, leaving them to await the next round. This battle was sure to end in the divine race's victory, with a thunderous commencement. The divine race surged forth as if invigorated by a blue pill, decisively overpowering the half-demon from the very start. They maintained a firm advantage throughout the fight. As time passed, with a resounding crash, the half-demon fell, meeting his end. The divine race emerged victorious once again, igniting a fresh wave of exhilaration among the spectators. Most of them reaped significant rewards from this clash, while the beast fighting arena faced considerable losses. The strength of the divine race is truly formidable. For the next match, I shall once again choose the divine race. Previously, I had never contemplated that the divine race, in addition to their striking beauty, could possess such formidable combat prowess. I yearned to redeem him and subject him to a thorough, passionate ravishment. A middle-aged woman, with a plump visage and prominent ears, felt her heart flutter with excitement. I have discerned that if this divine being were to face only ancient emperor-level powerhouses, be they half-demons, humans, or other races, including monstrous beasts, they would stand no chance. Hence, I shall once again opt for the divine race in the next match. Numerous cultivators engaged in hushed discussions or contemplated silently. Yet, all shared the same sentiment. A victory for the divine race would yield a handsome profit. And you, who will you choose to triumph? Xianxia turned to Chen Fan, inquiring once more. This time, another seemingly immensely powerful human cultivator stepped onto the stage, appearing almost evenly matched with the divine entity. I still choose the divine race. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. The human cultivator exuded a truly formidable aura, having been dispatched as the pinnacle ancient emperor-level expert tasked with vanquishing the divine race. Confident in his assured victory, were the divine being of ordinary caliber, it would surely falter, yet this one possesses the bloodline of a royal divine race. Despite the prolonged battle, its true strength had not yet been revealed. Chen Fan surmised that this divine being was acutely aware of the arena's tendency to dispatch only the most elite ancient emperor-level combatants to confront him, intending to astonish the arena with a grand surprise. Haha, then I shall choose the human race. Upon hearing Chen Fan's choice of the divine race, Xianxia's face lit up with a radiant smile, her delight palpable. This time your defeat is certain. After it concludes, you will dutifully return my little treasure to me, she thought with a smirk. Just moments ago, She had received word that this human was indeed their dispatched ultimate powerhouse to eliminate the divine being. With this knowledge, she could hardly be oblivious to who the eventual victor would be. Indeed, in previous wagers, she had consistently followed his lead. That shameless scoundrel. However, the prospect of him returning her little treasure only fueled her excitement. She had never experienced such a scenario, having been largely ignored and continually faced setbacks. In the Qianyu Heavenly Palace, and throughout the entire North Spirit Realm, every gifted individual treated her with utmost respect and courtesy. Very well. Chen Fan smiled faintly, a peculiar grin gracing his lips. He then wagered 10 million top-tier mystic crystals on the divine race. Should they emerge victorious this time, at the very least, 30 million top-tier mystic crystals would be credited to him. Soon, the battle commenced. Initially, both combatants appeared evenly matched, their combat abilities extraordinarily fierce. In fact, the ancient emperor-level human strength seemed to surpass that of the divine race. In an instant, the expressions of all those who had bet on the divine race turned grave, their eyes riveted on the fiercely contested battle, fueled by an excessive belief in the divine race's might and the desire for substantial profit. Many had wagered even more mystic crystals than usual. Should the divine race falter, they would stand to lose everything. The battle raged on for an extended period, reaching a fever pitch as the spectators' hearts remained in a state of trepidation, fearing that the divine race might inadvertently falter. Just as everyone was anxious for the divine race's fate, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the divine being. Chapter 133, The Freedom Challenge. This dreadfully potent aura rippled throughout the beast-fighting arena, transforming the atmosphere with its sheer force, as the divine race's momentum decisively subdued the human contender. Human, do you truly believe you can bring my end? Such thoughts are but a fanciful delusion. Perish. The emotionless voice of the divine race echoed across the arena, as the four pristine white wings unfurled violently behind him, unleashing a torrent of piercing white light that transcended space, striking directly before the human. What? Concealed strength? The human ancient emperor's countenance shifted dramatically, hastily conjuring a defensive barrier, his mind roiling with tumultuous waves. He could never have anticipated that this being had hidden its true power. The aura now exceeded even the pinnacle of ancient emperor-level pressure. With a swift motion, the white beams of light pierced through the barrier the human ancient emperor had erected, subsequently penetrating every part of his corporeal form. In an instant, rivers of blood flowed forth, as the body of the ancient emperor transformed into a grotesque spectacle riddled with gaping wounds. Yet, just as the human ancient emperor prepared to concede defeat, a blinding white blade materialized from nowhere and struck him down. In a heartbeat, the body of the ancient emperor disintegrated into nothingness, vanishing from the fabric of reality. This scene unfolded with such rapidity that the surrounding spectators were left in stunned silence. The pinnacle human ancient emperor had been utterly annihilated. After a prolonged silence, the arena erupted with a cacophony of fervent disbelief. They could hardly believe their eyes. The divine race, whom they had so confidently suppressed, had turned the tide and obliterated their opponent. This also signified a substantial increase in their fortunes. Amidst the tumult, the higher-ups of the beast-fighting arena gathered, their expressions etched with grave concern. Their dispatched human expert had fallen at the hands of the divine race. This detestable being had concealed its strength, disrupting their plans. This loss was akin to a calamity. One emperor-level figure lamented bitterly. The others nodded in agreement, vowing that by the end of the day, the divine race would pay dearly for this transgression. To put it plainly, the divine race's fate lay firmly in their grasp. If they wished for the divine race's demise, it must come to pass. Now, to have defied their will and thwarted their schemes was tantamount to courting death. No matter. A middle-aged man of peak emperor-level standing, positioned at the forefront, suddenly burst into laughter. Although today may have resulted in losses, the emergence of an even stronger divine race could yield greater profits for our beast-fighting arena, could it not? After this battle, will the legend of an invincible ancient emperor not be firmly established? Upon hearing this, all present were momentarily taken aback, before their eyes gleamed with newfound understanding. Every individual in attendance was astute. The implication was clear. It meant that the narrative of the divine race's invincibility among ancient emperors had now been inscribed. Henceforth, whenever the divine race entered the fray, all would be inclined to believe in their victory. Consequently, they would wager their entire fortunes. Then, they would send forth one capable of assuredly dispatching the divine race. To vanquish the divine race in such a manner would undoubtedly lead to a bountiful windfall. Do not say that this loss is significant. Even if we were to suffer a few more defeats, we would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. The ability to vanquish a formidable opponent from the divine race at the ancient emperor realm does not necessarily require one to possess the same level of cultivation. It could very well be a half-step emperor who is concealing their true power. When it comes to the techniques for concealing one's cultivation, the Qingyu Heavenly Palace boasts unparalleled expertise throughout the entire Northern Spirit realm. So what is the plan now? Should we immediately dispatch someone, or allow the divine race to fight a couple more rounds? A voice inquired. Have you forgotten what phase we are currently in? Shouldn't it be the time for the audience to participate? Announce that those present may challenge the divine race's powerful warriors, with a reward of 10 million premium profound crystals for the victor. If no one dares to fight, then simply declare that today's battles are concluded, and we shall resume tomorrow. Tomorrow will be our time to harvest. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in the eyes of the Peak Emperor. With only 2 days remaining until the commencement of the Sacred Dragon Tournament, tomorrow presents the optimal opportunity for us to gather our gains. Indeed, the crowd responded in unison before dispersing. In the spectator stands of the beast fighting arena, Chen Fan observed xianxiaaudiobooks with a smile that danced between amusement and mockery, saying, "You have lost. Hand over the 10 million premium profound crystals." "Fine, take them." Xianxiaaudiobooks felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A victory was within reach. Yet it had slipped away, resulting in her defeat in the wager. Not only was she losing 10 million premium profound crystals for no reason, but Little Mao also did not return to her side, truly a significant loss. Did you genuinely discern the outcome, or did you merely follow the crowd's choice? Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired curiously, glancing at the young man in white beside her. Throughout several matches, this young man had not tasted defeat. In just half a day, he had amassed an astonishing 50 million premium profound crystals. The speed at which these crystals were acquired seemed almost surreal. Care to take a guess? Chen Fan replied with a smile, then turned his gaze back to the arena. It had been quite some time. Why had no challenger emerged yet? Since you are here today, it is imperative that we extract every ounce of benefit. As Chen Fan pondered, a figure of an Emperor Realm cultivator suddenly appeared in the arena, addressing the crowd. We are now entering the free challenge segment. Anyone who descends to the arena and defeats a warrior of the divine race will be rewarded with 10 million premium profound crystals from our beast fighting arena. Upon hearing these words, the spectators erupted with enthusiasm once more. 1 million premium profound crystals was equivalent to 1 billion superior profound crystals. Truly, I would like to challenge. But alas, my strength does not permit it. Humans die for wealth, and birds perish for food. However, with my current abilities, I would neither secure the wealth nor ensure my survival. Many spectators were fervently excited, yet hesitant to step forward. They had all witnessed the invincible might of the divine race. Who would dare to confront them? Among the crowd, many prodigies hailing from various corners of the northern spirit realm possessed terrifying power. While they were not fearful of the divine race, they would certainly refrain from entering the arena, for the Sacred Dragon Tournament commenced in just 2 days, and they needed to maintain their peak condition. In a short span, the entire arena fell silent, as it was evident that most possessed a keen sense of self-awareness. If they did not, they could return tomorrow when the divine race would once again take the stage. Chapter 134, Lin Feng takes the stage. I shall go. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the silence of the beast fighting arena. A somewhat slender young man stood up, wielding a long sword that radiated an endless chill. This young man was none other than Lin Feng. He had long felt an itch to test his mettle against the divine race's power, eager to discover what a battle with them would entail. Of course, the 10 million premium profound crystals were also a significant motivation. Why not seize such an opportunity? A peak ancient emperor of the human race, yet so youthful in appearance. Fellow cultivator, I presume you are here to participate in the Sacred Dragon Tournament. Allow me to advise you. In this arena, life and death are merciless, and your safety cannot be guaranteed. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Indeed. I have made up my mind, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. Very well, we welcome this young prodigy to the center of our beast fighting arena. The Emperor Realm cultivator responded with a smile, and Lin Feng's figure instantly vanished from his original position, reappearing at the center of the arena. All the spectators laid eyes on Lin Feng, confirming that he was undeniably a prodigy. The vitality he exuded indicated that he was certainly under 5,000 years of age. To have achieved the peak of the ancient Emperor Realm in less than 5,000 years of cultivation is indeed a testament to his prowess. However, while the crowd admired his talent, many felt he was overly reckless. The strength of the divine race was simply too formidable. The previous peak ancient emperor among the human cultivators had fallen in battle, and now this young man was stepping forward. His life could very well be in jeopardy. Introduce yourself, and then sign the life and death waiver, and we may commence the battle, the Emperor Realm cultivator stated slowly, reflecting on how today's youth seemed oblivious to the gravity of their undertaking. To challenge such a powerful divine race was akin to courting death. Alas, yet another chapter would be added to the invincible legend of the divine race's ancient emperors. Lin Feng, hailing from the great martial sacred hall. Cultivation at the peak of the ancient emperor realm, Lin Feng's voice resonated calmly. The great martial sacred hall. The crowd collectively reacted with surprise. The recent rumors surrounding the conflict between the great martial sacred hall and the Fantian sacred hall were widespread, particularly regarding the annihilation of a true elite military force, which included the fall of two peak emperor realm cultivators. The strength of the great martial sacred hall was indeed formidable, and the prodigies it produced were terrifying, breaking through to the peak of the ancient emperor realm before even reaching 5,000 years of age. Yet, unbeknownst to the crowd, Lin Feng was not even 5,000 years old. He had not yet reached 1,000 years. Excellent. As history has shown, heroes emerge in youth. I wish you success. The Emperor Realm cultivator concluded, vanishing into the ether. In his place, for divine beings, their white wings slowly unfurling, emerged. After a brief rest of over 10 minutes, the divine beings had fully regained their peak strength and restored their expended divine power. They were perplexed as to why the arena did not send forth a stronger opponent to confront Lin Feng, but instead allowed a frail ancient emperor cultivator to challenge them. Was this not akin to serving them a meal on a silver platter? As a being with royal divine blood, and having surpassed the peak of the ancient emperor realm, the divine being was virtually invincible within that realm. However, if a human wished to court death, he saw no reason to decline. His hatred for the human race had reached its zenith. Had it not been for an unfortunate encounter that led him into the hands of the humans, he would undoubtedly have ascended to the status of a true eight-winged divine being in the future. At this moment, the odds between the two contenders had been established. The odds for the divine clan against Lin Feng stood at 1-3. Upon witnessing these odds, many spectators did not hesitate to place their bets on the victory of the divine clan. Although the winnings were modest, the more one wagered, the greater the reward. And it was evident that this was a surefire investment. The Grand Martial Sanctuary, Xianxiaaudiobooks finally discerned the origins of the five individuals. They hailed from the recently renowned Grand Martial Sanctuary. However, a twinge of melancholy surged within her heart. The Grand Martial Sanctuary was openly challenging the Celestial Sanctuary, which indicated a profound ignorance of the true might of the five-star sanctuary, the Celestial Sanctuary. Each of the five-star powers possessed unfathomable depth, not to be trifled with lightly. Following this grand competition of prodigies, it was likely that the Celestial Sanctuary would indeed take action. Do you still wish to wager with me? Chen Fan inquired, placing his bets while glancing at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Of course, I must place a bet. This time, I shall wager on the victory of the divine clan. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied promptly, having regained her composure. The divine clan is destined to win without a doubt. Very well, Chen Fan responded with a radiant smile. Then I shall choose a representative from the Grand Martial Sanctuary. After all, we are all from the Grand Martial Sanctuary and must support one another. As he spoke, he finalized his wager of 100 million premium Xian crystals on Lin Feng. What? You actually bet 100 million premium Xian crystals? Aren't you afraid of losing it all? Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening with surprise. 100 million premium Xian crystals equated to an astronomical sum of 10 billion superior Xian crystals, a figure unimaginable for 99.9% of cultivators in the Northern Spirit Realm. Is there a problem? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. No problem, she replied, shaking her head. I simply wanted to caution you. I sense that the divine clan member is rather exceptional, not an ordinary divine being. You should advise your companions to exercise caution, for they may indeed fall to that divine being. Xianxiaaudiobooks' voice faltered, but she continued kindly, aware of the confidence radiating from the members of the Grand Martial Sanctuary, including the sword-wielding youth who had already entered the arena and the young man in white before her. She surmised that this confidence stemmed from the recent victories of the Grand Martial Sanctuary, believing that having defeated an army of a five-star sanctuary rendered them invincible, especially the young man in white, who could wager 100 million premium Xian crystals. To her, this foreshadowed an inevitable outcome of losing everything. Well, it matters not. If one perishes, it can only be attributed to a lack of prowess, Chen Fan said nonchalantly. At this moment, all bets had been finalized. With a command from the powerful Emperor Realm expert, the terrifying and vast aura of the divine clan erupted forth like a tempest, surging towards Lin Feng. He believed that the tender-skinned human prodigies could be easily intimidated by his overwhelming presence, causing them to falter in their resolve, thus ensuring an effortless victory. Chapter 135, 300 million premium Xian crystals. The divine clan was filled with confidence. He was of royal divine blood, standing at the pinnacle of the ancient Emperor Realm. His true combat strength nearly reaching the threshold of half-step Emperor Realm. No one beneath this level could possibly contend with him. The might of the divine clan surged forth like a tidal wave, bearing down on Lin Feng. Let the battle commence. You seem fond of intimidation, Lin Feng murmured, a smile spreading across his face. In an instant, his aura transformed, and he appeared as an unparalleled celestial sword, emanating a piercing presence capable of rending the very heavens. Before the overwhelming force of the divine clan could engulf Lin Feng, it was cleaved apart by his formidable sword intent. Instantly, the vast and terrifying aura of the divine clan faltered, dissipating within the arena. What? Such formidable sword intent. The divine clan member's gaze sharpened, a grave expression settling upon his face. The sharp sword intent radiating from Lin Feng indicated a profound mastery of the sword path, rendering him a formidable foe not to be underestimated. The onlookers were equally astonished, unable to fathom that Lin Feng had cultivated his swordsmanship to such an advanced level. Those proficient in the sword path recognized that Lin Feng had reached the realm of clear sword heart, allowing him not only to exude the aura of a transcendent sword, but also to wield his surroundings as if they were divine blades. At such a tender age, achieving the clear sword heart realm marked him as an extraordinary prodigy. Observers of Emperor realm sword practitioners sighed in awe, knowing that it would take them tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years, to attain such insight. Though the sword path is powerful, it still pales in comparison to me, the divine clan member suddenly bellowed, his wings flaring as he unleashed a flurry of white rays, akin to arrows, directed at Lin Feng with lethal precision. The frail human physique was no match. Shattering their defenses would lead to their demise. Sword practitioners typically did not prioritize defense, for in their view, the best defense was a potent offense. His assault was swift and devastating, and should the opponent's defenses falter, they would be overwhelmed. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing the divine clan's relentless barrage of white rays, felt a surge of excitement. They anticipated that the ensuing spectacle would be the most thrilling moment of the battle. Is that all? However, upon seeing the countless white rays resembling arrows, Lin Feng merely smiled, lifting his sword to casually sweep through the air, as if executing a simple strike devoid of any complex techniques. With a whoosh, a sword chi extending 300 miles materialized in the void, enveloped in blazing white light. In the next moment, it descended upon the divine clan member's head. Sensing the imminent threat above, the divine clan member's expression shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he conjured a light shield above him, attempting to deflect the unexpected sword chi. However, the speed at which he formed that protective barrier was matched only by the swiftness with which it shattered. In the eyes of all, the moment the luminous shield manifested, it was already shattered. The shield erupted with a resounding crack, as the blade of energy cleaved mercilessly down upon the head of the four-winged divine clan. With a thunderous impact, the head and body of the four-winged divine clan were instantly obliterated by that singular stroke of sword energy, sending an endless spray of crimson blood into the void. Thus fell the formidable divine being, who had sought to forge an invincible persona as an ancient emperor. The swiftness of the encounter was astonishing. Barely 2 breaths had passed since the commencement of the battle, and it had already concluded with the divine clan's demise. Everyone present was left in utter shock, rooted to the spot, their eyes brimming with profound astonishment. A single sword strike rendered that divine entity into nothingness? Such formidable power could only be likened to that of a half-step emperor-level expert, or perhaps even surpass it. Indeed, it seemed that a half-step emperor would struggle to vanquish that divine clan with the same finesse as Lin Feng had displayed. Many cultivators gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that such an invincible divine emperor could be so swiftly dispatched by a peer among the human cultivators in the span of mere breaths. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks also widened her beautiful eyes, filled with disbelief and shock. This level of power was indeed extraordinary. Even if she herself were to engage, she could not hope to annihilate an ancient emperor-level divine being in such a brief interval. Utilizing all her means, it would take her at least several minutes to achieve such a feat. After all, she was one of the top 10 true disciples of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace, the most elite prodigy of the entire North Spirit realm. She had not anticipated that someone from the Great Martial Sacred Court could possess such overwhelming strength, seemingly surpassing her own. The disparity in foundation between the Great Martial Sacred Court and the Qingyu Heavenly Palace was not trivial. How could the Great Martial Sacred Court cultivate such a terrifying prodigy? Moreover, the white-clad man beside her exuded formidable power, further igniting her curiosity about the Great Martial Sacred Court. Congratulations to Lin Feng of the Great Martial Sacred Court for securing this victory, earning a reward of 10 million high-quality profound crystals from the beast fighting arena. The emperor-level judge, witnessing this scene, was utterly astounded. That was a divine clan they had hoped to establish as invincible, now felled by a single sword strike. The display of strength was simply overwhelming, a tremendous loss indeed. They had lost both the maiden and the soldiers. However, as a senior figure of the beast fighting arena, he could not afford to show any signs of his inner turmoil. Suppressing the pain in his heart, he promptly handed over the 10 million high-quality profound crystals to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, his figure disappearing in an instant, returning to his seat, elated by the fact that he had earned 10 million profound crystals with a single sword strike. Master, here is the reward you have earned. Of course, he merely relished the sensation of victory. Any earned crystals would need to be shared with the esteemed elder. Haha, you all take this. It can be used to purchase whatever you need. I have plenty to spare. Chen Fan chuckled heartily, and as his words fell, a figure approached them. Esteemed sir, due to the substantial number of profound crystals you have obtained, totaling 300 million high-quality profound crystals, we need you to accompany us for verification. Chapter 136, The Demand. 300 million? Upon hearing this staggering figure, Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. He had thought that earning 10 million high-quality profound crystals in the span of 2 breaths was impressive. Yet here was the revelation that the master had amassed 300 million in the same brief interval. Xianxiaaudiobooks, standing nearby, was equally envious, having just boasted about her own 100 million high-quality profound crystals. Now, Lin Feng had effortlessly turned that into 300 million. After a moment of envy, Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed inwardly. Her luck seemed to have run out, as her recent wagers had either been draws or losses. This only deepened her intrigue regarding the mysterious white-clad man, who seemed to have everything under control. Then let us depart. Chen Fan smiled faintly, gesturing for everyone to follow. As the crowd at the beast fighting arena dispersed to queue for their rewards or to claim their profound crystals, Chen Fan and his companions vanished from the arena. A powerful figure observed them leave before disappearing as well, only to reappear within the most opulent palace of a sprawling complex. Reporting to the master, I have discovered the whereabouts of the great martial sacred court's cultivators. The figure knelt respectfully, speaking with deference. Upon hearing this news, the figure seated at the head of the palace slowly rose, speaking coolly. Oh, you have found individuals from the great martial sacred court? They are here to participate in the Sacred Dragon Prodigy Tournament, I presume? Indeed, however, their prodigies possess formidable combat prowess, the emperor-level figure reported truthfully. Formidable? How formidable? Are they as strong as our prodigies from the Fantiancian court? Since the great martial sacred court dares to challenge the supreme dignity of our Fantiancian court, let us ensure that the Sacred Dragon Prodigy Tournament serves as a reminder of the consequences of their provocation. The master of the Fantiancian court spoke with disdain, then turned and vanished from sight. Now that he was aware that the great martial sacred court would also participate in the tournament, he needed to ensure that their prodigies would not hold back when facing them. They were to be vanquished. So the great martial sacred court would understand the price of their insolence. The emperor-level figure also stood up and departed. The master was correct. He had observed that the prodigy from the great martial sacred court was indeed powerful, but the prodigies emerging from the Fantiancian court were assuredly even more formidable, especially the 7th prince, who was terrifyingly strong. In his eyes, the first place in this year's Sacred Dragon Prodigy rankings was undoubtedly destined for the 7th prince. My friend, what fortunate luck you have, earning 300 million high-quality profound crystals in one go. Congratulations, congratulations. As Chen Fan stepped into a lavish hall within the beast fighting arena, he was greeted by a peak emperor-level expert, who approached him with a beaming smile. This was the supervisor managing the entire arena, and his smile was somewhat strained. 300 million high-quality profound crystals was equivalent to several years of pure profit for the arena, now lost in an instant. Coupled with the losses from the previous 2 battles, the arena had suffered a staggering blow. I am the supervisor here, overseeing all matters concerning the beast fighting arena. Due to the substantial amount you have earned, we need to discuss this face-to-face. Come, let us proceed to the VIP room, where you can verify your earnings and collect your 300 million high-quality profound crystals. The supervisor led Chen Fan and his companions into a VIP room. Before long, Chen Fan and his companions emerged at the entrance of the beast fighting arena. Go on, indulge yourselves with your purchases, buy whatever you desire. Each of you will receive 10 million high-quality profound crystals. Chen Fan now possessed a staggering 400 million high-quality profound crystals, wealth that could rival nations, ripe for spending. All right then, the 4 great prodigies immediately revealed smiles, each clutching their respective 10 million premium mystic crystals as they dispersed throughout the city of Qingyu. 10 million premium mystic crystals are equivalent to 1 billion superior mystic crystals, an amount far beyond what these individuals, still at the ancient emperor realm, could possibly expend. How generous you are. Are you really sharing this with the other prodigies of the great martial sacred hall? Observing Chen Fan's lavish treatment of the other prodigies, xianxiaaudiobooks, who had yet to depart, couldn't help but express her disbelief. Such a scenario would never occur in the Qingyu Heavenly Palace, where every prodigy was also a competitor. How could one relinquish their wealth to others? Haha, they are all prodigies of the great martial sacred hall, so why shouldn't I share? Chen Fan laughed heartily as he spoke. He understood that this young lady likely perceived him merely as one of the prodigies of the great martial sacred hall, prompting her inquiry. If she were to learn that he was the very master of the great martial sacred hall, her expression would surely be a delightful sight. Well, your heart is quite generous then. Since you are so kind, could you return my little Mao to me? I would like to have little Mao back. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with a hint of helplessness. It must be noted that little Mao possessed peak combat prowess at the ancient emperor realm and was her demonic pet, eligible to participate in the Sacred Dragon Prodigy Tournament. With little Mao by her side, her combat effectiveness would certainly increase significantly. Very well, given your earnestness. If you agree to my terms, not only will I return little Mao to you, but I can also ensure that he will follow you obediently. Unlike before when he was uncontrollable, Chen Fan remarked, his gaze appraising Xianxiaaudiobooks. What do you want me to do? If you are suggesting something inappropriate, I will certainly not acquiesce. Xianxiaaudiobooks retreated a step, crossing her arms defensively as she spoke, sensing Chen Fan's scrutinizing gaze. What are you thinking? None of the prodigious women from the great martial sacred hall are any less striking than you. My condition is quite simple. I wish for you to discuss with your mother and, after the conclusion of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy Tournament, come to train in the great martial sacred hall, thus becoming one of us, Chen Fan stated slowly. However, upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks was left stunned. You cannot be serious. You want me to become a member of the great martial sacred hall? You may not even be aware that I am one of the top 10 true disciples of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace. She shook her head resolutely. Even if I were to consider your request, my mother, as a genuine, unparalleled emperor, would undoubtedly refuse. Fear not. The Sacred Dragon Prodigy Tournament in the coming days will provide you with ample time to contemplate. I believe your perspectives will shift by then, including your mother's. Chen Fan smiled gently, his figure vanishing from sight, leaving behind only a lingering phrase. I shall let you look after little Mao for a few days. Chapter 137. Another realm, the Demon Clan. On this day, the city of Qingyu was abuzz with unparalleled excitement. Countless prodigies gathered in the grand square of the city. The atmosphere electric, as the winds of change swept through. In addition to the numerous prodigies, powerful figures from various factions also congregated here. Chen Fan and his companions stood quietly in a corner of the square, exuding an air of calm without the slightest hint of tension. To Chen Fan, this was merely a minor contest, and he was confident that the celestial materials would ultimately be his. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, 6 imposing figures descended from the heavens. The sight silenced the multitude, rendering the square utterly still. Not a soul dared to utter a word. These 6 figures were the leaders of the 6 foremost 5-star powers, all genuine, unparalleled emperor-level cultivators. Who would dare speak before such formidable beings? Welcome, esteemed prodigies, to the city of Qingyu. I am the current palace master of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace. This Sacred Dragon Prodigy Tournament will be presided over by me. A venerable elder clad in blue stepped forward, beaming as he addressed the assembly. You are all the finest prodigies of the Northern Spirit Realm. Allow me to elaborate on the details of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy Tournament. The elder began to explain. The 6 unparalleled emperors have jointly opened the space within the Sacred Dragon Prodigy ranking, which can also be referred to as a miniature world. This is where you prodigies will engage in combat. Within this realm exists a race known as the Demon Clan, the most vicious and bloodthirsty species in existence. Renowned for their formidable strength and brutality. The ancestors who established the Sacred Dragon Prodigy ranking sealed the Demon Clan within, intending to hone the talents of the many prodigies of the Northern Spirit Realm. The Demon Clan is categorized into 16 tiers, corresponding to the 16 realms of our human cultivators, including the Emperor Realm. Your mission is to enter this realm and slay the demons to earn contribution points. The tournament will last for 1 month, and your rankings will be determined by the contribution points you accumulate. The higher the contribution points, the better your standing. The stronger the demons you defeat, the more contribution points you will earn. Within this realm, no methods are restricted. The outcome solely depends on the amount of contribution points you gather. Standing in the void, the palace master of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace continued, waving his hand as a multitude of golden glowing jade tokens appeared in the air. These are the Sacred Dragon tokens. By entering the realm, you can use the tokens to check your contribution points and rankings in real time, and even observe the contribution points of others. Moreover, the Sacred Dragon tokens serve another crucial purpose. They are your only means of salvation. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, you may shatter the Sacred Dragon token to secure a chance at teleportation. However, you must allow for some time beforehand, as teleportation requires time. Otherwise, should you be slain in an instant, the sacred dragon token will not save your life. Upon hearing the rules articulated by the palace master of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace, the many cultivators committed them to memory, recognizing their potential as life-saving measures. Chen Fan, too, was astonished. He had not anticipated that the Sacred Dragon Prodigy tournament would transpire within the realm of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy ranking. The rank of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy ranking surpassed even that of the Extreme Path Emperor weapons, likely classified as a pseudo-immortal artifact. Indeed, such powerful artifacts were rare. Even Chen Fan had never possessed a pseudo-immortal artifact, yet one was held by the Qingyu Heavenly Palace. The profound heritage of this 5-star power was no jest. Furthermore, the fact that the realm contained a sealed demon clan intrigued him. Chen Fan had only come to learn of the demon clan's existence upon entering this spiritual realm. The demon clan did not inhabit the spiritual realm, but rather resided in a parallel world known as the Abyssal Demon Realm, which had previously invaded the spiritual realm before being repelled. Historical records indicated that countless powerful beings from the northern spirit realm had fallen, paying an immeasurable price to expel the demon clan from their domain. It was precisely due to that battle that the northern spirit realm began its descent into decline. Should you enter therein, I urge you to exercise caution. Don the ancient emperor armor, for it may serve to shield you from assaults in critical moments. Chen Fan's understanding of the demon race is rather scant. Thus it is prudent to brief you on the 4 great prodigies. Very well, Holy Master. The 4 great prodigies do not possess the temperament of arrogance. They approach every matter with utmost seriousness and never dare to be negligent. They are fully aware that even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter and summon the Holy Master of the Celestial Realm, the Master of the Zhonghai sect, the Master of the Luoyi sect, and the Holy Master of Hongwu to join forces and activate the Sacred Dragon Prodigy list. As the words of the Master of Qingyu fell, the 6 individuals channeled their boundless power, akin to a starry river, into a palace within the Qingyu Heavenly Palace. Suddenly, a golden scroll radiating endless brilliance soared into the void, as the winds and clouds shifted, and the sounds of the Tao resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Ethereal phenomena burst forth in endless cascades of radiant hues, while the golden scroll unfurled beneath this overwhelming light and celestial spectacle. A grand, detached voice echoed from the scroll, proclaiming, "May all in the world possess the talent of the sacred dragon to revitalize our human race." Thus, the Sacred Dragon Prodigy list was officially unveiled. As the resounding proclamation subsided, the golden scroll vanished into the void, replaced by a colossal portal emanating golden light, akin to a gateway to the celestial realm, exuding infinite profundity. Witnessing the full activation of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy list, the 6 unparalleled Emperor-level beings ceased their internal energy flow and let out a sigh of relief. Despite their vast reserves of spiritual energy, akin to a galaxy, they had expended a significant portion in such a brief moment. I hereby declare the Sacred Dragon Prodigy competition officially commenced. All prodigies from various forces may claim a Sacred Dragon token in the void to enter. The voice of the Master of Qingyu resonated once more in everyone's ears. Instantly, all prodigies surged towards the void, with some quick to react, already stepping through the golden portal with their Sacred Dragon tokens in hand. "You should also proceed. Do not bring me disgrace," Chen Fan advised, as the 4 departed. In truth, he could have entered as well. However, given that the strongest within was merely a demon at the Emperor level, what would he be doing there, bullying children in a kindergarten? Chapter 138, Jiang Fanju's Anxiety. A multitude of prodigies clamored to enter the portal. The ancient Emperor prodigies of the Northern Spirit Realm numbered over 1 million, with the participating forces exceeding tens of thousands. The competition was exceedingly fierce, with everyone vying for a better ranking. Although they were unaware of the specific rewards, they all knew that those who gained recognition on the Sacred Dragon Prodigy list in each iteration received rewards of immense value, significantly benefiting their ancient Emperor cultivators. Not only could they achieve fame throughout the world, but they were also promised precious rewards and the advantages of celestial fortune. Everyone was determined to secure a superior rank. As the last prodigy stepped through, the massive golden portal vanished from sight. In its place, a vast scroll slowly unfurled in the void, yet it bore no inscription. The Sacred Dragon Prodigy list projection would update in real time, displaying the contribution points and rankings of the cultivators. Fellow cultivators could observe the status of their prodigious disciples through this projection, though they could only monitor the contribution points of the top 3,000 prodigies. As the Master of Qingyu concluded, lavish, plush seats appeared before the assembled cultivators. "Let us await the performances of our prodigious disciples here," she declared. settling into the most magnificent seat. Immediately, dozens of stunning maidens flanked her, attending to her every need. The other 5 major forces similarly took their seats, attended by an equal number of exquisite maidens. In contrast, those outside the 6 major forces were afforded only simple, luxurious seats without the service of beautiful maidens. Observing this, Chen Fan casually sat down and closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate the chaotic level techniques he had been cultivating. However, mere moments after closing his eyes, he sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he met the terrifying and fierce gaze of the Holy Master of Fan Tian. Upon noticing Chen Fan's eyes open, the Holy Master offered a disdainful smile, uttering not a word before returning his gaze to the projection of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy list, where the names at the pinnacle were marked with the words Fan Tian Holy Court. They had claimed the top 5 spots, indicating that the prodigies of the Fan Tian Holy Court had swiftly secured these positions and garnered substantial contribution points, showcasing the might of their sect. The Holy Master of Fan Tian had indeed discerned Chen Fan's true identity. He felt nothing but contempt, recognizing that despite possessing formidable strength, Chen Fan had concealed his cultivation at the peak of the ancient emperor realm. Such a person evidently lacked strong confidence, and by sensing his aura, the Holy Master concluded that the Lord of the Grand Martial Holy Court was at most a half-step unparalleled in power. No more than that was conceivable. Having perceived these aspects, the Holy Master naturally dismissed the Grand Martial Holy Court with disdain, internally declaring its impending downfall, the demise of its leader, and the fate of its exquisite prodigies. Chen Fan was also aware that the owner of that gaze was the Holy Master of Fan Tian. However, he too did not regard him with concern. Possessing the eye of the Tao, he discerned upon their first encounter that the Holy Master of Fan Tian was merely at the mid-level of the unrivaled emperor realm. For him, this posed little threat. The only consideration was whether there existed true immortals within the Fan Tian Holy Court. In their brief exchange of glances, neither party took the other seriously, particularly the Holy Master of Fan Tian, whose demeanor was imbued with overwhelming pride, seemed to convey that the Grand Martial Holy Court was in stark contrast to the Fan Tian Holy Court, akin to the disparity between an ant and an elephant. During this prodigy competition, the Holy Master must refrain from acting recklessly, lest it be a blatant slap to my face, the Master of Qingyu cautioned, concerned that this individual might engage in hostilities with the Lord of the Grand Martial Holy Court, which would truly be an affront to her dignity. Rest assured, esteemed Palace Master of the Qingyu, I have not the slightest regard for it. Once this concludes, our Fantiancian court shall undoubtedly trample the great martial sacred court to proclaim the might of our esteemed court, the Lord of Fantiancian casually remarked. He, of course, would not transgress the established decorum of this place. After all, he was the initiator of the Sacred Dragon's heroic rankings, eagerly awaiting his celestial prodigies to secure a place among the top 3, thus enabling the Fantiancian court to reap a bountiful reward of fortune. The accumulation of fortune would undoubtedly bolster the court's prosperity, rendering it ever more formidable in the future. That is well, the Palace Master of Qingyu replied, her gaze once again fixated upon the projection of the Sacred Dragon's heroic rankings. There was no hint of impatience in her demeanor. Although the prodigy of Qingyu Palace currently ranked merely among the leaders, she harbored a deep-seated confidence in her several outstanding disciples. The leaders of other 5-star factions shared similar sentiments, exuding unwavering faith in their own remarkable talents. This was merely the beginning. Within the Sacred Dragon's heroic rankings, Jiang Fanju had already become quite familiar with this realm. It bore resemblance to other worlds, yet here, only a single type of being existed, the ominous demon clan, shrouded in darkness. Beyond that, the mountains, rivers, flora, and clouds were reminiscent of a typical world. The demons lurked amidst every nook and cranny of the landscape. Whether one soared through the skies, traversed the earth, or swam through the waters, one could encounter a demon ambush at any moment. Fortunately, with a modicum of awareness, one could sense the presence of these fiends, for the dark aura they exuded was readily discernible. 18 demons, each comparable to an emperor, slain. And yet I have garnered only 14 contribution points? A rank of 788? Jiang Fanju stood by a river, extracting the Sacred Dragon token for a glance, her expression tinged with helplessness. The first place had skyrocketed to 700 contribution points. The disparity was rather pronounced. Yet, inexplicably, she noted the absence of formidable demons in this wooded expanse. It seemed she would need to venture further afield. Chapter 139, The Seventh Prince. Upon entering this space, she had lost contact with Nangong Wan'er, Lin Feng, and the others, as they had been transported to random locations. Thus, they were left to fend for themselves. I must hasten to seek out demons to slay. Otherwise, how can I possibly secure a spot among the top 3? A hint of urgency flashed across Jiang Fanju's exquisite visage. Regardless, the Lord's mission must be fulfilled. Though she had not yet accrued significant contribution points, she understood that her mission differed from that of the others. A brief glance at the contribution points of Nangong Waner, Lin Feng, and Shihao revealed that the highest among them was merely a little over 100 points, while her own was the lowest. Nonetheless, their ranks remained within the top 1,000. With this thought, Jiang Fanju leaped across the river, landing on the opposite bank. This area had yet to be searched for traces of demons, and she believed there must be fiends lurking within. Shortly after Jiang Fanju set foot on the new bank, a surge of demonic energy erupted before her, and a giant lizard-like beast materialized in her sight. Its dark scales emitted a chilling glow, encircled by a menacing aura, while its crimson eyes fixated intently on Jiang Fanju. A guttural roar escaped the creature's maw, and the towering lizard demon, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, lunged at Jiang Fanju with lightning speed, its gaping maw poised to strike. A 15th-tier demon, comparable to an ancient emperor at its peak. This is a fortuitous encounter. Instead of succumbing to fear, Jiang Fanju radiated a brilliant smile upon witnessing the fearsome demon. Boom! Just as the 15th-tier peak demon approached her, Jiang Fanju bestowed upon it a diminutive red lotus, firmly pressing it against the demon's head. She then swiftly retreated. An explosive sound reverberated, followed by the emergence of a mushroom cloud, engulfing the lizard demon entirely. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, the demon's form had vanished, leaving behind only a red, crystal-like object. A demon core? Jiang Fanju returned to the spot, picking up the glimmering red crystal with a smile. The sacred dragon token had provided an introduction to demon cores, indicating that within the bodies of demons above the ancient emperor realm, a red crystal would condense, encapsulating all of the demon's power. While it could not be directly absorbed for cultivation, it held immense value in the upper realm, as many medicinal pills required demon cores for their creation. Some imperial weapons, too, would be enhanced by embedding these cores, bestowing them with extraordinary powers. Thus, in summary, demon cores were indeed valuable treasures. Afterward, Jiang Fanju checked her contribution points once more, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. Slaying a peak ancient emperor realm lizard demon had garnered her 500 contribution points, catapulting her ranking into the top 20. The contribution points awarded for slaying demons of varying tiers exhibited significant discrepancies. For instance, regardless of whether one killed a mid-tier or peak-tier demon of the Emperor realm, the reward remained a singular point. Conversely, slaying a low-tier ancient Emperor realm demon yielded 10 points, a mid-tier demon granted 100 points, and a high-tier demon yielded 200 points. With her recent victory over a peak ancient Emperor realm demon, she had secured 500 contribution points. Quite impressive. If she could continue slaying more peak ancient Emperor realm demons, she would undoubtedly ascend further in the rankings. Having stored the demon core, Jiang Fanju resumed her quest, seeking out more demons. Simultaneously, on the vast, desolate earth, within a city ravaged by demonic energy, a man clad in a black gold python robe, radiating an aura of unfathomable terror, swept through the streets. Waves of lizard demons charged at the man in the black gold robe. Yet all were cleaved into mere remnants beneath the arc of his black gold blade. The broad avenue became a river of dark blood, flowing outward from the city. Truly a boon from the heavens. At this rate, my contribution points shall surpass countless others. The man in the black gold python robe, while dispatching innumerable demons, wore a beaming smile. He was the 7th prince of the Fantiantian court, bearing the hopes of the entire court. Determined to claim the top position on the Sacred Dragon's heroic rankings and become a prodigy of the Sacred Dragon caliber. Destined to dominate the Northling realm for an era. Now, he found himself randomly transported into this ancient, dilapidated city. Within the ancient and dilapidated fortress, a myriad of demons resided, a veritable stronghold of the demon race. He, possessing unparalleled combat prowess and extraordinary fortune, found himself in this lair of demons, where no entity rivaled the 16th stage emperor, not even those on the cusp of Emperor's realm. Only a couple of peak ancient emperors dared not confront him directly, opting instead to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yet, was this not precisely to his liking? Such a brutish method of accruing contribution points was nothing short of exhilarating. With each thunderous strike against the demons, his contribution points surged. In merely half a day's time, he had amassed over 3,000 points, securing his position at the pinnacle of the Sacred Dragon Talents rankings, far surpassing the second-place contender, who belonged to the Van Heaven Sacred Court. Moreover, he had already communicated with other cultivators from the Van Heaven Sacred Court. When they convened, the 10 of them would effortlessly eradicate every demon within the ancient city, reaping abundant contribution points. Across the vast expanse, Millions of prodigies were scattered throughout the realm, making encounters a matter of chance. However, Nangong Waner, Lin Feng, and Shihao were not as fortunate as the seventh prince, as they searched for demons. In the heart of this realm, within a majestic mountain range, countless forms of demonic entities congregated, their ominous presence casting an oppressive shadow over the land. At the center of this mountain range, a vast clearing was filled with a horde of lizard demons and skeletal bone demons. Amongst the throng, 4 of the most formidable demons loomed in the void, their terrifying aura palpable. Today, the human prodigies once again entered this realm, and I hereby announce the commencement of the annihilation plan. I shall make the humans feel profound anguish. The foremost of the bone demons, towering at 100 feet, bellowed with a resonant voice that echoed throughout the mountains. In response, countless demons howled in fury, their dark energies swirling violently, clearly enraged. Those detestable humans routinely sent powerful warriors to sweep through their ranks, harvesting them like crops. And they had grown weary of this. They resolved to exact a heavy toll on the human race. The cacophony of demonic roars filled the air. Let us begin. Execute the plan, and retrieve the 9-colored glimmering stone, awaiting the inevitable entrapment of those human prodigies. The leading bone demon rasped, as a terrifying surge of demonic energy surged through the entire mountain range. Countless demons lay in wait throughout the demonic forest mountains, eager for the plan to unfold. The 4 demons, whose powers rivaled that of emperors, vanished from sight and reappeared deep underground. A stone radiating with 9-colored brilliance emerged before them. While this 9-colored glimmering stone held little value for the demons, it would undoubtedly prove enticing to the humans. The wondrous light emanating from the stone would surely attract all human prodigies, leading them to their demise. A note of pride tinged the voice of the lizard demon. For the idea of using the 9-colored glimmering stone to lure human prodigies had been his own. Understanding the insatiable greed of the human race, he was confident that the 9-colored glimmering stone would draw them in. Indeed, let us expedite its retrieval. My anticipation grows, another lizard demon urged, eager to savor the flesh and blood of the human prodigies. In an instant, the 4 demons vanished again, reappearing in the mountains. The lizard demon expelled the 9-colored glimmering stone into the void, and within moments, it radiated an overwhelming, dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire space. Let us await the arrival of the humans. The 4 demons nodded in satisfaction, before disappearing, leaving the 9-colored glimmering stone to hover alone in the air, spinning and casting its light across the expanse. What? The 9-colored celestial light must herald the birth of a celestial artifact. Hurry, it's not far. We must go quickly. I am destined to gain fortune. Anxious cries erupted as numerous prodigies, upon witnessing the radiant light, were filled with excitement and trepidation. Anything that emitted such a 9-colored glow could only be an invaluable treasure, representing an unparalleled opportunity for them. Some, in their fervor, rushed toward the source of the light, while others, driven by adrenaline, dispatched nearby demons before hastening toward the luminous beacon. In a moment, prodigies scattered throughout the realm surged toward the radiant source. Even the 7th prince, engrossed in accumulating contribution points, abandoned his task without hesitation to pursue the light. Just emerging from the mountains, Xianxiafanju also spotted the 9-colored light and, after a brief contemplation, made her way toward it. Having recently vanquished a peak ancient emperor demon, her fervor had no outlet, and she felt compelled to seek a breakthrough. However, what perplexed Xianxiafanju was the stark contrast in contribution points. The leader of the sacred dragon rankings had amassed over 10,000 points, far exceeding the second place's 5,000. Xianxiafanju hastened toward the source of the light. Meanwhile, in an abyss, Lin Feng soared upward on his flying sword from the depths, heading toward the light's origin. After clearing the abyss of a few stray demons, he spotted the 9-colored celestial light and immediately set off toward it. Nangong Waner and Shihao, having taken flight from a vast desert, also directed their paths toward the luminous beacon. They had not slain many demons in the desert, yielding minimal contribution points, and thus had no reservations in their decision to proceed. Countless streaks of light traversed the sky, all converging upon the source of the radiant glow. Many prodigies, positioned nearby, ascended directly toward the mountain's peak. Like the most formidable prodigy of the Xianxia sect, accompanied by 2 of its most gifted disciples, Li Tsang found himself near the mountain range when suddenly, a resplendent rainbow light illuminated the heavens and the earth. In an instant, he surged towards the mountain's peak. Indifferent to the formidable demon race that lurked nearby, he believed that within mere moments, he would reach the summit and seize the celestial artifact. His faith in fortune was unwavering. Surely he would not encounter demons of such overwhelming power. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a figure imbued with an aura of unfathomable terror materialized before the trio. an enormous lizard demon towering 100 feet high, its gaping maw poised to devour them whole. This was perilous. A demon comparable to an Empyrean sovereign. How could such a creature exist? The strongest prodigy of the Xianxia sect felt his very soul tremble under the weight of that dreadful presence. Despite being the sect's most exceptional talent, his combat prowess had only barely reached the threshold of half-step Empyrean sovereign. Confronted with a true Empyrean sovereign, he held no hope of victory. Quickly, you two distracted. If danger arises, shatter the sacred dragon token, Li Tsong urged, thrusting his companions forward. In a flash, he vanished from his original spot, transforming into a streak of light as he fled down the mountain. Crack! Crack! The speed of the Empyrean sovereign demon was unfathomable. The two prodigies barely had time to activate the sacred dragon token before they were consumed by the monstrous lizard, reduced to mere pulp. Chapter 141, The Gathering of Prodigies. Li Tsong had thought that the two from the Xianxia sect would divert the attention of the Empyrean sovereign demon, allowing him to escape successfully. However, he was too naive. As he raced toward the mountain's base, another figure appeared before him, equally as formidable as the prior lizard demon, its maw opening wide to engulf him. Panic seized Li Tsong. He had not anticipated the presence of yet another Empyrean sovereign demon. Had he wandered into the heart of the demon realm? With no time to ponder, he instinctively raised the talisman that had long been clutched in his hand. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy, imbued with boundless might, surged forth towards the demon, sending it hurtling away. Li Tsong quickly altered his course, fleeing in another direction. The talisman was a life-saving artifact bestowed by the sect master, containing the power of a single strike from an Empyrean sovereign. It was a crucial means of survival in dire circumstances. Yet, in that moment of urgency, he contemplated whether to shatter the sacred dragon token. Just then, a crack resonated, and Li Tsong's consciousness plunged into darkness. Before succumbing to the void, he could still hear the sound of flesh being torn apart, the enormous lizard demon savoring the taste of his blood and flesh. Delicious. The lizard demon reveled in its feast. Such powerful human prodigies are the most suitable for consumption. Soon after, more prodigies arrived, encountering numerous demon creatures. Some falling victim to their jaws, while others shattered their sacred dragon tokens, exiting the sacred dragon prodigy rankings. Meanwhile, the leaders of various factions outside were becoming aware of the situation within. They were powerless to interfere in the prodigy tournament. Regardless of what transpired within that realm, they could only wait for a month when the tournament would conclude, allowing all participants to withdraw. Even if all perished within, there was nothing they could do. After all, this was a contest of fate. Having been granted a chance to escape, if one perished, it was simply their destiny. Chen Fan had heard the news, but remained indifferent. The Empyrean sovereign demons were indeed formidable, but the four prodigies of the great martial sanctuary were no fools. He had previously instructed them to exercise caution, confident they could evade the Empyrean sovereign demons. After all, their combat strength far surpassed that of a half-step Empyrean sovereign, merely a breath away from true Empyrean power. As more cultivators fell within the resplendent nine-colored peaks, many prodigies began to grasp the situation. Within those mountains lay a celestial artifact radiating nine-colored light, but there were also throngs of demons. To confront the multitude of demons, they needed to unite and gather more cultivators to plunge into the mountain forests together. Thus, no one charged recklessly towards the peak alone. Seventh Prince, we will heed your command. Only you can lead us to gain more contribution points and approach that celestial treasure. Before a crowd of over 10,000 prodigies stood a figure of immense strength, cloaked in a black gold dragon robe, the seventh prince of the Vantian Holy Court. Upon hearing the flattery of the crowd, he revealed a confident smile. Your choice is wise. Only I can guide you to acquire greater contribution points and slay more demons. Let us investigate the celestial artifact that radiates nine-colored light. However, our numbers are still insufficient. There are countless demons within this mountain range. We need to gather at least 100,000 before we can commence our assault. The crowd nodded in agreement. The seventh prince, a paragon of the Vantian Holy Court, was immensely powerful and their optimal leader. Naturally, they understood that the treasure emanating the nine-colored light would likely belong to the seventh prince. Yet, they were equally aware that they could leverage his strength to gain the spoils for themselves. After all, demons were scarce elsewhere. Only within this mountain range were they abundant. They sought not grand ambitions, but merely wished to earn more contribution points to secure a better standing on the Sacred Dragon Prodigy rankings. Time passed swiftly, as countless prodigies traversed the boundless void to arrive here. Those who reached this place became aware of the current circumstances and joined the ranks. Of course, as the numbers swelled, prodigies from other five-star factions, such as the Qingyu Heavenly Palace, formed their own groups, mirroring the situation with the seventh prince. These prodigies placed their faith in the Qingyu Heavenly Palace. Senior Brother Zhang Luo, how could there be so many demons concentrated in this mountain range? Especially with a treasure radiating 9-colored light at its summit? Jiang Qianxia inquired, her brow furrowing as she gazed at her seemingly unremarkable senior brother. Zhang Luo was the most powerful prodigy of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace, also its top core disciple. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the ancient emperor realm, on the verge of a breakthrough, but he had suppressed his advancement for an extended period in preparation for this prodigy tournament. In his grasp, he held over 10 formidable imperial arts, as well as ancient imperial techniques and even divine powers. His combat prowess was extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing her own. This gathering of numerous prodigies naturally placed him at the pinnacle of respect. Indeed, it was somewhat coincidental, yet it was all a manifestation of fate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo spoke calmly, though his heart surged with excitement. The treasure emanating a 9-colored celestial radiance was something he might recognize. While it may hold little utility for him, it could be immensely beneficial for his master, potentially enabling her to take that crucial step forward. How could he not be exhilarated? It is worth noting that his master was the sole ancestor of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace, perilously close to that pivotal moment. Once he acquired the 9-color Linglong stone and presented it to the ancestor, it would not be long before he would possess an invincible powerhouse as his backing. His future path in cultivation would undoubtedly be smooth sailing, and it was conceivable that he would be the next lord of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace. Jiang Qianxia, upon reflection, nodded thoughtfully. The path of cultivation was fraught with hardships. To desire rewards without effort was akin to dreaming foolishly, while others devised strategies to vanquish the demonic race. Should she, swayed by a fleeting impulse, choose to retreat alongside the Qingyu Heavenly Palace members, it would merely cede the opportunity to others. With this in mind, Jiang Qianxia began to adjust her state, while Xiao Mao obediently remained by her side. As both factions diligently searched for individuals, Jiang Fanju's figure finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 142, Encirclement. The ascending dragon token becomes ineffective. How could so many prodigies converge in one place? Jiang Fanju observed countless prodigies divided into 2 factions, not advancing toward the mountain peak where the 9-colored celestial radiance resided, and he instinctively questioned the reason. After casually inquiring with a fellow cultivator, he soon learned the underlying cause. Upon hearing this, 2 beams of brilliance shot forth from Jiang Fanju's eyes. Countless demons? Was this not the paradise I envisioned? No wonder I could not locate the demons earlier. They were all gathered here. It seemed that a bloodbath was inevitable. Jiang Fanju donned a radiant smile, yet recognized that the moment was not yet ripe. The congregation of numerous cultivators here indicated that there were surely countless demons within that mountain peak, waiting for Wanner, Lin Feng, and sure how to arrive. The 4 of them would join forces, unafraid of any foe. With this thought, Jiang Fanju casually found a corner to await their arrival. During this waiting period, he also learned that the 7th prince was, in fact, from the Fantianqian court. Instantly, Jiang Fanju resolved to seize the opportunity to eliminate him, inflicting pain upon the Fantianqian court. As time passed, the factions divided into 4 groups, each led by a 5-star force. Nearly 800,000 prodigies were present. However, the faction led by the 7th prince of the Fantianqian court was the mightiest. This was due to the alliance between the Fantianqian court and a 5-star force, the Hongwu Sacred Court. Consequently, the 2 factions merged, boasting a combined strength of over 400,000 prodigies. Jiang Fanju, along with Nangong Wanner, Lin Feng, and Shi Hao, had also united. However, the 4 did not choose to align with any of the other factions, but instead opted to act independently. The large factions would draw the attention of the demons. As all prodigies gathered, they prepared to set forth. Suddenly, a figure soared into the void, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying imperial might, proclaiming loudly. This figure was, indeed, the leader commanding the greatest number of individuals present. Boom. Upon hearing this, all those under the command of the 7th prince erupted in fervor. They were finally poised to sweep through the demon race. Naturally, they were further exhilarated by the realization that their faction was the largest in number and might. The prospect of swiftly vanquishing the demons was promising. The leaders of the other 3 factions, witnessing this scene, also proclaimed their readiness to sweep across the massive mountain before them. However, just as all prodigies set forth, a chorus of terrifying roars erupted, and the sky was darkened by the approaching demons from all directions. Massive lizard demons and fearsome skeletal demons surged forth, shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy. Haha, humanity is indeed insatiably greedy. Merely a single 9-colored celestial radiance has drawn your entire 80,000 prodigies here. Is this not a feast laid out for our demon kin? From the north, south, east, and west stood 4 demon sovereigns, radiating boundless, terrifying demonic energy. Surveying the 80,000 prodigies of humanity, from the void above. How could this be? Countless prodigies paled at the sight of the ominous demons that blotted out the sky, their eyes brimming with profound fear. The multitude of demons nearly filled the entire sky, outnumbering them by several dozen, if not hundreds, of times. Yet, what instilled the most dread was the two lizard demons and the skeletal demon standing in the void, their auras comparable to those of true sovereigns. The seventh prince of the Fantiantian court stood frozen in place, realizing that 4 demon sovereigns had joined forces, which was clearly a trap laid out for them. They had unwittingly fallen into the demon race's snare. In that instant, terror surged within the seventh prince's heart like a raging sea. For demon sovereigns were beyond his capacity to contend with. Even if all his forces united, they would be powerless. He now faced 2 paths: to lead his people in resisting these demon sovereigns and the countless demon army, or to shatter the sacred dragon token and escape. In a corner, Xiang Fanju and his companions witnessed this unfolding scene, their eyes widening in shock. What should we do now? The 4 demon sovereigns posed a significant threat to them. After all, their collective combat strength merely approached that of sovereigns, not true sovereigns. Do not panic. The attention of those demons is focused on the 4 large factions. Let us observe the situation, Nangong Wanner spoke softly, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the demons in the void. She could sense that the demons' focus was on those factions. Concealed in their corner, they were relatively hidden. In such a chaotic scene, it was unlikely that the enemy would notice them. If they simply shattered the sacred dragon token to flee, would that not signify a failure of their mission? At this moment, everyone was engulfed in fear, instinctively producing the sacred dragon token, prepared to shatter it and escape at any moment, including the seventh prince himself. Haha, this group of humans appears utterly paralyzed by fear. All demons, heed my command, leave none alive, devour them all. A booming voice rang out from one of the demon sovereigns, a lizard demon. Countless fiends erupted forth, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror as they charged toward the throngs of human prodigies. The seventh prince's expression shifted dramatically, without a moment's hesitation. He shattered the sacred dragon jade. When faced with the choice between life and destiny, the former held greater value. Once life is lost, all else becomes meaningless. Thus, he was the first to break the sacred dragon jade, hoping to escape through its teleportation power. Yet, in the next instant, the seventh prince found himself frozen in place. Having shattered the sacred dragon jade, yet remaining utterly unchanged. The teleportation was futile. The numerous other prodigies who had also hastily shattered their sacred dragon jades stood similarly bewildered, their faces a canvas of confusion and dread. Wasn't the teleportation supposed to work? How could this be? Haha, a bunch of foolish humans. Since we are all here, how could we allow you to escape? You shall all become mere blood sustenance for my kind. None shall flee. A skeletal demon of imperial stature let out a thunderous laugh, and in an instant, a claw imbued with unfathomable terror lunged toward the seventh prince. Damn it, you will perish for this. The seventh prince finally regained his composure, conjuring an ancient bronze mirror to shield himself. Simultaneously, he retreated with the force of a cannonball, colliding with hundreds of prodigies, placing himself amongst them. The monstrous claw followed suit, ruthlessly crushing several hundred ancient emperors among the human prodigies, landing upon the ancient mirror before the seventh prince. With a resounding crash, the mirror shattered, embedding the seventh prince into the ground. Chapter 143, The Fall of the Demon Sovereign. The sudden ineffectiveness of the sacred dragon order took everyone by surprise. No one could have anticipated that it would fail so abruptly. That was their last hope for survival. Faced with 4 formidable imperial demons and countless other fiends of varying ranks, the absence of the teleportation ability from the sacred dragon order meant a grim fate awaited them. Just like the seventh prince, who, despite hailing from the 5-star holy court and possessing tremendous combat prowess and many treasures, was no match for any of the imperial demons. Not only the ordinary prodigies were thrown into disarray, even Zhang Luo and Jiang Qianxia from the Qingyu Heavenly Palace were engulfed in panic, instinctively gripping their imperial weapons, their auras fluctuating as they prepared for an imminent battle against the fiendish onslaught. Haha, resist if you will. The more you struggle, the more exhilarating it becomes. All demons, heed my command, and indulge in this feast of blood. A lizard demon of imperial rank roared with laughter, disappearing from sight, its maw gaping wide as dozens of prodigies were devoured whole. The horrific crunching echoed in the ears of all the assembled prodigies, sending shivers down their spines. Fight! If we do not resist, we will truly be consumed by the demons. Zhang Luo and the other elite prodigies from the 5-star forces snapped back to reality, their voices rising in determination. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone rallied, unleashing terrifying imperial techniques upon the horde of demons. In that instant, countless weaker demons fell. However, many more surged toward the prodigy army, beginning their ravenous feast. due to their sheer numbers. The previous assault had only eliminated a small fraction of the demons without hindering others from their goal of devouring the human prodigies, particularly the 4 imperial demons, whose might was overwhelmingly fearsome. No prodigy stood a chance against a single strike from them, often resulting in the demise of dozens, if not hundreds, of prodigies with each attack. The clash of humans and demons erupted in the void, encircling the humans and completely obliterating any thoughts of escape. Faced with the demons, everyone could only fight to the death. The 4 top prodigies from the great martial holy court were inevitably drawn into the fray. Should those imperial demons approach us, we 4 shall unite and capture one. Nangong Wan'er stood resolute in the void, her ancient zither transforming into an array of razor-sharp divine weapons, slicing through the approaching demons, preventing them from closing in. However, she had restrained most of her power, biding her time for an unexpected strike against the imperial demons. Agreed. The 3 others nodded in unison, concealing portions of their strength as they continued to slay the demons that approached them. Remarkably, within that brief span, they had already dispatched over 100 ancient emperors among the fiends, accumulating a significant number of contribution points. Suddenly, a figure hurtled toward them like a cannonball. Is that her? Xiang Fanju exclaimed as she recognized the figure that landed beside her. Indeed, it was Xianxiaaudiobooks, the woman the Holy Master wished to recruit. Coughing up blood, Xianxiaaudiobooks' aura weakened considerably, yet she struggled to rise, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. We're doomed, truly doomed. Her voice trembled with a hint of hopelessness, a stark contrast to her previous confidence. Having never faced such dire circumstances, the sudden descent into peril was a crushing blow to her spirit. Who says we are doomed? Stand behind me. I shall protect you. Xiang Fanju swiftly pulled Xianxiaaudiobooks behind their 4-person formation, ensuring their backs faced the safest direction. Huh, you all? Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback, realizing she had been placed behind the 4. Say no more, focus on recovering. Xiang Fanju conjured a flame that incinerated a late-stage ancient emperor demon, speaking with resolute authority. Indeed, Miss Jiang, from now on, we are all family. There is no need for formality. Lin Feng casually sliced a peak ancient emperor demon in half, echoing her sentiment. The other 2 remained silent, nodding in agreement while continuing their relentless assault on the demons. Each movement appeared effortless, as if they were slaughtering mere livestock. Hiss! Such overwhelming strength. Xianxiaaudiobooks gasped in astonishment. The 4's prowess seemed to surpass even Zhang Luo, the strongest prodigy of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace, making their combat seem almost effortless. This was undoubtedly the result of overwhelming strength. Just as Xianxiaaudiobooks was absorbing the shock of their power, a deafening roar resonated in her ears, and a massive figure charged toward them, its foul maw wide open, intent on swallowing all 5 of them whole. It was an imperial lizard demon, a prominent leader among the fiends, known for its picky appetite, only consuming the strongest human prodigies while ignoring the ordinary ones. Quickly dodge. An imperial demon. Xianxiaaudiobooks instinctively cried out in alarm, desperate to warn the others. However, before her voice could fully dissipate, 4 frigidly indifferent voices echoed in her ears sequentially. 10,000 laws red lotus. Sword drawing technique. Hand of the heavens, supreme fist. Cycle of rebirth, annihilation. Each strike, imbued with an inexhaustible terror, surged towards the colossal lizard demon. Boom. The 10,000 laws red lotus was the first to strike, instantly erupting into an extraordinarily radiant mushroom cloud. The terrifying force of the explosion left even the Emperor Realm lizard demon dazed, as chunks of its black, fine scales fell away, blood gushing forth. Before the lizard demon could react, a resplendent sword light cleaved through its tail. Crack. The robust appendage fell away in an instant, black blood once again gushing forth. Then, a golden fist descended from the heavens, crashing directly onto the lizard demon's head. Boom. The immense power embedded the creature firmly into the earth. Finally, a mournful cadence resonated, instantly reaching the ears of all present, both humans and demons, as the once tumultuous battlefield fell silent in that moment. Visible notes surged into the massive pit where the lizard demon lay. The next second, a wretched howl erupted, and a black tombstone rose abruptly from the pit. Chapter 144, Burial of All Beings. The black tombstone slowly ascended from the depths of the pit, surrounded by an endless swirling black mist that sent chills down the spine. Beneath the tombstone lay a colossal figure, motionless and devoid of breath, cloaked in eerie notes. This immense form was none other than the Emperor Realm lizard demon, completely fallen. Had the Emperor Realm demon race truly perished? Everyone, both human and demon, stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, disbelief etched across their faces. The Emperor Realm demon had fallen so effortlessly? Top-tier talents like Zhang Luo felt a tumult of emotions within as they realized that even with their life-saving trump cards, they could not inflict any significant damage. Yet now, it had been so easily vanquished here. It was simply unbelievable. At that moment, Jiang Qianxia, standing among Jiang Fanju and the others, wore an expression of sheer terror. She understood the prowess of the four from the great martial sacred court, but had not anticipated such overwhelming strength capable of effortlessly slaying an Emperor Realm demon. Roar, roar, roar. Upon witnessing this, the three Emperor Realm demons bellowed in rage. Humans, you court death. They had not expected to encounter such formidable human prodigies among what they deemed mere trash. Devouring them would surely bolster their own powers significantly. The three Emperor Realm demons, not lacking in intelligence, recognized the necessity of uniting to eliminate this threat before they could indulge in their delectable feast. In an instant, they advanced from three directions, converging upon the four prodigies of the great martial sacred court. Other demons, too, responded, launching frenzied assaults against the remaining human prodigies. The human elite, left with no choice, began to fight back once more. However, this time, the pressure felt markedly less burdensome, as the three Emperor Realm demons were drawn away by the four individuals. Hope surged among the crowd. Even prodigies from the five-star forces placed their hopes upon Nangong Wanner. Foreseeing the imminent approach of the three Emperor Realm demons, Nangong Wanner and her companions remained composed and unflustered. Fanju, Shihao, Lin Feng, lend me your strength. Understood. The three responded in unison, their auras surging dramatically as they unleashed three terrifying imperial techniques to meet the three Emperor Realm demons head-on. Meanwhile, Nangong Wanner ascended into the air, her jade hands caressing the zither. A wave of penetrating resonance emanated forth, coalescing into an ethereal spear that spanned 1,000 feet in length. Countless notes danced, and the intensely penetrating sound pierced through the bodies of all present, inducing unbearable discomfort. At that moment, the three Emperor Realm demons collided violently with the three imperial techniques. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding impact sent the three Emperor Realm demons hurtling backward, while Jiang Fanju and his companions also found themselves thrown back. Their might was evenly matched. When confronting the Emperor Realm demons, the trio of prodigies exhibited combat prowess nearly on par with their opponents. This realization left all the assembled prodigies in awe. Jiang Qianxia was particularly astounded. Facing a single Emperor Realm demon without falling short in strength was an extraordinary feat, akin to reaching the pinnacle of power. What secrets did the great martial sacred court possess to cultivate four prodigies capable of contending against foes of a higher tier? Jiang Qianxia stepped back, recognizing that her current strength would contribute little to the battle. Should she intervene blindly, she might only hinder their efforts. All peak 15-stage demons, heed my command. Focus your attacks on these three humans. The three Emperor Realm demons, overwhelmed by shock, had not anticipated the human prodigies to be so formidable, their power rivaling their own. Thus, they abandoned their one-on-one confrontations. Instead, they unleashed their numerical superiority to the fullest. Boom, boom, boom. Upon receiving the orders from the three Emperor Realm demons, the remaining demons surged forward like a frenzy, charging at the trio. Meanwhile, the three Emperor Realm demons ascended toward a higher plane. In their perception, the human woman in the higher realm posed an even greater threat. In an instant, the battle reignited. Jiang Fanju and his companions found themselves encircled. Unable to assist Nangong Wanner, forced to fend off their attackers, Jiang Fanju unleashed dozens of swaying red lotuses, instantly obliterating over 10,000 demons. Whether they were of the ancient emperor or emperor realm, Lin Feng's sword danced through the air like a harvester among the demons, its sword energy spanning 3,000 miles. With a single stroke, he cleaved a massive gap in the throngs of demons, only for an endless tide to swiftly fill the void. Shihao's every punch felled thousands of demons, his speed so rapid that entire swathes of foes fell before him. The three unleashed their full power, their combat strength rivaling that of the Emperor Realm, dispatching demons with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, hundreds of thousands of human prodigies battled against the demon horde. Yet as countless demons fell, so too did many human prodigies, akin to dumplings in a boiling pot. The entirety of the void and earth was stained a deep crimson black. Due to the mingling of the blood of the human race with that of the demonic clan, it transformed into a dark crimson hue. At this moment, the three great demon emperors had traversed the boundless void, preparing to confront Nangong Wanner. Each of the demon emperors unleashed their full might, one wielding a tail resembling a lizard that seemed capable of tearing the heavens asunder, and the other two brandishing bone claws enveloped in an endless aura of demonic energy, were instantaneously before Nangong Wanner, striking fiercely towards her. In the depths of the demon emperor's blood-red eyes lay an insatiable thirst for blood. The annihilation of this woman would allow them to vanquish the three formidable prodigies who could rival their power with ease. At this critical juncture, Nangong Wanner suddenly opened her eyes, mystical runes shimmering within them, endlessly shifting as if evolving the very cosmos of the stars. With a soft whisper, "Bury all lives." A long spear composed of countless musical notes shattered in an infinitesimal moment before reconstituting itself before her. The immense spear's phantom converged, enveloping the three demon emperors entirely. In an instant, the phantasmal spear erupted into radiant beams of light, slicing through the bodies of the demon emperors like sharpened blades. The light pierced through them, and black demonic blood gushed forth from their colossal forms, instantly staining the heavens. Like a torrent, it cascaded onto the vast expanse of earth, forming a surging river of black blood. The air was filled with the harrowing roars of the demons, shaking the ground and causing mountains to crumble and the earth to collapse. The aura of the three demon emperors plummeted to a dismal low. Their strength diminished to a mere fraction. How could this be? What sorcery is this, possessing such formidable power? The weakened demon emperors were engulfed in boundless fear, their crimson eyes reflecting their dread. They had never anticipated the terrifying prowess of this human woman before them. The thought of fleeing took root in their minds, growing uncontrollably. We cannot remain here. We shall perish if we do. This realization forged a common resolve among the three demon emperors. They must escape. The wisdom that one must preserve the green hills to fear not the lack of firewood was not lost on them. Yet, just as the demon emperors turned in terror to flee, a whisper, seemingly echoing from the depths of hell, resonated in their ears, sending shivers down their spines. Enter the cycle of reincarnation. As the final word fell, the fleeing demon emperors felt their vast life force draining away like air escaping a punctured balloon, flowing from their wounds in a frantic rush. Despite their efforts, they could not halt the overwhelming loss of vitality. In that moment, their flight slowed, despair rising within them like a tide. They regretted their decision, but it was too late. After a mere 10 breaths, their life force was nearly drained dry, rendering the demon emperors akin to decayed wood, ready to disintegrate at the slightest breeze. No matter how formidable their might had been, it was now utterly extinguished. Perish. Standing in the void, Nangong Wanner parted her crimson lips once more, her hands dancing over the ancient zither, conjuring a profoundly mournful funeral melody. The notes were haunting and desolate. Yet, this very tune acted as the final straw that broke the camel's back, rendering the still struggling demon emperors completely paralyzed. Their auras vanished without a trace. With a resounding crash, the massive forms of the three demons plummeted to the earth like celestial meteors, stirring up clouds of dust. The numerous prodigies, who had been fighting desperately, were momentarily stunned, their faces awash with shock and disbelief. Had the three great demon emperors truly been slain by a peak ancient emperor-level human prodigy? They could hardly trust their own eyes. Yet the overwhelming joy that surged within them confirmed the reality of the unfolding events. It seemed we are saved. Indeed, we are saved. In a burst of excitement, the prodigies shouted in exhilaration. The countless demons, witnessing this scene, stood frozen in disbelief. They too found it hard to believe their own eyes. Yet the three immense demon bodies filled them with dread. For in the hearts of the demonic race, the concept of fear had never existed. Yet today, they truly understood what it meant to be afraid, a feeling of wanting to flee, yet finding their legs weak and unresponsive. With three demon lords having fallen at the hands of a human prodigy, how could these lesser beings hope to contend? In an instant, their morale crumbled, and their desire to devour flesh and blood evaporated as they turned to escape. The human cultivators, seizing this golden opportunity, drew their weapons and charged forward with unrestrained fury. The prodigies unleashed a power more terrifying than ever before, as the tide of battle shifted dramatically, with countless young prodigies pursuing the fleeing demons. Realizing her own strength was nearly depleted, Nangong Wanner swiftly approached the fallen forms of the three demon lords. With a flick of her wrist, she extracted the demonic cores from their bodies, placing them into her storage ring. Such valuable treasures could not be left behind. Afterward, she sought a moment to recover her spiritual energy. Meanwhile, as the myriad prodigies reveled in the hunt for the remaining demons, a figure in a deep pit slowly opened his eyes. The seventh prince, feeling the pain coursing through his body, gasped in shock. Had he lost consciousness? He recalled clashing with a demon emperor, after which everything went blank. Suddenly, the sounds of battle from the human prodigies reached his ears, and confusion crossed his face. In the next moment, the seventh prince vanished from the pit, reappearing in the void, where he stood dumbfounded. What was this spectacle? He beheld throngs of human prodigies relentlessly pursuing the formidable demons, each one exhibiting boundless excitement. What in the world was happening? Immediately, he beheld the enormous obsidian tombstone. alongside the lifeless bodies of 3 demon lords of the Emperor realm. The demon lords had perished? All of them. In a fleeting moment of confusion, the 7th prince's face blossomed with boundless joy. Surely, the formidable beings from the outside world had learned of the events transpiring in this space and had dispatched those 4 unruly demons with decisive force. Without the presence of Emperor realm demons, would this not become his dominion? In an instant, the 7th prince unleashed a magnificent aura of imperial might, roaring towards the heavens. "Stand aside, let me through." His form surged forward like a streak of light into the throng of demons, embarking on a spree of slaughter. How exhilarating it was! Without the resistance of the Emperor-level combatants, he felt utterly at home in this chaos. As the 7th prince reveled in the ecstasy of carnage, believing his contribution points continued to soar, a voice, cold to the extreme, suddenly rang out from behind him. "You weren't here when I fought the boss. And now you dare to steal my kills?" Lin Feng had appeared behind the 7th prince unbeknownst to him, his sword shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 146. Dominating the top 4 on the Celestial Talents list. Upon hearing that indifferent voice, the 7th prince's heart inexplicably trembled, and he instinctively turned to look. What greeted him was an incomparably radiant sword energy, imbued with an aura of lethal sharpness. Swish! The speed of the sword energy was astonishing. The 7th prince barely had time to react before it struck his shoulder. His arm fell away with a sickening thud, crimson blood erupting like a fountain. Agonizing pain surged into the 7th prince's mind, and he gasped, his eyes igniting with an inferno of fury. "You seek death. How dare you ambush me?" Yet, upon seeing the face of his assailant, he instantly comprehended the motive behind the ambush. This individual was from the sanctum of the Celestial, while he himself hailed from the great martial sanctum. "Haha, do I need to ambush you to defeat you? You, who have already shattered the sacred dragon command, dare to steal my kill? Today, I can no longer tolerate your insolence." Lin Feng laughed heartily, his sword slashing out once more, a radiant arc cleaving through the air to sever the 7th prince's other arm. The 7th prince was now thoroughly panicked, his expression shifting from rage to sheer disbelief, his heart overwhelmed with endless horror. The first time his arm was severed, he had attributed it to the surprise attack. However, the second time, he had witnessed the sword light approaching with his own eyes, and he could not react in time. He merely perceived a flash of brilliance before his arm vanished. "What do you intend to do?" With both arms lost, the 7th prince's once arrogant demeanor evaporated, replaced by profound terror. If he still failed to realize that his opponent's strength far surpassed his own, then the title of the most gifted genius of the sanctum of the Celestial would be utterly meaningless. "What do I intend to do? Let us settle old scores and new grievances alike. Your sanctum of the Celestial sent an army to invade my great martial sanctum. That is an old grudge. Just now, you attempted to steal my kill. That is a new enmity. Thus, you must perish." Lin Feng's previously cheerful demeanor transformed into an icy indifference in an instant. A sword energy, even more brilliant and terrifying than before, materialized and struck towards the 7th prince with lightning speed. "No, you cannot kill me. I am a prince of the sanctum of the Celestial. My father is the Celestial sovereign, a peerless Emperor realm expert. Should you slay me, you too shall face certain death." Seeing the sword energy brimming with unfathomable power, the 7th prince sensed the genuine aura of death and screamed in terror, retreating desperately. Yet, how could his speed rival that of the sword energy? In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's sword energy descended upon the horrified 7th prince's head. Boom! The entirety of the 7th prince's body was obliterated into a mist of blood, which was subsequently annihilated by the residual sword intent, severing his last chance of rebirth through blood. The 7th prince of the sanctum of the Celestial had fallen, leaving the surrounding prodigies in a state of profound shock. If the 7th prince of the sanctum of the Celestial had been slain, did they not fear retaliation from that powerful faction? Every heart was gripped with trepidation. For the sanctum of the Celestial was one of the mightiest 5-star sanctums in the northern spirit realm, formidable beyond measure. No one could withstand the wrath of the sanctum of the Celestial, unless they too were of 5-star status. Yet, it was evident that none among them were. Regardless, in witnessing this scene, not a single cultivator dared to voice a word of dissent, for these four were their saviors. After slaying the 7th prince, Lin Feng collected the storage ring and resumed his pursuit of the demons, as if he had just dispatched an ordinary foe, devoid of any other emotions. Meanwhile, the outside world erupted in chaos. Countless cultivators gaped in disbelief at the sacred dragon talents list suspended in the void, eyes wide with incredulity. 430,000 contribution points for Nangong Waner of the Great Martial Sanctum? Surely, there must be an error with the sacred dragon talents list. Just 2 hours prior, her contribution points had been little over 10,000, and now they had skyrocketed to 430,000. Furthermore, The other three prodigies of the Great Martial Sanctum, Lin Feng with 95,000 points, Jiang Fanju with 98,000 points, and Shi Hao with 90,000 points, were all from the same sanctum. The most outrageous part was that every breath seemed to yield a surge of 10 to 20,000 contribution points. This is a disaster. The Sacred Dragon Talents list must be malfunctioning, exclaimed numerous leaders of various factions in shock. The top 4 positions on the Sacred Dragon Talents list had been entirely claimed by the Great Martial Sanctum. Just what kind of power did this sanctum wield to possess such extraordinary capabilities? Silence. The voice of the master of Qingyu Heavenly Palace resounded, plunging the entire square into silence. There is nothing wrong with the Sacred Dragon Talents list. Even if your lists were flawed, the Sacred Dragon Talents list would remain unaffected. In my view, the numerous prodigies are no longer facing peril and are currently wreaking havoc. The crisis has been resolved? Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes shimmered with joy, for the cultivators who had emerged previously had conveyed the dangers they faced in that space, yet they had been powerless to intervene. Now, with the announcement of the crisis being lifted, they were undeniably elated. After all, these were the prodigies they had painstakingly nurtured, and the thought of losing them was simply heart-wrenching. Wait, Nangong Wanner just experienced a surge of 300,000 contribution points. There must be something amiss, questioned a particularly meticulous Emperor Realm expert. You little brat, do you dare to question the Sacred Dragon Talents list? Do you know how many contribution points one earns for slaying a demon lord? 1 million contribution points. In an instant, Nangong Wanner surged to 3 million contribution points. And there could only be one reason for such a remarkable increase. She had slain 3 demon lords in a single moment to reap such a bounty of contribution points. As the words of the Lord of Qingyu Heavenly Palace echoed, a chorus of gasps filled the air, as the audience struggled to comprehend the enormity of her achievement. To slay 3 formidable demon lords in a mere heartbeat. Was this still the prowess of a genius at the ancient Emperor realm? This revelation only deepened the air of mystery surrounding the Great Martial Sacred Court. Previously, they had obliterated the elite forces of the Fantian Sacred Court, and now, the 4 great prodigies dominated the Sacred Dragon Prodigy rankings. Such feats were undeniably intriguing. However, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the face of the Fantian Sacred Lord turned a deep shade of iron, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. For news had just reached him that the 7th prince had perished. Chapter 147. The probe of the Fantian Emperor. The 4 prodigies dispatched by the Great Martial Sacred Court claimed the top positions on the Sacred Dragon Prodigy rankings. While the prodigies sent forth by the Fantian Sacred Court not only failed to achieve commendable ranks, but his most cherished 7th prince had also fallen. How could this not incite the utmost rage in the Fantian Sacred Lord? He felt an inferno of anger boiling within him. Suddenly, the radiant smile of the Great Martial Sacred Lord thrust into his line of sight. Unable to contain his boundless rage any longer, the Fantian Sacred Lord erupted. You seek death. No one has dared to defile the Fantian Sacred Court. Instantly, an overwhelming and terrifying aura, a manifestation of the unparalleled Emperor realm, surged forth, reverberating through the realm as it bore down upon Chen Fan. What is the Fantian Sacred Lord attempting? Is he truly planning to slay the Great Martial Sacred Lord on the spot? Would this not violate the sacred rule against private combat during the Sacred Dragon Prodigy competition? Yet, rules are but constructs for the weak. When have the strong ever adhered to them? Countless leaders of various factions looked on in shock at the unfolding scene, instinctively exclaiming in disbelief. They had no inkling as to why the Fantian Sacred Lord had suddenly lashed out at the Great Martial Sacred Lord. Was it due to the exceptional performance of the 4 prodigies from the Great Martial Sacred Court, leading him to feel humiliated? As the crowd pondered, the oppressive force that seemed capable of suppressing the very cosmos bore down upon Chen Fan. The smile on his face abruptly turned frigid. I believe I have shown you too much courtesy. His voice, imbued with chilling indifference, resonated through the air as an equally terrifying aura erupted from him, rivaling that of the unparalleled Emperor realm. The 2 forces clashed violently, shaking the very foundations of the world. Surrounding cultivators, particularly those of lesser strength, were sent flying by the shockwaves generated by their confrontation. What shocked everyone most was that the Great Martial Sacred Lord remained rooted in place, while the formidable Fantian Sacred Lord, possessing the cultivation of the unparalleled Emperor realm, staggered backwards several steps, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. What? How is this possible? The Fantian Sacred Lord's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom the scene before him. He could not withstand the pressure exerted by the Great Martial Sacred Lord. It was essential to note that he was a true, unparalleled emperor, and in his eyes, those he could easily suppress should not possess such terrifying combat prowess. Nearby, the 5 other unparalleled emperors were equally astounded, their eyes wide in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the Fan Sacred Lord's sudden attack would prove ineffective against the Great Martial Sacred Lord. The Lord of Qingyu Heavenly Palace, observing the scene, quickly interjected, stepping between the two. The Sacred Dragon Prodigy competition is the most sacred event in the entire Northern Spirit Realm. You two must not engage in battle here and disrupt the rules. Fan Sacred Lord, Great Martial Sacred Lord, for the sake of my face. Let your grievances wait until the competition concludes, and you may resolve them at your leisure. The words of the Lord of Qingyu Heavenly Palace caused the previously enraged Fan Sacred Lord to huff disdainfully. Great Martial Sacred Lord, this matter is far from over. Once the competition concludes, I shall unleash countless holy soldiers to crush your Great Martial Sacred Court. He found it difficult to gauge the true nature of the Great Martial Sacred Lord. Though his cultivation appeared to be at the pinnacle of the ancient Emperor realm, his combat strength surpassed even that of the Fan Sacred Lord. Continuing down this path could lead to his own downfall. While suffering a loss was one thing, doing so in front of countless factions would tarnish the reputation of the Fan Sacred Court. If they were unable to best the Great Martial Sacred Court, it could very well become the first 5-star faction to be obliterated by them. Chen Fan wore a dazzling smile. After the competition, it would be time to settle the grievances with the Fan Sacred Court. For now, the priority lay in awaiting the emergence of the 4 prodigies to obtain the materials he required. As the 2 sacred lords halted their confrontation, the plaza once again fell into a profound silence. Yet, gazing at the Sacred Dragon Prodigy rankings, where the contribution points of all prodigies soared, particularly the top 4 who amassed an astonishing amount of points, the onlookers were filled with a sense of awe. How many demon races must be slaughtered to attain such an abundance of contribution points? Within the realm of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy rankings, countless demons had already been vanquished, while others fled in various directions. The human prodigies, having expended their strength, could no longer pursue the retreating demons. This included Xianxiafanju and his companions, who had slain so many demons and depleted a significant amount of their spiritual energy. However, unlike others who chose to recuperate, the 3 rushed towards the peak of the mountain, where the 9-colored radiance emanated. The other human prodigies looked on enviously, too intimidated to approach and contend for the treasures. The terrifying strength of the 3 was unparalleled. Even the formidable 7th Prince of the Fan Sacred Court could not withstand 2 moves against the Sword Emperor. Moreover, these 3 were the very ones who had saved their lives. How could they dare to vie for the treasures radiating with 9-colored light? Among the crowd stood an inconspicuous figure, watching the departing backs of the trio with a tinge of helplessness in his eyes. He could only contemplate seeking assistance from the elder to acquire the 9-colored exquisite stone, which held immense significance for the elder and might aid him in taking a crucial step forward. However, he lacked the power to contend for it now. His combat prowess was simply inadequate. Xianxiaaudiobooks also gazed blankly at the retreating figures of the trio, a strong intuition swelling within her. The Great Martial Sacred Court undoubtedly harbored secrets beyond her imagination. If she chose not to join the Great Martial Sacred Court this time, she would surely regret it deeply in the future. Xianxiaaudiobooks could not comprehend why she felt this way, yet various reasons indicated that the Great Martial Sacred Court, including its leader, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Just as Xianxiaaudiobooks was lost in thought, a swift figure darted past her. She quickly regained her focus, only to find it was her demonic pet, Xiaomao. At this moment, Xiaomao was utterly exhilarated, bounding from one demon corpse to another, deftly locating the demon cores within and subsequently swallowing them whole. Xiaomao could actually devour the demon cores. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression turned to one of astonishment. Moreover, she observed that each time Xiaomao consumed a demon core, its aura would intensify incrementally. Perhaps, for Xiaomao, these demon cores represented the finest treasures of heaven and earth. Chapter 148, The 9-Colored Linglong Stone, returning to Qingyu City. Atop the mountain peak, Zhangfanju, Linfeng, and Shurihao ascended to the summit, where they beheld the mesmerizing 9-colored Linglong Stone, radiating an endless, mystical brilliance. Of course, the 3 were unfamiliar with it. To their eyes, it was merely a round stone of 9 hues, emanating dazzling, multicolored light. As they approached the stone and carefully sensed their surroundings to confirm no danger lurked, they gradually extended a hand to grasp the 9-colored stone. Seizing a moment when the stone was unguarded, they discreetly placed it within their storage ring. Only then did the 3 exhale in relief, their eyes brimming with joy. Although they were unaware of the stone's true nature, they could sense the terrifying and profound power it contained. They would return to present it to the Holy Master to ascertain whether it was something he desired. Murmuring to one another, they resumed their search for treasures in the vicinity, knowing that the demon lords of the Emperor realm ruled over this expanse and likely possessed a trove of riches. Why not seize what was available? After a thorough search, they indeed discovered 4 palatial structures, shrouded in demonic energy, nestled within a vast mountain gorge. This had to be the residence of the Emperor Realm demons. Surprisingly, these demons seemed to appreciate the finer things in life. The trio gazed at the imposing palaces before them and marveled, before entering to commence their exploration. Before long, they found themselves hovering above the gorge, their storage rings brimming with precious materials, ores, and demon cores. Indeed, they had unearthed nearly 100,000 demon cores. The value of such a vast quantity was immeasurable. They could be utilized for alchemical concoctions. Fortuitously, the great martial sacred hall boasted an alchemy pavilion, where they could deliver these cores to be refined into elixirs, thereby enhancing the strength of its cultivators. Boom! Xianxiafanju unleashed a fearsome fireball that cascaded into the gorge, engulfing the palaces in an inferno and transforming the entire gorge into a sea of flames. Only then did the 3 depart. And so, 5 days swiftly passed. The numerous prodigies restored themselves to peak condition before embarking on their quest to hunt and slay demons once more. With over 20 days remaining until the conclusion of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy Tournament, they could not afford to linger in one place for so long. Slaying demons to earn contribution points was their current mission. Only through such endeavors could they secure better rankings, attracting greater fortune and power to both themselves and their respective factions. The 4 from the Great Martial Sacred Hall remained unhurried, still focused on recuperating, having gained valuable insights from their battle with the demons. For instance, Nangong Wanner had seated herself on the ground after vanquishing 3 Emperor Realm demons. Her eyes closed in deep contemplation, digesting the lessons from that encounter. Xianxiafanju and his companions were similarly engaged. 3 days later, Zhang Luo from the Qingyu Heavenly Palace departed with his fellow cultivators, also in pursuit of demons to slay. Although he understood that surpassing the contribution points of the 4 was impossible, he still aspired to secure the 5th position, prompting his hasty departure. Jiang Qianxia cast a lingering glance at the 4 before following Zhang Luo, her intuition growing more insistent. No, she resolved to inquire with her mother after the tournament concluded. Time flowed swiftly, and the final day of the Sacred Dragon Prodigy Tournament arrived. At this juncture, the top 4 positions on the leaderboard remained occupied by the 4 prodigies of the Great Martial Sacred Hall. During this interval, the quartet had refrained from further demon hunting. Yet their amassed contribution points loomed like monumental peaks, utterly insurmountable. The 5th place, boasting 520,000 contribution points, belonged to Zhang Luo of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace. The 6th place, with 430,000 contribution points, was held by Jiang Qianxia. This was due to the considerable number of top-tier prodigies from various 5-star factions having perished. The Qingyu Heavenly Palace, having retained its top prodigies, easily secured the 5th and 6th positions. In stark contrast, each of Xianxiafanju's companions boasted contribution points exceeding 1,050,000, while Nangong Wanner led with over 4 million points, securing the 1st position. As the Sacred Dragon Prodigy Tournament concluded, a voice resonated throughout the space, congratulating all for their survival and remarkable achievements. Subsequently, the prodigies felt a surge of spatial energy enveloping their bodies, and after merely 3 seconds, they vanished from their locations. Simultaneously, in the heart of Qingyu City, countless faction leaders watched the void with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, eager to witness the return of their dispatched prodigies. As the moment approached, the stars themselves seemed to tremble. Suddenly, numerous figures materialized before the gathered crowd, some appearing disheveled and others tattered. Clearly, the past month had been a harrowing experience for many prodigies. Welcome back to Qingyu City, esteemed prodigies. It is truly a moment of joy. The leader of the Qingyu Heavenly Palace beamed upon seeing Zhang Luo and Jiang Qianxia, as well as other core disciples, safe and sound. He had feared the losses would be severe, yet the reality exceeded his expectations. However, some faction leaders and other supreme Emperor Realm cultivators darkened at the sight of the returning prodigies. Many of their dispatched talents had perished, resulting in substantial losses. For instance, the Songhai sect and the Hongwu Sacred Hall discovered that their strongest prodigies had fallen, with nearly half of their remaining prodigies lost. This was an undeniable blow to their factions. Yet, the most dismal expressions belonged to the Lord of the Fantian Sacred Hall. His countenance was as dark as a storm cloud, for he had never anticipated the demise of the 7th prince. Moreover, none of his other prodigies had emerged from the throng of returning talents. In essence, every prodigy he had dispatched had perished within that accursed space. Damn it, damn it. This is undoubtedly the handiwork of those little rascals from the Great Martial Sacred Hall. The Lord of the Fantian Sacred Hall's furious gaze fixated upon Xianxiafanju and his companions. The 4 individuals exude a formidable presence, possessing the prowess to claim the top 4 positions. It is highly likely that the prodigies of the celestial court of Vantion have met their demise at their hands. How infuriating! I shall undoubtedly obliterate the entire great martial sacred court. Just as the Lord of Vantion was on the verge of losing control over his temper, a grand and resounding voice, akin to the resonance of the Tao, reverberated throughout the entirety of the northern spirit realm.